The thunderous and deafening sound of hooves resonated through the air, sending tiny pebbles on the ground into a slight dance. A knight clad in resplendent armor wielded a bloodied spear, using its tip to hurl a lifeless body onto the riverbank. In the waning light of the setting sun, the ruby adorning his chest shimmered like the blood upon his spear, reminiscent of a war deity. At that moment, he perceived the thunderous gallop of warhorses and raised his head in slight astonishment, caught off guard. The combatants, having fought to the brink of exhaustion, were suddenly met by a squadron of heavily armored cavalry, as swift and fierce as arrows released from a crossbow, crashing violently into the fray. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with cries of slaughter and agony, accompanied by the visceral sounds of blades slicing flesh and the sickening crunch of bones shattered under the weight of charging steeds. Leading this formidable cavalry was a towering black-armored knight, whose visage remained obscured by his helm. Through the narrow slits of his helmet, one could discern eyes ablaze with fury and teeth yellowed and menacing. Every soldier who approached him sensed the intensity of his wrath and fled in terror. As the battle neared its denouement, this fully armored force surged forth, shattering the morale of the opposing side. As the spearhead of the assault, the Black Knight, adorned with a horned helm, wielded a massive flail, a weapon so unwieldy that even 2 or 3 grown men would struggle to lift it, and charge towards the royal army's central banner. His intent was to obliterate the individual standing beneath that royal standard, the very knight adorned in splendid armor, his chest graced by a gleaming ruby. He was the commander of the royal forces and the prince of House Targaryen, Rhaegar Targaryen. He had violently abducted his betrothed, an act that ignited the rebellion which commenced in the year 281 AC. The tyranny of the mad King Aerys II had culminated in escalating insurrections, sweeping across the entirety of Westeros by the year 283 AC. 4 of the 7 kingdoms had raised the banner of rebellion, with the Vale, Stormlands, North, and Riverlands forming a formidable alliance against the Iron Throne. The Black Knight, Robert Baratheon, having lineage traced to his grandmother, Princess Rhaelle, daughter of Aegon V, emerged as the leader of the rebels, openly vying for the throne. Now, after enduring prolonged combat, the valiant Prince Rhaegar was wearied. His silver hair clung to his handsome visage, matted with sweat, while his dark violet eyes, after a moment of shock, regained their steely resolve. Grasping his spear in one hand, he drew his sword from his waist with the other, unflinchingly accepting the challenge posed by his adversary. The commander at the vortex of war prepared for an unknown duel. However, as Robert lifted his hefty flail high above, the outcome had already been sealed. The tremendous force of the blow cast Rhaegar Targaryen from his steed, sending him crashing to the ground. His sword pierced through the gaps in Robert's armor, striking true into his thigh, yet Robert's flail descended mercilessly upon Rhaegar's chest, collapsing his ornate breastplate. Fragments of shattered rubies, imbued with the noble blood of House Targaryen, lay scattered upon the banks of the Trident, glinting with an eerie radiance under the brilliant sun. The weary soldiers on both sides, upon witnessing this spectacle, ceased their combat, relinquished their weapons, and surged toward the riverbank in a frenzy to seize the precious shards. Amidst the battlefield, a long, mournful horn sounded as the rebels launched their final assault, leading to the complete rout of the royal forces, who fled in disarray. The Battle of the Trident had come to a close. News of the calamity swiftly returned. The hurried footsteps echoed throughout the Red Keep, and whispers filled the corridors as the servants exchanged hushed words around the corners. King Aerys II Targaryen sat upon the Iron Throne, his rage palpable. Though he had received intelligence of the defeat the day prior, he now ordered the soldier who brought the news to be burned alive, accusing him of deceit and treachery. Yet, amidst the acrid scent of charred flesh, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the throne room. All the lords present understood the grave implications of Prince Rhaegar's death and the collapse of the royal army at this juncture. Despite being branded mad by the world, Aerys, as the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, possessed moments of clarity. After his furious outburst, his countenance remained ashen, with veins standing out on the back of his bony hands as he gripped the armrests of the Iron Throne tightly. Seemingly resolute, Aerys turned to the young Kingsguard standing behind him and spoke in a low, commanding voice. Jaime, the tall, golden-haired knight, startled by the king's call, quickly approached the side of the Iron Throne, resting his hand on his sword and bowing to await orders. The sound of white armor clashing followed. Your Majesty, he replied, taken aback by the king's sudden summons. As the youngest member of the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister had often been overlooked. He was acutely aware that Aerys II had not chosen him for his valor or loyalty, but merely to undermine and humiliate his father. However, he had forgotten that, with the Kingsguard dispatched alongside Prince Rhaegar to quell the rebellion, he was the only one left at the king's disposal. Though Aerys harbored disdain for the golden-haired Lannisters, he was compelled to temper his emotions, as he still needed to rely on Jaime's father, the Duke of Casterly Rock, to muster the Western forces to quell the insurrection. The white-clad knight stood at the side of the Iron Throne, having listened to the king's quiet instructions, his youthful visage tense with the weight of unforeseen developments. While the death of Prince Rhaegar at the Battle of the Trident tilted the scales of war toward despair, the Targaryen dynasty still possessed formidable strength. Particularly, there was his father, poised with the Western army, and the rebels would not find it easy to breach King's Landing. Yet, he was astonished to see that the king had already begun to contemplate an escape route. Do not delay. At that moment, while Jaime was lost in thought, the man seated upon the Iron Throne, clearly losing his composure, fixed his shadowy gaze upon the young Kingsguard, his eyes glinting with a perilous light, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Jaime swallowed slightly, immediately straightened his posture, and took a step back, the sound of his armor echoing in the chamber. He could not forget that Aerys too delighted in burning those who defied his commands alive. Yes, your majesty. He then hastened through the passageway behind the Iron Throne, making his way into the depths of the Red Keep to convey the king's orders. Chapter 1. Viserys. Soft footsteps echoed along the corridor outside the door as a figure approached the entrance of a spacious chamber on the second floor of the tower. The door to the bedroom stood ajar, and a faint flicker of candlelight could be discerned within. A petite silhouette sat at the round table inside, one hand cradling his chin, silver hair cascading around his ears, while his jewel-like violet eyes reflected the dancing flames of the candle. He was Viserys Targaryen, the second son of His Majesty Aerys II, merely 7 years of age. Recently, the naturally restless Viserys had inexplicably found himself entranced by the candle's flame, often retreating into solitude to peruse the very books he had once loathed. This peculiar behavior had persisted for several days. The aged maidservant standing outside the bedroom door felt the wrinkles on her face deepen slightly, her dulled eyes clouded with concern. Having served the Targaryen lineage for generations, she worried that Viserys might inherit the same madness as his father, the Mad King. After all, for every Targaryen born, the gods cast a coin to determine whether he shall be great or mad. Yet, the old maid's gaze failed to rouse the daydreaming Viserys, whose strikingly youthful features were half enshrouded in shadow. Clad in splendid princely attire, one hand rested upon a hefty tome of parchment, lost in contemplation of his past and present. Your Highness, the maid called softly, gently knocking twice on the door while leaning against the frame. Her voice, though quiet, resonated distinctly within the stillness of Maegor's holdfast. The Targaryen prince, startled as if a frightened bird, shivered and abruptly awoke, his pale violet eyes wide with alarm as they met the maid's figure in the doorway. After a brief pause, he recollected himself, acknowledging his status as the prince, for he was alone in the chamber, and the maid, as his muddled memories suggested, was named Sophia. Is there something you require? Viserys inquired, his vision settling upon the maid as he shook off the remnants of his scattered thoughts and regarded her earnestly. The queen requests your presence, the maid replied, dressed in dark servant attire with a gray headscarf, her furrowed brow easing upon witnessing the prince's awakening. Mother? A sudden jolt raced through his heart, yet he feigned composure as he closed the sheepskin-bound tome in his hands and slid down from the chair. According to the muddled memories in his mind, the woman he now identified as his mother was named Rhaella Targaryen, a gentle and kind soul who had tirelessly endeavored to shield Viserys from the harm inflicted by his mentally unstable father. Nevertheless, Viserys had consistently sought to avoid encounters with his mother. After all, she was the closest person to him, and he feared revealing any vulnerability. Thus, he confined himself to his chamber, engrossed in books not only to acquire knowledge but also to evade Rhaella's presence. He had not anticipated that she would seek him out at this moment. I understand, Viserys muttered, his small face taut as he endeavored to project calmness. In truth, his performance was flawless. Few could discern any flaw, and even if they did, a mere 7-year-old boy would hardly suspect anything amiss. He then stood before the silver mirror in his chamber, while a maid stood behind him, adjusting his attire. It was imperative to observe decorum when facing the queen. Even if Viserys was her own flesh and blood, the protocols of nobility and court had been ingrained in his very memory and muscle. Stealing a glance at the maid adjusting his garments, he found nothing amiss and returned his gaze to the silver mirror. A dense black mist gradually began to unfurl before him. Viserys Targaryen strength, 3, constitution, 5, agility, 8, spirit, 18. These words appeared in the ancient High Valyrian tongue. As survivors of Valyrian civilization, the Targaryens did not consider the common tongue of Westeros their native language. Rather, High Valyrian was their true mother tongue. Each Targaryen received instruction in Valyrian and the language of dragons during their youth. These attributes were explained in the common tongue of Westeros, while in Valyrian, they were translated as sun, soil, raindrop, and moon. Yet before him everything remained as it should. Viserys felt no surprise, for he had discovered this black mist days prior. Whenever his gaze lingered upon any reflective surface for 3 seconds, this dense black mist would materialize. He had experimented with various objects, mirrors, glass, gems, and even daggers, but dull stones or wooden tables would not yield such results. Moreover, he had tested repeatedly, finding that no one else could perceive this black mist. It was a mystery that belonged solely to him, much like this enigmatic world brimming with unfathomable power. Perhaps this is some form of magic? Viserys pondered, perplexed. Despite his recent readings, he had yet to uncover an answer. However, he had gradually begun to grasp the convoluted meanings of these terms, annotating them in the common tongue. Their reactions reflected the current state of Viserys' physique. The sun symbolizes strength, while the earth represents weightiness, indicative of his constitution. Water, on the other hand, is gentle, embodying his agility and flexibility. The moon signifies his will, or perhaps a more enigmatic spiritual power. A typical adult male's data should fall within a certain range, though he does not discount the possibility of encountering individuals of greater prowess. Spirit, Viserys murmured, his gaze fixed upon the silver mirror, blinking gently. This transcended ordinary capabilities, perhaps connected to his inherent uniqueness. He might indeed be one of a kind in this world. Nevertheless, his exceptional mental acuity afforded him certain privileges, resulting in an extraordinary memory. In recent days, sequestered within his chamber, he immersed himself in books, and while he would not claim to possess photographic memory, he could retain knowledge profoundly after merely 2 readings. Furthermore, he remained unfazed by fatigue even when he stayed up late. Does His Highness have something on his mind? The elderly maid, engaged in arranging Viserys' garments, had been observing the expression on the Targaryen prince's face. She noted the boy's lavender eyes, which seemed momentarily lost in thought as they gazed into the silver mirror, as if the focus had shifted. He then pressed his lips together, appearing burdened by unspoken concerns. No, he replied softly. Thank you for your concern, Sophia. Upon hearing the maid's words, Viserys gently shook his head. It seems this is the first time your highness has expressed gratitude to me. The elderly woman, her head wrapped in a scarf, covered her mouth in mild astonishment. While Viserys' expression stiffened momentarily, he opened his mouth, as if momentarily at a loss for words. Silence enveloped the prince's quarters. After a prolonged pause, Viserys collected his emotions and chose to shatter the stillness, just as the maid finished arranging his attire. Then, has my mother mentioned why she wishes to see me? Viserys inquired casually, yet with a hint of probing. The maid hesitated, fully aware of the reason. The news of the Targaryen royal family's military defeat and Prince Rhaegar's death had long since permeated the Red Keep, casting a pall of anxiety over the entirety of King's Landing. This boy, if fate allowed, was destined to become Viserys Targaryen III. However, all of this hinged upon the Targaryens' ability to retain the Iron Throne. Otherwise, the fate awaiting Viserys would be exceedingly grim. Viserys gazed expectantly at the elderly maid, hoping to extract some information from her. Yet ultimately, his anticipation yielded naught but disappointment. The maid, her forehead lined with wrinkles, sighed deeply and shook her head with calm resignation. No. Chapter 2. Escape from King's Landing. Soon, the aged maid led Viserys down the Migran Tower to the ballroom located on the ground floor. This ballroom, situated within Migran Tower, primarily served for royal banquets and balls, accommodating over 100 guests. Arch windows allowed sunlight to stream in, illuminating the silver mirrors within the hall, while rows of flickering candle flames swayed gently, casting a radiant glow throughout the space. On the second floor, a long corridor adorned with exquisite wood carvings and intricately woven silks lined the thick walls, while banners depicting the 3-headed dragon emblem of House Targaryen hung on either side of the grand entrance. In essence, Migran Tower was a castle within a castle, centrally located within the Red Keep, boasting formidable walls 12 feet thick and a moat, serving exclusively as a royal residence with impenetrable defenses. As Viserys followed the old maid into the ballroom, he noticed a considerable number of guards assembling their gear and weapons. Their attention was briefly drawn to the prince and his companion, but they quickly returned to their tasks. Your Highness, greeted a middle-aged man with dark hair, clad in leather armor and breeches, who was polishing his longsword. Upon spotting Viserys, he nodded in acknowledgement. Another member of the King's Guard, draped in white robes, turned his gaze towards the prince as well. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Viserys' heart raced slightly, his fingers curling subtly beneath his sleeves. Yet he maintained a facade of composure, offering a polite bow. Greetings, Sir William. Sir William Dane, the master-at-arms of the Red Keep, was responsible for training the guards in combat and formations, possessing considerable martial prowess himself, which justified his esteemed position. His brother, Sir John Dane, had followed Prince Rhaegar into the rebellion, and after the Battle of the Trident, his fate remained uncertain. Viserys then turned to the youthful King's Guard, nodding in greeting. Sir Jaime. However, the white-cloaked knight remained silent, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, casting an odd glance over the prince's figure as he passed. Though Jaime had only recently joined the king's guard and was not well acquainted with the Targaryen family, especially the second prince, they had coexisted in the Red Keep long enough for him to sense an inexplicable change in Viserys today. The boy appeared to stand a bit taller, yet carried himself with a newfound humility. As Viserys approached the center of the ballroom, he found a lavishly dressed, silver-haired woman seated before him. He refrained from meeting her gaze directly, instead bowing slightly. Mother. The atmosphere in the ballroom was heavy with solemnity. Yet he was unaware of the impending calamity. Viserys, came a weary voice from above. Queen Riella extended her arms, enveloping her son in a gentle embrace, resting her head against his cheek. My child, I have dreadful news to impart. Viserys could feel the slight tremor in his mother's body, her voice betraying the strength of a woman nearing the brink of despair. Beneath her velvet gown, her skin bore the marks of last night's horrors, bruises and bite marks left by her deranged husband in a moment of madness. Yet, Riella Targaryen, this resilient woman, fought to hold herself together. Despite the grief over her eldest son's demise and the nation's precarious state, compounded by the emotional and physical scars she had endured, she knew she must rally for Viserys and the child growing within her. Fortunately, her husband had managed to retain a thread of sanity amidst his madness. Recognizing the dire situation and urgently commanding a contingent of guards from the Red Keep to escort Riella and her second son, Viserys, to Dragonstone. Meanwhile, King Aegon II remained in King's Landing, preparing to confront the enemies head-on, determined not to surrender the capital to the traitors. The rebels were drawing near. And although Ravens had already conveyed that his ally, Lord Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock, had committed to rallying forces for the crown, the situation remained precarious. Thus, ensuring the queen and prince's safe departure from the tumultuous city was paramount. With a clatter, fully armed soldiers flanked Riella, who was assisted by maids into the carriage, the curtains drawn tightly to secure their escape. Viserys followed closely behind, ready to board the second carriage when a small commotion disrupted the procession. A brown-haired girl suddenly dashed into view, unnoticed by the guards, while Sir William hesitated briefly before ultimately choosing to remain silent. The girl approached Viserys' carriage, tugging at his garments and gazing up with innocent curiosity, seemingly inquiring where they were headed and why she was not included. Recognizing the child from memory, Viserys hesitated, his fist clenching. He understood that he was still grappling with the gravity of the situation, rationally aware that complicating matters was ill-advised. Yet, the silver-haired boy gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to act, lifting the small girl into his arms and guiding her into the carriage. A small black cat that had been chasing after the girl effortlessly leaped onto the carriage roof. Hey, Balorian. The girl squealed in excitement, only to have Viserys quickly cover her mouth. Shoo, he whispered, glancing nervously outside before drawing the curtain closed. Be quiet for now, Rhaenys. Finally, with the sound of wheels rolling over cobblestones and the rhythmic clattering of hooves against the ground, the knights gripped their weapons tightly as the procession hastily moved to open the gates. They departed from the Red Keep, racing towards an uncertain future. Chapter 3. The Dragon Slayer. Before Viserys boarded the carriage with Rhaenys, he glanced back one last time, spotting a woman with brown hair and dark eyes swaying slightly in the wind, cradling a child within her arms from an open window high above in Migran Tower. He recognized her as his brother's wife, Elia Martell, the Dornish princess, holding his nephew, Aegon Targaryen. His mind was clouded, struggling to comprehend the notion of fleeing mere moments after entering this world, while he reminded the girl in his arms to remain still. He had no time to ponder why his father had chosen to keep Elia and her children in King's Landing when they had an opportunity to escape together. However, the rebels were swiftly approaching the city, and remaining in King's Landing meant peril. At the crucial moment before the departure of the convoy, Viserys made a spontaneous and risky decision to take Rhaenys with him. He was uncertain whether his father would send troops to retrieve them or how his minor alteration of history might ripple through time, stirring the wings of a butterfly that could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, he felt he was making a small contribution, at least in terms of his conscience. If later on, the gold-cloaked soldiers pursued them to forcibly take Rhaenys, perhaps he would lack the courage to intervene. Let us depart. Meanwhile, atop Maegor's Holdfast, Elia witnessed her daughter fortuitously boarding Viserys' carriage, ultimately leaving the Red Keep. Her frail form trembled slightly, and her eyes reddened, tears glistening as they traced down her cheeks. She sensed that this might be a final farewell to her daughter. The turbulent seas foretold of impending storms. Originally, the escorting party could have taken a ship directly to Dragonstone from King's Landing, but after careful consideration, Ser Wylis opted for the land route to minimize their maritime journey. The devastating news of the king's death at the hands of soldiers had not stifled the spread of rumors. The Red Keep was already rife with turmoil, and whispers of the royal army's defeat and the death of Rhaegar Targaryen permeated King's Landing. The rebels pressed aggressively towards the city, plunging the vast metropolis of over 500,000 into a state of panic as the ominous shadow of war loomed overhead. The escorting convoy departed from the Red Keep, traversing the Aegon S-Hill with fully armed soldiers dispersing the chaotic crowds along the way. The carriage bore no Targaryen insignia, its curtains drawn to conceal the identity of its noble occupant. Clear the way. The soldiers urged their steeds forward, driving the pedestrians aside with merciless crack of their whips. The once chaotic crowd swiftly fell into order, terrified cries echoing as they were herded to the sides of the street, granting passage to the convoy. Queen Riella's carriage led the procession, closely followed by the carriages of Viserys and Rhaenys. The boy, pulling apart a small gap in the curtain, glimpsed the world outside. The carriage maneuvered through the narrow streets, where, gazing upward, one could see a hill in the distance that overlooked King's Landing. The dragon pit of House Targaryen lay atop it. That was the Rhaenys Hill. Within the carriage, Viserys sought to calm Rhaenys, who was brimming with excitement at what she perceived as an outing. And he needed to divert her attention. This landmark, bearing her name, was undoubtedly the best topic to engage the young girl. As expected, the brown-haired child, cradling her small black cat, Balerion, looked up at him with eager anticipation. However, she was disheartened to learn that the hill was not constructed by her beloved father. Viserys racked his brain for the historical knowledge he had gleaned from books, thankful for his photographic memory. He began recounting the tale of Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wife Rhaenys, which transpired over 200 years ago. The hill took its name from Rhaenys, memorialized by her husband Aegon Targaryen, who built a shrine in her honor. That shrine, however, was later destroyed during uprisings, replaced by the dragon pit. The brown-haired girl listened intently, and upon hearing of the queen's tragic demise in battle, she could not help but shed a few tears. I, too, shall find a husband who loves me, Rhaenys thought. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she empathized with the fate of Rhaenys Targaryen, feeling a kinship as they shared names. At her tender age, she was enchanted by stories, easily lost in flights of fancy, while harboring hopes for the future. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of her father's death. The name Rhaenys seemed cursed, and her fate was not much better than that of the queen from over 2 centuries past, deserving neither pity nor sympathy. Being only 3 or 4 years old, Rhaenys had not received rigorous court etiquette training, and thus, she forgot to refer to Viserys as uncle and instead called him brother or addressed him by his name. He might even bravely slay a dragon for me. Tales of dragon slayers were prevalent in biographies, and it was only natural for her to fantasize. Rhaenys, with her defiant tilt of the chin and delicate features, expressed her whimsical aspirations, prompting a smile from Viserys, one that was awkward yet courteous. The carriage wheels rumbled steadily, drawing them closer to the exit of King's Landing. The pursuers sent by his father had yet to arrive, suggesting that his father had tacitly approved of his decision to take Rhaenys. Regardless of his father's motives for detaining Princess Elia Martell and her son, the presence of a more significant individual rendered the fate of the little girl inconsequential, especially since she was his granddaughter. Viserys felt a wave of relief wash over him, reaching out to touzle the girl's brown hair, a trait inherited from her mother, until it became somewhat disheveled. There are no more dragons in this world, Rhaenys. The last dragon perished over a century ago. As he spoke, Viserys gazed longingly at the distant Rhaenys Hill, silently reflecting on the Targaryen family's lost legacy. Chapter 4. Swordsmanship. Subsequently, under the escort of soldiers, the 2 unadorned carriages traversed King's Landing, opting not to pass through the Grand Steel Gate, but rather taking a detour to discreetly exit through the Dragon Gate. The convoy embarked on the Rosby Road, heading towards the port of Duskendale, where Ser Wyllis decided they would take a ship to Dragonstone. Meanwhile, a large vessel had also set sail from the port of King's Landing as a decoy. The middle-aged instructor had his own considerations, fully aware that King's Landing, including the Red Keep, was riddled with spies. Any discussions held among the court officials in the throne room in the morning would be circulating in the most sordid corners by afternoon. The actions taken by His Majesty to redeploy the Red Keep guards were significant. If the news of the Queen and Prince's relocation could be concealed, it would indeed be nothing short of miraculous. Thus, after careful deliberation, Ser Wyllis devised a misleading option. Sailing directly from King's Landing to Dragonstone was undoubtedly the optimal route, even with the recent tumultuous seas. However, traveling by land to Duskendale before taking a ship to Dragonstone was also a viable option. Nevertheless, with Westeros in disarray and rebels rising, there was scarcely a place outside King's Landing that was genuinely safe. He acknowledged the risks associated with choosing the land route. 7. Save us. The rugged fingers of the Red Keep instructor pressed against his brow, gently massaging it, believing that the forehead was the seat of the soul, and such sincere prayers would be heard by the divine. May all proceed smoothly. Time flew swiftly. A day later, after a half-day's journey and a night's rest, the convoy passed through Rosby and continued along the main road to Duskendale, which lay within the territory of House Lannister, where the loyal Lord Rain stood guard over this modest port for His Majesty. Although the middle-aged instructor harbored doubts about the reliability of Count Revere, the fact that he had yet to make a decision amidst the prevailing tide of betrayal could be deemed an act of loyalty to the king. The weather today was rather gloomy. A slight gap in the carriage's drapery allowed dim light to filter through, while a soft drizzle tapped rhythmically against the roof, rendering the road muddy and making the journey somewhat arduous, swaying left and right. Inside the carriage, Viserys gazed out at the scenery. The trees lining the road veiled in a hazy curtain of rain, a chill wind brushing against him, deepening his sense of foreboding. I cannot shake this ominous premonition. Sir William. The boy with silver hair shifted his gaze from the outside landscape to the man seated opposite him, while Rhaenys sat beside him, cradling a cat in her arms, her demeanor obedient and calm. At this moment, the astute young girl understood that this was not a leisurely journey. Otherwise, her grandmother would not have braved such inclement weather. Meanwhile, Sir William Daery, seated directly across from Viserys, observed the scene outside in contemplative silence. He was already clad in armor, a long sword at his waist and a spear by his side. There was troubling news, yet he was uncertain whether he ought to share it with the young prince. The grand ship that had departed with them from King's Landing had not even exited Blackwater Bay before falling prey to an unidentified band of pirates. In hindsight, it had undoubtedly met with disaster. This morning, when soldiers from King's Landing had hastily delivered this news, it sent a chill coursing through him. Although he had long been aware that the Red Keep was riddled with vulnerabilities susceptible to the insurgents, he had not anticipated their response would be so swift. Moreover, to his knowledge, the coalition formed by the North, the Vale, the Riverlands, and Stormlands was at a disadvantage in naval strength, with hardly any boat seaworthy. Otherwise, the besieged Storm's End would not remain so for this long. Fortunately, he had prudently chosen not to follow the seemingly safe water route, instead opting to conceal the queen and the prince within the carriage, departing King's Landing discreetly and undetected. It was likely that the enemy was now aware that Queen Rhaela and Viserys had not taken to the sea. Your Highness need not concern yourself. The soldiers are prepared for battle, Sir William stated firmly, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword. However, we must hasten our pace. Viserys was oblivious to the grim tidings at sea, just as he was unaware of Sir William's contemplations, yet he nodded in agreement. Compared to the soldiers outside, he felt quite fortunate to be seated in the plush carriage. I understand. Soon, yet another day was drawing to a close. After a long day of travel compounded by the wretched weather, the incessant drizzle had rendered the road treacherous, leaving everyone utterly fatigued. Just then, calamity struck. The carriage carrying Queen Rhaela, possibly due to a bump against a stone, suddenly broke an axle. The horse let out a pained whinny, nearly collapsing. But Sir William and several soldiers managed to seize it, freeing the reins and allowing it to rest momentarily. Queen Rhaela and her two handmaidens scrambled out of the carriage in disarray, though fortunately, the relentless rain had momentarily ceased. However, the unforeseen incident halted their progress, affording everyone a brief respite. Sir William had previously ordered an expedited journey, compressing rest periods to a minimum, which had taken a toll on both the soldiers and their steeds. With the order for a temporary halt conveyed, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Viserys leaped from the carriage, offering the intact carriage to his mother, who had stumbled and appeared somewhat flustered. He too sought to stretch his limbs. While riding in the carriage had been more comfortable than for others, the strain of the day had taken its toll. He soon spotted the middle-aged instructor, leaning on his sword before the abandoned carriage, and after a moment's hesitation, approached him briskly. Sir William, Viserys greeted politely. May I inquire about swordsmanship? Caught off guard by the prince's unexpected inquiry, Sir William Daery hesitated momentarily. How could his highness have such a notion? This brought to mind memories from over a decade ago, when a bookish boy, enamored with reading and the harp, approached him one day, declaring his desire for a long sword and armor, insisting he must become a warrior. That boy had indeed become one of the most skilled knights in Westeros, Rhaegar Targaryen, Viserys' elder brother. I am now 7 years old, the appropriate age for knightly training, the silver-haired boy replied, tilting his head but not directly addressing the instructor's question. And I shall inevitably require it in the future, shall I not? Chapter 5. The ambush. Since it was the prince's request, the somewhat disheveled man did not deliberate for long before nodding in agreement. As Viserys had stated, the future would indeed necessitate it. The present circumstances were far from favorable. Having once instructed Rhaegar, he was now teaching Viserys. This pair of brothers from House Targaryen could proudly refer to him as their mentor. However, given that this was merely a brief stop during their journey, there was only so much he could impart. Nonetheless, regardless of whether one fought mounted or on foot, the fundamental principles remained unchanged. The middle-aged instructor hesitated briefly before drawing his sword from its scabbard. The blade gleamed brilliantly in the dim light, the sound of steel echoing crisply, capturing the attention of several resting soldiers, as well as Queen Rhaela, who was adjusting her attire inside the carriage. Rhaenys peered out from the carriage, observing the silver-haired boy standing under the nearby tree. Viserys, Sir William is already quite fatigued. Do not disturb him, Queen Rila cautioned gently, her brow furrowing slightly in concern. Her lavender-hued eyes reflected Viserys' unsteady grasp on the heavy sword. She worried for his safety. In truth, the weight of the sword was not excessively burdensome, but wielding it with ease required considerable strength, particularly for a boy of merely 7 years who had just crossed the threshold for knightly training. Yet this was the foundation of such training. Fear not, your majesty, the disheveled middle-aged man replied, turning to her with a slight bow. It is but a small toy. Every boy must eventually lift it. Several soldiers seated on stones or leaning against trees chuckled at this remark. Indeed, your majesty, they agreed. As the guards of the Red Keep, they recognized Queen Rila's gentle and kind nature. Had it not been for her, many would have perished at the hands of her husband. Moreover, Sir William had been the instructor at the Red Keep for many years, even training her eldest son, Rhaegar. Queen Rila hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing silence. She trusted that Sir William would exercise caution and ensure that Viserys remained unharmed. He spoke the truth. In this era, a boy is destined to wield this little toy, unflinchingly protecting his cherished loved ones. The middle-aged instructor then gazed down at the boy, who was struggling to hold the long sword, and his smile softened slightly. Your Highness, at your age, you should be practicing with a wooden sword. However, given the current extraordinary circumstances, you must use my sword. As the master of the Red Keep, Sir William Derry was exceptionally skilled, having trained numerous formidable warriors and knights, which was why Viserys sought his guidance. No one was better suited to teach him self-defense than Sir William Derry. Viserys nodded in response to Sir William's words, still striving to control the sword and prevent it from clattering to the ground. The middle-aged instructor observed Viserys' efforts with a sense of inner satisfaction. The seven be praised. Viserys was not inferior to his elder brother, at least in terms of attitude. He continued, drawing a long sword from the waist of a soldier seated nearby. Regardless of whether it be a spear, lance, or sword, these weapons share a fundamental yet effective technique. Sir William's gaze remained steady as he demonstrated, thrusting the sword forward with precision. The force of his thrust sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Learn to strike with the pointed end against your enemy. Swift, accurate, and fierce. A single well-timed thrust can pierce an enemy's throat. After completing his demonstration, he returned the sword to the soldier beside him and turned his attention back to Viserys. Have you learned, my boy? Viserys nodded slightly. Is it simple? Sir William continued, fully aware that young trainees often exhibit impatience, yearning to become champions within days, conquering all adversaries. Yet, in reality, becoming an exceptional knight demands years, even decades, of diligent training. For instance, this most basic thrust, which he was still practicing repeatedly, aimed for the utmost speed, accuracy, and ferocity, rather than getting lost in a flurry of complex maneuvers that serve little purpose beyond spectacle. However, upon hearing Sir William's question, Viserys hesitated briefly before shaking his head. He was no child. Such a question was clearly a trap, and he would not foolishly walk into it, risking an unnecessary reprimand. It is not simple. Then you are mistaken, Sir William replied, only to choke on his words halfway through, taken aback by Viserys' unexpected retort. Am I mistaken? Viserys tilted his head, slightly puzzled. No, you are correct, Sir William exhaled, regaining his composure before speaking again with a hint of irritation. Not far away, Rhaenys peered through the window of the carriage, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moans, unable to suppress her laughter. She believed Viserys was doing it deliberately. She then observed the disheveled middle-aged man patting Viserys on the shoulder, advising him to practice thrusting for a few more rounds to strengthen his wrist, as Viserys still struggled to lift the sword steadily. Subsequently, Sir William adjusted his trousers and walked towards the nearby woods, needing to distance himself due to the presence of women. At that moment, the corner of the middle-aged instructor's eye caught sight of a large flock of birds suddenly taking flight in the direction they had come from. He paused, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Simultaneously, he felt a slight tremor in the ground, the sound of galloping hooves growing louder. Boom, boom, approaching rapidly, like distant thunder. The soldiers resting on the ground reacted swiftly, grabbing their weapons. Enemy attack. The sentry stationed on a nearby hill shouted loudly. Chapter 6. Carnage. The overcast sky weighed heavily on the hearts of the people, an oppressive gloom that would not lift. The drizzle had lessened. Yet the enemy's assault descended like a tempest, hooves pounding the earth, raised swords and lances charging towards the carriage, protected by guards at its center. All the attackers wore black cloth to conceal their faces, having removed the family crest from their armor, seemingly intent on hiding their identities. Leading them was a knight, a long spear tucked under his arm, its sharp tip lowered, glinting ominously as it aimed at the Red Keep's guards. The black cloth obscured his face, revealing only his eyes as he bellowed in a deep, measured tone, "Kill them." Like thunder, the command resounded. The next moment, iron hooves thundered, roaring forth. This group of masked assailants had a singular, deadly intent, to eliminate Queen Riella and her son. The queen and her handmaidens were stunned by the sudden onslaught, unable to comprehend what was happening. Enemy attack. Among them, the battle-hardened Sir William was the first to react. However, in that moment, he was unarmed, only able to draw the short spear he was skilled with from his waist, aiming it at the foremost enemy, and then he hurled it with force. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air. The leading knight among the masked assailants was caught off guard as the spear struck him squarely in the chest. Thud. Though the hardened breastplate did not shatter, it created a deep dent. The masked knight, unable to maintain his balance on the steed, was thrown to the ground by the spear's powerful impact. Thud. Dust billowed up as the knight tumbled, his foot entangled in the stirrup, dragged several meters by the horse before finally breaking free. The cavalrymen following him, experienced and alert, swiftly avoided the fallen knight, continuing their charge. Otherwise, this unfortunate knight would have been mercilessly trampled into the ground by the iron hooves. Thus, the ambush on the main road officially began with that single spear. In an instant, the sounds of battle echoed through the road and surrounding woods like rolling thunder. The guards of the Red Keep, who had been resting, were caught off guard by the ambush, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage. Several soldiers were either trampled by the charging horses or had their throats cut before they could even rise. Blood sprayed forth, cries of anguish filled the air, and some soldiers abandoned their weapons, fleeing into the woods in a desperate attempt to escape. However, the fallen masked knight had already struggled back to his feet. His legs seemed broken, and he had lost track of his spear, using the scabbard of his sword to prop himself up as he hobbled on one leg. His eyes betrayed a mix of shame and anger, for the disgrace of falling from his horse had haunted him throughout his life. He had once been defeated by a red-cloaked monk from Mir during a tournament held in King's Landing, the monk's flaming sword having startled his steed, leading to his humiliating fall. Little did he expect to find himself unhorsed again today, and this time it appeared he had broken his leg. The masked, limping knight stood laboriously in place, one hand resting on his sword sheath, as waves of pain surged through his leg like a dull blade carving flesh. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony, his expression unwavering, and his eyes as sharp as a hawk's, meticulously scanning the battlefield. He observed several Red Keep guards tasked with escorting the queen and prince attempting to flee. With a sweeping gesture, he pointed decisively at them, issuing a command: eliminate them all. Not a single one shall escape. Before the usurper's war began, his family had maintained a neutral stance, lingering between the rebels and the Iron Throne. However, following the Battle of the Trident, with the royal heir slain, the situation became increasingly clear. The Targaryens were in decline, and the family lost faith in their claim to the Iron Throne. They had also identified the opportune moment to intervene in the war, poised to reap the spoils of victory. Presently, the heads of Queen Riella and Prince Viserys would serve as the most potent tokens of allegiance to the rebel cause. Yet, due to various significant reasons, they could not expose their identities at this juncture. Thus, at the command of the limping knight, several masked brigands, well-trained and resolute, swiftly detached themselves from the battlefield. The thunder of hooves echoed as they galloped through the muck, clad in bloodied armor and wielding long swords. Without hesitation, they urged their horses to part the underbrush and plunged into the woods, intent on annihilating every enemy without leaving a single survivor, ensuring no information was leaked. Excellent. The limping knight nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Yet, pain surged anew in his leg, causing his facial muscles to twitch as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt to support himself. Although the king's army was corrupt, the Red Keep guards remained formidable. Caught off guard by the ambush, they suffered immediate and significant losses, but upon regaining their composure, they mounted a fierce resistance. Under the leadership of the Red Keep's master-at-arms, several masked cavalrymen were toppled from their steeds, their heads severed in swift strikes, blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. A middle-aged man with slightly curled hair, drenched in blood, seized a warhorse and mounted it. Lying flat against the horse's back, he wielded his sword with one hand, deftly evading enemy attacks amidst the chaos of two horses colliding. In that instant, he executed a precise strike that sliced open an assailant's throat. The startled horse, dragging the lifeless body, bolted toward the woods. Meanwhile, Prince Viserys, clutching Sir William's sword, found his mind blank. As he slowly processed the unfolding horror, his legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile as he witnessed the gruesome scenes before him. The ear-piercing cries, the splattering blood, and the severed heads rolling on the ground created a visceral tableau that momentarily stifled his breath. Then, a panicked warhorse, dragging a foe's corpse, charged toward him. At that moment, Viserys' mind jolted back to reality, realizing that a collision with the horse could spell his demise. Summoning every ounce of strength to overcome his paralyzing fear, his leaden legs suddenly regained a flicker of vitality. Just as the frightened horse was about to collide with him, he hurled himself aside. Chapter 7. Courage with a Thud. Viserys clumsily rolled onto the blood-soaked path, his blue velvet coat now sullied. The startled horse thundered past him, its heavy hooves pounding the ground, causing the stones to tremble. The prince felt as though his ears might burst from the cacophony, dropping to his knees and curling into a ball. Breathless, he pressed his hands against the ground. Gasping for air, his cheeks flushed and hot. He longed to utter some words of survival, but the rapid beating of his heart surged within him. Yet, amidst the tense and ever-changing chaos, he had no time for reflection. Sir William's sword lay just a short distance away, muddied yet still glinting with the cold light. In the midst of the fray, the sounds of battle filled the air, blood splattering as both sides fought with fervor. Viserys crouched on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, gasping for breath, as he lifted his gaze toward the long sword that seemed somewhat weighty for him. Then, from some unknown source, a surge of courage and strength emerged within him. Damn it! The silver-haired boy gritted his teeth, striving to summon his resolve, and with great effort, he pushed himself up from the ground, disregarding the frantic thudding of his heart, and dashed forward, seizing the sword tightly. The cold touch of steel sent a shiver through him, the blade emanating an almost palpable chill. Perhaps in a past life, Viserys would have hesitated to wield such a slender and sharp weapon, fearing it might harm him or violate some law. Yet in this moment, the sword felt inexplicably familiar. In the midst of chaos, where no one could offer protection, he realized he must rely solely on himself. With determination coursing through him, the silver-haired boy clenched his jaw, vowing silently that he would not succumb like a rabbit to those who sought to slay him. Even if it meant death, he would fight back, refusing to go down without inflicting a wound in return. I will. But just as Viserys rallied his spirits, a brigand, who had fallen from his horse after having his leg severed, rose unsteadily. One hand pressed against his sword, the other shielding his head, he swayed as he stood. His leather armor bore a gruesome gash, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Fortune smiled upon him, sparing his life. As the brigand regained his footing, the torn leather revealed a flash of red and the insignia of a golden lion. In a fleeting moment, he realized that the Red Keep guard who had just severed his leg had been dispatched by others in the fray, and he was spared further injury. Once he caught his breath and pushed aside his fallen comrades, he shook his head and spotted the boy, sword in hand, standing in the open expanse of the battlefield. The boy's signature silver-gold hair, violet eyes like precious gems, and his exquisitely youthful visage caught the brigand's attention. The boy, too, recognized him, and the determination in his eyes transformed into sheer panic, akin to a startled rabbit. The fallen masked brigand, seeing this unprotected prize, slowly revealed a malicious grin, as the wind whipped away the cloth concealing his face. Unfazed, he advanced step by step toward Viserys, the unguarded Targaryen prince, like a fish on a chopping block. Regardless of the boy's noble lineage or pure bloodline, the brigand, once beneath him, had no qualms about approaching this young prince. Yet at that moment, Viserys stood frozen. Whether from fear or something else, he remained rooted to the spot, breath quickening as he tightened his grip on Sir William's sword, its tip aimed defiantly at his adversary. His mind was a blank slate, filled only with the master-at-arms words, learn to stab the enemy with the sharp end. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Viserys, a swirling mass of black mist began to envelop the area, pulsating into an indescribable form, as a pair of crimson eyes opened within the darkness, fixating upon his back. As the crimson veil gradually enveloped Viserys' eyes, his breath became increasingly labored, and he gripped his long sword tightly. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous stampede of warhorses surged forth, their hooves churning up a mixture of blood and mud. William Derry, drenched in blood, uncertain whether it was his own or that of his foes, held his sword aloft, droplets cascading down its blade. He swung it with fierce determination, the blade carving a deadly arc under the blood-red twilight, cleaving downwards with a resounding thud. In the next instant, a head was severed cleanly, blood erupting like a fountain. The middle-aged man's slightly curled hair, now matted with blood, gave him a fearsome appearance. His eyes ablaze with battle frenzy, he clung tightly to his steed, transferring the sword to his left hand. The hooves pounded through the sanguine muck as he leaned low over the horse's back, extending his arm to scoop up the young prince, securing him behind him. "Your Highness, hold on tight," he urged, having discerned Viserys' peril just in time. Spurring his mount to slay an adversary and rescue the prince, who seemed ready to confront danger head-on. The warm blood of the fallen splattered across the fair visage of the silver-haired boy, jolting Viserys from his stupor, making him shiver involuntarily. The unseen black mist that loomed behind him dissipated slowly, and his amethyst eyes regained their clarity. He swallowed hard, biting down on his teeth, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Had he truly been prepared to face the enemy? Where had he found such courage? Yet, as Sir William lifted him onto the horse, Viserys did not hesitate to clutch him tightly. Just a few feet away, an enemy met his demise, blood splattering his cheeks. Yet, Viserys felt no urge to retch. Nor was there time for such weakness. Instead, a fierce resolve ignited within him. tightening his fists. He understood that survival demanded fortitude, not disgust. The fiery blood within his small frame surged as if ignited, and for a 7-year-old boy, few could claim greater bravery than his own. Kill. And thus, the battle erupted anew, the clash echoing like thunder on the blood-soaked road. Chapter 8. Kevin Lannister, the setting sun bled red. A fierce battle had concluded. The air thick with a nauseating stench, the once smooth road now a morass of blood and mud. Rainwater mingled with blood, clinging to the boots of the middle-aged instructor. Stumbling, he stepped into the muck, splashing water and leaving a small crater that quickly filled with crimson rain. With a sudden collapse, William Derry knelt in the mire, one hand bracing himself against the ground. Sweat poured from his brow as he gasped for air, resembling a fish cast ashore. His other hand pressed tightly against his abdomen. Blood seeping through his fingers, he was grievously wounded. This injury, the most severe on his body, had been inflicted by a masked brigand during a desperate counterattack. The blade piercing his ribs. Numerous other wounds marred him, many of which he could scarcely recall. Nearby, a limping knight struggled to wield his sword, bringing down the last of the Red Keep guards attempting to slay him, the long sword biting deeply into the guard's neck. "You are damned," he growled. And with a swift motion, blood erupted from the guard's throat. The corpse slumped to the ground, lifeless in the mud. The limping knight, having dispatched the soldier, wavered slightly but managed to steady himself with his sword. His chest plate, battered from a spear strike, heaved as he gasped for breath. Golden hair matted with sweat against his face. At this moment, the black cloth he had used to mask his face had long since fallen away, yet he cared not. Nearby, frantic cries echoed, and a shadowy figure darted back, disappearing into the woods, fleeing without a trace. It had been a brutal encounter. With both sides yielding to the pressure of retreat, they had underestimated the morale and strength of the Red Keep's guard and paid dearly for it. As the battle reached a stalemate, the limping knight contemplated a withdrawal, that his broken leg hindered his escape. The fleeing soldiers had abandoned him, leaving him to fend for himself. Now, the battlefield was strewn with the wounded who could not escape, while only a few Red Keep guards remained, leaning against trees in agony. Then, the Red Keep instructor struggled to rise once more. The only two standing now were he and the limping knight. The golden-haired knight, with hawk-like eyes, felt exhaustion creeping in, realizing that since being forsaken by his men, his survival was bleak unless he could slay everyone present, including the trembling Queen Riella hidden within a carriage. At that moment, a thought flickered in the limping knight's mind, and he paused to steady himself. Finally noticing the silver-haired boy standing beside William Derry, covered in mud and blood, holding a sword, the very boy who had aided him. So there is another man here, he mused with a silent laugh. A short distance away, the middle-aged instructor, his curly hair clinging to his cheeks, pressed a hand to his ribs, feeling dizzy from blood loss, a sign of his dire condition. Yet he recognized the mastermind behind the assault, Kevin Lannister. "It is you." The golden-haired knight appeared somewhat aged, though he was barely in his 30s, with deep-set eyes, pronounced lines on his face, and a neatly trimmed golden beard, all of which gave him a disheveled appearance. William's lips quivered slightly. He recognized the man before him as the infamous brother of Lord Tywin Lannister, the protector of the West, and now an uncle to Sir Jaime Lannister, who served the king. The Lannisters had betrayed the Iron Throne. Shock tinged William's voice. If the Lannister family had indeed turned against the Iron Throne, then King's Landing was in grave peril. For before their departure, the forces of the West had marched under the banner of rescuing the king towards the capital. Should King Aerys too give the command, this city, never breached from without, might fall from within. Moreover, beside the king stood Jaime Lannister. "Sir William, perhaps we could each take a step back," Kevin Lannister said, unperturbed by his recognition. His situation was dire, and he sought only to plead for his life, other matters being of little consequence. Leaning on his sword, he raised one hand slightly, striving to sound sincere. There were few hot-headed Lannisters. Perhaps the cunning and adaptable genes ran in their blood, for everyone knew who their ancestor was. In this moment of rigidity, Kai Feng clung to the hope of survival. He refrained from attempting to persuade the coach to surrender, for both sides understood the futility of such an endeavor. If the coach had wished to capitulate, he could have done so long before, rather than allowing the conflict to escalate to this extent. Thus, Kai Feng sought a compromise. Despite the presence of Queen Layla, several handmaidens, and a young boy on the opposing side, Kai Feng's rigorous training since childhood had endowed him with formidable combat skills. The women and the child posed no threat to him. He could easily eliminate them, even with a limp. The only true danger lay with the heavily injured coach from the Red Keep, who was far inferior to Kai Feng in terms of capability. Upon hearing the words of the limping knight, referred to as Kai Feng Lannister by Sir William, Viserys felt a flicker of anxiety within him. He looked up at the man beside him. Impossible. However, Sir William, clutching his side and pale of face, resolutely refused. He could not afford to let the other side escape. Should Kai Feng regroup, it would be his own life that would be forfeit. He then turned his gaze to Viserys and spoke. Child, do you remember what I just taught you? Aim to pierce the enemy with the sharp end. Viserys nodded vigorously, clutching his sword. Follow me. Thus, the middle-aged coach, bracing himself with one hand on his sword, staggered forward step by step towards Kaifeng. Aware of the opponent's unwavering resolve and recognizing his own inability to flee with his injury, Kaifeng drew his longsword to engage. Once noble lords, now they resembled two wounded wolves, stumbling and battling amidst rain and blood. Chapter 9. The city of Evening Valley beneath the crimson sunset, two longswords clashed violently, sending sparks flying. The already dulled blades bore yet another scar, and Sir William nearly lost his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Kaifeng lunged forward, dragging his injured leg, and delivered a powerful blow to the coach's face. The man with slightly curled hair was momentarily dazed, blood filling his mouth as his teeth loosened, and he fell backward onto the ground. Die. Kaifeng attempted to deliver a fatal blow, but in his moment of distraction, William used his foot to trip him, sending him crashing to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. Both men, now smeared in blood and mud, grappled with one another as the battlefield fell into a haunting silence, punctuated only by the sounds of their brutal struggle and the feeble groans of the dying. The blood-red sunset enveloped the entire road, a gentle breeze carrying away the thick scent of blood into the distance, while carrion birds circled ominously above, emitting mournful cries. No one knew of the fierce battle that raged here. Meanwhile, Viserys, clutching his sword, finally spotted an opportunity. Without harming Sir William, he thrust his blade through the gap in Kaifeng Lannister's armor from behind. Die. With a piercing thrust, the silver-blonde boy drove his sword through Kaifeng's chest, blood cascading down the blade. This seasoned knight of House Lannister, who had fought valiantly in the War of the Nine Penny Kings, had met his end at the hands of a child. As his strength waned, Kaifeng crumpled to the ground. Viserys, panting heavily, withdrew his sword. Unbeknownst to him, as he slew Kaifeng, an unseen dark smoke slithered from the knight's body into his palm, a warm sensation coursing through him. The boy, still gasping for breath, swung his sword at Kaifeng's neck, fearing he had not killed him and intent on severing the head. Yet, his lack of strength caused the sword to become lodged halfway in the corpse's neck, blood spilling forth and staining the ground. Kaifeng Lannister was irrevocably dead. With a thud, Viserys finally set down his sword and sank to the ground, his chest heaving, from witnessing the battlefield up close to personally taking a life. His rapid progression for survival compelled him to run. Meanwhile, Sir William, sprawled on the ground and nearly beaten to death by Kaifeng's fists, now bore a bruised visage and lacked even the strength to sit up. Child, why did you do this? He gasped, observing Viserys' final, brutal act. This 7-year-old boy not only had the courage to kill his enemy but also sought to behead him. The stark contrast of this scene left Sir William momentarily stunned, reshaping his impression of the Targaryen prince. Whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin to determine whether they will be great or mad. The coach found himself unable to discern whether this was the mark of a fierce hero or sheer madness. I do not know. Viserys, still panting, glanced at Kaifeng's lifeless body, noticing the sigil peeking from beneath the armor. He then helped the middle-aged coach to his feet. Perhaps I was merely afraid. Afraid of not killing him. He refrained from speaking of revenge. Everyone would know what the Lannisters would do afterward. And he had merely collected a small piece of interest for now. At that moment, the women who had been hiding in the carriage finally emerged. No one blamed them for not helping earlier, for their skills would not have been of any use and might have impeded matters further. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. The expressions of Viserys and Sir William shifted dramatically, yet this time, the sound was coming from the direction they needed to go. In the next moment, a host of flag-bearing cavalry appeared in their line of sight. The following day, as dawn approached, the blue and white diagonal cross along with 2 crossed warhammer banners fluttered in the breeze. The gates of Brown Keep swung open with a thunderous sound, and Count Riverrun, atop a grand steed and clad in a black cloak, personally awaited at the gates. Upon seeing Queen Layla's carriage approach, Count Riverrun dismounted and led a throng of family and servants to kneel en masse. They had received word from King's Landing and set out to escort Her Majesty the Queen and the Prince to Evening Valley. They had not anticipated arriving just in time to capture several fleeing members of the Red Keep's guard and learn of the Queen's encounter with bandits. Sir Jeremy Lannister ordered them to hasten and escort the Queen and Prince to Brown Keep, the ancestral stronghold of House Lannister, situated on the hills outside Evening Valley, overlooking the entire city and harbor. Sir William sustained severe injuries and was promptly treated. After the scholars of Brown Keep carefully stitched and bandaged his wounds, he was given opium milk and soon fell into a deep slumber. Queen Layla rested alone in a chamber, while Viserys shared a room with little Rhaenys. With his silver-blonde hair cascading in gentle waves over his shoulders, Viserys cradled the now sleeping Rhaenys, who had been frightened, as he returned to their quarters. For some reason, he felt a surge of strength, finding it no challenge to carry Rhaenys in his arms. The little black cat Bellerin followed closely behind its master. Having survived the fierce battle, Viserys gently placed the little girl on the bed. The flickering candlelight in the bedroom cast soft shadows, while the sounds of soldiers' armor clinked alongside the rhythmic footsteps of patrols outside. The Lannister family, at least for now, appeared to remain steadfastly loyal. Viserys found himself restless, perhaps overwhelmed by the myriad of stimuli. The bloody reality of this world was an unwelcoming revelation. It felt as though he was mired in a quagmire, where survival demanded every ounce of his strength. The boy climbed onto a stool, leaning against the narrow windowsill, gazing out at the vista. The town of Duskendale and the sea seemed to be cleaved in two. The morning ocean bore a tranquil stillness, gently lapping at the rocks. The salty sea breeze wafted through the window, brushing against the boy's delicate visage, tousling his silvery golden locks. Viserys was acutely aware that this loyalty would not endure for long. He knew well the identity of House Lannister and the ensuing events that would unfold. Though his recollections were somewhat hazy, he understood that the current reliance of King's Landing lay upon the reinforcements from the Westerlands. Yet, the stark reality was evident. The Lannisters had betrayed the Iron Throne, potentially serving as the final straw to shatter the Targaryen dynasty. Fortunately, House Lannister had not captured any deserters nor pursued the identities of the assailants' corpses. Sir Jeremy had been misled by Sir William's words, believing this to be an assault by rebels. Due to the isolation of the Brown Keep, no recent news from King's Landing had yet reached them. The silver-haired boy was consumed by anxiety, yet he could not betray his feelings. The guards outside appeared to be both protectors and watchers. He had to depart before any information leaked. Viserys observed the merchants and fishermen setting sail from the port, silently resolving himself. At that moment, little Bellerin mewed softly before nimbly leaping onto the bed. Its soft paws tread upon the master's brown tresses, and it extended its tiny tongue to gently lick the cheek of Rhaenys, curling its tail beside the girl. The sound of Bellerin interrupted Viserys' thoughts slightly. He turned to glance at Rhaenys, who had succumbed to a deep slumber, exhausted by fear and fatigue. He then redirected his gaze towards the polished silver mirror nearby. Pausing for a brief 3 seconds, a dark mist began to unfurl. The visage of a youthful, delicate face emerged in the mirror, appearing somewhat frail. Perhaps only 7 or 8 years of age, with cascading silver gold hair and pale violet eyes. Due to the intense stimuli and a night devoid of sleep, his eyes bore traces of bloodshot red. Viserys furrowed his brow, fixating on the ethereal letters of High Valyrian formed by the dark mist, his gaze landing upon the symbols of the sun and soil. If his analysis was correct, these should represent his strength and constitution, respectively. He distinctly remembered that prior to leaving King's Landing, his sun attribute was recorded as 3, while his soil attribute was 5. His strength and constitution had evidently shifted within a short span, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He believed these attributes represented his physical capabilities, which would naturally develop alongside his growth or training. He had previously been perplexed as to why only he could perceive this dark mist. The silver-haired boy stood before the mirror, gently massaging his temples. The events of the previous night had drained him. Despite possessing a moon attribute far superior to others, he still forced himself to remain vigilant, striving to comprehend the current state of his being. His gaze fell upon the sword resting on the table, the very blade he had wielded to slay Kevan Lannister. Sir William, having sustained grave injuries, had succumbed to slumber after consuming poppy milk, leaving the sword in Viserys' possession. A half-burned white candle flickered on the wooden table, swaying gently with the sea breeze that entered through the window. The little black cat, with its bright green eyes, curiously observed Viserys, unaware of the boy's intentions. In Bellerin's gaze, the silhouette of the boy drawing the long sword was reflected. The blade gleamed ominously in the candlelight, illuminating the room. The smooth, watery surface still bore remnants of uncleaned blood, alongside the reflection of Viserys' face. It seemed his strength had indeed increased. The eyes mirrored in the blade revealed a glimmer of joy. Viserys felt the once heavy sword now felt less burdensome, as if his strength had silently burgeoned without his awareness, a transformation that felt almost natural. He pressed his fingers against his chest, wondering if it was merely an illusion, but even his body felt subtly more robust. What could be the cause of this? Standing before the mirror, the boy returned the long sword to the wooden table, falling into a contemplative trance. He meticulously recalled the events preceding and following their escape from King's Landing. According to his mother, the dire news had reached them the day prior to the incident. The following day, Viserys had learned of it, only to be hastily placed into a carriage for their flight. At that moment, his mind had been muddled, yet he had mustered the courage to rescue Rhaenys. During this time, he had exhibited no unusual behavior. Soon after, they encountered an assault from House Lannister on their way to Duskendale, where he personally ended Kevan Lannister's life. Was it because I took a life? The straightforward journey had not been riddled with complexities. Save for the creaking carriage and the panic of the ambush, In the struggle for survival, he had summoned all his courage to retaliate. Viserys was no fool. He quickly recognized the sole distinction in this journey compared to his usual existence. He had taken a life with his own hands. His thoughts swirled chaotically as he stood rooted, his once bloodshot eyes now gleaming with clarity. If his suspicions were correct, he might have uncovered a path to enhancement. If he merely continued to slay enemies, could he perpetually grow stronger? Contemplating this, Viserys' heart raced with exhilaration. He had previously been puzzled as to why only he could perceive that enigmatic dark mist. It now appeared to be a metaphorical golden finger guiding him in this world. But why had it chosen him? Was it due to his lineage as a Targaryen? His thoughts expanded, his mind awakening. The first notion that crossed his mind was this: the true distinction between him and others lay in his Targaryen bloodline, the blood of the dragon. Yet soon after, he pondered the fact that the inscriptions within that dark mist were in High Valyrian. Viserys hesitated slightly. Was it because he was a Targaryen? Or because he was a Valyrian? Many descendants of Valyria still existed in this world, yet it seemed he had become one of the fortunate few. He settled on the edge of the bed, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. However, due to the limitations of his knowledge, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Viserys, possessing wisdom beyond his years, was acutely aware of this. So, on that fateful day when he received the blessings of the heavens, he found himself exhibiting an excess of caution. Chapter 11. Setting Sail. The silver-haired boy lightly grasped his hair and decided to cease pondering the matter. He was acutely aware that even if he escaped to the town of Duskvale, he had not entirely eluded danger. Only by departing Westeros and venturing onto the sea might he find a moment's respite, having endured a sleepless night. Despite the merging of two souls endowing him with a resilience surpassing that of others, fatigue was beginning to weigh heavily upon him. He was in dire need of rest and awaited the moment when Sir William would awaken, so that they, along with his mother, could discuss their journey from Duskvale to Dragonstone. His understanding of the current historical context was scant, yet he remembered that for the next decade, the banner of House Baratheon, emblazoned with the crowned stag, would continue to fly over Westeros. This was the prevailing tide of fate. The Targaryen dynasty's time had waned, destined to perish in this war of usurpers. Yet, he was but a 7-year-old boy, powerless to effect any change, much less reverse the tide of history. For Viserys, the singular task at hand, both now and for the foreseeable future, was simply to survive. A day and a night passed. Morning arrived. Sir William Darry, having sustained grave injuries from a sword wound to his side, finally stirred from his slumber. The middle-aged instructor's complexion was somewhat pallid. But after the scholar's ministrations and ample rest, he had recovered sufficiently to rise and take a few tentative steps. Outside, a raven flapped its wings as it approached from afar, landing upon a wooden perch and tilting its head slightly, its blue eyes glimmering with intelligence. A letter was affixed to the raven's leg. The scholar tasked with attending to the raven quickly approached, soothing the creature and offering it a morsel as encouragement before retrieving the missive. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Within the banquet hall of Brown Castle, Count Revere-Lek sat cautiously at a side seat, accompanying Queen Layla. His rise to power had been precipitated by the upheaval in Duskvale, which resulted in the execution of the Darkland family by His Majesty, providing him with an opportunity to seize control of Duskvale and Brown Castle. A blend of luck and capability. Now, amid the chaos of the War of Usurpers, Count Lek had deliberated deeply and resolved to align himself with the royal family, presenting an opportunity for his house to achieve renewed prominence. Your Majesty, the somewhat portly Count Lek, with his round belly resting on his lap, sat in his chair, which creaked under his weight. At that moment, he held a letter containing intelligence from King's Landing, which he handed to the silver-haired woman. The proximity of Duskvale to King's Landing made it a precarious location, especially following the defeat at the Trident. Nonetheless, the rebel forces were too preoccupied to address the loyalist nobles, their sights set firmly on King's Landing. Meanwhile, the stronghold of Storm's End, belonging to House Baratheon, was besieged by the forces of the Highgarden Duke, Mace Tyrell, and had been encircled for a year. Robert's two brothers, Stannis and Renly, were also within the city, their fates uncertain. If not for the primary objective of attacking King's Landing, Robert would have personally led a campaign to relieve Storm's End. Though Revere chose to remain loyal to the crown amidst deteriorating circumstances, this did not imply an unwavering commitment to folly. He was continuously dispatching agents to gather intelligence from King's Landing, adapting to the situation as it unfolded. The information he presented to Queen Layla was the latest intelligence he had acquired. On the surface, it appeared that the most challenging moments had yet to unfold. The forces of the West, led by Duke Tywin Lannister, seemed to have reached King's Landing. However, for reasons unknown, His Majesty King Aerys II had not opened the gates to allow the Lannister forces entry, instead keeping them confined outside. Is His Majesty being overly cautious? Count Lek ventured tentatively, observing Queen Layla's demeanor. Would it not be prudent for you to pen a letter urging His Majesty? Yet, upon hearing his words, Queen Layla's expression remained inscrutable, her grip on the intelligence causing her nails to pale slightly. After a deep breath, she shook her head. There's no need. I trust the king's judgment. She had intended to use a raven from Brown Castle to alert her husband to the potential threat posed by House Lannister. However, upon receiving news of the West's arrival in King's Landing, she realized it was too late. The time taken for messages to travel had rendered the warning obsolete. Understanding her husband's stubbornness, paranoia, and occasional susceptibility to persuasion, she feared that the Lannisters had already deceived their way through the gates and infiltrated King's Landing. The Targaryen dynasty's reign was undeniably waning. However, even should King's Landing fall, it was not the most desperate of moments. Queen Layla knew she must summon her strength for the sake of her 2 children and her granddaughter. Before leaving King's Landing, she had discovered she was once again with child, though she remained uncertain whether the baby would be a boy or a girl. This revelation filled her with joy, as she had previously endured multiple pregnancies, with only Rhaegar and Viserys surviving, while the others had either been stillborn or lost. She hoped to bear another child. Having been a guest at Brown Castle for quite some time, the silver-haired woman lapsed into silence for a moment. She placed the intelligence report down and raised her gaze to Count Lek, striving to maintain her composure. My Lord Revere Lek, I believe the vessels bound for Dragonstone are prepared. Upon hearing Queen Layla's words, Count Lek promptly rose. Indeed, Your Majesty, you may depart at any time. Though he harbored intentions of retaining Queen Layla and Prince Viserys to secure greater future advantages, the prevailing threat of the rebels compelled him to ensure her prompt departure from Brown Castle. Otherwise, the meager forces at his disposal would hardly suffice against the rebels. Another half-day passed, and Viserys finally set foot upon the sea. The waves gently lapped against the ship's hull, the sky and ocean merging into an endless expanse. Viserys sat at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his silver-golden hair, and his gem-like eyes blinked in wonder. Though he had seen the ocean before, each encounter left him entranced beyond measure. He cherished the tranquil atmosphere, which momentarily allowed him to forget his troubles. Today, the sea resembled a mirror, undisturbed save for the gentle ripples caused by the ship slicing through its surface. The golden sunlight scattered across the horizon, glinting like fragments of gold. Behind Viserys, the deck bustled with a diverse array of individuals, each speaking in distinct accents. This was a merchant vessel hailing from the 9 free cities, reportedly owned by a trader from Bravos. They were to dock at the small port of Duskvale for supplies before continuing their journey back to the continent of Essos, with their ultimate destination being Pentos. The ship would make a brief stop at Dragonstone while traversing the narrow sea. Thus, when Duke Lek contacted the merchant, the latter readily agreed to assist, charging only a modest fee to escort Queen Layla and Prince Viserys to Dragonstone. Chapter 12, Dragonstone. The days at sea passed monotonously, and soon several more days had elapsed. Nightfall approached. The deep night enveloped the ocean, where tumultuous waves crashed against the ship's hull, producing a thunderous sound. The 2-masted merchant vessel cleaved through the stormy seas, tearing apart the fog that shrouded the waters. In the distance, an island gradually emerged from the darkness, growing larger in the boy's sight. At this moment, Viserys stood on the deck, cradling a small black cat. The sea breeze tousled his hair, and his youthful face flushed slightly. Having endured the relentless sea winds for some time, he had come to appreciate the hardships faced by the crew. The sharp gusts stung his skin, akin to tiny blades cutting across his delicate visage, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. The initial thrill of being at sea had long since dissipated. During their brief voyage, they had even encountered a minor storm, which, aside from broadening Viserys' horizons, posed no real danger. Ultimately, they successfully reached their destination, Dragonstone. From afar, Dragonstone appeared to Viserys like a mountain rising from the sea, resembling a dragon poised to pounce, surveying those who dared approach from Westeros. It seemed as though it could unleash a torrent of fiery breath at any moment. Unfazed, Viserys met the gaze of the looming island. Meanwhile, due to seasickness, Rhaenys had not stepped out of the cabin for quite some time, spending her days confined within, eating only to succumb to nausea shortly thereafter. The poor girl was left feeling dizzy and slightly feverish, which alarmed Queen Rhaela, who had been diligently caring for her granddaughter during these days. Dragonstone has arrived, Your Majesty, announced a portly man dressed in luxurious garments, bowing slightly as he addressed Queen Rhaela. His wide sleeves could not conceal the array of precious gemstones adorning his wrist, glimmering in the torchlight, while the sheen of his face was nearly blinding. Viserys turned to regard him, instinctively sensing that this man was not as simple as he appeared. Perhaps he was not merely passing through Driftmark on his way to Pentos, but harbored ulterior motives. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself as they finally arrived at Dragonstone. The sound of water lapping against the ship continued to resonate in their ears as they drew closer to shore. Soon, others on the land noticed their arrival, and after a brief exchange, the vessel was smoothly docked. The welcoming party quickly approached. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! 2 hurried figures arrived. One an elderly scholar clad in a white robe, the other the steward appointed to govern after Prince Rhaegar's departure from Dragonstone. Both knelt on one knee to greet the queen and the prince. The scholar, frail with age, trembled slightly, and upon receiving a nod from his mother, Viserys rushed forward to assist the old man, who was on the brink of crossing into the next realm. Master Daniel, it has been a long time, Queen Rhaela said softly, her hand resting on her abdomen, her silver hair billowing gently in the sea breeze as her beautiful eyes regarded the aged scholar, as if contemplating the relentless passage of time. After a moment, he responded, "Indeed, Princess Rhaela. As a devoted servant to House Targaryen for many generations, Master Daniel had served since the time of Rhaela's great-grandfather, Aegon V. He had witnessed Rhaela's vivacious youth and had offered blessings during her romance with Ser Bonifor Hasty, ultimately presiding over her wedding to her brother, Aerys. Due to their exhausting journey, they did not linger at the harbor. The group walked along the uneven path toward the castle resembling a colossal dragon atop the distant hill. The nearby village lay shrouded in the depths of night, somber and quiet. Dragonstone's population was sparse, and its resources limited, yet it remained the birthplace of House Targaryen's legacy. Over 2 centuries ago, Aegon I Targaryen and his sisters devised their plans for the conquest of Westeros here. Queen Rhaela, supporting Master Daniel as if they were kin, reminisced, while Viserys guided the still dizzy Rhaenys. A middle-aged man accompanying Master Daniel cast several lingering glances at Rhaenys. David Shard, the man in leather armor, abruptly introduced himself. Having noticed Viserys' curiosity, Viserys tilted his head slightly, realizing the man was addressing him. "I am David Shard, your highness," he reiterated. "Greetings, Sir Shard," Viserys replied politely, unsure why this man sought to engage him. However, his words faltered momentarily. The man, accustomed to such reactions, remained unfazed. The surname Shard was commonly associated with bastards from Dorne, and he was a gift to Prince Rhaegar as part of the alliance between Dorne and House Targaryen. Thus, many loyal to Rhaegar hailed from Dorne. After exchanging pleasantries, silence enveloped them once more. Aside from Queen Rhaela, who conversed with Master Daniel, the others remained quiet. The imposing castle atop the hill came into view, the stone drum tower serving as Dragonstone's stronghold. Whenever storms approached, the ancient walls of the stone drum reverberated, thus earning its name. Entering through the main gate, they passed through the dragon's maw, flanked by torchlit dragon claws, casting flickering shadows that illuminated the castle's interior. Constructed entirely of black stone, the castle exuded an oppressive and solemn atmosphere. As Viserys wandered within, curiosity drove him to explore. The group soon arrived in the main hall. Queen Rhaela took her place at the head of the hall, while Master Daniel and the steward, David Shard, occupied seats beside her. An elderly maid who had fled with the queen to Dragonstone cradled Rhaenys, leading the girl to rest. Castle servants and soldiers bustled about, busy with their chores. At that moment, Queen Rhaela suddenly addressed Viserys. "Viserys, kneel here." Chapter 13. The Coronation. Viserys paused, taken aback by his mother's request. However, neither Master Daniel nor Steward David Shard exhibited any surprise. News from King's Landing had gradually begun to trickle in. As Rhaela and Viserys departed Westeros, King's Landing had already succumbed to chaos. Duke Tywin, leading 12,000 soldiers under the guise of restoring order, was rebuffed at the gates by Aerys II. In the court, Grand Maester Pycelle managed to persuade the king to open the gates, allowing the forces of the west to enter the city. Yet, once the gates stood wide, the once loyal Duke of Casterly Rock turned traitor, ordering his troops to loot King's Landing in the name of Robert Baratheon. The city, which had never succumbed to external assaults, has once again fallen from within. The fate of His Majesty, King Aerys II, remains uncertain. No definitive news has emerged, yet it is presumed that his situation is dire. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend Queen Layla's sudden decision. At that moment, the elder scholar seated beside her spoke up, trembling as he rose with the aid of his chair. To crown the prince, the will of the 7 gods must be adhered to. The coronation of a new king is a momentous occasion, requiring an elaborate ceremony. It first necessitates a respectable cathedral. During the Targaryen dynasty, most monarchs were crowned in the Great September of Baelor. Fortunately, there exists a sept on Dragonstone, where it is said that Aegon the Conqueror knelt in prayer on the eve of his conquest of the 7 kingdoms. However, according to the Targaryen records, this claim is dubious, as Aegon converted to the faith of the 7 only after reaching Old Town during his conquest. Therefore, this sept must have been constructed post-conquest. Moreover, a singular church is insufficient for a coronation. It requires the participation of the High Septon and several archbishops to carry out the ceremony, which includes the anointing with holy oil and the recitation of blessings. Yet now, on the barren Dragonstone, apart from the sept, there is nothing else. Even the number of monks and nuns is pitifully small, let alone the archbishops and the High Septon. Upon hearing the scholar Daniel's words, Queen Layla momentarily appeared lost in thought, lowering her head to rub her brow. "I apologize, Scholar Daniel. I have lost my composure." Though the silver-haired woman portrayed a facade of strength, the anguish of her fallen nation gnawed at her like swarming ants, disorienting her. She yearned to pass the crown to her child, to crown him so that the flickering flame of hope within her would not extinguish. The Targaryen dynasty would not perish in her generation. If that is the case, let us proceed to the sept, she declared. The elder maid helped Queen Layla rise, while Sir Shad, seated nearby, also stood, leaning on his sword, and spoke. Then, Your Majesty, I shall fetch the monks. There is no need to seek out those monks. My lord, the queen immediately countered, dismissing the steward's suggestion. Standing at the center of the round table, she gazed at those present. The golden crown embedded with rubies glimmering under the torchlight. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she proclaimed, This is a time of great significance. I shall crown Viserys, as long as it is under the watchful eyes of the seven. In the sept of Dragonstone, statues of the seven gods stood tall. At this moment, Viserys knelt partially before the statue of the seven, his mother, Queen Layla Targaryen, standing beside him. Clad in a new black velvet robe, the queen appeared even more regal. Her tall and graceful figure adorned with long silver hair, cascading down to her waist. One hand rested upon Viserys' head while the other held a vow penned by Scholar Daniel, her voice resonating softly as she recited it. Viserys, kneeling, felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if he were stripped bare, exposed to the scrutiny of others. In the vastness of the sept, Queen Layla recited the vows for her son, while Daniel and Sir Shad, standing further back, bore witness to the proceedings. The focal point of everyone's gaze, the silver-haired boy seemed restless, shifting from side to side until Queen Layla pressed her hand upon him. Do you pledge with a heart of mercy? Her voice echoed from above. However, at that moment, Viserys felt his breath quickening, his face turning a shade of crimson, as if the very blood within him were igniting. Her words reached his ears, yet all he could do was dazedly nod and murmur, I promise, while gazing around with bewildered eyes. The towering statues of the seven loomed over the small figure below. In the sept of Dragonstone, the old woman's eyes were like pearls, the father's beard gilded, and the stranger appeared more beast than man. The statues were crafted from the masts of ships, the vessels used by the Targaryen ancestors when they fled Valyria. For centuries, they had been adorned with layers of vibrant paint, gold, silver, and embedded jewels. The sept also housed several altars, embellished with stained glass that reflected dazzling light in the torch's glow. It is so hot. Viserys felt the heat radiating from the ground beneath his palms, as though he were engulfed in a great furnace, flames consuming everything around him. No, it is scalding. Yet everyone around him remained oblivious to this sensation. Only Viserys felt the peculiar heat. What could this mean? Why did I feel this way under the gaze of the seven? Confused, Viserys' body temperature continued to rise. He understood the significance of the coronation and struggled to maintain his composure, concealing his discomfort. Nevertheless, his breath grew increasingly rapid. As if he were being melted by the flames, his skin, muscles, blood, organs, and bones turning to ash. At that moment, Queen Layla finally concluded her lengthy vows. She then removed the golden crown adorned with rubies from her own head and gently placed it atop Viserys. From this day forth, my child, you are the king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm, Viserys Targaryen III. Chapter 14. Fury. As Viserys knelt before the statues of the seven, he could no longer withstand the overwhelming heat. The silver-haired boy's temperature had risen alarmingly. His fair skin reddened as though a furnace burned within him. Queen Layla finally noticed her son's distress. Viserys, what is wrong? Yet, as the world spun around him, his mind blanketed by heat, all he could see was his mother's crouching figure and her anxious face. Then, his body weakened, and he collapsed, his fevered, flushed cheeks pressed against the cool ground. Scholar, the newly crowned young king had fainted, causing chaos to erupt within the sept of Dragonstone. However, amidst the commotion of the Targaryen remnants fleeing to Dragonstone, a far graver matter unfolded in distant King's Landing. The formidable Tywin Lannister, brimming with rage, was truly the pressing concern. No one anticipated that the calculating and ruthless Lord Tywin would display such a loss of composure. Enough. The knights of House Lannister knelt on one knee, beseeching the Lord to quell his fury. They had not forgotten the haunting melody of the reign of Castamere echoing over the ruins of the Tarbeck Hall, nor the blood-soaked earth where entire families, men, women, and children had been slaughtered. Meanwhile, the Lannister soldiers who had returned were bound to wooden stakes, awaiting the wrath of the Lord of Casterly Rock, who sought to flay them alive. The reason for Tywin Lannister's fury was simple. The team he had dispatched to secretly hunt down Queen Layla and her young son Viserys had suffered near total annihilation, with only a few managing to return. Due to the delay in communication, this grievous news arrived too late. The body of Kevan Lannister, the Duke Tywin's brother and his most trusted confidant, was discovered a few days later and returned to King's Landing. The condition of Kevan's corpse was horrendous. Apart from Duke Tywin himself, others could scarcely bear to look upon it. The women, unaccustomed to such gruesome sights, retreated to a corner, overwhelmed and retching. Kevin's fatal wound was a sword thrust through his chest from behind. It appeared that the assailants feared he might still be alive and attempted to sever his head. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps exhaustion, the blade became stuck halfway through. Thus, Kevin's head hung limply as he was transported back in a cart, his state grotesque and foul. Already emitting a putrid odor, infested with maggots. Even the most skilled monks could only manage to stitch the gaping wound at his neck, unable to mask the stench that enveloped his body. At that moment, the tall and slender Duke of Casterly Rock, with bloodshot pale green eyes and a thick golden beard that trembled slightly, could hardly fathom that his own brother had perished in such a manner. Casting a dark shadow over what was supposed to be a celebration of victory, an unsettling sense of panic began to take root within him. This was meant to be a jubilant division of the Targaryen spoils, with the Lannisters having struck the latest and most brutal blow. Everyone understood that if the Targaryens were not eradicated, they would remain a ticking time bomb, and those of true dragon blood would eventually demand retribution for their bloodshed. Until that point, everything had proceeded smoothly, but with Kevin's unexpected demise at the cusp of their triumph, it inevitably cast a psychological shadow over Tywin, who was already burdened with guilt. His old friend, the corpse of Aerys Targaryen, lay before the Iron Throne. The massacre in King's Landing was carried out with the Lannister army rampaging unchecked under his tacit approval, all in the name of the new king. Rhaegar's wife, Princess Elia, and their children's bodies were wrapped in the crimson and gold Lannister cloak by Tywin himself and presented to Robert Baratheon as a gesture of loyalty. These blood-stained images flashed incessantly through his mind, blood debts, and the inevitability of karma. Yet, Tywin Lannister maintained an unyielding posture. His expression remained cold and clouded with foreboding. He would not convey his inner unease to his vassals. He remained the Duke of Casterly Rock, wielding absolute authority. Subsequently, a middle-aged man clad in a red robe, adorned with a golden lion, seemed to lose control of his emotions. Without warning, he kicked over the table before him, sending its contents scattering across the floor. Targaryen, he bellowed, drawing his sword and frantically slashing at everything within the room. If years ago, the death of his wife, Joanna Lannister, had stripped Tywin of the last vestiges of warmth, the death of his brother Kevin had now robbed him of his composure. The furious Duke of Lannister appeared uncontrollably enraged. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Targaryen family, prompting him to act with such brutality, almost annihilating all of their progeny. Years prior, at his wedding to Joanna, the drunken Aerys Targaryen had committed an unspeakable act upon his wife, an event that had haunted him ever since. Following that incident, Tywin had sent his wife away from King's Landing back to Casterly Rock, and his friendship with Aerys, once forged in the fires of battle during the War of the Ninepenny Kings, had officially crumbled. Now, in his fury, all the knights and vassals accompanying the Lannisters were rendered speechless with fear. Only Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, stood defiantly, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, seemingly unperturbed by Tywin's wrath. Regardless of Tywin's fury, he refrained from venting his anger upon others. He simply executed all deserters and ordered the concealment of Kevin's death, organizing a grand funeral for his brother under the guise of an accidental fall. In his heart, he vowed to avenge Kevin, ensuring the total extermination of the remaining Targaryens. However, the truth could not be hidden indefinitely. King's Landing, recently cleansed by blood and fire, appeared to temporarily lose its stench, only to be enveloped anew by the foul odor of decay. In a narrow alleyway, barely wide enough for two to pass, white cloths hung from nearly every household. The night was deep, and the city guard had just completed their patrol. At that moment, a round silver stag fell to the ground with a crisp clink. Moments later, a small figure darted from the shadows, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, quickly snatching up the silver stag and vanishing back into the darkness. Chapter 15. Nightmares and catastrophes. The true cause of Kevin's death swiftly spread, aided by those with ulterior motives. Due to the recent pillaging, many in King's Landing harbored resentment towards the Lannister family. Additionally, among the nobility, some who were also traitors envied the Lannisters' claim to victory. In a tacit alliance, the Lannisters' infamy soon permeated the entire city. Countless commoners rejoiced at Kevin's demise, believing the Targaryens would rise again and that the Lannisters would pay their debts. Among the populace, the Targaryens still held the hearts of the people. During Tywin's recent public outings, he was met with the humiliation of having a rotten egg thrown at him. His expression was cold, even ashen. It was evident to all that Tywin was furious. However, the city guard, derisively known as the Gold Cloaks, conducted a chaotic search but failed to apprehend the true assailant. Instead, they exacerbated the situation, painting Tywin as a malevolent demon. Ultimately, several Lannister soldiers were ambushed and beaten to death by a mob that seemed to emerge from nowhere while patrolling the streets of King's Landing. The situation continued to escalate. Meanwhile, within the usurper's camp, many reveled in witnessing such events, further fueling the flames of animosity directed at the Lannister family. For the fewer the share of the spoils, the better. Far away on Dragonstone, time seemed to lose its meaning. Viserys lay in bed, trapped in a deep slumber, plagued by a myriad of tumultuous dreams. He envisioned a great dragon unleashing its fiery breath upon him, intent on reducing him to ashes. He also dreamt of a world on the brink of destruction, with volcanoes erupting in unison, showering the sky with ashes, smoke, and flames. The earth split open, devouring majestic temples, palaces, and thriving towns. Where was this? Viserys could not comprehend why such visions haunted him, yet he trembled as if he were present in the very midst of it. He understood this was a manifestation of fear, akin to the terror he felt when ambushed on the road, as a startled horse charged toward him. It mirrored the plight of a fish flung ashore, gasping for air, pleading for the calamity or the wrath of the gods to cease. Why did this place suffer such dreadful disasters? Yet, no one could provide him with an answer. Countless images of apocalyptic destruction flooded Viserys' mind, as if he were living through this unparalleled catastrophe, assuming myriad roles and experiencing the perspectives of countless individuals amid the turmoil. The cycle continued, an unending entanglement. However, this calamity ultimately came to an end, dissipating into a swirling mass of black mist that vanished into the vast expanse of smoke. The psychological torment that Viserys endured in his dreams also reached its conclusion. Everything faded away, and darkness enveloped him. The boy's soul, lying on the bed, seemed to gradually return, and he soon heard a series of indistinct sounds around him, fragments of conversation and the soft sobs of a girl. Finally, he felt a gentle tongue brushing against his cheek, as if attempting to rouse him from slumber. It was at this moment that Viserys slowly opened his eyes. However, he felt utterly devoid of strength, as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. His energy had been sapped, leaving him powerless to do anything but lie on the bed and slightly wiggle his fingers. At that moment, his throat ached with thirst, akin to parched earth cracked by drought. He pressed his dry lips together and, in a hoarse voice, requested a glass of water. Water. Please bring me a glass of water. The little black cat was the first to notice Viserys awakening. It was licking the boy's cheek when it realized he had opened his eyes, tilting its head slightly, its emerald green eyes shimmering with a hint of joy. The first to hear Viserys' voice was the girl crouched by his bedside, softly weeping. "Oh, Viserys, you've awakened," the brown-haired girl cried. Her face a picture of sorrow turned to delight upon hearing Viserys' voice, startling the others in the room. Queen Riella, his mother, hurried over, accompanied by an experienced scholar who brought a cup of warm water. Gently supporting Viserys, she helped him sit up against the headboard and brought the water to his lips, moistening his parched throat. "My child, how do you feel?" His mother sat beside him, but Viserys' mind was still clouded, and he could barely answer a few questions before sinking back into a deep sleep. This time, Queen Riella did not allow anyone else to disturb him, permitting him to rest quietly in the room. She believed that Viserys had experienced too much in a short span of time, suffering from intense fear and stimulation, compounded by the exhaustion of travel, illness, and a fever that had caused him to faint for an entire day and night. His beloved brother had perished, forcing him to flee King's Landing in haste. On the journey, he faced an attack, bravely dispatching an enemy, and arrived at the Vale without much rest. He then set sail for Dragonstone, where he was hastily crowned without the opportunity to recuperate. Viserys must be utterly exhausted. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child. Queen Riella felt immense guilt, constantly reflecting on her own shortcomings, even as Viserys comforted her, assuring her that he was merely suffering from a fever and was already feeling much better, needing only some time to rest. Once everyone had departed from the bedroom, Viserys, who had been in slumber, opened his eyes. His lavender orbs appeared even brighter than before as he propped himself against the headboard, turning slightly to gaze at the mirror on the bedside table. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the mirror. 3 seconds later, a massive black mist arrived as expected. Viserys Targaryen, Strength Sun 5 Constitution, Soil 6 Agility, Raindrop 8 Spirit, Moon 20. The silver-haired boy's visage remained strikingly handsome, though his pallor suggested fatigue. His silvery hair seemed even more resplendent, cascading over his delicate shoulders like molten silver. Yet, Viserys did not dwell on his beauty, for handsomeness was an inevitable companion throughout his life. His gaze lingered on the black mist that only he could perceive. Moon nature. This indicated that his spiritual prowess had far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and astonishingly, it had jumped from 18 to 20, reaching double that of a typical adult. No. Perhaps this ratio was not so easily calculated. The abilities exhibited by the black mist might become increasingly challenging to refine as they deepened. Moreover, upon achieving a moon nature of 20, he seemed to awaken a potent and unique capability. Chapter 16. The Eye of the Moment. The silver-haired boy sat at the head of his bed, his lavender eyes suddenly deepening in intensity, revealing a faint and intricate pattern reminiscent of a hexagram magic circle, radiating a soft golden light. In the silvered mirror, the boy's eyes glimmered with a subtle golden hue, and his aura shifted, becoming colder and more serene. Everything in his field of vision seemed to slow down, including himself, the drifting dust in the sunlight streaming through the window, the slow rise and fall of his breaths, and the hand that rose in astonishment. Then his mind was struck by a heavy blow. Boom. The boy collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, painfully shutting his eyes. What the hell? Everything before him vanished, the faint hexagram magic circle in his eyes dissipating, and his aura returning to its previous state. The piercing pain in his pupils forced him to halt, and his mind throbbed with discomfort. Yet, in that moment, he had seen countless things. Time seemed to freeze for that brief second, and all moving objects appeared to slow dramatically in his eyes. So painful. Viserys sat at the head of the bed, his hand shielding his eyes, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks as he gasped for breath, taking a while to regain his composure. He understood what this newly awakened special ability, resulting from his spirit reaching 20, truly was. It was a form of dynamic vision, akin to the legendary bullet time, allowing everything in his surroundings to decelerate in his gaze. This ability was immensely valuable, without needing to ponder deeply. Viserys grasped the benefits this special capability would confer upon him. It could afford him additional time to react and make judgments in perilous situations, enabling him to turn misfortune into fortune. Similarly, it could grant him an advantage in evenly matched combat, with his moon nature at 20. This extraordinary spiritual power endowed him with further abilities, in addition to perfect recall. In truth, the eye of the moment did not slow time, rather. His heightened mental capacity allowed him to swiftly analyze the actions of others upon the first glance. This manifested in his perception as their movements appearing to slow down. But in reality, it was his own reactions that it quickened. However, this elation was fleeting. Viserys quickly subdued his smile, steadying his mind. After all, this was a world imbued with mysterious and uncanny powers, and the fact that he had reincarnated from another realm into this one, assuming the identity of Viserys Targaryen, was already profoundly magical. Thus, he remained unfazed by other matters. Furthermore, he concealed this secret deep within himself, revealing to no one that he could perceive the black mist. Since realizing that this mist could enhance both his body and soul, his attitude toward it had shifted. It was no longer a mere curiosity, but a matter taken with greater seriousness and caution. Next time, he could attempt to practice and control the intensity of this ability. After resting for a moment, Viserys' eyes had fully recovered. However, he did not rush to activate the eye of the moment once more. He feared that repeated experiments in a short span might impair his vision. After all, he had no desire to don glasses in this lifetime. However, upon reflection, Wyrm recalled that when he first unleashed his abilities, he had failed to control the force, resulting in an overwhelming outpouring. Now, it seemed plausible to intentionally restrain some of that power. This approach might not slow him down significantly, but it would extend the duration of use and mitigate the side effects. He would no longer experience uncontrollable tears as before. Wyrm contemplated silently, realizing he was merely navigating uncharted waters, devoid of guidance, and relying solely on his own conjectures and deductions. Days later, the grim tidings arrived. A raven had traversed from the continent of Westeros, transferring between several ships before alighting on Dragonstone. This cunning raven had conserved much of its energy and flapped its wings to land atop the Sea Dragon Tower, a tall edifice resembling a slumbering dragon, facing the sea. The tower's staircase was narrow and winding. Beneath the raven's cage lay the quarters of the scholars. Due to Rhaegar's negligence in managing Dragonstone's affairs, only Bachelor Daniel resided there now. The raven's flapping disturbed the silver bell strung on a thread, and Daniel, ascending from below, retrieved the message from the raven. Upon unfolding it, his countenance changed dramatically. Bracing himself against the narrow stair railing, he hurried towards the garden near the Dragon's Tail gate. At that moment, Wyrm was in the Ygritte garden, practicing his swordsmanship. Thrust. Slash. Not long ago, Sir William, still healing from serious injuries to his ribs and bandaged, was now able to walk. He stood in the shade of a black tree, instructing Wyrm in the art of swordplay. Accompanied by the voice of the middle-aged instructor, Wyrm practiced diligently, wielding his long sword with utmost seriousness. Due to a mismatch in stature, the sword felt like a two-handed weapon in his grasp. The boy gripped the hilt tightly, his movements somewhat distorted by the weight, yet he persisted in refining his technique, striving for perfection. While beads of sweat dripped from his brow, the still recovering knight observed the boy practicing under the sun-drenched grass, his expression inscrutable. But a flicker of surprise glimmered in his eyes. How had this child achieved such progress? He recalled that not long ago, Wyrm had struggled to lift the sword. Yet now, he wielded it with agility. Could it be that Wyrm truly possessed a talent rivaling that of his brother? Rhaegar had once been the most gifted knight he had ever encountered, adept with any weapon. Yet, Wyrm's astonishing rate of improvement made him question whether his earlier words had indeed foretold the future. Even Wyrm's height seemed to have increased, albeit slightly. Though his frame remained slender, with silver hair cascading to his shoulders and cheeks still youthful, Sir William sensed a palpable growth in him, especially in those pale purple eyes reminiscent of precious gems. Each time Wyrm gazed at him, the middle-aged instructor felt an unsettling thrill. Chapter 17. Fury. Moreover, Wyrm appeared transformed, exhibiting extraordinary diligence and perseverance. As the Red Keep's instructor for many years, William had watched Wyrm grow up. In his memory, this prince was not particularly easy to discipline, mischievous and somewhat unruly. Initially, when Wyrm sought his guidance in swordsmanship, William had not taken it seriously, expecting the boy to abandon the arduous practice after a few days. However, during a recent attack, Wyrm had demonstrated a courage befitting a man, which William admired greatly. Ultimately, Wyrm had slain Kevin Lannister himself, even attempting to sever the man's head, though he had failed, leaving William astounded. The image of a seemingly innocent and sweet little boy wielding a long sword in an attempt to behead his enemy, only to have the sword become lodged in the neck amidst a spray of blood, was a stark contrast he would never forget. Perhaps the recent series of unfortunate events had indeed left a profound impact on him. The middle-aged man, with slightly curled hair, understood that the occurrences had been overwhelming, even for an adult to fathom. Yet, he found solace in witnessing Wyrm's complete transformation, attributing it to a serious stimulus. His loyalty to the Iron Throne mirrored that of his brother, who served as a king's guard. Therefore, he naturally hoped for Wyrm to rise, believing that only when he became the true dragon could House Targaryen reclaim their formidable presence and seek vengeance. With one hand resting on a wooden sword, the middle-aged man stood lost in thought. At that moment, the aged bachelor Daniel approached, his steps unsteady yet hurried. He nodded towards the instructor and Wyrm as a greeting before continuing on his way. "What's happening?" Sir William scratched his head in confusion, while Wyrm, panting and sheathing his sword, wiped the sweat from his brow. The boy watched the old scholar's retreating figure for a moment before turning to ask, "Isn't he going too fast? What if he falls?" The swordsmanship instructor paused briefly, then glanced down at his student. Wyrm sometimes exhibited a maturity beyond his years, yet at other times, he seemed as naive as a child. No, he was still just a young boy. William was uncertain whether Wyrm was concealing something. He shook his head and explained, "If the bachelor is in such a hurry, there must be something of great importance at hand." His brow furrowed, and his tone turned somber. His expression was grave, indicating that the matter at hand was likely serious. The Ygritte garden was suffused with the delightful scent of pine, with tall black trees rising around them. Wild roses and towering thorns flourished, and cranberries thrived in the muddy ground. Wyrm and his instructor practiced their swordplay in the distance, while Queen Riella played with her granddaughter, Rhaenys, nearby. Initially, Rhaenys had intended to join Wyrm, but the queen had admonished her not to disturb her uncle during his training. Wyrm was Riella's last hope. She aspired for her youngest child to become a pillar of House Targaryen, much like his renowned brother, and to reclaim the Iron Throne. At that moment, Bachelor Daniel approached with unsteady steps. He leaned in to whisper a few words into the silver-haired woman's ear before producing an anonymous letter and handing it to her. This letter, originating from King's Landing, appeared to have aligned with the Baratheons on the surface, yet it clandestinely supported the legitimacy of the Iron Throne. The intelligence conveyed all recent happenings in King's Landing, including numerous troubling developments. With remarkable detail, the gravity of the situations unfolding before this individual far surpassed the earlier rumors. Initially, Queen Riella was somewhat puzzled by the old scholar's words. They had taken refuge on Dragonstone, bolstered by a fleet loyal to the Targaryens. While the Baratheon family lacked a formidable navy, Dragonstone was, at least for the moment, secure. Subsequently, the silver-haired woman unfurled the intelligence she had received from Bachelor Daniel, her gaze subtly shifting. However, after merely glancing at it twice, Queen Layla's complexion suddenly altered, her eyes reddening as she raised a delicate hand to cover her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Your Majesty," the old bachelor reacted swiftly, supporting her. Otherwise, Queen Layla might have fainted on the spot. The letter contained a plethora of grim news, yet the most shocking revelation struck her like a thunderclap, rendering her unable to continue reading. She then burst into uncontrollable sobs. Meanwhile, Rhaenys, who was accompanying her grandmother, stood frozen in place, feeling utterly helpless. The innocent young girl was oblivious to the situation unfolding before her, unaware that her father had perished, and even if she had known, she would likely struggle to comprehend it. Shortly after, Ser Viserys, who had been practicing swordsmanship nearby, along with a middle-aged instructor, hastily approached the scene. The instructor did not glance at the letter, but Viserys picked it up, scanning it, and falling into a contemplative silence. Although he could not recall every detail of past events, he possessed a general understanding. He recognized that this was an inescapable fate, particularly now, when he lacked the ability to alter the circumstances. Thus, he relentlessly trained in swordsmanship, not out of a desire for grand ambitions, nor to avenge the blood debts of House Targaryen. In truth, since arriving in this world, he had never met his father, the infamous Mad King Aerys II Targaryen. Not even once. He had been hastily whisked away from King's Landing. Consequently, he had never entertained thoughts of grand revenge. His sole purpose was to alter his destiny, to struggle for survival, rather than descend into the life of a beggar king or meet a grim fate. The silver-haired boy, now crouching on the ground, finally clenched his fists, letting out a sound. Despite his previous emotional detachment, rescuing Rhaenys had merely been a spontaneous act, and he had even contemplated returning her to her father if soldiers were dispatched to pursue them. However, now, the once abstract words had morphed into a bloody reality. His nephew Aegon had met a gruesome end, smashed against a wall, and his sister-in-law, Princess Elia, had met a similar fate at the hands of the mountains, her hands stained with Aegon's blood and brain matter. Such heinous acts could ignite fury in any coward. Chapter 18. The Prophesied Prince. I swear. One day I shall personally slay these murderers. Mother, a few days prior, the silver-haired boy solemnly vowed to his mother while leaning on his sword, promising to exact vengeance on those responsible for the atrocities against House Targaryen. Viserys hoped his words could provide a modicum of comfort to his grief-stricken mother. Yet, despite the youthful ambition, the immediate priority was to evade the pursuit of House Baratheon and survive. Throughout the torment of the past half-month, Viserys had finally accepted his arrival in this unfamiliar world, though, in truth, it was not entirely alien. He had merely skimmed the surface of events before, but now he understood that the sense of impending danger was very real. The tragic fate that followed its original trajectory felt like a noose tightening around Viserys' neck. A constant reminder that if he failed to act and alter his circumstances, he would meet his demise when fate inevitably caught up with him. His existence alone ensured that, even in inaction, House Baratheon would not spare him. After promising his mother vengeance against their enemies, Viserys embarked on a fervent training regimen in the following days. Those newly committed often exhibit immense motivation, and a knight's training encompasses not only swordsmanship but also horsemanship, spear, archery, and scimitar skills. However, in his zeal, Viserys overexerted himself, resulting in injuries. Ouch! The silver-haired boy sat glumly in a chair, wincing in pain. The old bachelor offered a gentle smile, having seen many youths overexert themselves. Even Viserys' grandfather, Jaehaerys, had once committed a similar folly. Due to his frail health, Jaehaerys had sought to strengthen his physique through rigorous training, only to injure himself in the process. I understand your urgent desire for revenge, my child. There is nothing wrong with that. The old bachelor applied ice to the boy's injured area to alleviate the pain, gently drying the ice water with a towel. But remember, do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. It is merely a small part of your life. You are a Targaryen, the true dragon of the future, and you should aspire to a higher, more significant mission. Viserys sat on the bench, gazing at the elderly bachelor with gray hair and a face lined with wrinkles, listening to his ramblings. Although he understood each word, he felt an underlying meaning in the old man's remarks. A higher, more significant mission? With his silver hair cascading like molten silver over his youthful shoulders, Viserys tilted his head in slight confusion, his lavender eyes reflecting the old man's face. The bachelor seemed oblivious to the curiosity in his gaze, abruptly halting his explanation of this higher mission, shifting the conversation instead. Though the knightly path is an ancient noble tradition, knowledge is even more vital for an esteemed noble. The old bachelor's tone shifted to one of earnest guidance. He had observed Viserys' diligent efforts in knightly training during this period. While striving for improvement was commendable, he worried that Viserys might neglect the importance of knowledge, becoming a mere brute focused solely on violence. Compared to charging into battle, the power of intellect wielded in combat was undoubtedly far superior. He did not wish for Viserys to become a rogue figure, for that would likely prevent him from ever becoming the prophesied prince. Bachelor Daniel was one of the few privy to the prophecy, having personally instructed Rhaegar, which naturally earned him the prince's trust. The prophecy stated that Aerys II and Queen Layla would bear the prophesied prince, originating from a witch's vision, but rooted in a tome from 5,000 years ago. A legendary hero, Azor Ahai, who lived approximately 8,000 years prior, would be reborn. This prophesied prince would battle the White Walkers. All of this would unfold after the long summer, when darkness descends. This prince would summon the Lightbringer, fighting against the White Walkers. Should he fail, the world would face utter ruin. After the long summer, when the stars weep blood and frigid darkness envelopes the realm, a warrior will unsheath the burning sword from the fires. This sword is the Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. The one who wields it is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to banish the darkness. Initially, all who were informed believed that Rhaegar would fulfill the role of the prophesied prince, for he was so remarkable that nearly everyone who encountered him offered praise. However, it was only after the hammer of Robert Baratheon struck Rhaegar's chest during the Battle of the Trident that everyone realized Rhaegar was not the foretold prince. Then, a gaze fell upon Rhaegar's younger brother, the silver-haired boy before them, Viserys Targaryen, for he too was a child of Ares and Riella. Though he was not born in the land of smoke and salt. Master Daenerys sighed inexplicably. Viserys, perplexed by the old scholar's expression, only heard the words he had just spoken. He understood the significance of knowledge, yet he also recognized that what was urgently needed was the ability to protect oneself. For he was destined to wander for a long time in the future. I understand, Viserys replied with a slight nod. Inside the tower, brilliant sunlight poured through the windows, illuminating the entire room where the old scholar and the young boy sat at the table, creating a rare atmosphere of tranquility. Since Viserys had entered this world, he had lived under immense pressure, constantly in flight. However, here on Dragonstone, beside this elder, he found a rare moment of respite. Child, you have begun to feel anxious about the future, have you not? Master Daenerys, with a slightly stooped back yet still robust, his gray robe draping over him, looked at the boy with piercing eyes that seemed to see into his heart. The fate of House Targaryen was now transparent to all. King's Landing had already fallen, and the remaining loyalists had no reason to continue fighting. The reason for the ongoing conflict was solely to secure a better negotiating position at the table, to garner more benefits, or at least to avoid a catastrophic defeat and salvage some dignity. Viserys remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. Chapter 19. The Siege of Storm's End on Dragonstone. The old scholar and the young boy conversed. The elder alleviated Viserys' inner turmoil, advising him that regardless of what circumstances the future might hold, be they joyous or sorrowful, he must maintain a serene heart. For only through calmness could one make the most judicious decisions. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed since Viserys arrived on Dragonstone. The island's life was exceedingly tranquil, devoid of war and power struggles. So serene that it tempted one to relinquish ambition and merely wish to live out their days in peace. However, although Viserys' inner anxiety had diminished, a sense of urgency still lingered. He was acutely aware that the Baratheons on the other side of the sea would not simply allow them to remain unscathed. During this time, Viserys trained in swordsmanship under Sir Wyrm while simultaneously expanding his knowledge under the tutelage of the old scholar. Through the elder's patient guidance, Viserys gradually deepened his understanding of the world. Once, he viewed this realm through a foggy lens. Now he found himself increasingly immersed within it. The old scholar taught him that for a noble, the most vital education was not how to govern their lands or develop the economy and agriculture. These matters could be addressed through the scholars in the castle or by riding to the citadel. Instead, the scholar urged him to study the histories of various noble families, to remember the lessons of the past, and to memorize their sigils and house words, so that in the future he would not offend by failing to recognize them. This knowledge was paramount for the lords, even for kings. Viserys found himself somewhat bewildered by these teachings. He did not comprehend their significance, but the small boy could not oppose the larger truths. His mother, Queen Riella, was personally overseeing his studies, for all her hopes and aspirations rested upon this young child. Bearing the weight of numerous expectations, Viserys felt immense pressure. Meanwhile, Queen Riella, who had been pregnant before leaving King's Landing, was now visibly showing after 3 months, far removed from war and panic. She could now nurture her pregnancy without the daily dread of her husband's cruelty or the fear of defeat in battle. Presently, her greatest wish was for her unborn child to be a girl, as apart from the stillborn child, she had only raised Rhaegar and Viserys. She longed for a daughter to fill the void in her heart. Life on Dragonstone was serene. The last fleet of Targaryens guarded the sea, blocking the entrance to Blackwater Bay. The Baratheon family, lacking ships, had naturally slowed their advance. Meanwhile, on the continent of Westeros, unimpeded by the sea, the rebels who had invaded King's Landing had transformed into the legitimate rulers, and the situation had shifted dramatically, with the loyalist forces retreating in disarray. In the 2 months following the fall of King's Landing, Duke Tyrell of the Reach finally reached a reconciliation agreement with the usurper. The siege of Storm's End was lifted. With the solemn sound of horns echoing, the Southern Army, which had besieged Storm's End for a year, finally began to break camp and prepare to return home. Following the Tyrell forces were knights from the north, their banners of the Stark sigil fluttering as they appeared on the horizon, a dense throng of figures approaching. Countless steeds thundered across the grasslands, their raised spears glinting ominously in the sunlight. At the forefront of the Northern Army was none other than Eddard Stark, who had quarreled with Robert and departed from King's Landing, seated atop a mighty warhorse, bearing his family's ancestral sword, Ice. The Northern forces, without shedding a single drop of blood or engaging in battle, had successfully lifted the siege of Storm's End. The gates of Storm's End, which had been barred for a year, finally swung open once more. Stannis Baratheon, who had bravely resisted within the fortress and had even been forced to eat rat meat, now faced a new task upon the lifting of the siege. His elder brother, Robert, commanded him to construct warships at Storm's End and train the Royal Navy, aligning with the recently surrendered Lord Redwyne and the fleet of Dragonstone, which had long blockaded the fortress. They were to unite and launch an assault on Dragonstone to capture Riella and Viserys Targaryen. Driven by a deep-seated hatred for the Targaryen family, Robert vowed to eradicate them entirely, determined to hunt down every silver-haired, violet-eyed individual until none remained in the world. However, Stannis, who had endured a year of confinement and was even forced to catch and consume rats, was not a magnanimous man. He was taciturn and stubborn, akin to a stone in a latrine. That he did not draw his sword to slay the detestable Lord Valerion and Lord Redwine at the victory feast for Storm's End was already a testament to his restraint. Stannis could not cooperate with the fleet of Dragonstone, but he understood the importance of seizing Dragonstone and eliminating the Targaryens. Thus, like a stubborn stone, he wasted no time. As resources began to pour into Storm's End following the lifting of the siege, he commenced the construction of the Baratheon fleet and the training of the navy. Yet, Duke Eddard's face bore no signs of joy upon the lifting of the siege. His cheeks were taut with seriousness, exuding an air that kept others at bay. Even at the victory banquet, he displayed not a hint of a smile, for he harbored a more profound concern that remained unresolved, the initial spark of this war of usurpation. The abduction of his sister, Lyanna Stark, by Rhaegar Targaryen, who was still missing. After quarreling with Robert in King's Landing, Eddard had taken command of the remaining forces to conclude the conflict while simultaneously searching for his sister's whereabouts. With the war now concluded, Eddard Stark received a lead indicating that Rhaegar had once arranged for Ser Arthur Dayne, Ser Oswell Went, and Ser Gerald Hightower of the Kingsguard to escort Lyanna towards Dorne. However, the Dornish denied any knowledge of Lyanna Stark's arrival in their lands, as she was not regarded favorably among them. Eddard suspected that the three Kingsguard may have concealed his sister in the borderlands between Dorne and the Riverlands. Yet, Eddard was reluctant to provoke war with the powerful Dornish, recalling that even Aegon the Conqueror had faced difficulties in this region. The Duke of Winterfell was engulfed in concern. Chapter 20, The Year of Conquest 284 Aegon, 283 Aegon. The Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, personally led his forces to lift the siege of Winterfell. Following a brief respite at the castle, the Northmen continued southward, crossing the border into the Riverlands, their sights set firmly on Dorne. There were only 3 routes from the mainland into Dorne, the nearest being the Boneway, the Prince's Pass, and the pass along the Red Mountains east of Old Town. Given that the Northern army primarily consisted of cavalry, they opted not to traverse the difficult terrain of the Boneway, but boldly advanced towards the main thoroughfare at the Prince's Pass. As Eddard marched south, Dorne braced itself for battle. However, a raven soon arrived to clarify the misunderstanding, prompting Eddard Stark to honorably position his forces outside the Prince's Pass. Accompanied by 6 men, Ethan Glover, Martin Castle, Theon Greyjoy, Holland Reed, William Dustin, and Mark Leslin, they sought permission from Dorne to cross the border and delve deeper into their territory in search of Lyanna Stark. Subsequently, Eddard and his companions discovered Lyanna and the 3 missing Kingsguard near the Tower of Joy. A fierce battle erupted between the 2 factions. Though the details of this conflict remained known only to the 10 combatants involved, it was widely recognized that the Duke of Winterfell emerged victorious, yet the cost was steep. With only 1 companion, and himself surviving the ordeal, Eddard then journeyed to Starfall to return the legendary Sword Dawn to Ser Arthur Dayne. Before departing Dorne with his sister's lifeless body and the sole survivor, Holland Reed. Thus, the Usurpers' War, which had begun in 281 Aegon and extended into 283 Aegon, reached its conclusion with the Battle of the Tower of Joy. The Targaryen family was entirely ousted from the Iron Throne, with only a few members surviving the slaughter. The rebel leader, Robert, finally ascended to the Iron Throne, completing his coronation ceremony at the Great September of Baelor, anointing himself and reciting his vows to become the king of the Undals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, Robert Baratheon I. The 7 kingdoms of Westeros, with the exception of Dorne, were unified under the new king. The resounding chimes echoed throughout King's Landing as the new king stood atop the grand steps of the Great September of Baelor, his towering figure casting a shadow over the kneeling lords who offered their congratulations. Honorable Lord Jon Arryn, proclaimed the dark-haired, vigorous king, his voice resonating through the cathedral amidst the ringing bells. I appoint you as the hand of the king, the prime minister. The new king, Robert, personally placed the badge of the hand of the king upon his foster father, Lord Jon Arryn of the Eyrie. Your Grace, I fear my capabilities may not suffice for this position, the nearly 60-year-old lord replied, his hair already graying, attempting to kneel in modesty to decline the honor. However, he was met with Robert's hearty laughter as he was helped back to his feet. Ha ha ha, by the 7. My Lord Arryn, if your abilities are insufficient for the role of Hand of the King, I fear there may be no one more suited within the 7 kingdoms. Despite the joviality, Robert Baratheon's smile waned as he considered the state of the 7 kingdoms. Dorne had not willingly submitted to the change of power at the Iron Throne and remained a formidable adversary. This posed a significant concern for Robert. Should Dorne choose to support the Targaryens, the realm could face years of relentless conflict. As a result, the newly appointed hand of the king, John Aaron, faced his first task to journey to the southernmost region of Westeros, Dorne, and negotiate peace. Hoping to quell the anger stemming from the deaths of Prince Lewin and Princess Elia Martell, I shall endeavor with all my might. He vowed within the great September of Baelor. Under the watchful eyes of the seven, the old lord coughed violently before finally nodding in agreement. At the coronation ceremony, Robert's brother, Stannis, made his presence known. The young man, not yet 30, already bore the signs of a receding hairline, his expression perpetually stern, lips pressed tightly together. His fleet from Storm's End had yet to be assembled, with shipbuilding and soldier training requiring ample time. However, Robert had grown impatient, his earlier jovial demeanor fading upon seeing his brother, who resembled a stubborn stone in a privy. Moreover, he could scarcely tolerate the lingering presence of the Targaryen heirs. Thus, Robert commanded that the newly allied Lord of Driftmark, Paxter Redwine, lead an assault on Dragonstone. In the year of conquest 284, March, time flew swiftly, and soon Aegon had spent over 6 months on Dragonstone. Queen Riella's belly swelled, and the castle's servants began to speculate whether they would welcome a new prince or princess. During this time, Aegon practiced swordplay under the tutelage of Sir William, while also studying under the old maester. Yet, misfortune often strikes unexpectedly. As winter approached, the aged Maester Daniel fell gravely ill, a testament to his advanced age of over 80, in an era where medical knowledge was limited. Reaching such an age was already remarkable. The old Maester could no longer endure the ravages of illness, his complexion turned pale as paper, and he became emaciated. Ultimately, he made his final wishes from his sickbed, grasping Aegon's hand as he took his last breath. In the dimly lit sick room, the flickering candlelight cast shadows, while the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. Night had fallen. Queen Riella wept bitterly, facing yet another loss following the deaths of her eldest son and husband. Already frail and pregnant, her heart sank deeper into despair. Sir Davos Seaworth, the steward, stood in the chamber, his eyes momentarily flickering, accompanied by Sir William, who had recovered from his injuries. Although William's wounds had healed, he still bore the burden of latent pain. Having suffered grievously and endured much while traveling on horseback with his injuries, surviving was his only consolation. Aegon stood silently at the bedside, watching as the old maester drew his last breath, remaining mute throughout the ordeal. At that moment, a long, resonant tolling of the warning bell echoed from the direction of the Dragonstone lighthouse, breaking the silence of the night. Chapter 21. The Battle of Dragonstone. Under the cover of night, the fleet of Earl Redwine stealthily approached to launch a surprise attack. The ships cleaved through the waves, their lights extinguished, silently drawing closer to Dragonstone. The sea breeze howled. The soldiers aboard gripped their weapons, their hearts heavy with trepidation as they awaited their fate, fully aware that none could guarantee their survival in the impending conflict. Earl Redwine's ambush strategy was well conceived, yet complications arose during its execution. The stealthy maneuver was detected by Dragonstone. A patrolling longship swiftly spotted the silent fleet of Driftmark and immediately issued a warning, alerting the distant lighthouse, which ultimately roused the entire garrison of Dragonstone. Boom! The resounding war drums echoed across the waters. The last fleet loyal to House Targaryen, under the command of Sir Geoffrey, proactively engaged, resulting in a standoff upon the tumultuous sea. The lighthouse bell tolled loudly, warning all on the island to remain vigilant against the enemy's onslaught. Queen Rhaena, burdened by her pregnancy and emotional distress, was quickly relocated to the castle to rest. Meanwhile, the steward Shad and the instructors hurried to the shoreline, standing on the soft sand as they gazed into the distance. Young Viserys yearned to witness the realities of war firsthand, but was unrelentingly denied. As the sole male heir of House Targaryen, his safety represented more than just his own life. Reluctantly, a maid led him back to the castle, and at the instructor's insistence, 2 guards were stationed outside his bedroom door for protection. Bang! The heavy brown wooden door to the bedroom was firmly shut and bolted. The 2 armed guards stood vigilant on either side, preventing Viserys from furtively escaping. Isolated in the room, the boy sat upon the soft bed for a moment, running his fingers through his slightly curled silver hair. Eventually, he let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, compared to 6 months prior, Viserys found his quarters in Dragonstone to be somewhat more furnished. An old, low bedside table held a half-burnt candle casting a gentle glow. On the desk lay a book with a bookmark, detailing the travels of a voyager across Essos. Viserys found great interest in such literature, often reading a few passages before sleep. Across the room stood a bookshelf filled with a diverse array of tomes. Even without the old scholar's reminder, Viserys understood the significance of knowledge. At that time, he had been overwhelmed by the attack and consumed by anxiety for the future, leading him to obsessively practice swordsmanship in a bid for self-preservation. Yet, he now recognized that mastery of the blade could not be achieved overnight. His gaze then drifted to a brown wooden chest nestled in the corner. He jumped from the bed and approached the chest. Toot! Outside, the horns continued to sound. The war drums resonated, and the distant clamor of battle could be faintly heard. The silver-haired boy felt the rhythm of his heart quickening in time with the thunderous sounds. His blood racing through his veins. One hand pressed against his chest, he felt the rapid pounding of his heart. He was uncertain why such feelings surged within him. Yet they bestowed upon him a courageous fearlessness, despite being merely a 7-year-old child. Blood and fire are intertwined. The boy recited the Targaryen family motto, then lifted the lid of the wooden chest, revealing its contents. Inside lay a set of finely tailored leather armor and a short sword, also crafted to fit him, and already sharpened. While its edge might not slice through iron with ease, Wyrm could wield the blade to sever the head of a training dummy during practice. He donned the armor and strapped on the sword. Then, the boy retrieved a small stool, standing upon it to reach the narrow ledge of the window. Peering out into the night. Whoosh! The night breeze tousled his silver-golden hair, brushing lightly against his fair forehead. His pale violet eyes, clear as water, gazed upon the battlefield in the distance, where the thundering sounds of combat reverberated through the dark. May all go well, he silently prayed, closing his eyes. He was not a mischievous boy seeking trouble and would never consider escaping through the window, risking a fall. Wyrm's bedroom was situated in a high tower at the edge of the castle, with jagged rocks scattered below the window. A leap from there would be perilous. Moreover, he had no intention of fleeing. He was merely grappling with the panic of confronting war for the first time, uncertain of whom to share his unease. Donning his small gear provided him with a sliver of psychological comfort. Meanwhile, in the darkness beyond Wyrm's sight, tumultuous waves roiled the surface of the sea, as two fleets amassed nearly 100 ships of varying sizes. The mournful, elongated sound of a horn pierced the air. Boom! The well-formed fleet of Driftmark, under the cover of numerous longships, advanced with 3 larger galleys leading the charge toward the Dragonstone fleet. In contrast, the Dragonstone fleet appeared somewhat unprepared, hastily departing the harbor and facing the oncoming assault from Earl Redwine before they could properly align their formation. Nevertheless, their response was commendable. The sea breeze howled. Boom! The horns blared from all directions, resonating in the eardrums, igniting a fervor within the hearts of the soldiers. The former naval commander of the Targaryen dynasty, Paxter Redwine, clad in a blue and white woolen cloak adorned with a deep purple grape emblem, stood aboard the largest of the 3 galleys. Gripping the rail tightly, he leaned forward, surveying the formation of the Dragonstone fleet. This seasoned naval commander, despite his extensive experience, appeared rather unassuming, a slight, somewhat scruffy middle-aged man. His shoulders drooped slightly, and strands of thinning orange hair struggled against the sea breeze. From the direction of Dragonstone, the horn echoed once more, accompanied by the deep, resonant chime of a bell. Chapter 22. The Queen of Driftmark. Then, with a command from Earl Redwine, the formation of the Driftmark fleet shifted. Longships and galleys arranged themselves into a fan-shaped formation upon the dark waters. Advance. Attack. Toot. The war horn sounded once more, this time longer than ever before, signifying the long-prepared conflict was about to commence. All soldiers of Driftmark felt a twinge of anxiety as they tightened their grips on their weapons. Fire. The crossbows on the 3 flagship galleys of the Driftmark fleet were finally unleashed simultaneously. A cacophony akin to thunder erupted as a barrage of arrows released from their bows, piercing the air with a rapid succession of strikes. The 3 principal ships unleashed a volley, the spears shrieking as they hurtled toward the distant Dragonstone fleet. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Death, the fleet commander stood poised, his blood-red cloak billowing in the wind. He raised a hand to adjust his helmet, a few silver strands of hair framing his weathered face. Without hesitation, the old knight commanded his men to raise their shields, safeguarding the critical apparatus and personnel aboard the warship. With a chorus of commands echoing throughout, every soldier aboard the massive Black Death braced for impact. They hoisted towering kite shields, crafted from dense oak and reinforced with iron, and swiftly formed an impenetrable line. Each shield, emblazoned with the Targaryen sigil of the 3-headed dragon, faced the encroaching enemy. A knight, clad in armor, stood resolutely on the deck, drawing his sword from his hip and delivering a powerful downward strike. The sound of shields clashing resonated as they formed a protective barrier around the commander, leaving only a narrow gap to maintain a watchful eye on the unfolding chaos outside. Nearly airtight, Sir Geoffrey remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the horizon. The Dragonstone fleet, renowned as the most elite maritime force of the Targaryen lineage, regrettably found its role during the Usurpers' War to be rather muted. In this epoch, terrestrial power held the ultimate sway, rendering naval strength insufficient to alter the tide of large-scale conflict. The Dragonstone fleet had previously been tasked with harassing the ports of White Harbor and other rebel enclaves, attempting to divert the attention of the northern armies. However, ever since the ship burner, Brandon, had set ablaze his father's fleet a century prior, the North had lacked any formidable naval presence. They offered no resistance, surrendering their coastlines to the royal fleet's whims. Even if the Dragonstone navy ravaged the northern coastline, it would hardly elicit a frown from Eddard Stark. For all their might, the Dragonstone Navy could not blockade the entire sea, nor could they risk disembarking for battle, as the northern climate and cavalry would spell doom for the Targaryen soldiers. At the vortex of the naval conflict, Sir Geoffrey gazed into the distance. In the next heartbeat, the dark cloud of spears launched from the ballistae descended upon them. With a series of piercing sounds, countless spears plunged into the tumultuous sea, sending sprays of water into the air. In naval combat, the accuracy of such siege weaponry stationed on the flagship is often a matter of chance. Yet, amidst the barrage, a few fortunate spears found their mark, striking the deck of the Black Death. With a force akin to crushing a biscuit, the spears tore through the formation of shields, impaling a soldier who had been valiantly holding his massive kite shield aloft, while also knocking several others to the ground. The shield wall was instantly breached, blood splattering the deck as the wounded soldier writhed in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. This cry sent a chill through the hearts of the Targaryen soldiers. Their palms slick with cold sweat, their throats dry as they swallowed hard. Yet, they remained silent, fully aware that warfare at sea is a life-or-death struggle, where defeat leaves no avenue for escape. However, under the bombardment of the Queen's Grace's siege weaponry, their sturdy shields felt as fragile as parchment. Counterattack. Yet, Sir Geoffrey showed no sign of hesitation or fear, maintaining an air of calm as he stood at the center of the shield wall. He commanded the catapults aboard the Black Death and its accompanying vessels to retaliate. No one could perceive the sweat pooling in the old knight's palms. In such a vast maritime engagement, life and death often hinge on luck. They prayed for the enemy's catapults to falter, for the winds and currents to favor their own, and for their own projectiles to find their targets. The brutal close-quarters combat would commence only after both flagship vessels had exchanged fire, necessitating one side to charge forth, lest they continue the long-range bombardment. With Sir Geoffrey's command, the soldiers strained against the ropes, loading stones into the catapults and the Black Death. The largest vessel of the Targaryen dynasty finally roared in defiance. A volley of stones soared into the sky, propelled with tremendous force, hurtling toward the distant Queen's Grace. On board the flagship of the Queen's Grace, Count Redwine squinted, observing the battlefield's dynamics with a cool detachment. Though Dragonstone was merely an island known for its wine, the Redwine family had always prioritized naval prowess, providing formidable protection for the region of the Reach, serving as its maritime bulwark. The traditional naval strength of the Queen's Grace could rival that of the Royal Fleet and the Iron Island ships. Thus, it was that Paxter Redwine could coordinate with the Tyrell forces to besiege Storm's End for an entire year, forcing the besieged Stannis Baratheon to resort to cannibalism in desperation. Yet now, the Redwine family, who had capitulated, accepted the new king's orders to advance against Dragonstone. With two strands of orange hair fluttering in the breeze, the man gestured with a sweeping motion. He commanded his forces to close in on the Dragonstone fleet, all longships prepared to divert attention while allowing for close combat. The most brutal segment of this naval engagement was about to unfold. Chapter 23, Lost Within Dragonstone. In the narrow corridors of the castle, dragonclaw-shaped torch holders extended from the walls, flames crackling fiercely, casting light and warmth. The main keep of Dragonstone, constructed entirely of black stone, exuded a somber and oppressive atmosphere that could unsettle the timid. At this moment, the castle's corridors stood in stark contrast to the fierce battle raging outside, enveloped in silence. Rhaenys, clutching a rag doll, timidly traversed the quiet halls of the stone tower, swallowing hard as she called out tentatively, "Is anyone there?" Yet, only her echo returned, accompanied by the faint whisper of the wind. Silence reigned once more. Despite having lived on Dragonstone for 6 months, the brown-haired girl, merely 4 years old, found herself overwhelmed. The castle's terrain was uneven, built against the mountains, with winding paths and a labyrinth of rooms, many of which concealed hidden passages. Thus, Rhaenys found herself lost. She had awoken in the middle of the night, intending to find Viserys. Their rooms were not far apart. However, upon reaching his chamber, she discovered it in disarray, yet empty. Even the Queen's handmaiden, who had tended to them, was nowhere to be found. With no one to supervise her, Rhaenys felt emboldened. Clutching her doll, she ventured out into the night, determined to locate the missing Viserys. Yet, as she wandered the castle with her doll in hand, she failed to find him. Who was at that moment in the Dragonstone Tower with Queen Riella? Daniel, the bachelor, suddenly fell gravely ill, and preparations were underway to bid farewell to the elderly scholar. At that very moment, a distant tolling echoed from the lighthouse of Dragonstone, its somber chime resonating throughout the island and striking a chord in the hearts of all. Meanwhile, a brown-haired little girl had been wandering alone within the castle for quite some time, her heart beginning to race with an unsettling apprehension. Upon hearing the bell toll, her small frame shivered slightly, and the fear lurking deep within her intensified dramatically. She bit her lip tightly, not daring to utter a sound, and fled in haste, yearning to return to her chamber and seek solace under her covers. Tragically, she soon found herself lost in the castle's nocturnal gloom. Only the areas illuminated by flickering lights were visible, with the rest shrouded in darkness far more oppressive than the daylight's clarity. Young as she was, Rhaenys was kept under strict supervision, rarely allowed to venture out at night. Thus, the current situation felt akin to stepping into an unknown realm. Fortunately, the brown-haired girl possessed a bravery greater than that of her peers. She did not succumb to tears but felt her eyes welling with moisture. With a small hand pressed against the frigid stone wall, she curled her body around her cherished stuffed animal, listening to the whispering winds as she cautiously moved forward. The flames above flickered gently, swayed by an unseen chill that swept through, causing her shadow to dance and distort upon the opposite wall. Startled, Rhaenys gasped at the sight of her own shadow, a shiver running down her spine. In instinctive reaction, she leaned against the wall, clutching the hem of her dress. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the pitch-black end of the corridor, akin to something dropping to the ground. Her ears perked up, and she turned to peer into the darkness. "Viserys?" she whispered, hoping it was him responding to her voice. Yet, in the next instant, she heard the unmistakable sound of metal scraping. A claw, unknown to her, had been cast into the room from the nearby stone window, landing on the floor before retracting slightly to latch onto the crevice of the wall. The claw adjusted its position, producing a grating sound against the uneven stone, as if someone outside were pulling at the rope to secure it. Under the flickering torchlight, the claw glimmered ominously, accompanied by a low, rough voice from outside. "Prepare." As if engaging in hushed communication, the words carried away by the wind. Rhaenys felt the hair on her arm stand on end. "Who is it?" she thought, her complexion paling, her lips trembling. One hand clutched the hem of her dress while the other grasped her fallen stuffed animal, oblivious to its loss. As she instinctively pressed herself against the cold, dark stone wall behind her, paralyzed by uncertainty. Even at her tender age, she understood that those who infiltrated the castle in such a clandestine manner were surely not of good intent. She had witnessed the brutality of battle on the main road. The carnage and bloodshed seared into her memory, a recurring nightmare that haunted her sleep. She had come to comprehend the world's inherent dangers. Rhaenys wished fervently to escape the clutches of death. Yet, she soon heard the sound of someone outside tugging at the rope, drawing closer. What should I do? Panic surged within her, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, her brown hair clinging to her skin. She quickly glanced around, desperate for a solution. In a moment of clarity, she tiptoed to the door handle, attempting to pull open a nearby door to hide inside. However, it seemed to be blocked by some debris, and she could not budge it. The faint sounds from outside grew ever closer, amplifying her terror to a peak, rendering her legs weak. Abandoning the door, she turned and fled. The waves crashed relentlessly against the rocks. A longship sailed through the inky darkness of the sea without a single light lit, silently approaching Dragonstone. Once ashore, the crew readied their weapons, abandoning their vessel. They were mercenaries from the southwestern coast of Essos, hailing from the contentious region between Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys. Hard by the Iron Throne, Lord Redwine remained blissfully unaware of their presence. Robert Baratheon harbored an intense hatred for the Targaryens, vowing to eradicate the spawn of those vile dragons. Yet, he did not place his complete trust in Pike, opting instead to divide his forces and enlist a contingent from a small mercenary band from the eastern continent. He tasked them with finding an opportunity to eliminate Viserys and Queen Rhaela on Dragonstone. At present, this band of mercenaries, having received a substantial retainer from King Robert, seized the chance to infiltrate the coast of Dragonstone, while the Targaryen fleet was preoccupied in battle against the forces of Driftmark. The claw scraped 3 shallow white marks against the rugged stone walls, the moonlight outside casting a pallid glow. In the next heartbeat, a towering figure appeared at the stone window, a sharp battle axe strapped to his back, glinting ominously in the moonlight. Chapter 24. The courageous band, not far away, Rhaenys, concealed around a corner in the corridor, trembled at the sight. A wave of fear washed over her, reminiscent of a nightmare from 6 months prior, where 2 factions clashed violently before her eyes, blood and maniacal laughter playing out like a silent drama in her mind. She jolted awake in the dead of night, drenched in sweat. Yet, in that moment, Rhaenys fought to suppress the urge to scream, knowing that any sound could provoke a horrific outcome. The brown-haired girl curled her petite form, hiding at the corridor's end, one hand pressed over her mouth, even her breaths cautious and measured. Her face slightly flushed from the effort of stifling her cries. Just ahead, a man with dark hair and peculiar war paint on his face leapt through the stone window into the castle. He was a towering figure, reminiscent of a mountain. Clad in thick leather armor, a massive battle axe slung across his back, and a tattered helmet perched awkwardly atop his head, exuding an unpleasant odor. He was the first of the mercenaries to scale the heights, remarkably agile despite his size. Though Dragonstone's castle overlooked the sea, it was perched atop a mountain, adjacent to a perpetually smoking volcano. The ascent from this direction required navigating a steep cliff, nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Viserys, confined within, had no intention of attempting an escape. He did not wish to meet his demise. Consequently, the guards stationed there were few, and this night was particularly unique, as the knights were drawn to the tumult of battle upon the sea. Seizing the opportunity, this band of mercenaries stealthily infiltrated the castle. Having lived a life on the edge, the man who had just entered the castle took a moment to catch his breath, evidently winded from the recent climb. After taking a few deep breaths, the man bearing the battle axe cautiously turned his head from side to side, carefully surveying his surroundings and listening intently for a moment. Noticing the surrounding silence and the absence of any anomalies, he realized that they had not been detected by the guards. He then raised his hand to his lips and softly whistled, the sound delicate like that of a small bird. The rope connected to the claw began to stir once again, and the companions below, who had been waiting patiently, heard the signal and began to climb up one after another. From the terrified gaze of Rhaenys, who was hiding nearby, she witnessed 7 individuals climbing through the stone window. Each member of this group was dressed uniquely, yet all donned inconspicuous attire, dark leather armor wrapped in tattered black cloth to blend with the night. With long swords at their waists, battle axes slung across their backs, and longbows in hand. This mercenary squad of 7 displayed clear specialization, including dedicated archers and shield bearers. At that moment, one of the men, his head wrapped in a black scarf and his face adorned with peculiar paint, discovered a doll that Rhaenys had accidentally dropped on the ground. He bent down, picked it up, and addressed his companion, Landon, the leader of the mercenary band. This appears to be a noble lady's toy. Were you certain you saw nothing when you ascended? Having received a lucrative commission, they were determined to exert their utmost effort, fully aware of the high stakes involved. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise, for they understood that while there was wealth to be gained, it could cost them their lives. Yet, upon successful completion of the task, the rewards were astonishing, enough to purchase a castle and become lords, or acquire several ships and transform into legitimate benefactors. This commission, ostensibly from a merchant of the Vale, had been secured through unknown channels. However, they harbored no belief in the merchant's narrative. How could an obscure trader from the Vale afford to pay such a hefty price for the lives of the remnants of House Targaryen? The staggering sum initially stunned them, leading them to suspect deceit. It was only when the merchant produced a bag of gleaming gold dragons as a deposit, promising the rest upon their return with the heads of Rhaela and Viserys, that they began to take him seriously. After further inquiries, the mercenary band uncovered that the true benefactor behind this handsome sum was none other than the Iron Throne of Westeros itself. The newly crowned king, eager to eradicate any remnants of the Targaryens, sought to eliminate all potential threats. There seemed to be a hint of Lannister influence as well. It was speculated that Lord Tywin, in a bid to demonstrate loyalty to the Iron Throne, had directly funded this endeavor to eliminate the Targaryen heirs. Upon hearing his leader's words, Landon furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the somewhat grimy doll in the man's hand. He had indeed overlooked the small object on the ground, his considerable height and focus on potential guards rendering him oblivious to it. No, he firmly denied, shaking his head. I truly saw no one when I came up, not even a noble lady. This is clearly a place for servants. Why would a lady be here? Perhaps it was dropped accidentally. The guards would hardly protect identities weaker than those of their servants. Thus they chose this as their point of entry into the castle. A calculated decision. After all, they were professionals in their field, adept at taking money to resolve others' troubles, capable of murder and abduction for the right price, which justified their selection by King Robert's emissary. Is that so? The leader's brow eased slightly, nodding in acknowledgement, treating the matter lightly as a mere question. Just then, a faint sound echoed from the nearby corridor. Chapter 25. The burden of gloom. The naval battle outside raged on. Viserys had donned his custom-fitted leather armor, reinforced with metal plates at critical points. He cradled a short sword, also tailored to his stature, resembling a large sewing needle, slender, lightweight, and sharp. The silver-haired boy stood on a stool, leaning against the window ledge, gazing at the distant naval conflict, where oil-soaked stone streaked luminous trails across the darkened sea. Ships engaged in boarding maneuvers blazed with flames, and the cacophony of clashing steel and the shouts of soldiers filled the air, carried by the sea breeze to Viserys' ears, even at such a distance. Yet, at that moment, he felt a sense of unease, an inexplicable foreboding that something dreadful was about to occur, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Perhaps it was the anticipation of fate's judgment. Knowing the outcome, yet uncertain if his presence had altered the course of history, he had undeniably changed history. Ever since he had taken the life of Kevin Lannister, the trajectory of this world had begun to shift. He now found himself regretting his earlier impulsiveness, pondering whether the Lannisters, known for their insistence on repaying debts, would unleash a frenzied vengeance upon him. Had he remained hidden in the wagon, refraining from aiding Ser Willem, he might have acquiesced to Kevin's plea to cease hostilities. But would inaction truly alter the course of events? As he watched the fiery longships succumb to the depths, Countless soldiers from both sides cried out as they plunged into the sea, thrashing helplessly, yet it was all in vain. He was momentarily lost in thought, acutely aware that all things were governed by probability. Even if he had done nothing, or had never arrived at all, events might unfold differently upon a second occurrence. Moreover, should he choose inaction, he might find himself crowned with a molten gold diadem or meet some other grim fate. He doubted that the Baratheon family would spare him or the unborn sister. Reflecting on these matters, he recalled that his sister's birth was destined to claim their mother's life, amplifying his inner turmoil. After months of living in this world, he had truly integrated into it. His mother, Queen Rila, had been exceptionally kind to him, and he did not wish to lose her. Yet, he could not bring himself to ask her to terminate the pregnancy or reveal that the child she carried would inevitably take her life. He could only strive to bring her joy, attempting to alleviate his own disquiet. However, his efforts seemed to yield little success. Though Queen Rila forced a smile before her son, the deep sorrow etched in her eyes was evident to all. Emotional wounds from the deaths of her husband, Ares, and her eldest son, Rhaegar, had left her heart burdened. The silver-gold strands of her hair danced in the sea breeze as Viserys leaned against the window ledge, cradling his sword, and let out a deep sigh. On the opposite side of the castle in Dragonstone, a faint sound resonated clearly in the hushed corridor, capturing the attention of all the mercenaries present. Was there someone? The leader of the Courage Squad narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing through them. He slowly drew a dagger from his boot, gripping it firmly in his hand. He glanced back at the burly man wielding an axe, who seemed somewhat flustered. He had just asserted that no one was present, only to be contradicted moments later. However, the leader of the mercenary band did not dwell on this inconsistency. He leaned against the obsidian wall, his shadow flickering slightly, and cautiously moved step by step towards the dark corner. If someone truly lay in wait there, they would be in dire straits. Although their primary objective was to eliminate the remnants of House Targaryen, he would not hesitate to deal with anyone foolish enough to seek their own demise. A sinister smile crept across his lips as the dagger in his hand glinted ominously. As he approached the shadowy corner, he fancied he could hear the sound of anxious breathing. Just then, he reached the corner, only to be met with a faint meow emanating from the other side. A cat? The cruel smile on the leader's face froze, and he hesitated, gripping the dagger tightly. The other 6 mercenaries behind him also paused, exhaling in relief, particularly the man with the axe. It appeared to be a misunderstanding. There was no person hiding in the corner, merely a small wild cat that had wandered in, causing the commotion. Yet, the leader, still clutching his dagger, decided to confirm this new development. He pressed his body against the wall and cautiously peeked around the corner. A bloodshot eye appeared on the other side of the corridor. The dimly lit corridor, illuminated only by a distant torch, revealed a small, entirely black kitten sitting beneath a bonsai, its green eyes locking onto the man's protruding head and its menacing gaze. It tilted its head slightly and mewed again, expressing its confusion. Indeed, it was just a cat. The leader of the mercenaries stepped out, cursing under his breath, while feeling a sense of relief. This raid was perilous, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. However, what he failed to see was the small figure curled up behind the bonsai, trembling with fear. Princess Rhaenys, naturally beautiful but with a slightly prominent forehead, had just attempted to escape when she accidentally bumped her forehead against the wall and fell onto her bottom. At that moment, Rhaenys thought she was doomed, but fortunately, Balorian had appeared just in time. The little girl hid behind the bonsai, shivering and praying not to be discovered. Her prayers seemed to have resonated with the 7 gods. As the mercenary leader, after confirming that the noise truly originated from a cat, chose not to pursue the matter further and returned to his comrades. The misunderstanding was entirely resolved. Chapter 26. The crisis approaches. Standing on a stool, the boy leaned against the windowsill, feeling the salty sea breeze against his face and inhaling the faint sense of char and blood in the air. His silver golden curls brushed against his fair forehead. This night was destined to be one of restless slumber. The distant chimes had ceased, yet the boy's inner turmoil showed no signs of abating. He detested this feeling of relinquishing his fate to others, for this naval battle would directly determine his life or death. If the Dragonstone fleet were to be defeated, there would be no escape for him, his mother, and Rhaenys, regardless of where they might hide. After all, Dragonstone was merely so large. The sea loomed like a prison, confining them with no room for escape. Viserys resolved that once this ordeal had passed, should the Dragonstone fleet repel the approaching enemy, he would take action to alter his circumstances. Perhaps he would persuade his mother to abandon Dragonstone and lead the fleet to the eastern continent. However, he understood that achieving this was fraught with challenges, given the significance of Dragonstone to House Targaryen. Though crowned as Viserys Targaryen III, he was still quite young, and even the title of king was but a hollow designation. Not even the guards at the gate regarded him seriously. A king of merely 7 years, who had abandoned the throne to flee, wielded no real power. He required his mother's approval even to command a servant. On all of Dragonstone, aside from the fleet commander. It was the words of Queen Rila that held true authority. As Viserys spiraled into thoughts of uncertainty, a sudden memory struck him. Since the ambush by House Lannister 6 months ago, Rhaenys had developed a habit of waking from nightmares in the dead of night. The little girl often ran to Viserys' room in tears, seeking solace from her older brother, the only one who could help her drift back into peaceful sleep. In truth, both were unfortunate souls. Rhaenys had lost her parents as well. Tonight, however, with the passing of the old maester and the unexpected attack from an unknown fleet, Viserys found himself lost in thought, momentarily forgetting Rhaenys. Ordinarily, the tolling of the bells would have roused her from slumber, yet now, silence enveloped her chamber. Was she still asleep? Viserys tilted his head slightly, peering out from the castle to glimpse Rhaenys' darkened room next door. Below him lay a steep cliff, the waves crashing against the jagged rocks beneath the castle. Gaining confidence, he leaned further out, unafraid of falling. But upon glancing at the window, he saw only darkness within Rhaenys' chamber, devoid of any light. It seemed she truly had not awakened. How peculiar. His silver-golden hair fluttered as the boy blinked. Contemplating briefly before retracting his head, he grasped the short sword resting on the windowsill and hopped down from the stool, striding swiftly towards his bedroom door. With a creak, Viserys opened his door, revealing 2 fully armed guards standing outside, clad in chainmail and wielding long swords. He attempted to step past them, but the guards blocked his way. "Your Highness," they said with rueful smiles, glancing at the young king. Though he had been crowned, neither he nor the guards took the title seriously. The guards even continued to address Viserys as Your Highness. Unexpectedly, Sir William had indeed predicted that the young prince, unwilling to remain cooped up, would seek some endeavor. However, this time they were mistaken. Viserys slightly spread his hands, a hint of helplessness crossing his features, before gesturing towards the adjacent room of Rhaenys. "I am merely seeking Rhaenys. I certainly won't wander about." The silver-haired boy's reasoning was undeniably sound, as the close bond between the 2 children was a well-known fact within the castle. Rhaenys always delighted in trailing after Viserys, even choosing to sit beneath the shade of a tree beside him while he practiced his swordplay. Moreover, she often mistakenly referred to Viserys as brother, a title she reluctantly amended to uncle only after being gently corrected by Queen Rhaella several times. Her demeanor still reflecting her unwillingness. For a child, there was no more complex motivation. The notion of adult reasoning was entirely foreign to her. In her innocent eyes, Viserys did not seem significantly older than herself. In fact, they were of similar age, yet he inexplicably occupied a generation above her. A thought that stirred a sense of discontent within her, prompting her to insist on calling him brother. Nevertheless, Viserys remained unfazed by her antics. Upon hearing that he was seeking the princess, the 2 guards exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before nodding in agreement. After all, Rhaenys' chamber was merely next door, and the young king had not strayed far. To deny such a modest request would indeed seem rather unkind. Very well then. The metallic sound of their armor echoed as the guards, gripping their sword hilts with one hand, stepped aside. "Thank you." Viserys nodded appreciatively and, as he passed them, was struck by a sudden thought. He paused momentarily before Rhaenys' door, obscured from view by the corner. Lifting his gaze, he casually inquired, "Are there guards protecting Mother as well?" So much had transpired that night, with a naval battle raging outside. If the Driftmark fleet were to falter, none would escape unscathed. Yet another thought crossed Viserys' mind. If the fleet engaged the enemy in full force, did that not render the coastline of Driftmark entirely defenseless? Any small vessel could silently approach under the cover of darkness and land unchallenged. Owing to its barren landscape, Driftmark boasted only a small fishing village. And as lord of the island, he could scarcely gather soldiers to defend it. Only a handful of guards remained within the castle walls. Yet the vast expanse of the fortress rendered them incapable of covering every angle. Upon hearing the young king's words, the 2 guards paused, momentarily taken aback. While they did not share Viserys' level of concern, they nodded reassuringly. Of course, Her Majesty the Queen is also well guarded. In the midst of their conversation, a sudden sound reverberated through the air, a bowstring snapping, and from the shadows, a crossbow bolt shot forth. Chapter 27. The Chase with a sickening thud. The bolt pierced the throat of one guard, its sharp tip emerging from the back of his neck, glimmering ominously as blood splattered against the wall. The guard's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for the abruptness of death's arrival. He gasped, attempting to utter something, but his airway filled with blood, rendering him unable to articulate a sound. Reaching for the bolt embedded in his neck, he faltered before he could grasp it, his strength fading rapidly. With a soft thud, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Viserys stood nearby, his position obscured from view by the corner, yet he was alarmingly close to the slain guard, who had just been smiling moments before. In an instant, the warm spray of blood splattered across the silver-haired boy's pristine visage. The rapidity and unexpectedness of the event left both Viserys and the remaining guard momentarily paralyzed, as if stunned into silence. However, The remaining guard was slightly quicker to react. He seemed to catch a glimpse of cruel eyes glinting from the darkness. An ambush. The guard swiftly unsheathed his sword, pulling Viserys, who had just begun to process the situation, back. Your Grace, flee. The young guard positioned himself protectively in front of Viserys, ready to cover the young king's retreat. And without hesitation or reluctance, the bloodstained boy turned and ran. Once again, the top bowstring released another bolt from the shadows, this time aiming directly at the now visible Viserys. Yet, the boy was fleet of foot, and the bolt missed its mark, glancing past him and severing a lock of his silver gold hair as it embedded itself into the wall with a violent thud. Debris and dust erupted from the impact, the bolt trembling slightly, a testament to its force. That was close. Viserys felt a chill sweep past his ear, quickly followed by a sharp pain. Yet, at that moment, he could spare no thought for the pain on his face. His heart raced with a frantic urgency, and fear consumed him. He simply wished to escape. Damn it. I've messed this up. Meanwhile, in the darkness, a mercenary from the ambush party noted the failure of the second shot, his expression darkening as he watched the Targaryen boy slip away. Yet, the situation worsened as the shout of the guard seemed to rouse the sentinels of the stone drum tower. Their position was now compromised, potentially jeopardizing the plan to ambush Queen Rhaella on the other side. After him, growled a burly man named Landon, his face painted with menacing red and black hues. He surged forth from the shadows, striding purposefully in pursuit of Viserys. This group of 7, tasked with the mission, were all skilled mercenaries. For the assignment was of utmost importance, requiring a select and proficient crew. Should they be discovered by the Driftmark fleet, the consequences would be dire, forcing them to plunge into the sea to escape. Upon entering the castle of Driftmark, the group split into 2. 3 would pursue Viserys, while the leader would take the remaining 3 to confront the more heavily guarded Queen Rhaella. They believed 3 men were more than sufficient to eliminate a child, primarily facing only the Targaryen prince's guard. Landon strode determinedly after Viserys, yet the loyal guard would not yield easily. Halt, he commanded, brandishing his shield with one hand and gripping his sword with the other, obstructing their path in the corridor. His voice resonated with authority, though it trembled slightly. Who are you? Yet he did not flee. He sought to buy time for Viserys to escape. Driftmark had once been the domain of Rhaegar Targaryen, and these guards were loyal followers of the late prince, unwavering in their dedication to the Targaryen lineage. Viserys could not fathom how his nearly flawless brother possessed such an innate charm, garnering admiration from all who encountered him. Yet, in his memories, he recalled his brother's diverse talents and striking handsomeness. He remembered the time when his elder brother took the boy on an excursion in the royal forest, only to be confronted by an adult wild boar. Prince Rhaegar, cradling Viserys, single-handedly wielded a sword with both skill and grace, bringing the beast down. Yet, Rhaegar chose not to pursue and slay the injured creature, allowing it to escape instead. Ultimately, the late prince became synonymous with perfection. Meanwhile, the loyal guards of Dragonstone did not flee. Instead, they bravely confronted the danger, buying time for Viserys to escape. The clash of weapons echoed as the guards, trained rigorously, faced off against mercenaries accustomed to bloodshed, 3 against 1 in the narrow corridor. The guard's long sword parried the assaults of the other 2, sparks flying amidst the darkness. However, a battle axe soon descended, forcing the Targaryen soldier to raise his left hand's round shield in a desperate defense. In the next moment, splinters flew as the mercenary, a formidable brute, struck the guard's shield with tremendous force, nearly cleaving it in 2. The guard, taken aback by the brute's strength, paled, his stability faltering as he stumbled, almost collapsing. Yet, the mercenary, hardened by a life of violence, showed no mercy. With a swift motion, the giant swung his axe once more, severing the guard's head without a sound. The decapitated body slumped against the wall, lifeless, while blood gushed forth like a torrent. At this moment, Viserys had managed to flee to the spiral staircase of the stone drum tower, panting heavily as he turned just in time to witness the grim scene. The valiant guard had sacrificed his life, providing Viserys with a fleeting chance of escape, yet he had perished in mere moments at the hands of merciless foes. Viserys, feeling a chill run down his spine as he saw the enemy advancing towards him, clenched his teeth and turned to flee once more. Chapter 28. Hiding Viserys found himself pursued by 3 merciless assassins. Meanwhile, Queen Rhaella, heavily pregnant, struggled to return to her chamber, assisted by 2 handmaidens who helped her shed her cumbersome outer garments and don a pure white velvet nightgown. She then carefully reclined on the soft bed. My child. Her silvery golden hair spread out as she lay quietly, her lavender eyes gazing at the ceiling, still clouded with lingering sorrow. One hand rested on her swollen belly. Lost in thought, Rhaella's mental state had become increasingly concerning, as she often erupted in inexplicable anger towards Viserys or broke into tears without reason. The weight of her trials had begun to drive her to the brink of madness. Yet, at present, her mind remained relatively clear. She questioned whether bringing her child into this world was a blessing or a curse. As time passed, Riella was acutely aware that across the Blackwater Bay, Robert Baratheon would not easily relent in his pursuit of her and her son. Outside, the sound of clashing warships echoed. Perhaps Baratheon's navy was already in pursuit. Riella, a fragile woman, knew little of the intricacies of war, having spent her days in the Red Keep, largely oblivious to the political machinations surrounding her. She understood that Dragonstone was a barren isle, devoid of people and resources. It could not be held. But where could they go? She was unwilling to abandon Dragonstone, fiercely resisting the notion, fearing that surrendering the isle would mean relinquishing her claim in Westeros and acknowledging the usurpation of the Iron Throne. She dreaded the thought of shattering the fragile thread of hope she clung to. Yet, at that moment, regret gnawed at her. She questioned whether she should have allowed the child to enter this world, fearing that his or her fate might be worse than that of a commoner. However, the child had already grown significantly, making it impossible for Riella to forsake him or her. This child was the sole source of motivation for the woman whose spirit had become ashen. Adjacent to Queen Riella's chamber lay the quarters of the handmaidens, while several guards stood watch in the corridor. Located in the uppermost level of the castle, ascending the stone steps would lead to the Great Hall, where Aegon the Conqueror had once devised his plans to subjugate Westeros. Outside, the clamor of battle raged. May the Seven protect us. Riella Targaryen lay in bed, her silver-golden hair splayed, her chest rising and falling gently as she pressed her fingers to her brow, whispering a prayer for victory in the war. Just as Riella lay in her turbulent thoughts, an unexpected commotion erupted outside her chamber. An alarm of enemy assault rang out from below, startling the guards stationed at her door. Who goes there? Moments later, the guards assigned to protect the queen seemed to sense danger, drawing their swords and calling out loudly. In the next instant, the sound of clashing weapons and anguished cries erupted outside Riella's chamber. What is happening? The pregnant queen was startled by the sudden noise, hastily gathering her garments as she sat up in bed. Her face turned pale, resembling a sheet of paper, as fear gripped her once more. Since the onset of the Usurpers' War, Riella had scarcely enjoyed a restful night. Over the past years, particularly during the last 6 months since fleeing to Dragonstone, she had lived in constant dread, fearing that the enemy would arrive at her doorstep at any moment. Could it be that their fleet had been defeated? Riella feared that the loyal Targaryen fleet had suffered a loss, and the enemy had breached Dragonstone. Protect her majesty. Yet outside her chamber, a brutal battle raged, and no one could answer Riella's queries. With a crash, the wooden door to her chamber splintered. A soldier from Dragonstone, bloodied and battered, collapsed at her feet, an axe embedded in his chest. The mercenary band had pinpointed Riella's and Viserys' location, launching an intense assault. Meanwhile, Viserys continued to evade his pursuers. He found himself in a dark room devoid of light, the shadows enveloping him as he hid within an old wooden crate, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath, leaving a narrow gap to observe the outside world. Having fled from the mercenaries in a panic, he sought refuge in this uninhabited room, hoping to elude them. However, disappointment soon followed as he heard the mercenary speaking just outside the door. Damn it. The little brat runs fast. They had anticipated his swift escape, clustering around to trap him. Yet they had not expected to find nothing, indicating that the silver-haired boy had not fled the premises and must be hiding within one of the rooms. Humph. He thinks he can hide here. You won't escape. Search every room. A towering mercenary, his face smeared with grease paint, gestured for his comrades to join him in the search, each taking a room in hopes of quickly locating the little bastard and claiming his head to fulfill their contract. Find him and eliminate him. The longer we linger here, the greater the danger we face. I should have gone to Dorne. I detest harming children. A mercenary, his face swathed in black cloth and clad in tattered leather armor, complained while spreading his hands. Why am I not sent to deal with a beautiful task like the queen? Who knows, it could be quite amusing. The mercenary emitted a foul odor, a clear indication of neglect and personal hygiene, followed by an inexplicable chuckle that revealed his yellowing teeth, evoking a sense of nausea. The atmosphere had significantly relaxed. Having dealt with the castle guards, they felt assured that capturing Viserys was almost a certainty. After all, what could a mere 7-year-old child do if he hid away? Grasping a large toothpick, he remarked, "What, do you intend to pick your teeth, my lord?" However, the tall mercenary had no time for such repugnant jests. He merely shot a glare at the man before opening a door to search for Viserys. Another mercenary, skilled with a crossbow, appeared equally impatient and irritable, glancing at the first man before stating, "Enough of this nonsense, get on with it." Their voices echoed sharply before the door creaked open. Viserys, hidden within a chest, felt his heart race as he clutched the short sword custom-made for him. Through a narrow gap, he glimpsed the flickering light from the corridor and the figure of a man entering the room, crossbow in hand. Chapter 29. Slaying the enemy. It was the man with the crossbow. Viserys dared not breathe, his grip tightening around the toothpick. His fingertips turned pale as his heart thudded heavily. Peering through the crack of the chest, he continued to observe. The room was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the faint light seeping in from the corridor. The man with the crossbow had yet to notice the inconspicuous, dilapidated wooden chest tucked away in the corner. With a clatter, he kicked some debris on the floor, stirring up dust that made him cough as he muttered a curse. Suddenly, his voice took on a threatening tone. "Hey, little thing, I know you're hiding here. You can hear me, and you're watching me, aren't you?" He waved his hand to disperse the dust and stood upright, scanning the room, including the dimly lit areas. He had considerable experience dealing with children of that age. Despite their agility in hiding, a little intimidation would coax them out. The man forced a menacing smile and continued to taunt. "Don't hide. I see you. Is that corner of your garment peeking out?" Yet, despite his threats, the storage room remained ominously silent, the only sound being the mercenary's self-directed ramblings, resembling a forlorn gesture. Damn it. The man with the crossbow ground his teeth. Perhaps the child was not concealed within. Nonetheless, he ventured a few steps further into the darkness, convinced that Viserys might still be hidden there. As he delved deeper into the storage room, he was swallowed by the shadows, the light from the doorway only illuminating the area behind him. With a frustrated kick, he overturned an empty wooden barrel, its lid clattering to the ground, revealing nothing inside. "Looks like the little one isn't here after all. You're lucky," he muttered, preparing to exit and search the next room. However, just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unassuming wooden box in the corner. The box seemed small. It would be a tight fit for a 7-year-old to hide within. He did not consider whether the Targaryen spawn might be concealed there. Rather, he pondered if it might hold treasures from the Targaryen lineage. Though they had lost the Iron Throne, they had ruled Westeros for over 2 centuries. Surely, they had amassed a fortune. Dragonstone was their ancestral seat. Perhaps they had stored vast wealth within this castle. The man's curiosity piqued, and with a mindset of trial, he thought, after all, the Targaryens are doomed. Why not take what I can? Even a few golden dragons would be a boon. Resolute, he approached the box in the corner. Unguarded and unaware that such a small chest could conceal a boy, he bent slightly to lift the lid. Suddenly, with a bang, the lid burst open. A silvery-haired boy leaped from within, tightly gripping his short sword, and with all his might, he lunged at the man's throat. Viserys' mind echoed with his mentor's words, "Use the sharp end to stab your enemy." After more than 6 months of practice, while his swordsmanship may not have been exceptional, he was no longer a stranger to wielding a weapon. His mentor had focused on simplicity, straightforward thrusts and slashes, with an emphasis on agility. The essence of swordplay lay in uncomplicated techniques applied effectively. The mercenary, seasoned from countless battles, reacted swiftly to the surprise attack, instinctively evading a fatal strike. His right hand reflexively blocked, but Viserys' sword pierced through his wrist, the blade emerging from the other side. The man had narrowly avoided a lethal blow, yet his wrist was severely wounded, causing his crossbow to clatter to the ground. He had never anticipated that such a small chest could harbor a person, nor that he would be ambushed by a child. Clutching his injured wrist, the mercenary's face twisted in shock and rage as he turned to flee. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the corridor. A tall mercenary, resembling a mountain, was searching another room, carelessly rummaging through everything, showing no concern for a child barely his height. The unfortunate little fellow, Landon, grimaced as his muscles twitched, then violently tore down a wooden door. At that moment, a clear scream echoed through the corridor. He recognized it as his companion's voice and frowned slightly. Injured by a child? How pathetic. With a dismissive wave of the door, Landon unsheathed his battle axe and strode out, intent on ending Viserys' life. Meanwhile, the previously lecherous mercenary had exited earlier and, upon hearing his comrade scream, rushed out with his sword drawn. He spotted Viserys fleeing from the storage room, the two of them mere paces apart, with blood and dust staining the silver-haired boy, giving him a disheveled appearance. One hand grasped a short sword, while the other held a crossbow recently seized from a slain foe. The bowstring was taut, an arrow already knocked. Upon spotting a mercenary that had pursued him, the distance between them was scarcely 2 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Viserys raised his hand and loosed the bolt. The bowstring released a dull thrum. The arrow shot forth with remarkable swiftness, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. It struck the mercenary's forehead with devastating force, shattering the bone and embedding itself deep within, brains and blood erupting forth in a gruesome display. The mercenary had no time to react at such close range. This time, his demise was swift and silent. He fell backward, lifeless, as the arrow's impact sent him crashing to the ground. Chapter 30. Defeat. The mercenary lay sprawled on the ground, dead. Viserys, having dispatched 2 assailants with remarkable efficiency, felt the blood coursing through him as if it were boiling, yet his mind remained unusually clear. Then, he locked eyes with another enemy who had emerged from a nearby room. One more left. The boy blinked his gem-like, pale violet eyes. The tall adversary before him wore an expression of shock and disbelief, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. He had anticipated a minor mishap, never imagining the peril that had befallen his comrades. He thought perhaps they had merely been bitten by a child, only to step outside and witness such a grisly scene. His companion lay on the ground, head tilted back, with a quivering bolt protruding from his forehead, mouth agape in disbelief, blood flowing freely. It was evident that the crossbow had fallen into the hands of this small creature, leaving little doubt regarding the fate of the other comrade. No one could decipher the complex emotions etched upon his face in that moment. He had never expected that a seemingly harmless boy, akin to a frightened little rabbit, could have so easily slain two of their most formidable fighters. Damn little pest, I shall kill you. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the towering man erupted in rage. He charged at Vaserus, wielding his battle axe, while the boy, devoid of an arrow, did not hesitate to discard the crossbow and flee once more. The weapon proved somewhat unwieldy for him, its string requiring considerable strength to draw. In the midst of his escape, he could only manage to brace it with one foot. Yet it was clear that this fierce-looking adversary would not grant him such an opportunity. Run. Vaserus felt no hesitation. He was resolute in avoiding a desperate confrontation and chose to flee. This time, however, Landon pursued him with renewed vigor, abandoning any semblance of pity for the boy. Stop. In Landon's eyes, this boy was nothing short of a little demon. He recalled how, at a tender age, he had claimed his first victim, a mere 12 years old. With the physique of an adult, an old man had attempted to invade his mother's bed at night, only to be discovered and bludgeoned to death with a stone until his form was unrecognizable. From that day forth, none in the village dared to bully the orphan mother and son. After his mother passed away, he joined the mercenary band, known for his brutal methods that instilled fear in others, earning the moniker Bloodhand of Riss. Yet this boy before him was but a frail figure, appearing no older than 7 or 8, with shoulders so slight they seemed susceptible to the gentlest breeze. Yet, he exuded a calmness that was far more terrifying than Landon had ever possessed. Vaserus cast away the crossbow, unwilling to let its weight hinder his escape, and sprinted away. Meanwhile, the man pursued with his battle axe raised high, muscles taut, aiming for Vaserus's back before hurling it with ferocity. He would not allow this noble-blooded boy a dignified death, nor would he grant him any chance to struggle or flee. Landon aimed to cleave Vaserus in two with his flying axe. Yet, the boy, seemingly heedless of the danger, appeared to sense the wind's rush behind him and glanced back. By the gods, he beheld the spinning axe hurtling toward him. The boy's breath hitched, and a shiver ran down his spine. Where he struck, his small frame would surely be severed in half. At that critical moment, the silver-haired boy's eyes were illuminated by a complex array of hexagrams, activating the special ability he had awakened upon reaching the age of 20. In an instant, everything around him seemed to still, the whirling axe's rotation slowing to an agonizing crawl in his perception. He had to evade. Vaserus's body felt as though it were mired in quicksand, muscles rigid as he gritted his teeth. Nevertheless, he summoned every ounce of strength to maneuver his body, striving to avoid the spinning axe. In the next moment, to the mercenary's astonishment, the fleeing boy stumbled to the side at an unexpected angle, as though tripped by an unseen force. Yet, this fortuitous misstep allowed him to narrowly escape the axe's deadly trajectory. The blade was past his shoulder, not even grazing his garment. The heavy axe thudded into the wall at the corridor's corner with a resounding crash. Vaserus quickly regained his balance, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had narrowly evaded a fatal blow, grateful for the timely activation of his ability. Gasping for breath, he continued his flight. However, Landon, witnessing this extraordinary scene, stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched on his face. How was this possible? He could hardly fathom what he had just witnessed, utterly astonished that Vaserus had managed to elude his flying axe. Yet the boy had no intention of lingering to explain. He vanished around the corner of the corridor in a flash. Meanwhile, the battle on Queen Layla's side was nearing its conclusion. Although the mercenaries possessed greater combat experience, they lacked rigorous training. Reinforcements arrived swiftly, outnumbering the mercenaries, and soon they were systematically defeated. Kill them. 2 Targaryen soldiers raised their shields, forming a wall that trapped the leader of the Courage Squad in a corner. No matter how skilled he was, he could not break through their shield wall. Others thrust their swords through the gaps. The sounds of anguish echoed as blood spilled forth. The leader of the Courage Squad was slain against the wall. Leave one alive. Elsewhere, another mercenary was captured, bound tightly. Queen Layla, clad in her nightgown, trembled slightly as she hid by the wardrobe, supported by her maid. Aside from enduring another psychological shock, she had suffered no physical harm. Chapter 31. Ruthless. Meanwhile, the mercenary known as the Axeman felt a flicker of hesitation within. He contemplated abandoning his comrades and retreating alone. For mercenaries like him, notions of brotherhood and camaraderie seemed as trivial as the wind. Laughter could easily dismiss them. They were driven solely by the pursuit of wealth, engaging in a perilous trade where life hung by a thread. No one knew how long they might survive. or whether they would close their eyes tonight only to awaken tomorrow. As a mercenary, he faced the constant possibility of an untimely demise. And for the lower ranks of their courageous band, bloodshed was a frequent occurrence. He himself, due to his commendable prowess, held a position of moderate authority within the group. Just recently, a newcomer had joined, and after a brief exchange, it was entirely plausible that he would soon be nothing more than a corpse carried back. Life and death were far too familiar to them. Life was a struggle to leave a legacy, while death was a careless surrender to the unknown. Whether it be the old gods, the new gods, or any deity willing to claim them. Yet, none had truly experienced death. Who knew if they would encounter these divine beings in the afterlife? Even with a fortune amassed, they had no idea who to trust for safekeeping, leading them to squander their earnings in a hedonistic frenzy. Thus, for such individuals, there were no reservations. Betraying a comrade was merely a matter of course. Stabbing someone in the back was not a novel act. At that moment, he cautiously navigated the stone bell tower, gripping his axe in one hand and a shield pilfered from a fallen guard in the other. He dared not underestimate Viserys due to his youth. The mercenary's mind began to churn. The mission to eliminate the young prince had gone awry, resulting in the loss of 2 men. The castle appeared to awaken, with servants and guards roused from slumber. Even if they succeeded in killing Queen Layla, escaping would be another matter altogether. No matter, he thought, I must not be blamed. It is time to withdraw. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to abandon his remaining brothers and retreat. Even the king's lucrative offer paled in comparison to the value of life. He did not desire wealth without the means to enjoy it. The tall man adjusted the rope at his waist and prepared to escape through the stone window once more, seeking to rendezvous with their ship and leave Dragonstone. He glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had lost track of Viserys, who was swift as the wind. With a sharp click, the mercenary secured his grappling hook to the wall, testing the strength of the rope. Once satisfied, he strapped his axe and shield to his back, meticulously confirming the absence of witnesses before he lowered himself, vanishing into the darkness beyond the castle walls. As he descended, he skillfully navigated the rope, feeling a sense of liberation. However, a sudden, chilling sensation gripped him midway down. The rope trembled, not from his own weight, but from an external force. What? The burly man, his face smeared with war paint, froze momentarily, only to look up and see a small figure emerging from the window he had just vacated. Backlit by the light, the features were obscured, but he recognized the figure as the very young prince he had been hunting. This is bad. A wave of dread washed over the mercenary as he realized the gravity of the situation. No. His muscular arms tightened around the rope, and he swallowed hard, unwilling to meet his end. In truth, if survival were an option, no one wished for death. Yet, even with a fearsome reputation, the infamous mercenary Landon now felt genuine panic. Despite having earned the moniker Bloodhand of Lys for his ruthlessness, and having once slaughtered 10 slaves in the arena, garnering rapturous applause, he now found himself powerless. Peering down at the abyss below, he saw only darkness, a gaping maw poised to consume him without a trace. The waves crashed violently against the jagged rocks beneath, and in the distance, the war seemed to draw to a close. The fleet from Driftmark had not come to conquer Dragonstone outright. The king's orders were non-negotiable, but Lord Redwyne was reluctant to see his forces suffer great losses. Each ship and soldier lost was a personal blow, and thus, he opted for a strategic withdrawal rather than a full-scale assault. The commander of the Dragonstone fleet was equally aware of their dwindling supplies from Westeros, and chose not to pursue the retreating Driftmark fleet. At this moment, no one could fathom the terror gripping the mercenary suspended in midair, caught between the desire to advance and the fear of retreat. I do not wish to die. The castle's position loomed perilously above the sea, and he had barely descended halfway, with at least 20 yards still to go. A fall from this height would offer no chance of survival, crashing upon the rocky shore below. Your Highness, forgive my transgressions, he thought, desperately wanting to plead for mercy. Yet words failed him as they were swept away by the wind. Viserys stood at the stone window, gazing down at the mercenary trapped on the precipice, breathing heavily. Then, drawing his short sword, he severed the rope with a decisive strike. Chapter 32. Connection with the rope cut. A cry of despair echoed below, followed by a dull thud, reminiscent of a heavy sack hitting the ground. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the relentless crashing of the waves. The Bloodhand of Lys plummeted from the cliff's edge, meeting his demise. Viserys remained at the castle, staring into the inky darkness below where nothing could be discerned. The grappling hook fell to the ground with a resounding clatter. Leaning against the stone window, Viserys caught his breath. It is over. Due to his insufficient height, he had to lean over the edge of the stone window, extending his body outward, and then drew his sword to sever the rope of his adversary, sending him plummeting to the depths of the cliff. Although it was midnight and the castle was shrouded in darkness, rendering the view from the stone window a pitch-black abyss, Viserys was certain that his opponent had met his demise. There was no need for confirmation. Having lived on Dragonstone for half a year, Viserys was far from being as carefree as Rhaenys. He had memorized the intricate terrain of the castle long ago. Moreover, he had heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Undoubtedly, the man did not fall into the sea, but rather onto the rocky shore, where he likely succumbed to fatal injuries. I have killed again. Now, the boy leapt down from the stone window, feeling somewhat drained as he leaned against the corridor wall and slid down to the cold ground, too exhausted to move even a finger. Viserys was on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for the fierce instinct for survival propelling him forward, he might have faltered during his escape. The boy sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The blood splattered on his face had begun to congeal, mingling with the fresh perspiration, creating a strikingly eerie contrast against his youthful and innocent visage, with his pale purple, clear eyes. This stark juxtaposition was unsettling. This seemingly adorable and naive boy had, in a short span of time, employed various tactics, ambushes, hiding, and strategic planning to eliminate 3 merciless mercenaries. Viserys' silvery hair clung to his cheek as he panted, striving to steady his rapidly beating heart. Only then did he find the time to reflect on the unfolding events. What had transpired? When he was abruptly ambushed, he had not reacted at all, merely understanding that these men were there to kill him. Then, it became a desperate flight. Hiding and killing the mercenaries, all in the name of survival. Yet now, he knew little about who these people were or why they sought his life. Viserys' first thought was that King Robert wished to eradicate him entirely, and indeed, his initial assumption was not far from the truth. As for the identities of these individuals, that fell into the realm of his ignorance. He was utterly oblivious to the continent of Essos across the narrow sea, knowing only scant details gleaned from travelogues he cherished. Mercenaries and this group of courage were entirely foreign to him. His attention then turned to the dark mist he had absorbed after killing these men. With a slight motion, he drew forth his short sword, its gleaming blade still bearing the remnants of blood, evidence of his first kill. Under the flickering light of the flames, the blade reflected a glimmer, and Viserys' gaze fixated on that shimmer. 3 seconds passed. The dark mist coalesced once more. It manifested in the ancient Valyrian script, signifying sun, moon, water, and earth, which, when translated into the common tongue, represented strength, vitality, agility, and endurance. Viserys was uncertain of the essence of this dark mist. Yet one thing he could ascertain, this mist, his unique advantage, bore an inexplicable connection to the freehold of Valyria, which had been obliterated centuries prior due to the wrath of the gods. Half a year ago, upon his arrival on Dragonstone and subsequent coronation, he had fainted under the gaze of the 7 gods, only to be thrust into a myriad of bizarre dreams. The most vivid and extensive of these dreams was one of apocalyptic calamity, volcanoes erupting, the earth fracturing, splendid cities annihilated, and fertile lands disintegrating into isolated islands. Thus, the most prosperous civilization in human history, even one said to rival the gods, was entirely erased from the face of the earth. The remnants of Valyria became what people now refer to as the Smoking Sea and the Land of Demons, seemingly still imbued with a potent influence or curse, remaining untouched by human feet even after nearly 4 centuries. Its secrets would forever remain enshrined there. The Targaryen family had once been a part of Valyrian civilization. 12 years before the cataclysm, a prophet was born into a relatively powerless family within the freehold. She foresaw the impending doom and persuaded her entire family to seek refuge at Dragonstone, a forward post near the western continent of Valyria, thereby escaping disaster. This obscure family would later conquer Westeros and reign over the land for nearly 3 centuries, the Targaryen family. All of this Viserys learned after arriving on Dragonstone and perusing the ancient tomes stored there, for it was the stronghold of House Targaryen. At that time, the old scholar also regaled Viserys with many tales of Valyrian civilization. After all, this was the history of House Targaryen. And knowing the histories of other noble families necessitated an understanding of one's own lineage. Perhaps one day I shall unravel this secret. Viserys mused as he gazed at the swirling dark mist, including the script composed in High Valyrian, silently resolving to himself. Viserys Targaryen, strength, sun 5 endurance, earth 6 agility, water 8 vitality, moon simultaneously, a wisp of dark smoke lingered just beyond the mist. Intentionally controlled by Viserys after absorbing it from the first mercenary he had slain, preventing it from merging directly with his being. He sought to experiment with whether he could manipulate this wisp of dark smoke to enhance his desired abilities. The 2 other foes he had slain did not yield any dark mist. Viserys surmised that perhaps this was linked to the fact that he had killed them with ranged weaponry. The ability to absorb the dark mist from an enemy required a direct kill, necessitating physical contact to siphon power. What the essence of this power truly was remained a mystery to Viserys. Was he absorbing the very soul of his adversaries? Or was it the residual vitality that lingered in their corpses? Chapter 33, Sir Geoffrey, and now, Viserys remained in a phase of exploration regarding the dark mist. with a path fraught with uncertainty ahead. Thus, he was eager to actively pursue other possibilities, even if it seemed impractical at the moment. Everything was to be approached through experimentation. Therefore, he resolved to give it a try. Viserys pressed his lips together, his gaze directed toward the final attribute within the mist. The option representing the moon, which signified mental strength in High Valyrian. The Valyrians believed the moon symbolized spirit, soul, or will. This was a characteristic expression within this language, with the term for the moon also serving as a synonym for the soul. My mental fortitude far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and it indeed grants me extraordinary abilities. Upon reaching a mental capacity of 20, Viserys awakened a unique skill known as the Eye of the Moment. This ability allowed him to momentarily decelerate everything dynamic within his field of vision, as his formidable mental strength instantaneously deconstructed his opponent's movements. Thus, they appeared to move in slow motion, affording him ample time to react. This ability proved immensely beneficial to Viserys just moments ago. It had enabled him to evade a flying axe hurled by a mercenary, saving his life. Viserys was acutely aware of the principle of leveraging strengths against weaknesses. His current advantage lay in his extraordinary mental prowess. He found himself somewhat eager to discover the transformations that might occur should his mental prowess evolve to its utmost potential. Subsequently, Viserys manipulated the swirling mass of absorbed black smoke, merging it into a larger cloud of darkness, which transmuted into a fleeting beam of moonlight, imbuing the symbols of the moon with a delicate, silvery luminescence. And then, there was nothing further. Viserys leaned against the wall, seated upon the ground, gazing at the sword in his hand. Fortunately, the castle on Dragonstone was sufficiently expansive, due to Prince Rhaegar's frugality and the island's inherent barrenness. There were not many servants or guards, and as yet, no one had noticed him. Otherwise, witnessing this scene might lead one to assume that this young king was unable to bear the psychological strain, contemplating the path of self-destruction. Indeed, Viserys maintained a composed demeanor. He observed that the numerical representation of his mental capacity remained at 20, with no discernible change, merely feeling a slight clarity in his mind, akin to sipping ambrosia. He blinked slowly, revealing an expression of acceptance rather than surprise. He did not squander the black smoke. Instead, he utilized it to ascertain a conclusion. Although his initial conjecture aligned with the outcome, Viserys approached the matter of the black mist with utmost caution. He refrained from mere speculation, opting instead to substantiate his hypothesis through experimental results. Ultimately, the results aligned with his expectations. The greater one's abilities, the more arduous the path to evolution became. His mental capacity had far surpassed the combined strength of 2, 3, or even more individuals. Thus, his ambition to rapidly elevate his mental prowess to its zenith was thwarted. A comprehensive approach remained imperative. Viserys inhaled deeply, uncertain of the potential repercussions of utilizing the black mist. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. He must rely on the advantages bestowed by the black mist. Otherwise, the prospect of altering his foreseeable fate appeared insurmountably daunting, if not altogether impossible. Even with the aid of the black mist, Viserys did not allow himself to relax in the slightest. He feared that he might remain ensnared in the shackles of destiny, ultimately succumbing to other means of demise, and thus dared not exhale in relief. Your Highness is here. Come quickly. At that moment, the sound of armor clanking and the chaotic footsteps of the castle guards echoed through the corridor as they brandished torches, searching for Viserys. Finally locating him by following the trail, all infiltrating mercenaries had been dispatched, and the sole survivor, after a brief interrogation, was hastily commanded by the butler, Sir Shad, to have his throat slit and his body cast into the sea. Upon hearing of the attack, the knight appeared exceedingly anxious, harboring a deep-seated loathing for the assailants, eager for retribution. Meanwhile, the guards discovered that the young king's chamber had also been subjected to enemy aggression. 2 guards lay slain, and Viserys, along with Princess Rhaenys, had vanished without a trace. Sir Shad then ordered a thorough search of the entire castle. Ultimately, in the cellar, they found a frightened yet relieved Rhaenys, while another group located Viserys. The following dawn, the remnants of the previous night's terror had faded. Servants had diligently cleansed the castle of blood, and all mercenary corpses had been consigned to the depths of the sea to feed the fish. The body of the mercenary, severed by Viserys' hand and cast from the castle to plummet down the cliff, was discovered by fishermen preparing to sail at dawn. Viserys, although somewhat shaken, managed to maintain a demeanor more composed than that of the queen or Rhaenys. Nevertheless, he had endured a restless night, his eyes bearing traces of bloodshot fatigue. Mother. In the upper chamber of the stone drum tower, after greeting his mother, Viserys settled into a side seat. The weary silver-haired woman occupied the main seat, listening to the report from the commander of the Dragonstone fleet. Although Viserys had been crowned king, not even the guards on Dragonstone referred to him as Your Majesty. Everyone understood that this king was merely a figurehead, even now that the Targaryens had reclaimed the throne. Viserys was unable to occupy the Iron Throne due to his tender age. His mother, Rhaella, served as regent until her son reached maturity. Thus, Viserys could only sit obediently beside his mother in the side seat, his knees together and hands resting upon them, his long lashes fluttering, his gaze lowered, presenting the image of a well-behaved and docile child. However, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, was speaking. Upon noticing Viserys's presence, he slightly tilted his head to regard the boy with curiosity. He was reporting to Queen Rhaella about the losses incurred by the Dragonstone fleet the previous night. Although they had repelled the enemy, the fleet had also suffered significant damage. He had also heard of the events that transpired within the castle. The young prince, merely 7 years of age, had somehow managed to slay 3 ruthless members of the mercenary band. Your Highness, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet inclined his head slightly towards Viserys. Sir Geoffrey. Viserys acknowledged the elder's words with a nod, politely returning the gesture. This marked his first encounter with the knight since arriving on Dragonstone. The commander had not come to pay his respects since Rhaella and Viserys' arrival, and for reasons unknown, his mother had not summoned him. Chapter 34. Audacious Thoughts, Your Majesty. The elderly knight's voice was somewhat gravelly as he inclined his head slightly. All necessary words had been spoken. Queen Rhaella remained seated in the center, her pregnancy evident as she appeared somewhat haggard. After a deep breath, she nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Sir Geoffrey. However, the elder offered no further words. Instead, rising and bowing slightly, the clanking of his armor echoing as he prepared to depart the council chamber and return to the fleet moored at the harbor. At that moment, Viserys, who had been listening attentively, suddenly raised his hand, resembling a dutiful child in the classroom. Sir, I have a question. Can our fleet sail across the narrow sea? The young king, seated in the side chair, one hand resting on the table while the other was raised, posed his inquiry with unexpected boldness. The old knight paused, taken aback by Viserys' question, then halted in his tracks. He lowered his gaze to the panoramic map of Westeros displayed in the chamber. Dragonstone was positioned at the gateway to the waters of King's Landing, while beyond Blackwater Bay lay the narrow sea, nestled between 2 continents. On the other side of the narrow sea resided the lands known as Essos, home to the 9 free cities of trade. Though only 7 years old, Viserys' inquiry prompted a moment of contemplation for the old knight. Your Highness means to suggest that. Sir Geoffrey trailed off for a moment, then raised his white-haired head, responding with a question. Dragonstone is far too barren. It possesses neither resources nor population. Viserys clenched his small hands within the sleeves of his blue velvet robe, appearing outwardly calm yet feeling an undercurrent of anxiety. In fact, he felt more nervous than when he had dispatched 3 mercenaries the previous night. This was his first occasion to assert his opinion, cognizant of the impending events. He yearned for change. The Dragonstone fleet, a formidable force still loyal to the Targaryens, could not be allowed to perish needlessly amidst the storm. 3 months remain until my sister enters this world, and accompanying her is a tempest of unprecedented magnitude, one that has wreaked havoc upon the last fleet of House Targaryen, consigning it to the depths of the harbor, leading to the unopposed surrender of Dragonstone. The young Viserys, compelled to flee with his infant sister, finds himself wandering the eastern continent, seeking refuge among the houses of the powerful. If Viserys wishes to alter the course of his destiny, he must seize this moment to secure the loyalty of the fleet still devoted to House Targaryen, ensuring they do not fall victim to the storm. Thus, he sheds his previous reticence, boldly seizing the opportunity to voice his thoughts, despite his tender age, aware his words may be dismissed as childish folly. He implores his mother and Sir Geoffrey, hoping they might lend an ear to his perspective, however slight it may be. Sir Geoffrey, silent thus far, rests a hand upon the map, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Viserys, relieved by the absence of immediate dissent, finds some comfort in the notion that his youth might not render his words entirely insignificant. He gathers his courage anew, addressing his mother and Sir Geoffrey with sharper conviction. Mother, Sir Geoffrey, if we remain confined to Dragonstone without seeking to amend our current plight, it is merely a matter of time before our downfall is upon us. His words, devoid of subtlety, strike directly at the heart of the matter. Queen Rhaella's expression shifts at her son's ominous declaration. She abhors such ill-omened speech. The recent trials have rendered her somewhat neurotic, and the thought of ruin stirs her deeply. Viserys, she exclaims, poised to reprimand her son for his indiscretion. Yet she is interrupted by the long-silent commander of the fleet. Sir Geoffrey, lifting his gaze from the map, regards Viserys with keen, gray-brown eyes. What is it you wish to achieve, Your Grace? This endeavor requires more than mere bravery. Additionally, having learned of the previous night's events, where the boy cleverly maneuvered to eliminate 3 mercenaries, Sir Geoffrey finds himself intrigued by Viserys. Could it be that Viserys possesses the potential to become the next Prince Rhaegar? The once silver prince, surrounded by the Targaryen family, wielded unimaginable influence, and many believe that had he ascended the Iron Throne, he would have been the greatest king in Targaryen history. Even more than half a year after Rhaegar's demise, this sentiment remains unchanged. Viserys, undeterred, meets Ser Geoffrey's gaze with equal intensity, unaware that he is once again being compared to his nearly flawless brother. With Ser Geoffrey's reaction bolstering his confidence, Viserys boldly articulates his thoughts once more. Ser, we can relinquish Dragonstone and seize a city on the eastern continent as our new stronghold. The elder gentleman, his hair now gray, squints slightly at such a daring proposition. Dragonstone, the birthplace of Targaryen conquest in Westeros, holds profound historical and practical significance. To abandon it now would equate to forsaking their claim to the Iron Throne, inadvertently acknowledging the usurper's legitimacy. The strategic location of Dragonstone, as the gateway to King's Landing, remains critical. The fleet still effectively blocks the passage of Blackwater Bay, rendering House Baratheon impotent, despite their fury. The old knight did not anticipate that, while the situation had yet to reach a dire state, Viserys would suggest surrendering Dragonstone. Retreating like a lost dog to the eastern continent. Was last night's turmoil too much for the young boy? Perhaps it is understandable. After all, Viserys is merely 7 years of age, and it is unreasonable to expect him to possess the same excellence as Prince Rhaegar. The old knight, though sympathetic, feels a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, Viserys observes, acutely aware of the elder's disappointment, his heart sinking slightly. Yet he maintains a calm demeanor as he continues. If we seek to reclaim the Iron Throne, our current vessels and resources are insufficient. Internally, he reflects that even Aegon did not conquer Westeros solely with 3 dragons. He had an army at his back. Aegon established himself at what is now King's Landing, constructing a modest castle called Aegon's Hold, compelling the Rosby and Stark families to submit swiftly before commencing his campaign of conquest. Moreover, with the Targaryens now devoid of dragons, relying solely on a fleet to retake Westeros is nothing short of folly. If they remain ensconced in Dragonstone without reinforcements, their downfall is inevitable. Child, your reasoning is valid. Yet you lack an understanding of the realities at hand. As Viserys prepares to respond, he is interrupted once more by the old knight, who now addresses him as a mere child. The elder's disappointment lingers. Viserys has yet to reach the heights of his brother. Nevertheless, there is hope for cultivation. As Rhaegar is no longer present, had it not been for Rhaegar and Lyanna's selfish desires, the war of usurpation might never have ignited, allowing the realm to endure a few more years under the Mad King's tumult. Lost in thought, the old knight finds himself momentarily adrift. Sensing a disturbance in the pursuit of his goals, silence envelopes the war room. Meanwhile, Queen Rhaella, burdened by recent relentless blows, exhibits signs of mental strain. Upon hearing Viserys' words, she becomes agitated again. Dragonstone bears immense significance for her, and though she understands, she cannot fathom abandoning it for the eastern continent. Impossible. The silver-haired woman, deprived of rest, her once vibrant lavender eyes bloodshot and her hair disheveled, slams her palm on the table, her voice sharp. Your Grace. The old knight raises a hand, attempting to quell the queen's fervor. Yet, the agitated woman remains undeterred, resolutely refusing to entertain such notions. There is no way we shall forsake Dragonstone. Your Grace. Ser Geoffrey's voice rises in tandem, effectively interrupting the queen once more, finally silencing her. He has interrupted both Rhaella and Viserys repeatedly, yet the queen dares not unleash her wrath upon him. For the fate of the Dragonstone fleet, their last bastion of power, rests firmly in his hands. Queen Rhaella and Viserys both dared not offend one another. The old knight, after interrupting the woman's voice, gazed intently at Viserys, scrutinizing him from head to toe, before continuing. The truth is, Your Highness, the 9 free cities will not permit our intrusion. Though they appear loose-knit and rife with contradictions, they unite resolutely against external foes. This is a matter of their vested interests. They do not wish for an outside force to disrupt their delicate equilibrium. While this force may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is certainly not to be underestimated, and due to their identity, it could potentially incite a war in the future. Should Viserys, as a lone orphan, reach the shores of Essos, the 9 free cities might welcome him with open arms, eager to create a minor inconvenience for Westeros. However, if Viserys were to arrive with a fleet, the stance of the trading cities would shift dramatically. They understand that the Iron Throne across the Narrow Sea might disregard a solitary orphan, but it would never tolerate a Targaryen resurgence in Essos. Thus, it is highly probable that a devastating war could erupt between the 2 continents, reminiscent of the War of the 9 Pennies from years past. The Iron Throne would never allow a potential challenger to survive, and may even take the initiative to strike. These unstable factors have led them to accept Viserys and Queen Rhaella, even assisting their escape to Dragonstone, in hopes of troubling the Iron Throne. Yet, they would never permit Viserys to arrive with a fleet. Viserys absorbed this information, his expression momentarily reflecting surprise. He was not entirely aware of these intricacies. After all, he was merely theorizing at this point. He possessed considerable knowledge, yet there remained much he was oblivious to. These nuances, often imperceptible, significantly influenced the grand narrative. I apologize. My lord, Viserys said, remaining seated, slightly troubled, unable to articulate a better excuse. Every alliance possesses its vulnerabilities, particularly among the 9 free cities, which are still embroiled in internal strife. Opportunities for maneuvering certainly exist. However, Viserys refrained from voicing this, recognizing it might sound like a feeble defense. And the recent events had rung a warning bell within him. Matters are never as straightforward as they appear. He could not rely solely on assumptions to guide his decisions. Solid evidence is essential to substantiate any claims. Viserys was grateful he was not yet in a position of power. Had the old knight not hesitated and instead acted upon his suggestions, dire consequences could have ensued. Severing the route to the free cities would leave Viserys and his mother with no means of retreat. Contemplating this made him feel a chill creep down his spine. He raised his head to apologize to Sir Geoffrey. I was careless. Yet, the old knight, standing before the map, momentarily softened his previously haughty demeanor, acknowledging Viserys' apology. He then abruptly stated, however, your highness's words have indeed reminded me. What? Viserys blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He had been mired in the disappointment of his initial attempt to assert himself, not expecting Sir Geoffrey to respond thus. The knight continued, we certainly ought not to remain passive. Instead, we must take the initiative. Chapter 36, A Storm Approaches Year 284 of the Conquest, June. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The oppressive sky was laden with thick clouds, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. In the distance, one could discern a storm brewing, accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds. Amidst this impending calamity, warships arranged themselves on the surface of the sea, cutting through the waves in silent passage toward the horizon. Viserys stood on the second deck of the Black Death, braving the howling sea breeze, his silver-gold hair billowing wildly, revealing his fair forehead. Clad in clean, well-fitted leather armor, reinforced at vital points with metal plates for protection. He wore a short sword at his waist and held a bow, an arrow quiver slung across his back, exuding an air of gallantry. Below him, soldiers busied themselves with their tasks, furiously taking down the raised sails and securing items on the deck that could not be stowed in the hold. Preparing for the impending storm. A storm approaches, your highness, came a gravelly voice from behind, belonging to Sir Geoffrey, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet. The old man had donned armor, as they were nearing their destination. Why choose this moment to strike? As a seasoned veteran who had weathered the seas for much of his life, Sir Geoffrey was no stranger to storms. The skies near Dragonstone had been ominously dark for a fortnight, signaling that a tempest was imminent. Initially, he had intended for the fleet to remain in the harbor, awaiting the storm's passage. Based on his extensive maritime experience, storms were not inherently fearsome, as long as they remained docked and secured their vessels. The losses incurred would be minimal. Yet, inexplicably, Viserys wished to launch an assault on the under-construction Baratheon fleet at Storm's End. His reasoning was that the enemy would not anticipate an attack just before a storm. Furthermore, a decisive strike could obliterate the enemy's fleet, delivering a significant blow to their morale. This mid-course strike would be far more effective than harassing Storm's End from the outset. Moreover, it would allow the fleet to evade the storm's onslaught. However, despite Viserys' eloquence, his rationale lacked substance, rendering it a perilous gamble. To everyone's astonishment, after careful consideration, the old knight acquiesced to Viserys' audacious plan. Thus, the Dragonstone fleet set sail, hastily departing from the eye of the impending storm. Navigating through Blackwater Bay and the narrow straits, veering around the headland, and heading toward the open sea. Initially, all seemed well. The fleet left Dragonstone early, retreating before the storm's arrival. However, as days passed, the fleet traversed the ocean, and Sir Geoffrey's heart grew heavy with trepidation. They had not yet escaped the storm's grasp, indicating the magnitude of the tempest they faced. Had he disregarded Viserys' counsel and stubbornly kept the fleet in port, they would likely have suffered a devastating blow. Nearly consumed by the sea, he pondered how Viserys arrived at such a conclusion, questioning why the boy insisted on venturing forth during the queen's imminent labor. Did he somehow foresee that this storm would be unprecedented in its ferocity? Did your highness also have some inkling? The old knight inquired curiously. At that moment, a tumultuous roar erupted over the sea as the waves crashed violently against the deck. The storm had finally caught up with the fleeing fleet of Dragonstone after half a month. Suddenly, a torrential downpour descended, unleashing the pent-up fury of the past few days, while the soldiers on the lower deck scrambled to secure their belongings. Meanwhile, Viserys stood above, gripping the railing tightly as the howling sea wind nearly drowned out the conversation between the two. The boy strained to hear Sir Geoffrey's words, then shook his head and responded loudly, "No, I was merely guessing." However, the old knight was not satisfied with this answer. He too grasped the railing firmly, raising his gaze to the foreboding dark sky. The rain hammered down upon him, and the fierce winds howled. "Oh, is that so?" he retorted, retracting his gaze and looking meaningfully at the boy. Since their brief encounter 3 months prior, Sir Geoffrey had sensed something extraordinary about this boy. At times, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, yet at others, he appeared somewhat foolish. His agreement to accompany Viserys on such a perilous undertaking, embarking on an expedition just before the impending storm, stemmed from a letter he had recently received from the Citadel. The scholars there, tasked with observing celestial phenomena, had been dispatching messages to coastal cities and islands along the eastern shores of Westeros, all indicating that, according to the observations of the astronomers, a tempest of unprecedented ferocity would soon arise in the narrow sea. The astronomer adorned with the bronze collar predicted that this would be the most colossal storm surge ever recorded in Westeros, centered near Dragonstone. The Citadel had not altered its stance despite the change of power at the Iron Throne. The scholars were committed to serving all of humanity, akin to the Night's Watch, regarded as the servants of Westeros. Theoretically, no scholar held any political bias. Thus, they had also sent a letter to Dragonstone, conveying a warning. Initially, Sir Geoffrey had dismissed it. However, as the ominous signs of the approaching storm became increasingly evident, the old knight's heart began to race, yet he remained indecisive. After all, the queen was about to give birth, and the fleet should be stationed beside Dragonstone, ensuring that no more mishaps occurred. Nevertheless, Viserys' words acted as the final straw that compelled the old knight to resolve himself, leading the fleet away from Dragonstone. If the entire fleet were to be lost in the storm, the queen's safety would undoubtedly be compromised. Chapter 37, Stannis within the halls of Storm's End. A man with a straight posture and a resolute expression sat at a round wooden table, engrossed in writing. The clean and tidy surface bore a half-burnt white candle. Its flickering flame swayed gently by the wind seeping through the window, casting his shadow upon the wall behind. Outside, the torrential rain fell relentlessly, the chaotic sound of the downpour causing him some agitation. Suddenly, the pen he held snapped in his grip, and Stannis' expression darkened slightly. He tossed the broken pen aside against the wall. For reasons unknown, Stannis felt a slight unease at that moment. The sudden breakage of the pen felt like an omen of impending calamity. The muscles in his brow furrowed, and he raised a rough finger to rub his temple, attempting to clear his mind, but to no avail. His pale lips tightened. Stannis was burdened with heavy thoughts. He had long forgotten how to smile and was oblivious to the essence of joy. His elder brother, Robert Baratheon, had ascended to the throne, and according to traditions, Storm's End should be bestowed upon the next heir. Of course, the king could retain Storm's End until he appointed a worthy successor. However, it was indisputable that Stannis was the primary heir to Storm's End, and his younger brother Renly was still just a child, posing no threat to him. At least, that was Stannis' belief. Even before his elder brother had sired an heir, he had been regarded as the first heir to the Iron Throne. Yet now, Stannis was plagued by a foreboding sense of dread. Perhaps it was due to his strained relationship with his brother, coupled with the lack of news from King's Landing. Perhaps Robert merely sought to reclaim Dragonstone first. Stannis released the pressure on his temple and sighed, muttering to himself. The tension in his brow eased slightly. Although his relationship with his brother was fraught and he harbored some criticisms of Robert's methods, Stannis remained unwaveringly loyal, never doubting his elder brother. He understood the depths of Robert's hatred for the Targaryens and offered himself a justification. Perhaps Robert simply wished to reclaim Dragonstone first before granting him Storm's End. Since the fleet of Lord Redwyne had returned in defeat from Dragonstone, they had returned to the western coast of Westeros to recuperate. Yet King Robert's determination to reclaim Dragonstone remained unshaken. Stannis continued to occupy himself at Storm's End, hastily constructing warships and training the Royal Navy. Currently, the majority of the newly built ships had been launched, and the newly trained sailors were beginning to take shape. Stannis was filled with ambition, believing that once his Royal Navy was adequately trained, reclaiming Dragonstone would be a mere formality. "Is my brother inside?" Just then, a youthful voice, brimming with excitement, called from outside the study, followed by a cold retort. "I'm sorry, young Lord Renly. Lord Stannis does not wish to see anyone at the moment." A guard stationed outside the study blocked Renly Baratheon, the third son of Storm's End, dressed in a blue velvet tunic. The boy seemed as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He accidentally dropped a shiny stone he had been holding. Unlike other boys his age, Renly was somewhat different. While he too received some light training in knighthood, his interest in swordplay was lacking. Instead, he favored collecting beautiful objects. Just earlier, he had accompanied a few friends to the beach to gather pretty stones, and among them, this particular shiny stone was his favorite. However, due to the impending storm surge, the children were sent back before they could fully enjoy their play. Thus, upon returning to the castle, Renly had hoped to share the stone with his brother Stannis. Unexpectedly, the eager boy was met with a closed door. His spirits plummeted, his lips pouting slightly in disappointment as he picked up his cherished stone and prepared to leave. Inside the study, Stannis had overheard the conversation and furrowed his brow slightly. Ultimately, he spoke in a calm tone. Renly? Let him in. In truth, he cared for his younger brother. Their parents, Duke Stefan Baratheon and Lady Cassanna Estermont, had perished in a shipwreck, leaving behind a young sibling. His elder brother Robert's character was wild and reckless, while the composed and seasoned Stannis assumed the role of a stern father figure. Yet, Stannis struggled to express his emotions. Upon hearing his brother's permission to enter the study, the boy with black hair instantly brightened, his prior dejection replaced by joy. However, at that moment, a resonant tolling of distant warning bells echoed from the lighthouse, startling Stannis, who sat in the study. A flicker of astonishment crossed his usually stoic face. And the guards outside, along with young Renly, frozen place, caught off guard by the familiar sound that awakened long-buried memories within Renly's heart. Just half a year prior, they had been trapped in Storm's End, resorting to eating rats while the horns and bells sounded ominously outside. The 5-year-old Renly had cried out in terror, causing chaos all around. The atmosphere within Storm's End was no less tumultuous. The haunting memories of that dark time resurfaced vividly, with soldiers scurrying about and servants in disarray. Yet Stannis remained the most composed amidst the turmoil. After a brief moment of shock, the resolute man quickly steadied himself. Rising from his chair to thrust open the study door without a glance at the weeping Renly on the floor. With a grim expression and hand resting on his sword hilt, he strode purposefully outside, exclaiming, "Seven hells! Can someone tell me what is happening?" At that juncture, a soldier rushed in, breathless and frantic, delivering grim news to Stannis. "My lord, there is trouble. A multitude of unidentified ships has appeared on the sea, advancing towards the harbor amidst the storm." Chapter 38. A fire in the storm not far away, on the surface of Shipbreaker Bay, the fleet from Dragonstone braved the tempest. The inclement weather hampered their progress, yet it also concealed their approach. With a crash, the ships cut through the waves, hidden within the storm's embrace. While torrential rain pelted down upon the decks, the sky loomed ominously, and countless warships emerged from the mist, ghostly apparitions as if rising from the depths of the sea, becoming visible to the sentries of Storm's End. A soldier from House Baratheon, stationed in the watchtower, rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he beheld the colossal fleet surging closer. It was almost too incredible to fathom, and once the realization struck, he hurriedly rang the alarm bell, though it was too late. The fleet had already forged ahead, headed directly for the harbor of Storm's End. Storm's End was one of the most formidable castles in the Seven Kingdoms, encircled by thick outer walls. The most robust sections reached heights of approximately 100 feet and thicknesses of 40 feet, with the seaside wall measuring around 80 feet in thickness, exceptionally fortified. The walls were composed of 2 layers of rock with a sand and gravel interlayer, their surfaces smooth and tightly fitted to prevent even a whisper of wind from penetrating. Legend had it that Storm's End was constructed by the ancient Storm King using magic, designed to withstand the harsh climate of Shipbreaker Bay. In truth, Storm's End lacked a proper harbor. It was bordered by cliffs, with only a singular waterway leading into the castle, obstructed by a barred gate. The harbor had been established for Stannis to train the Royal Navy, as its advantageous geographical position afforded deep waters close to shore, making the construction of the port relatively straightforward. Not far from the castle lay the current anchorage for the royal fleet. Presently, the newly launched royal warships were huddled within the harbor, secured with ropes and covered by tarpaulins, fully prepared to weather the storm. Stannis, having grown up in Storm's End, was acutely aware of Shipbreaker Bay's treacherous weather. Additionally, he had recently received a warning from the Citadel about an unprecedented storm approaching the eastern coast of Westeros. Although Shipbreaker Bay was not the storm's epicenter and would likely only experience heavy rain, Stannis, ever cautious, had taken extensive precautions. He had previously ordered all ships to remain docked, suspending naval training plans, and instructed all soldiers to stay in their barracks, preventing them from boarding any vessels. Thus, before the storm's arrival, the waters surrounding Storm's End were devoid of even a single skiff, rendering them incapable of detecting the stealthy approach of the Targaryen fleet. Now, the Targaryen ships, concealed within the burgeoning tempest, surged forward towards the harbor of Storm's End. Although the fleet sustained some losses amid the storm, these were still within acceptable limits. As they were over 600 nautical miles from the storm's center at Blackwater Bay, they were merely on the storm's periphery. The ever-shifting nature of the tempest, however, meant that Storm's End would also face the brunt of its fury. The sudden arrival of the Targaryen fleet was akin to divine intervention, catching the Baratheon soldiers completely unawares. No one had anticipated that the Targaryen ships would ride the storm to their shores, and the Royal Navy at Storm's End had not launched even a single skiff, remaining in a state of utter unpreparedness. Thus, this fledgling fleet, which had yet to see battle, faced a devastating onslaught. The flagship, the Black Death, unleashed a barrage from its catapults, sending stone projectiles hurtling through the air with thunderous roars, directly targeting the tightly clustered Baratheon fleet in the harbor. Many of the stones were wrapped in oil-soaked cloth and set ablaze. The oil would not be extinguished by the torrential rain. and the fiery projectiles struck the Baratheon ships with brutal force. Had the ships been arrayed in formation on the open sea, the siege weapons might have lacked precision. But now, the Baratheon vessels were crowded together in the harbor, tethered to one another and anchored to the shore, in an effort to prevent chaos amidst the storm. Stannis' orders, while seemingly prudent for weathering the storm, rendered the tightly bound ships easy targets for the Targaryen fleet. Those operating the catapults and ballistae needed no aim. They merely had to release the ropes to launch their projectiles. The Baratheon fleet, newly constructed, screamed in anguish as stones shattered decks, igniting the oil and spreading flames across the ships. The flames surged below deck, consuming provisions, while the supports of the deck succumbed to the blaze, collapsing with a resounding crash as the ship was engulfed in crimson light, ultimately surrendering to the depths of the sea. Yet, more vessels fell prey to the fiery projectiles, and the Targaryen fleet escalated the inferno by launching barrels of oil from their catapults, further fueling the flames. In an instant, the harbor, not far from Storm's End, descended into chaos. A great fire blazed amidst the torrential rain, engulfing the fleet of House Baratheon in flames, while thick, billowing black smoke ascended into the heavens, painting the sky in hues of crimson. On the second deck of the distant ship, the Black Death, Viserys stood resolutely in the tempest, refusing to retreat to the cabin, yearning to grasp the stark reality of war. Consequently, the boy was drenched, his silvery hair clinging to his fair visage, droplets cascading down his cheeks. Yet, the pale violet of his eyes shone remarkably bright, reflecting the inferno that raged in the distance. This conflagration extinguished the usurper's ambitions to invade Dragonstone for the next 5 years. Chapter 39. The birth of a storm. The fire obliterated the usurper's designs for the next 5 years. The old knight beside the boy coughed gently before speaking. Viserys turned his head slightly to glance at the elder, uncertain of the origins of this 5-year projection or whether any evidence supported it. Nonetheless, he understood that the fire assured temporary safety for Dragonstone. The usurper's war was far from over. That rotund Baratheon, destined to be a future king, sat unsteadily upon his throne. Since his brother Rhaegar's demise, the Targaryens had faced a rapid decline, suffering one defeat after another, ultimately losing the Iron Throne. Now, Viserys' fire served as a beacon of hope amidst the Targaryen family's impending long night, if only to slightly uplift the morale that had sunk to its nadir. However, the flames bore little direct relation to him. His primary objective was to leverage his foresight to prevent the Dragonstone fleet from perishing in the storm, striving to guide them away from the Tempest vortex. Unexpectedly, a bold suggestion from a mere child was adopted. Sir Geoffrey ultimately decided to race the storm and launch a surprise attack on Storm's End. Thus, unbeknownst to Stannis, the Targaryen fleet emerged from the storm, catching him off guard and blocking the Baratheon fleet within the harbor, resulting in a complete inferno. This event was destined to become one of the most classic cases in the annals of naval warfare in Westeros. Yet, Viserys had merely proposed a suggestion, his influence minimal. The subsequent command and assault bore no relation to him. He merely stood beside the old knight, feeling the sea breeze and enduring the downpour. Although he had insisted on witnessing the battle from outside, for reasons unknown, the old knight did not send the bothersome child back but instead kept him close, even allowing him to listen in on the war council. Atop Storm's End, Stannis leaned against the cold battlements, his expression taut, his posture rigid, bearing the weight of mountains upon broad shoulders. Soaked to the skin by the rain, his heart mirrored the chill of the downpour. The young heir to the Iron Throne gazed at the towering flames in the distant harbor, clenching his fists until thin dust rose from the cold stone, his fingers unknowingly scraping against the rough surface, blood staining the white bricks. Yet, at that moment, Stannis was oblivious to the pain. He felt his breath quicken, his chest heaving violently, and his vision began to blur, spiraling into darkness. "Sir," a nearby guard exclaimed in alarm, swiftly catching Stannis to prevent him from fainting and plunging from the battlements. Otherwise, a fall from the towering walls of Storm's End would surely spell his doom. The king's brother, the heir to the Iron Throne, dying in such a manner would become a mockery. "Where is Maester Cresson? Quickly, fetch him," the guard shouted, as other soldiers hurried into the castle to summon Maester Cresson, who served House Baratheon. Meanwhile, on the distant Dragonstone, the external world resembled an apocalyptic nightmare, with dark clouds pressing down upon the land, and the howling winds interspersed with torrential rain. The torrential downpour lashed against the sturdy castle, while the dragons on Dragonstone roared defiantly against the impending disaster. As the epicenter of this unprecedented storm surge in Westeros, Dragonstone towered above the tumultuous sea, enduring the ferocious waves crashing against its cliffs with a resounding roar. The ominous sky darkened further, while the agitated waves raged violently. Lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the steadfast dragon amidst the towering waves. In an instant, the world was aglow, followed by the thunderous sound of nature's wrath. Outside, it appeared as the world was ending, yet within the Stone Drum Tower, vigilance reigned supreme. "Quick, block the water," Nearly all the soldiers of Dragonstone were concentrated within the castle, anxiously combating the deluge. The former instructor of the Red Keep donned his armor once more after many months. Holding his sword with one hand, standing guard at the entrance, though his countenance bore signs of distress. The dreadful weather exacerbated his old wounds. An injury nearly pierced through his abdomen now felt as though a legion of ants were gnawing at it, causing unbearable discomfort. As the appointed regent of Dragonstone by Rhaegar, Ser Shad, a bastard from Dorne, stood outside alongside Ser Wyrm, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Tension filled the air. The pregnant Queen Rhaela finally showed signs of labor today, urgently summoning midwives and maidservants for assistance. Inside the chamber, the tumult outside undoubtedly influenced the laboring woman's spirit. With her silver hair splayed across the bed, Queen Rhaela's consciousness began to fade. She strained to give birth, yet the trials of motherhood are seldom straightforward. Quick, stop the bleeding. The inexperienced midwives and the queen's maidservants frantically assisted her in labor. Yet, blood flowed incessantly beneath the queen, as if it would never cease. Moreover, Queen Rhaela was already of advanced age, having previously become a grandmother, and despite Viserys' encouragement for her to maintain her strength, her body could no longer withstand such torment. Ultimately, she relinquished her struggle. Joanna. The woman's awareness drifted into oblivion, her will crumbling, no longer resisting. Her cracked lips murmured the names of her past. Bonafor, Aerys, Rhaegar, Viserys, my children. A single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Chapter 40. Daenerys Targaryen. Queen Rhaela, having endured numerous tribulations, found herself on the brink of mental collapse, teetering on the edge of madness. The greatest sorrow lies in the death of the heart. When the silver-haired woman had long since relinquished her will to survive, even the seven gods could not save the beleaguered queen. In the end, Rhaela Targaryen became disoriented, repeatedly murmuring the names of those she cherished most in her fleeting life. Her companion Joanna, her first love Bonifair, her brother and husband Aerys, her eldest son Rhaegar, and her second son Viserys. Ultimately, she exhaled her last breath upon her sickbed. Yet, just before her departure from this world, a brief moment of clarity washed over her. She seemed to comprehend that her time was at an end. Tears streamed down her face as she cradled her youngest daughter, who had taken her life, and bestowed upon her a beautiful name, Daenerys Targaryen. The infant, swaddled and with tightly shut eyes, bore a wrinkled visage and her silvery hair clung to her scalp. She was born amidst this tumult, finally releasing a resounding wail. Simultaneously, a thunderous clap echoed over Dragonstone, illuminating the sky with flashes of lightning, as relentless rain poured down. Many were startled. The weapons instructor outside dropped his belongings in shock, hastily bending down to retrieve them. Among the items was a wooden puppet he had carved from a small block, vaguely resembling a woman, though devoid of discernible features. In the distance, King's Landing lay beneath a pristine cerulean sky as a raven, entirely black, soared above, surveying the vast city below. Its head tilted slightly as gusts of wind ruffled its feathers. With a flap of its wings, the raven descended, finally landing atop the Red Keep. Situated on the heights of Aegon's Hill, Maester Pycelle, with his disheveled white beard blown about by the wind, appeared remarkably aged and unsteady as he approached. He tossed a morsel to the raven and removed a letter from its leg. Unfolding the missive, Pycelle briefly scanned its contents, and his expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, his legs seemed to regain strength as he quickly gathered his robes and hastened toward Maegor's holdfast. A few maids passing by were left momentarily dumbfounded by this scene. A testament to a miraculous recovery. The letter bore grim tidings from Dragonstone. Stannis had been tasked with overseeing the construction of the royal fleet. While the royal fleet was stationed at Dragonstone, preparing to weather the storm, it was ambushed by the Targaryen fleet. In an unexpected maneuver amidst the tempest, they launched a near-perfect naval assault, demonstrating audacity, meticulousness, and resolve, willing to endure the storm's losses to utterly annihilate the Baratheon fleet. Stannis had never anticipated the Targaryen ships would materialize like divine retribution upon the waters of Shipbreaker Bay. The very storm that instilled fear in all fleets instead concealing their approach. The outcome was catastrophic, resulting in the destruction of the royal fleet, which the Iron Throne had invested heavily in and held great hopes for. Pycelle, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, understood that having betrayed the Targaryens, should they return to power, he would likely be among the first to perish. This aged scholar, fearing for his life, could no longer feign frailty. He hurried to report this development to the new king, Robert Baratheon. What? The young king, reveling in his chambers at Maegor's holdfast, was taken aback by the news. He leaped to his feet and seized the letter from Pycelle's hands, scrutinizing its contents. The atmosphere in the king's chamber thickened with tension. The servant pouring wine for Robert and Pycelle, who had stumbled and fallen, were left speechless, acutely aware of the king's simmering fury. The robust young king stood like a mountain, his thick black hair and beard bristling, eyes aflame with wrath as he paced the spacious room. Without any warning, he kicked over the table before him, shattering the wine glasses and scattering books and documents across the floor. The servant and Maester Pycelle were taken aback. The elderly man sitting on the ground, pale and unable to rise. "Your Majesty?" Sir Barristan Selmy, captain of the King's Guard, was startled by the commotion and rushed through the door, only to find King Robert in a furious tirade. "By the seven hells! Stannis, that useless fool!" Robert's thunderous roar reverberated through the chamber, causing eardrums to ring, and even those in the corridor could hear his fury. "I could send a dog to command, and it would not lead the royal fleet to annihilation. I should have done just that. At least a dog wouldn't allow the enemy to burn our ships to the ground." Robert Baratheon, incensed, harbored an even deeper loathing for his already disliked younger brother. He had thought Stannis, though rigid and stubborn, possessed some military acumen. Trusting his brother, he had entrusted this vital task to him, only to see it crumble to ruin. He could not endure the thought of the Targaryen spawn continuing to exist in this world. His hatred for the Targaryens ran deep. Yet, despite his substantial investments, gold dragons poured into the endeavor and loans sought from Casterly Rock and the Iron Bank. He had received only this dismal outcome. The spawn of the dragon not only survived, but had slapped him in the face. Sir Barristan Selmy, garbed in white, remained silent, bending slightly to pick up the discarded letter from the floor, scanning its contents. He stood there, stunned, realizing the Targaryens had managed a remarkable counterattack even in such dire circumstances. The fearless knight had once believed the Targaryens were all but finished, loyal to the Iron Throne. He had even sought a noble death in service to the Targaryen dynasty. However, his bravery had impressed Robert Baratheon, who pardoned his past offenses and appointed him as the captain of the new King's Guard. The white-cloaked knight, hand resting on his sword hilt, surveyed the chaos, the overturned table, spilled wine, scattered documents, the trembling maester and servants, and the enraged new king. With hair and beard bristling like a wild beast, Robert, a formidable figure in his cloak, resembled a raging bear, wreaking havoc within the room, the sounds of destruction echoing throughout the halls. As he surveyed the disarray, Sir Barristan remained composed, silently observing without attempting to quell the king's rage. The knight's crow's feet were pronounced, and his pale blue eyes held a profound gaze as he lowered his head to glance at the floor beneath him. With a gentle sigh, he found himself lost in memories, a scene that struck him as eerily familiar. He recalled another king he had once served, the previous occupant of this chamber, known as the Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen, who frequently erupted in fury within these very walls, reducing the space to chaos. He would even order the execution of those who dared to provoke him, reveling in the sounds of their torment. Balistan had believed that the Targaryen era was behind them, that the Mad King had perished at the hands of an assassin, and that such scenes would never again grace his eyes. Yet, he found himself witnessing a remarkably similar spectacle merely 6 months later. The fearless Sir Balistan Selmy. At that moment, King Robert, consumed by rage and pacing restlessly, abruptly halted. He lifted his gaze, sharp and intense, towards the captain of the King's Guard, who stood at the doorway, contemplating a letter penned by Stannis. The king's voice was deep and powerful. Although he appeared to have restrained his temper, a simmering fury still resonated within his tone. Unlike the Mad King, however, Robert did not unleash his wrath upon the innocent, nor would he ever resort to the gruesome pleasure of burning someone alive. "Your Majesty," Balistan Selmy murmured, momentarily regaining his focus and setting aside the letter from Stannis. He lifted his chin, meeting the king's gaze unwaveringly. "Summon Lord Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. At once. I have pressing matters to discuss with him." The king's voice boomed like the great bells of the September. It was clear he had reached a significant decision and was eager to consult his foster father, the Duke of the Eyrie, now serving as the Hand. Robert held profound respect and reliance on this elder statesman, who was brave, honorable, and wise. Had it not been for the old duke's courageous intervention to protect his 2 foster sons before the war of usurpation, they would have likely met their demise under the Mad King's tyranny, and there would be no Robert Baratheon or Eddard Stark today. Thus, Robert sought the Duke's counsel on every significant decision. As Eddard Stark would affirm, perhaps only Jon Arryn possessed the ability to reign in Robert, for even his deceased parents could not sway this wayward soul. However, the knight in white felt a frown crease his brow upon hearing the king's words. Yet he remained motionless. Why do you hesitate?" Robert demanded, frustration flaring as his keen eyes bore down on the white knight. Yet Balistan remained unfazed, quietly observing the king, whose fury resembled that of a raging bear. He sighed softly and spoke in a calm tone. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that the Hand of the King has been absent from King's Landing for over a month? The Baratheon dynasty has been established. Yet the 7 kingdoms remain divided. Dorne has not submitted to the new king, and even the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands have yet to come forth to express their allegiance. Meanwhile, the old duke tirelessly endeavors to heal the wounds inflicted by a war that has ravaged the entirety of Westeros for over 2 years. The realm has just begun to recover from the period of your coronation, yet it has not returned to the state it was in before the Targaryen Wars. The issue of Dorne remains a thorn in our side, a problem that the new monarchy must address. Over a month ago, the old duke prepared to travel to Dorne, carrying the remains of Prince Lewin Martell, in hopes of negotiating peace and soothing the anger stemming from the deaths of Prince Lewin, Elia Martell, and their son, Aegon. Yet, I did not expect the old duke to undertake such a journey at his age for the sake of the realm's unity, while you, seated in King's Landing, seem to have forgotten this matter entirely. Lord Jon Arryn has left King's Landing? Upon hearing the knight's candid remark, the king's slightly plump visage betrayed a mixture of astonishment, and the anger that had once consumed him began to dissipate. He truly had lost track of this detail. But Balliston's words sparked a faint recollection. Ah, I see, Robert mused, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the old man had not come to advise him to refrain from indulgence. He had departed for Dorne. Chapter 42. The argument. Since the hand has departed from King's Landing, this matter need not trouble him further. The somewhat portly king paused momentarily, then shook his head and continued. He turned to glare at Maester Pycelle, who sat on the floor, groaning and dragging his feet. Enough of this pretense. Get up at once. Though Robert Baratheon had removed his armor and occupied the Iron Throne for merely half a year, he had rapidly gained weight. Yet the burgeoning fat could not obscure the remnants of his once formidable physique. In fact, the now portly king exuded an even greater aura of authority than he had in his warrior days. A simple glare from his large, bell-like eyes sent Pycelle shuddering as he hastily rose to his feet. Your Majesty, dispatch a letter summoning all vassals. I shall personally lead the assault on Dragonstone. Robert roared, unable to tolerate the continued existence of the Targaryens. He had initially thought that once the royal fleet was complete, sailing across Blackwater Bay to seize Dragonstone would be a simple task. After all, the newly constructed royal fleet had consumed a fortune in gold dragons. And to secure the realm, Robert had envisioned it as the largest fleet in all of Westeros, surpassing even the might of the Iron Fleet. The Baratheon fleet scale, tonnage, and number of soldiers far exceeded that of the Dragonstone fleet, many of whose ships were outdated, while naval tactics and crew proficiency were crucial. The strength of the ships themselves was paramount. A vessel that was large and sturdy would always prevail, relying on brute strength. The outcome of a confrontation between such a formidable fleet and an aging armada was all too predictable. Yet Stannis had squandered the royal fleet in the depths of the sea, leaving Robert, in his fury, feeling a profound sense of threat. He could not fathom why. Sitting upon the Iron Throne for merely half a year, Robert had undergone a remarkable transformation from the valiant and fearless Duke of Storms he once was. And this change was evident not only in his physical stature. Now, Robert's furious roar demanded the mobilization of all nobles loyal to him to launch an assault on Dragonstone. The white-haired Maester Pycelle, upon hearing the king's words, stood in stunned silence. Although it was common knowledge within the Red Keep that the king possessed a generous and reckless spirit, if one were to put it unflatteringly, impulsive and rash, he never anticipated that King Robert would exhibit such madness. Dragonstone, a mere speck of land with a harsh environment and scant population, could be summed up as little more than a small fishing village. Was such a trivial island truly worthy of Robert's considerable resources and the mobilization of all his vassals for an attack? Your Majesty, Maester Pycelle stammered, his lips quivering as he sought to offer counsel. At that moment, the silent captain of the King's Guard suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, Sir Barristan Selmy, with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword and his pure white cloak trailing on the ground, furrowed his brow as he gazed into the king's eyes. The only ones who have fled to Dragonstone are a pair of orphans and their mother. They pose no threat to your position. Presently, Westeros, from the Wall to Dorne, is largely under your control. Prime Minister Jon Arryn has also gone to placate Dorne, and I believe the Seven Kingdoms will soon be unified. The orphans and their mother on Dragonstone are devoid of allies and resources, possessing only a decrepit fleet, and cannot possibly jeopardize the safety of Westeros. There is no need to wage war over a defenseless child and woman. Such an action would tarnish your honor. Though he now served House Baratheon, Sir Barristan had never divulged to anyone that he had sworn an oath, vowing that if he ever witnessed Robert smile at the sight of Rhaegar's slain children displayed by Tywin Lannister, he would never pledge his loyalty to Robert. Moreover, nothing in this world could prevent him from slaying Robert. The chivalric code that forbade harm to women and children was the honor and boundary he upheld. However, Barristan's words ignited the powder keg of Robert's fury, instantly provoking a tempest of wrath. If I did not make myself clear before, allow me to reiterate, bellowed King Robert. I want them dead. I wish for both mother and child to perish. I refuse to see any spawn of the Mad King continue to exist in this world. Enraged, King Robert resembled a furious brown bear, his coarse fur bristling, saliva flying as he glared at Barristan, hoping to intimidate him with his ferocity. Yet, the white-cloaked knight remained undaunted. His eyes narrowed as he steadfastly met the king's gaze. Maester Pycelle, horrified by the escalating situation, tremulously interjected, "Your Majesty. The 7 kingdoms lie at your feet. You could easily summon countless knights. However, the night steeds cannot traverse the sea." The silver-haired master stood by Barristan's side, not out of a sense of honor or belief that one should not strike against women and children, for he did not oppose the notion of eliminating Queen Riella and Prince Viserys to prevent future threats. In fact, he had received word that Viserys had already been crowned on Dragonstone. Nevertheless, he considered King Robert's reaction somewhat excessive. Moreover, there was a pressing concern previously discussed. The Baratheon dynasty currently lacked a fleet, which was why they had invested great effort in constructing one. Now, with the newly built royal fleet obliterated, Baratheon had temporarily relinquished any aspirations of maritime dominance. Master Pycelle's voice quivered as he revealed, "The fleet of Lord Redwine has suffered losses and is now returning to the Arbor for repairs. As for the Iron Fleet, it seems you have forgotten that Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands has yet to come to King's Landing to pledge his fealty to you." As he spoke, he observed the king's countenance, attempting to use diplomatic language to avoid inciting further ire. He conveyed the current state of affairs. Robert had no viable fleet for battle, and the sea remained a domain where the remnants of House Targaryen could move freely. The following day, news of the royal fleet's destruction spread throughout King's Landing like a thunderclap, igniting rumors of the Targaryens' imminent resurgence. Meanwhile, in the distance, Viserys and the victorious fleet from Dragonstone were already making their way home. Chapter 43. The return. The ships cleaved through the tranquil sea, gliding silently beneath the afternoon sun. The ocean, calm after the storm, resembled a poised maiden, its mirror-like surface reflecting the golden sunlight, while the gentle sea breeze caressed the boy's cheek like a delicate hand. Viserys stood atop the highest deck of the Black Death, feeling the gentle caress of the wind, his silver-gold curls dancing in the breeze, his cherubic face adorned with serenity. For the first time since entering this world, he felt a slight release from the burdens that had weighed heavily upon him. Unlike the previous counsel from the Old Maester, this time Viserys truly sensed a significant alleviation of the previously unbearable sense of crisis. At least for now, the threat before him had been temporarily vanquished, granting him a moment of respite. "We are nearing Dragonstone." At that moment, cheers erupted from the soldiers on the lower deck, who had spotted the familiar outline of their homeland, realizing that they were close to returning home. In truth, there were not many from Dragonstone among the soldiers of this fleet. Most hailed from the surrounding lands of King's Landing, with many recruited from nearby regions. Some even came from distant places, such as the Westerlands, the Reach, and Storm's End, including mercenaries from the eastern continent across the narrow sea. For these soldiers, the concept of home had long since blurred. They were impoverished individuals, born into an era where, unless one belonged to the nobility, it was nearly impossible to rise above their station. Being tall and strong enough to serve as a soldier was already a considerable advantage, allowing them to plunder without fear of retribution from bandits. For example, in King's Landing, aspiring to become a gold cloak required not only physical prowess but also a substantial bribe to the conscription officers, an expense that would be exorbitant for the common folk. Now, the soldiers celebrated their return to Dragonstone, grateful to have survived the recent conflict, and the prolonged time spent aboard ship had left them yearning for solid ground beneath their feet. Viserys felt a flicker of joy within himself, a sentiment evident in his light lavender eyes. The silver-haired boy steadied himself against the railing and turned to gaze at the other side. According to the nautical charts, the fleet was navigating past a point, traversing a passage that served as a major maritime route between the eastern continent and Westeros. "Is that Driftmark?" Viserys inquired, leaning over the rail, his small hand gripping it tightly as he peered at the island's silhouette emerging on the horizon. "Indeed, Your Highness," a soldier clad in leather armor, a long sword hanging at his waist, and possessing a cherubic visage, eagerly affirmed. The old knight was currently resting in the cabin, while the officer responsible for attending to Viserys' paperwork stood by his side. The old knight had replaced his former guards, and now this slightly portly officer was tasked with ensuring Viserys' safety and answering his queries. The reasoning behind the old knight's decision remained a mystery. Perhaps it was the incompetence of the guards at the time, or perhaps the myriad issues surrounding Viserys. Presently, the outline of an island emerges within the fleet's line of sight, prompting the soldiers to cheer at its sight. However, due to the impending storm, visibility on the sea was severely diminished, and Viserys had not spotted this island so near at hand. Yet, he was aware of its name, Driftmark. Driftmark was supposed to be a vassal of House Valerion, the island's lords possessing the same Valyrian bloodline, once closely allied with House Targaryen through frequent intermarriages. Such ties had ceased following the reign of Aegon III. The Valerians were once among the sovereigns of the waters of Westeros. Yet they faced devastating blows during the Dance of the Dragons and subsequently fell into decline. All these historical accounts had been imparted to Viserys by the learned Maester, who insisted that he familiarize himself with the histories of various houses, memorizing their sigils and mottos. Currently, while House Valerion maintained an outward neutrality toward the usurper, they also declined the summons from Dragonstone, appearing to remain an observer. Viserys remembered that when he and his mother first arrived at Dragonstone, Queen Rhaena had summoned all vassals of Dragonstone, yet not a single one responded to her call. Despite Driftmark's proximity to Dragonstone, there was no sign of acknowledgement. As if the island had neither heard nor seen. Viserys understood his distant relative's choice, but while he expressed understanding, he remained cautious of a potential betrayal from this neighbor. The Valerians possessed a fleet of their own. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Viserys and the officer. An elderly lord stepped from the cabin. Having overheard their conversation, and both men on the deck turned to face him. Ser Mervyn Valerion was also a man of martial inclination. Sir Geoffrey, with his flowing silver hair and weathered visage marked by age spots, leaned against his belt, gazing into the distance. Unfortunately, the fleet may have already met its demise at sea, and Lord Mervyn had similarly lost his courage. Viserys discerned the faint sarcasm in the old man's tone, piquing his curiosity, yet he refrained from probing further. This unprecedented tempest had obliterated any vessels that had appeared in these waters, even the smallest fragment of wood. And many islands had succumbed to the tsunami. The old lord's words also conveyed to Viserys that there was no need for concern regarding House Valerion. He seemed to have discerned the subtext in Viserys' speech. The Targaryen fleet passed close by Driftmark without landing or offering greetings. Yet it left the island's inhabitants in a state of trepidation. Standing on the deck, nearest to the island, Viserys finally caught sight of the startled figures in the castle, bustling and peering in their direction. They feared that the Targaryen fleet would plunder Driftmark due to their previous silence. However, neither Sir Geoffrey nor Viserys harbored such intentions. The fleet's close passage by Driftmark served merely as a warning to the island's dubious inhabitants, urging them to tread carefully in their choices. Subsequently, the Targaryen fleet sailed toward the horizon. Driftmark lay merely 30 nautical miles from Dragonstone. Less than half a day later, as the sun dipped toward the west, the fleet finally pierced through the crimson clouds of the sea and returned to Dragonstone. Chapter 44. Weeping. The fleet's expedition undoubtedly stirred a commotion upon Dragonstone. In fact, on the return journey, news of their great victory had already spread on the wings of ravens. Initially, it caused quite a stir in King's Landing, where the dense population often led to chaos, facilitating rapid dissemination of information. The Goldcloaks, having barely enjoyed a moment of respite, once again scoured the streets in a frenzy. The news then spread from King's Landing, carried by merchant ships that docked at Dragonstone for rest between the two continents, even arriving faster than the Targaryen fleet itself. The Targaryen fleet had annihilated all Baratheon ships in the Battle of Shipbreaker Bay, yet the rumors, as they passed from mouth to mouth, morphed into several unreliable versions. One version claimed that the Targaryen royal family had awakened the slumbering Valyrian dragon kings on Dragonstone. Another suggested they had unearthed treasures left behind by their ancestors. The most fantastical tale posited that young Prince Viserys performed a blood sacrifice on Dragonstone to awaken a skeletal dragon, personally commanding it to reenact Aegon's conquest of Westeros, setting Dragonstone ablaze. Yet among the myriad of rumors, the most credible remained that Viserys truly stood before the people. As the fleet docked in the harbor and after some effort, the ships were finally secured. Viserys stood at the bow, awaiting disembarkation alongside numerous soldiers. His silver-gold hair billowing in the wind, clad in leather armor that accentuated his youthful vigor. His pale violet gaze surveyed the distance before lowering to the crowd below. As the epicenter of the storm, Dragonstone had suffered gravely, and the island appeared drastically altered from his memories. Trees lay torn asunder, the earth churned and muddy. The once familiar landscape now appeared jagged and ravaged. In the distance, the volcano continued to spew thick white smoke, and numerous rocks seemed to have collapsed, severely impacting a small fishing village not far from the harbor. Debris from the mountains still cluttered the village, demolishing homes and the scant cultivable land. Within the small fishing village, Viserys noted that many homes were adorned with white cloths, indicating that families had lost loved ones in the recent tempest. This village was the sole source of population on Dragonstone. Their livelihoods depended on the port for fishing, yet the once thriving harbor was now in ruins, with pieces of wood still floating in the sea. Viserys turned his gaze downward, observing soldiers hastening repairs, shouting commands as they worked to secure the warships to the shore. Among the welcoming crowd was the steward of Dragonstone and Lord Shad, whose expression appeared somewhat grim for reasons unknown. Beside him stood Ser Willem Derry, the former master-at-arms of the Red Keep, who had once risked his life to protect Queen Rhaena and her children. The two stood at the forefront, with the master-at-arms holding the hand of the young girl, Rhaenys, while their retinue of servants and soldiers followed behind. Viserys glanced down a few times, following Sir Geoffrey as they descended the Black Stag, surrounded by a throng of soldiers. Stepping carefully down the wooden gangway, he approached the harbor. And as the gathered crowd noticed the silver-haired boy disembarking, they fell silent and knelt en masse. Supporting himself against the makeshift wooden ladder, Viserys paused. momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, bewildered as to why the crowd acted thus. Just as he was about to inquire, he was interrupted by Rhaenys, who had slipped free from the master-at-arms' grasp and ran to embrace him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. As Viserys held Rhaenys close, feeling her tears soak his shoulder, a foreboding sense of dread began to well within him. Rhaenyra stood as the sun dipped below the horizon, a boy crouched on the ground, embracing her. His cracked lips pressed together in a silent struggle. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. By the time the fleet arrived at Dragonstone, dusk had settled in, and the task of unloading their spoils was further delayed by the severe damage inflicted on the port by the storm. With the ships finally secured, darkness enveloped the land. The group traversed the rugged, winding mountain path, torches illuminating their way. Armed guards flanked their young king, holding the blazing torches high. The flames danced with the wind, casting elongated shadows. Silence hung in the air, the joy of victory seemingly overshadowed by an oppressive gloom, as they all remained tight-lipped. As the temperature dropped with the night, Viserys wrapped himself in a black cloak. His silvery golden hair cascaded over the soft fabric, swaying gently in the breeze, while his right hand clutched Rhaenyra's small hand tightly. In that moment, Viserys, who had been silent for what felt like an eternity, finally parted his lips for the first time since disembarking. He sensed something amiss yet hesitated to voice his concerns. Now, overwhelmed by his thoughts, he turned to glance at his mentor by his side. His mother, Queen Rilla, had not come to the port, and Viserys had begun to piece together the implications of her absence. After all, this was a fate preordained. He had once strived to alter this course, to heal his mother's troubled heart, to untangle the knots of her sorrow, even seeking to elicit a smile from her, to bring her a moment of joy. Yet the unpredictability of life had thwarted his efforts. Many events had slipped from his memory yet manifested in stark reality. Queen Rilla had endured a series of traumas, including the death of the old maester and subsequent assassination attempts. The mentor's expression dimmed slightly as he absorbed Viserys' unspoken words, shaking his head in silence. Viserys understood fully. His heart plummeted, a heavy weight settling within him. He had known, anticipated this moment. Yet the stark reality of it shattered his composure. As he stepped onto the next stone step, he abruptly halted midway. One hand held Rhaenyra's, while the other trembled involuntarily, his frail frame bending as if seized by a chill, stifling a cough with his palm. The shadows cast by the torch obscured his face as he struggled to contain his tears, unwilling for Rhaenyra or those around him to witness his sorrow. Ultimately, his efforts proved futile. Chapter 45. The Burial Under the Profound Cloak of Night. Viserys stood silently on the mountainside. His black velvet cloak billowed in the wind, and the wisps of his hair brushed against his pale violet eyes. This spot was on the sunlit slope of the active volcano on Dragonstone Island. As it was the height of summer, the temperature soared, rendering Queen Rilla's body unpreserved, and thus she could not wait for Viserys' return. As the acting Lord of Dragonstone, the appointed steward by Prince Rhaegar, a bastard from Dorne, led the islanders in a funeral for Queen Rilla, interring the queen who had navigated a tumultuous life. Her sunny, vivacious nature was meant to be accompanied by sunlight, gentle breezes, and white clouds. Viserys stood at the forefront, his voice breaking the stillness, carried far by the wind. Above the headstone of Queen Rilla, thick plumes of white smoke rose. Fire and blood is the Targaryen motto. It was unsurprising that, as a Targaryen, she would choose to dwell alongside fire and death, and thus Viserys held no objections regarding her resting place. Surrounded by numerous guards, Sir Shad, the acting Lord of Dragonstone, stood behind him, his head wrapped in a yellow turban, creases of age forming around his eyes as he squinted, deepening the lines of wisdom etched upon his face. Shad observed Viserys' profile, momentarily lost in thought. His mentor, standing beside him, noticed this distraction, brow furrowing slightly as he regarded Shad intently. He opened his mouth, seemingly to speak, but ultimately fell silent, redirecting his gaze back to Queen Rilla's headstone. Viserys remained quiet before the monument, sitting in contemplation before rising again. His demeanor was even more composed than when he first received the news, devoid of any emotional outburst, only a sorrow buried deep within his heart. "Let us depart," the silver-haired boy stated, his voice calm as he slightly turned his head. In the flickering torchlight, half of Viserys' handsome face was illuminated, while the other lingered in shadow, his eyes shining brightly. "Yes, Your Majesty," the guards responded promptly. The title had shifted from Prince to Your Majesty, yet Viserys appeared indifferent, aware that such titles held no true power. Whether prince or king, the distinction mattered little to him. He cared not for a mere title. Indeed, if given the choice, he would willingly relinquish these burdens and live as an ordinary man. Yet reality denied him this solace, even if he forsook the title of king. As long as he bore the Targaryen name and the fiery blood of the Dragon Kings coursed through his veins, the Baratheons would never let him rest. Viserys could not evade his fate. Avoidance would not even grant him a dignified end. Thus, he resolved to confront his adversaries with courage, wielding sword and fist, even teeth. to continue fighting for a chance at survival, striving to carve out a place for himself. Viserys, his mentor, who had remained silent until now, spoke abruptly. "There is something." Sir William Derry began, momentarily forgetting to address Viserys with his new title. The acting Lord of Dragonstone seemed to swallow hard, his throat constricting, as he reached toward his waist. Among the guards holding torches, a few exchanged anxious glances, sensing the tension in the air. Hearing his mentor's voice, Viserys turned slightly to face him, his silvery golden hair tousled by the wind. Observing the mentor's hesitation, he raised a hand to interrupt his impending words. "I am aware of what you wish to discuss, sir," Viserys interjected. "I am weary now. We can speak of it tomorrow." His mentor opened his mouth to respond but was silenced by Viserys' assertion, momentarily taken aback. Their eyes met, and the mentor perceived the unique hue within the boy's violet gaze. Viserys claimed to know? Yet how could he, having only just returned? Is that so? The mentor's brow furrowed slightly, but after careful consideration, he chose not to press further. He had exchanged a glance with Viserys and trusted the boy's judgment. Meanwhile, the guards and Sir Shad released a collective sigh of relief, their earlier tension easing. They remained unaware of the former Red Keep mentor's intentions regarding Viserys or whether he had uncovered their plans, but clearly, this was not the opportune moment for such revelations. In the confines of a minor skirmish, the prowess of Sir William Derry's swordsmanship proved to be the most formidable obstacle to their plans. The brilliance of this master of the Red Keep was overshadowed by his elder brother, the King's Guard, but one must not underestimate Sir Derry's skills. Even his brother, John Derry, once the King's Guard to the late King Aegon II, might find it challenging to gain an advantage over him. A knight capable of excelling both on horseback and on foot, despite his recurring injuries and frail constitution, was not a foe to be trifled with, especially with the opposing numbers favoring the adversary. Subsequently, a group, each harboring their own intentions, descended from the active volcano and returned to Dragonstone. Viserys, wearied from the day's journey and sleepless throughout the night, resolved to visit his younger sister, Daenerys Targaryen, who was being cared for by a wet nurse procured from an unknown source. The girl who would one day become legendary. Upon entering the nurse's chamber, Viserys encountered a native woman of Dragonstone, who had recently given birth and was now nursing the princess. The silver-haired boy stood before the diminutive crib, mustering his energy to observe the infant swaddled in soft linens. She bore a tuft of silvery hair, a face not yet charming and somewhat wrinkled, but with bright, curious eyes. Their gazes met, and upon seeing Viserys, the infant erupted into joyous giggles, reaching out her tiny hands as if to grasp the little master before her. The sight of Daenerys' smile alleviated some of Viserys' fatigue, prompting him to gently take hold of her small hand. Chapter 46. The traitor. As Viserys clasped Daenerys' tiny hand, an overwhelming sense of kinship surged within him. Blood truly is thicker than water. The wrinkled visage of the swaddled infant radiated happiness, her laughter echoing in the room. Though she could not yet comprehend who this boy was, the bond of blood whispered to Daenerys that he would become one of the closest people in her life. Viserys, having playfully teased his sister for a moment, stifled a yawn, fatigue catching up with him from the long journey. He ceased his playful antics and straightened his posture. Beside the crib stood a young woman, freckled and noticeably ample in bosom, an indication of her ample milk supply. She was the wet nurse assigned to care for Daenerys. The nurse appeared flustered, for this was the first prominent figure she had encountered since arriving at the castle. With the once formidable acting lord and armored knights now standing obediently behind this young boy, Viserys' gaze shifted to the wet nurse, his lavender eyes scrutinizing her with a hint of pressure. As his mental faculties surpassed the threshold of 20, his presence exuded an unspoken authority, causing those who met his eyes to instinctively recoil. The well-proportioned nurse swallowed hard, never having imagined she would be intimidated by a mere boy's gaze. The room fell into a brief silence before Viserys' melodious voice, still unaltered by the onset of adolescence, broke the stillness. "A reward," he declared, reaching into his pocket to retrieve some silver stags as a token of gratitude for the nurse's dual efforts in nurturing her own child while sharing her milk with Princess Daenerys. He found himself in an embarrassing predicament. He had distinctly remembered possessing a few stags, having played with them the night before, but now, as he rummaged, he found nothing. Had they fallen beneath the bed during his slumber? The loss was disheartening, and he silently vowed to recover the coins the following day. However, the immediate concern was alleviating the awkwardness of the situation. "Your Majesty, it appears that your purse may be with me," Sir William, standing behind Viserys, could no longer remain silent. Familiar with his protege, he recognized that the boy was likely without funds. The knight then retrieved a golden dragon from his own pocket and handed it to the nurse. Viserys sighed with relief, casting a grateful glance at his mentor. He cleared his throat, caressing the engraved surface of the coin, suppressing his reluctance, and bestowed the gleaming gold piece upon the nurse. She was taken aback. The value of a golden dragon could easily procure her services to work in a modest dwelling in King's Landing. After rewarding the nurse, Viserys turned to the others present and spoke abruptly. Sir William, considering the recent events, I harbor concerns for Daenerys' safety. The events he referenced were the mercenaries that had stealthily infiltrated Dragonstone months prior, attempting assassination. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to remain here tonight. Daenerys and her nurse were accommodated in the former quarters of Queen Riella, a space abundant enough to spare a room for Sir William. While Viserys would continue to reside in his previous chamber, he wished for his mentor to safeguard his sister's well-being. The middle-aged knight, with slightly curled hair, paused at the boy's words, hesitated momentarily, and then nodded in agreement, albeit perplexed by the suddenness of the decision. As night deepened, Viserys, having checked on his sister, finally returned to his own chamber to rest. The castle fell into a tranquil silence, as if all within had succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the distance, from the direction of Dragonstone's harbor, Sir Geoffrey donned his armor, taking a longsword from a soldier to secure at his waist. A contingent of robust soldiers accompanied the elderly knight, and instead of mounting steeds, they proceeded on foot towards Dragonstone Keep, extinguishing all torches along the way. Under the cover of night, dozens of soldiers silently approached under Sir Geoffrey's command. Within the castle, Viserys laid down in his chamber, not bothering to remove his leather armor. He simply pulled the covers over himself, extinguished the candle with a breath, and succumbed to a deep sleep. Time passed, and the distant chime of the clock signaled the approach of dawn. The horizon began to reveal the faintest light, heralding the time when weariness and fatigue weighed heaviest upon the people. The sentinel, who had stood guard throughout the night, let out a slight yawn. At that moment, a shadow darted forth from the darkness, gripping a dagger in one hand while the other clamped down over the guard's mouth. The blade plunged mercilessly into the guard's throat. With a swift motion, the sharp dagger pierced through with ease. The guard's eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed upon his assailant. He had never anticipated that this individual would suddenly turn against him. Yet, before his mind could fully comprehend the unfolding events, darkness enveloped him, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The acting Lord of Dragonstone, a bastard son from Dorne, wiped the blood splattered across his face. His expression contorted into a grimace. Behind him trailed several Targaryen guards. Following the triumph of the fleet at the Battle of Shipbreaker Bay, they realized that they could no longer afford to delay. Otherwise, their actions would inevitably be exposed. A profound sense of impending danger gripped their hearts. And on this eve of dawn, they resolved to execute their plan. Charge. Eliminate the wretched spawn of the dragon. Chapter 47. Traces of intrigue in the stillness of night. Viserys lay in his chamber, nestled on a soft bed in deep slumber. His silvery golden hair spread across the pillow, and the boy possessed a complexion that many would envy. With his fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and his lips gently pressed together. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the castle. Indistinct cries pierced the silence, soon morphing into the clamor of battle, accompanied by anguished screams. The horizon began to lighten with the faintest hint of dawn. Viserys had barely closed his eyes for a few hours when the chaotic sounds jolted him awake. His long lashes fluttered, and he gradually opened his gem-like, lavender eyes. "Damn it," he muttered, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed, tossing aside the soft covers, his silvery golden hair cascading over his shoulders. Initially, confusion and annoyance flickered in his eyes, but he shook his head to dispel the irrelevant thoughts. He could hear the tumult outside, the clashing of weapons, and the cries of battle drawing ever closer. In an instant, he grasped what was transpiring. Has it begun? The last remnants of sleep dissipated, and he became fully alert. In truth, Viserys had long been privy to whispers of Sir Shad's treachery. He had perceived subtle signs early on, particularly surrounding the mysterious circumstances of Master Daniel's death, which bore the hallmarks of poison. In his final moments, the old scholar had grasped Viserys' hand, whispering warnings of treachery within the castle, urging him to remain vigilant. The old scholar had lived a long life, one of considerable longevity for his time, having traversed various paths and encountered countless individuals. After months of personal instruction, he had drawn a conclusion he had never shared with anyone. He believed Prince Viserys to be more remarkable than Prince Rhaegar. While this assertion might clash with the views of many, the old scholar remained steadfast in his conviction. Moreover, he had devoted significant time to instructing Viserys, often spending more moments with him than with the elder prince. Rhaegar was undeniably wise, yet his intellect seemed confined within certain boundaries, perhaps dictated by the era or the world itself. The old scholar had once regarded this as inconsequential, marveling at Rhaegar's brilliance. However, after engaging with Viserys, he was astonished to discover that the boy effortlessly articulated thoughts that transcended the limitations of their time and even the world itself. Some of these ideas were revolutionary, others impractical, yet many held remarkable potential. Master Daniel prided himself on his extensive knowledge, having delved into texts spanning from the heroic age 8,000 years prior to the present day. Yet, Viserys' insights never adhered to such confines. rendering them all the more extraordinary. This was why, in his final moments, the old scholar had compelled Viserys to lean closer and entrust him with this revelation rather than confiding in Queen Rila, believing wholeheartedly that Viserys would surpass his mother. Viserys had honored the old scholar's dying wish, keeping the secret to himself, including from his mother. His silence was not born from fear of disclosure, but rather from concern for her fragile mental state, which often spiraled into unfounded anger or tears. He wished to shield Queen Rila from disturbances, opting instead to plot quietly in solitude. However, fate rewards the diligent. Following the old scholar's demise, Viserys noticed that the Ravenry responsible for external communications on Dragonstone had been tampered with. Someone had seemingly taken advantage of the old scholar's absence, utilizing the ravens to transmit messages. Yet, their actions were shrouded in caution, leaving no trace for Viserys to identify them. Whether one individual or a group remained uncertain. Before embarking on the expedition with the fleet, Viserys intentionally relayed this information to Sir William as his swordsmanship instructor. Sir William had once risked his life to save both Queen Rila and Viserys. His loyalty was unquestionable, and Viserys entrusted him with the task of remaining vigilant, alerting him to any who might reveal their true colors in his absence. This was the reason behind Sir William's hesitance in speaking to Viserys. Yet Viserys did not compel him to voice his concerns. Prior to returning to Dragonstone, he had acquired information through other channels, uncovering the identity of the traitor hidden on the island. During the fleet's return journey, they intercepted a small vessel near the waters surrounding Dragonstone. The occupants, spotting the approaching fleet, hastily attempted to flee. However, experienced sailors from the fleet pursued and eventually cornered the vessel. Some on board even contemplated suicide by jumping overboard. But only one drowned, while the others were rescued. Under intense interrogation, the remaining individuals eventually revealed their identities. They hailed from King's Landing and Sir Shad, the acting Lord of Dragonstone, had long since pledged allegiance to House Baratheon. King Robert on the Iron Throne had generously promised him a castle and the title of Count. However, due to the fleet's presence on Dragonstone, they were unable to hand over Queen Rila and her son directly, thus waiting for the opportune moment. That moment arrived with the impending storm tide. They recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike while the fleet was preoccupied with the tempest or departing the harbor, to eliminate Queen Rila and Viserys, and then escape. Yet, once again, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Viserys had left alongside the Dragonstone fleet, and they remained unaware of their destination. Sir Geoffrey, known for his fiery temperament and obstinacy, had little regard for his position as the acting lord of the castle. Chapter 48, The Insurrection. However, for Viserys, a scion of House Targaryen, his life was undeniably far more significant than that of Queen Rhaella, including the unborn child she carried. Until the child's gender was determined, none of them held a head as crucial as Viserys. Should they undertake a perilous plan only to eliminate Queen Rhaella while leaving Viserys unscathed, their endeavor would amount to complete failure, and the Iron Throne would not honor its promises, for the heir of House Targaryen would still be alive. Thus, the bastards from Dorne and the guards he had bribed found themselves compelled to bide their time, awaiting Viserys' return. Then came the news of a decisive victory at Shipbreaker Bay, where the Targaryen fleet had obliterated the naval forces of House Baratheon and returned triumphantly. Sir Chad had indeed been cornered by Viserys, leaving him with no option for continued concealment. As the master of the castle, he could sense the undercurrents within Dragonstone. Perhaps someone had already caught wind of their actions and was conducting a secret investigation that was nearing his doorstep. The cooks he had previously bribed were now silenced. But that was insufficient. The dread within Sir Chad only intensified with the news of the fleet's victory. He feared that exposure of his deeds would lead to a grim fate. Consequently, in a desperate bid, he reached out to a spy from King's Landing, revealing his intent to execute his plan on the first night following Viserys' return to Dragonstone, aiming to eliminate both him and the newborn Targaryen girl. He requested the dispatch of a small boat for their escape. The bastards, feeling the pressure, no longer cared about the return of the Targaryen fleet. An urgent sense within him urged that if the plan were not executed soon, they would be unmasked and face dire consequences. Abandoning the plan meant losing both the castle and the Count, and perhaps House Baratheon would not spare him, leaving him to wander in exile across Essos. Weighing his options, Sir Chad resolved to take the plunge. Unfortunately for him, the reinforcements from King's Landing had not yet reached Dragonstone, and they stumbled right into the returning Targaryen fleet, leaving no chance for escape. They were swiftly captured, and Chad was implicated. Thus, Viserys learned of Chad's treachery even before disembarking. Yet, he refrained from issuing a command for the guards to execute him. He surmised that if Chad was plotting his demise, he was not the only conspirator. Seizing the opportunity, Viserys aimed to flush out all accomplices at once. Failure to eliminate them in one fell swoop would leave him vulnerable to their lingering threat. This was Viserys' strategy. He had already conferred with the informed Old Lord, and Sir Geoffrey would lead an elite contingent from the fleet, alongside his own loyal guards, on a midnight mission to Dragonstone, ensuring stealth. Inside the castle, arrangements had been made for someone to open the gates for them. Now, Viserys rose from his soft bed, listening to the sounds of chaos outside, as the guards within Dragonstone were roused and rushed forth. They were unaware of the assailants' identities, mistakenly believing they were facing mercenaries infiltrating the castle, akin to the events of months prior. To their shock, it was their former brethren who had turned against them, resulting in significant casualties among the castle's defenders. Many of the guards had once served Rhaegar Targaryen and remained steadfastly loyal to House Targaryen, though a few had succumbed to Sir Chad's bribes. Following the initial shock of betrayal, the guards quickly realized the identity of their foes, and with a surge of righteous anger, they drew their swords to retaliate. The castle soon erupted into a cacophony of clashing steel. Meanwhile, Viserys sat composed on his bed. Despite having arrived in this world less than a year ago, he had experienced more thrills and perils than in all his past lives combined. Ambushes, assassinations, and warfare surged through his veins, yet he had shed the initial fear and anxiety. In Westeros, it is often said that a new recruit transforms into a veteran by surviving a battle and slaying an enemy. Having endured such trials, Viserys felt a newfound steadiness facing the chaos. He calmly adjusted his leather armor, his short sword resting by the bed, while a deadly crossbow, left behind by an assassin, lay within his chamber. He deemed this weapon invaluable in the current predicament, confronted by potential threats. A boy wielding a sword paled in comparison to one armed with a cocked crossbow, aimed at his adversary. Just then, a knock echoed at his door. "Your Majesty," came the voice of a guard, wary that the young king might still be asleep. Two fully armored soldiers, hastily drawn from the fleet, replaced Viserys' original guards. Their unwavering loyalty, having served the old lord for years, allowed Viserys to rest easy. At that moment, he opened the door and stepped out of his chamber. Though he did not fear Sir Chad's rebellion, believing it to be a minor disturbance, he was acutely aware that his life represented not only his own, but also the hopes of many loyal to House Targaryen. According to the plan, Viserys would be escorted from his chamber, a prime target for the insurgents. The two soldiers would protect him as they made their way to the war room, while elite naval forces would charge in to secure the uppermost chamber, ensuring Viserys' safety before quelling the insurrection. "Let us proceed," Viserys calmly stated, adjusting his collar, crossbow in hand. "Yes, Your Majesty," the soldiers replied solemnly, positioning themselves around him as they advanced towards the castle's summit. Chapter 49. Blood and Fire. The clamor of battle raged outside. The steady footsteps echoed through the corridor. Flames flickered atop the dragonclaw torches as Viserys traversed the hall, the approaching chaos chilling his heart. He realized that he was not as composed as he appeared. He had initially perceived the insurrection as a mere farce orchestrated by Sir Chad and a handful of soldiers, easily quashed without effort. However, Viserys had not anticipated that the rebellion would extend so widely. It appeared that there were far more soldiers within Dragonstone harboring treasonous thoughts than he had imagined. He and his mother had been living in peril all along, unaware of the deep-seated malice in the eyes of countless onlookers gazing at them, a mother and her orphan child. Those hidden figures surrounding them were eager to slay the two of them for the promise of a bounty. Even now, the mere thought of this sent a shiver down Viserys' spine, causing his heart to race once more with a palpable dread. Indeed, the Targaryens had lost their former power. Now it was the Baratheons who occupied the Iron Throne. What assurance did he have that those guards remained unwaveringly loyal to the Targaryen legacy, without the slightest hint of faltering? With these thoughts in mind, Viserys tightened his grip on the crossbow, but thankfully, this would be the end of it. These hidden traitors would be unearthed and captured in one fell swoop. The silver-haired boy exhaled a breath of tension, only to discover that his palm, which clutched the crossbow, was damp with cold sweat. He was far from as composed as he appeared. He too was gripped by fear of unforeseen consequences. Fear of death, though he managed to mask it better than he had in the past. Two guards flanked Viserys as they traversed the corridors of the Stone Drum Tower. They ascended the stone steps to the highest level of the fortress, where the grand map room lay, adorned with a detailed depiction of Westeros. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The two guards stationed at the entrance of the map room greeted Viserys. Clad in full armor, they raised their fists to their chests in a slight bow. Viserys offered them a nod of acknowledgement, recognizing their continued loyalty to the Targaryen cause. The guards then pushed open the heavy brown wooden doors of the map room, creaking slightly as they did so. Accompanied by the soldiers of the fleet, Viserys entered the room. The door was bolted behind them, and heavy furniture was used to barricade it, preventing any chance of an unexpected traitor breaching their sanctuary. Upon entering, Viserys made his way directly to the central throne. Once occupied by his mother, Queen Rhaella, long ago, it had been the seat of Aegon I, the Conqueror, along with his two sisters, Visenya and Rhaenys, as they surveyed the entirety of Westeros with their 3 fierce dragons. Now, it was Viserys who occupied this significant position. He was the king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the first man, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and ultimately, he was Viserys Targaryen III, settling into the weighty throne. He did not feel the chill of its hard surface. The previous occupant, Queen Riella, had been pregnant, necessitating a throne adorned with luxurious, soft furs. As Viserys rested his hands upon the armrests, he gazed down at the expansive map table, intricately carved to showcase the entirety of Westeros. The table stretched over 50 feet in length, its widest point being nearly half that measurement, while its narrowest was less than 4 feet. The throne he occupied corresponded to Dragonstone on the map. Designed nearly 3 centuries ago, it had been meticulously crafted to allow for a view of the entire continent. From Dragonstone, Viserys' gaze traversed the map, landing on major cities throughout Westeros: King's Landing, Harrenhal, Storm's End, the Eyrie, Casterly Rock. He had diligently studied the history of Aegon I's conquest at the behest of the Old Maester. These were the very routes taken by Aegon during his campaign. At the Battle of the Blackwater, 3 dragons had unleashed their fury upon the battlefield, igniting the fields in flames, causing chaos among the horses and obscuring the soldiers' vision with smoke. This battle had resulted in the utter rout of the combined forces of Lord Loren Lannister of Casterly Rock and King Mern Gardner IX of the Reach, numbering over 55,000. As Viserys became lost in these historical reveries, he could almost visualize the grand conflict unfolding before him. The commotion outside the map room jolted him back to reality. Kill the spawn of the Mad Dragon. Slay the son of the Mad King. The heavy wooden doors were barricaded with furniture, yet the shouts from outside seemed alarmingly close. The clanging of weapons echoed, mingled with cries of battle and the sounds of steel piercing flesh. It seemed the last 2 guards stationed outside the map room had begun to engage the rebels in fierce combat. Suddenly, a loud thud reverberated as something heavy struck the door, likely a soldier colliding in the fray. The thick wooden door trembled slightly, but thanks to the obstacles behind it, it remained unyielded. Viserys was abruptly awakened from his thoughts. His silver-gold hair fell across his pale cheeks. One elbow rested on the armrest, supporting his face as he lifted his gaze. The shouts of battle outside echoed ominously in proximity, rendering his complexion a shade paler. And the once calm lavender of his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. The boy closed his eyes briefly, inhaled deeply, and opened them once more. The enemy was at the door. "My lords," Viserys spoke while remaining seated, though he straightened his slender frame. He yearned to utter words of encouragement. In truth, Viserys found himself at a perilous juncture. Behind the throne lay a vast balcony overlooking the sea, several dozen yards above the ground. A leap from there would surely be fatal. Despite his efforts to sound composed, a hint of trepidation seeped into his voice. Yet he tightened his grip on the crossbow, aiming it toward the entrance. Should the enemy breach the threshold, he vowed that the first to enter would meet their demise. "To protect your majesty with our lives." The 2 loyal soldiers of House Targaryen drew their swords, striking their shields, standing resolutely beside the throne. They swore that any traitor would have to step over their corpses to harm the young king. Chapter 50. Suppression of the rebellion. The bravery of the 2 guards offered a slight uplift to Viserys' spirits. The silver-haired boy remained motionless upon the throne, his grip on the crossbow tightening. Then, a resounding crash echoed from the map room's door, accompanied by the clatter of armor, as if someone were forcefully battering against it. Viserys' heart constricted, cold sweat beating on his palm. Nevertheless, his gaze remained unwavering, fixed on the door. The silver-haired boy could distinctly hear the heavy breathing of the 2 young soldiers beside him, their anxiety palpable. They were not unafraid of death, yet they showed no signs of retreat. The chaos outside continued unabated. The sound of a long sword slicing through flesh was followed by a chilling scream. Tables and chairs were overturned, torches hurled to the ground igniting into flames. The battle raged fiercely outside, while the 3 individuals hidden within the map room felt akin to prisoners awaiting their fates, uncertain of what awaited them when the door would finally yield. Would it be life or death? The tension in the map room thickened, almost freezing the air itself, as even their breaths became cautious, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The time spent waiting for judgment within those walls felt like an agonizing eternity, though the passage of time remained a mystery. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the heavy brown door was struck once more. Viserys stirred from his reverie, realizing he had been lost in thought. Since arriving on Dragonstone, such moments of distraction had become frequent, often accompanied by fleeting visions, much like when he had been gazing at the map earlier. This condition seemed to be intensifying. As the clamor of battle outside ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by the relentless pounding against the door. Had the fighting come to an end? Viserys straightened himself, intent on the entrance, gripping his crossbow tightly. The overturned cabinet barring the door had been breached, creating a narrow gap. The door was on the verge of being forced open. In the next moment, a thunderous crash resounded as armored knights, blades stained with blood, barbarously burst through the door, their heavy shoulders shattering the entrance. Splinters flew as the once imposing brown door was reduced to a mangled wreck. Outside, blood splattered like paint across the ground. A sight so gruesome it drained the color from his face and filled the air with a nauseating stench. The tension snapped as Viserys' crossbow was triggered. The crisp twang of the bowstring pierced the brief silence following the Dor's destruction. The bolt launched with ferocity, embedding itself in the black stone wall above the knights who had rushed in, their eyes wide with terror. The impact sent shards of stone cascading down, landing on the armor of 2 knights, startling them and leaving them dust-covered. "Your Majesty," they exclaimed. At that moment, following the 2 knights, an elderly man clad in shining armor, adorned with a red Targaryen 3-headed dragon cloak, strode in, a bloodied figure clutched in one hand. The commander of the Dragonstone fleet. Sir Geoffrey advanced with heavy steps, his demeanor unflinching despite the crossbow aimed at him. "Stay calm," he said, as he approached the center of the room, dragging the blood-soaked captive behind him. The blood trailed like an unrestrained torrent, marking a path from the door to the table, where he unceremoniously dropped the wretched figure. The captive fell to the ground, silent, resembling a heap of flesh, his chest rising and falling faintly, betraying his life. "I apologize, my lord," Viserys stammered from his seat, rising with his hands braced on the arms of the throne. He extended his apologies to Sir Geoffrey and the 2 knights, admitting his earlier tension had led him to react impulsively when they entered. Yet, as he spoke, he quickly regained his composure, having adjusted the aim of his crossbow just in time, allowing the bolt to find its place in the wall rather than in one of them. Fortunately, he had avoided a grave error. Viserys' gaze shifted to the bloodied man brought in by Sir Geoffrey. Despite the disfigurement, he recognized him instantly. Ser Demon Shard, the appointed steward of Dragonstone, a bastard from Dorne, and the mastermind behind the recent treachery. He had been seduced by promises from King's Landing, tempted with wealth and titles to betray the Targaryens, plotting to eliminate the vulnerable mother and child who had sought refuge on Dragonstone. However, Demon had hesitated, fearing the repercussions of such an act, and missed several opportunities to enact his betrayal. With the storm approaching, Viserys and the fleet departed, leaving him behind to make his desperate stand, which was now swiftly quashed by Viserys' preparations. All his conspirators, servants, and informants had perished in this uprising, resulting in a complete and utter defeat. "Do you wish to interrogate him personally, Your Majesty?" inquired the 2 knights, their hands over their hearts, unwilling to accept the king's apology. Sir Geoffrey, disregarding their sentiments, stood at the table, addressing the young king directly. "You wish to conduct the interrogation yourself?" Viserys hesitated at Geoffrey's words, his curls framing his youthful face adorably, before shaking his head. "No, my lord Geoffrey." He stood beside the throne, preparing to reclaim his seat, his interest waning for the bloodied captive before him. Yet, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn towards Geoffrey. "I wish to know what he has done. You may handle the rest," he added, "but please, spare his life, that I may conclude this matter myself." Chapter 51. Interrogation. A worthy ruler should not sully his hands with such base criminals, Your Majesty. Sir Geoffrey's brow furrowed at Viserys' request, and he replied, "He will taint your hands." Geoffrey could not comprehend why Viserys felt the need to confront the traitor directly. Such actions were unbecoming of a king, potentially tarnishing his honor. Moreover, Viserys was still merely an 8-year-old child. How old had Geoffrey been when he took a life? He could not recall precisely, but it seemed he was around 16 or 17, in the prime of youth. In a moment of impulse, he had drawn his sword in the street, blood staining his chest, his hands trembling despite his rigorous training. After that fateful act, he had fled his family, his homeland, and even the land itself, unwilling to return to Westeros or dwell on his past. What age was Viserys when he faced such challenges? This boy, though still frightened by the specter of death, could now face an enemy with unwavering resolve, executing a death sentence without a flicker of hesitation. Maturity, though daunting for a young king beset by misfortune, could be a blessing. Viserys bore the heavy burden of reclaiming his family's legacy, unable to afford kindness toward his foes, for that would be a cruelty to himself. Yet, Sir Geoffrey harbored fears that Viserys might evolve into a tyrant, driven by bloodlust, much like his father, the Mad King. Few monarchs in history had earned such a grim title. In truth, the young king was fortunate. The Targaryen name not only bequeathed him a substantial fortune on Dragonstone, but also endowed him with an invaluable psychological legacy. Queen Rhaella, Bachelor Daniel, Sir William Darry, the Red Keep's master-at-arms, and Sir Geoffrey, the fleet commander before him, along with numerous loyal soldiers to House Targaryen, would all provide critical assistance and guidance to Viserys in times of need, helping him navigate through turmoil and preventing him from straying down the wrong path. As Viserys stood before his seat, he paused for a moment after hearing the old knight's words. Despite his deep trust in the elderly gentleman, he felt that some matters were better kept hidden within the recesses of his mind. He found himself unable to explain to Sir Geoffrey the enigma of the Black Mist and the Valyrian script, and presently he could not articulate it. After all, Viserys himself had yet to fathom the true nature of this Black Mist or its inexplicable connection to Valyrian civilization. Yet, One thing he understood clearly: it craved life. Demanding that Viserys himself extinguish a life, and there must be a medium for their connection, long-range weapons like bows and crossbows would not suffice. He would extract something from the slain, transforming it into a black mist that would then merge with the larger mass of darkness, augmenting his own strength. After a moment of hesitation, Viserys organized his thoughts and raised his head to explain once more. I do not wish to personally execute a criminal, nor do I revel in the thrill of killing. He gazed at the elder before the map table, his lavender-hued eyes reflecting tranquility. Rather, it is to seek justice for Bachelor Daniel and the many innocent soldiers who perished in this rebellion. They died to protect me, and I must avenge them. Initially, his tone wavered as he spoke falsehoods, but as he continued, his voice grew steadier, even locking eyes with the old knight. It was not that he had become more adept at deceit, but rather that he had come to accept the rationale he had constructed. He ought to seek justice for those innocent lives lost, from the poisoning of the old bachelor months prior to the mercenaries from Essos infiltrating the castle, and the tragic deaths of the two guards outside, including the steadfast protector standing beside him. Viserys felt compelled to take action. Sir Geoffrey, upon hearing Viserys' words, hesitated slightly. He sensed an element of insincerity in the young king's statements, yet the unwavering conviction in his voice caused him to waver. With Queen Rhaella deceased and the bachelor having died even earlier, the old knight believed it was his duty to play the role of a stern father, ensuring that Viserys did not stray from the righteous path. To do otherwise would be to betray the trust placed in him by the queen and the bachelor, as well as the Prince of Dragonstone, Rhaegar Targaryen, whom he had once followed faithfully. The loyalty of the Dragonstone fleet and the old knight to the Targaryen banner still remained, largely due to the prince's remarkable charisma. However, it seemed they had acquired an additional motive, at least for the old knight, to nurture Viserys' growth. The younger brother of Prince Rhaegar exhibited decisiveness, courage, and wisdom, alongside an astonishing progress since their acquaintance. This filled Sir Geoffrey with a sense of hope for the future, envisioning a re-establishment of House Targaryen, leading armies across the sea to conquer the Seven Kingdoms and firmly re-establishing their dominion over Westeros. With this in mind, the old knight stood before the map table, gazing at Viserys, and removed his gleaming metal helmet, stained with remnants of blood. Though approaching 60, the knight's muscular form beneath the armor remained formidable. He had just personally slain a rebel. Sir Geoffrey revealed his gray-haired head, cradling his helmet against his armored chest, and nodded slightly. I am willing to serve you, Your Majesty. After bowing, he gestured for his soldiers to remove the now lifeless proxy lord of Dragonstone, ordering them to find someone to tend to him, prolonging his life for the sake of the intelligence he held. Without looking back, he departed. Viserys, witnessing the knight's actions before the throne, paused momentarily, inhaling deeply. He wished to voice something but ultimately remained silent. Once, the most pressing question before Viserys was how he should inherit the legacy left by his brother Rhaegar. For he bore the Targaryen name, yet was merely an 8-year-old child. This age often invited condescension and made gaining respect a formidable challenge. What abilities did he possess that would compel those who had once followed his brother to heed his command? However, this dilemma appeared to have found resolution. Sir Geoffrey had just declared his willingness to support him. Chapter 52. The hallucinogen. The following afternoon, a beam of radiant sunlight streamed through the window, casting a square of light upon the floor, while motes of dust danced in the air above. The tumultuous sound of waves crashed against the rocks outside, seemingly unceasing. The distant songs of fishermen, once melodious, had become faint echoes within the castle walls. Flocks of white seagulls perched atop the castle's parapets, gazing into the horizon. All that had transpired was now in the past: wars, storms, rebellions. Only in the crevices of the castle's stone could one detect the faint traces of the bloodshed that had marked the dawn of this day. The surviving soldiers and servants within the castle busily scrubbed away the remnants of blood and human tissue from the cracks. Soldiers carried buckets of cold water, pouring it down, the flow cascading down the steps. Servants then rushed in with cloths, vigorously scrubbing the surfaces. Here, clean it up thoroughly. The old maid Sophia, who had fled from the Red Keep to Dragonstone, had taken charge of the servants, directing them in their task to purify the castle. Amidst this fervent cleaning, Viserys finally stirred from his slumber, raising a hand to rub the sleep from his eyes, his silvery golden hair tousled and curling, obscuring his handsome gaze. The boy sat up in bed, stretching his arms wide and indulging in a yawn. So tired, Viserys longed to fall back into a deeper sleep, but alas, Rhaenys would not allow such indulgence. A sudden, vigorous knocking at the door startled him awake, banishing the remnants of sleep from his mind and rendering him acutely alert. Hey, Viserys, it's time to get up. The sun is almost at your backside. A sweet, melodious voice called from outside. The girl had been relocated to safety by Viserys the previous night, thus avoiding the carnage. The traitor's attention was solely focused on Viserys, the Targaryen heir. He was a boy, naturally a thorn in the side of House Baratheon. Damn it. Hearing the lively voice outside gave Viserys a slight headache. Rhaenys was vivacious and charming. With a spirited nature, although still young, she already exhibited signs of a mischievous streak. Without their mother's guidance, Rhaenys had grown increasingly unruly. Viserys knew better than to attempt to rein her in. No one within Dragonstone could manage this little princess. Eventually, Viserys responded and methodically dressed in the ornate, elaborate garments he was accustomed to wearing. Previously, Queen Lena had intended to arrange for a maid to assist Viserys with his dressing and bathing, but her proposal was firmly declined. He preferred to dwell alone in his chamber, securing the door from within. For it was in this solitude that Viserys found solace and could sleep soundly. Moreover, he was unaccustomed to the assistance of others in dressing. Despite being merely an 8-year-old boy, with a form that was still delicately innocent, yet he harbored a profound sense of modesty, resolutely refusing to allow those older women to gaze upon him. Thus, all of Viserys' daily routines were conducted independently, standing before a silvered mirror. A dark mist began to unfurl around him. Nevertheless, Viserys remained composed, ignoring the presence and continuing to adjust his collar. This enigmatic black mist had accompanied him for over half a year. What once incited fear, curiosity, and exploration had now become a familiar aspect of his existence. And he continued to disregard it as he meticulously arranged his attire. The mist, however, persisted in its slow undulation, exuding an eerie aura that dissipated into the air, unseen by any other eyes. As the boy turned away from the mirror and exited the room, the dark mist gradually dissolved behind him. "Why did you rise so late today?" pouted a brown-haired girl, clinging to his arm in complaint, unaware of the events that transpired the previous night at Dragonstone. Rhaenys could not fathom why Viserys had awakened so tardily. At dawn, he had only just concluded his affairs, returned to his chamber to unfasten his leather armor, and finally sought the comfort of sleep. "Your Majesty, Lord Joffrey awaits you in the hall." A guard stationed outside lowered his head slightly in greeting as he addressed Viserys. Upon noticing Viserys' gaze shift towards him, the guard discreetly added, "It seems there has been some progress regarding last night's events." Viserys paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of understanding. He comprehended the implications of the guard's words. It must pertain to the bastard captured the previous night, who had been coerced into revealing significant information, prompting Sir Joffrey to hasten here to inform him. To the council chamber, Viserys commanded. Having awakened from his reverie and entrusted Rhaenys to the guard's watchful care, he wished to shield the girl from the grim realities of their circumstances, as the haunting memories of events from 6 months prior still lingered in her mind. As an uncle, he would endeavor to spread his protective wings over her safety. With resolute strides, the young king made his way to the council chamber. Shortly thereafter, he arrived to find the elderly lord awaiting him, prepared to divulge a shocking revelation. "What?" Viserys stood momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to grasp the gravity of the news. "Are you suggesting that this vile bastard administered a considerable amount of hallucinogens to both my mother and me?" Last night, Sir Joffrey had returned with Davis Hard, dragging him back like a lifeless creature and interrogating him through the night. The wretched man appeared to have relinquished all hope of survival, divulging everything he knew. The acting Lord of Dragonstone had bribed the kitchen staff to lace the meals of Queen Lena and Viserys with potent hallucinogens, intending to eliminate them quietly and without attracting attention. Given the legacy of the Mad King, it was plausible that the Targaryen bloodline harbored a propensity for madness. It was evident that the hallucinogens had profoundly affected Queen Lena's state of mind. As for Viserys, even this traitor could not comprehend why he had remained unaffected. He had escalated the dosage significantly, yet Viserys exhibited no signs of alteration. Indeed, the old lord confirmed, clad not in armor, but in a simple gray robe, his countenance somber as he nodded. Viserys, bewildered, paced before the throne, his gaze drifting into the distance. He recalled the last time he had seen his mother. Her mental state had been perilous, plagued by hallucinations and erratic behavior. At that time, he had attributed her instability to the stresses of pregnancy and previous traumas. However, it now appeared that all of it might have been orchestrated. She was not meant to perish, was she? Viserys abruptly halted, turning to the old lord beside him. The knight's grim expression offered no reassurance, as if he silently acquiesced to the unspoken truth. Queen Lena, despite enduring relentless torment throughout her marriage to the Mad King, had remained resilient. It was unfathomable that she would suddenly succumb to madness now. Viserys struggled to reconcile the trajectory of events that had led them here. His own psyche was slowly unraveling, exhibiting signs of anger and distortion, even affecting the gentle Daenerys, who could erupt into fury when provoked. Was this the reality? Viserys stood motionless, gazing vacantly at the sky and sea beyond the throne. He should have foreseen this outcome, yet he had failed to do so. Both he and Queen Lena had ingested hallucinogens, their minds twisted by the substance, while Daenerys, still in utero, might also have been influenced. Now, Viserys found himself having consumed an abundant quantity of hallucinogens, yet he exhibited no signs of madness, only sporadic visual disturbances. Last night, seated upon the Iron Throne, he had contemplated the map of Westeros, and memories of tales spun by the old maester had begun to resurface in his mind, as if he were witnessing the shadows of war firsthand. In retrospect, it seemed the hallucinogens had ensnared him in a web of delusion. Yet, it was unmistakable that Viserys had ingested more than Queen Lena, yet the poison wielded a lesser grip upon him. He experienced only mild auditory and visual hallucinations, devoid of the profound insanity that had overtaken his mother. The old lord observed Viserys, lost in thought, with a sense of pity welling within him. The situation was undeniably grim. If Queen Lena had perished during childbirth, it might have been more palatable, yet she was not meant to die. The honor of a pregnant woman and her child had been sullied by the treacherous act of poisoning, leading to this tragic conclusion. The old knight's silver hair fluttered in the wind as he took a deep breath, his heart seething with rage towards the despicable usurper. However, there exists a matter of greater significance, Your Majesty. The chamber fell into a profound silence until the venerable knight, after a prolonged pause, finally broke the stillness with his words. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon a physician to assess your current state of health. There are no learned men left on Dragonstone, and the common folk, unlike the nobility and affluent, lack access to the care of scholars. Thus they must often rely on local healers, midwives, and their knowledge of herbs. The medical practices on the continent of Westeros, in truth, are rather rudimentary. This highlights the remarkable nature of the old scholar who managed to live to the age of 80. They can concoct herbal remedies for common ailments and minor wounds. But for sword injuries, they resort to drastic measures for sterilization, such as boiling water, burning oil, or cauterization, with the latter two methods involving direct application of flames to the wound. Should the wound begin to fester, maggots may be employed to consume the decaying flesh, followed by bandaging, and if necessary, suturing the wound can also be performed, using salves containing mustard seeds, nettles, and yeast to prevent infection, providing a numbing effect and alleviating pain. In the absence of poppy milk, physical methods of inducing unconsciousness may be employed, although such measures are typically reserved for extreme circumstances. These are the methods employed for treating ailments and managing wounds. However, for Viserys' current predicament, there exists but one remedy: bloodletting. Scholars and healers believe that when poisoned, one must expel the venom from the body, cutting wherever necessary. If the toxin has permeated the bloodstream, bloodletting becomes essential to release the poison, allowing pure blood to replenish its rightful place, thus facilitating detoxification. Upon hearing Sir Geoffrey's words, Viserys' cheek twitched slightly, as if recalling a painful memory, and he resolutely declined. No need for that, sir. I feel quite well and see no reason to trouble a physician. Without granting Sir Geoffrey further opportunity to speak, Viserys shifted the conversation. I believe you are well aware that only the drunken ruffians, bastards, and women hailing from the free cities would resort to such weapons as poison. Viserys fixed his gaze upon Sir Geoffrey, his violet eyes ablaze with indignation, causing the old knight to feel inexplicably unsettled under the intensity of that gaze. Likewise, I understand that you believe a just king should not abuse punishment, even for those deemed guilty by the Seven. However, I must insist that you do not impede me further. With that, Viserys brushed past the old knight, striding down from the high seat. His left hand grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist, while his other hand drew forth a short blade, slightly longer than a dagger. For there is a matter I must attend to personally. The sharp blade glinted coldly, and Viserys gripped the hilt tightly, his expression devoid of warmth. The bastard, bound and lying helplessly on the floor, gazed upon the approaching silver-haired boy with terror in his eyes. Chapter 54. Bravos. Viserys personally ended the life of the bastard. Blood spilled upon the ground, filling the chamber with a pungent metallic scent, causing several guards to avert their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Following a silent signal from Sir Geoffrey, two guards pinched their noses and approached to drag the corpse away, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Servants soon arrived with buckets to wash away the stains. After avenging his mother by taking the life of this man, Viserys took a deep breath. The dark mist silently absorbed into his being, unnoticed by the others. He then turned around. The old maid stood beside a stone pillar, and amusingly, the soldiers present were so unnerved by the scene that they averted their gazes, whereas this woman bore witness to the entire event. Driven by the memory of the one who had caused the death of Queen Layla, that kind and lively girl, this was but a blood debt repaid. Clad in a gray robe and a headscarf, the old maid spat vehemently. Then, seeing Viserys turn, quickly produced a clean handkerchief from her sleeve and approached him. Your Majesty. Viserys glanced at the old maid, who had followed them from the Red Keep, enduring countless trials. Thank you, Sophia. He nodded slightly and took the handkerchief from her sleeve, gently wiping the blood from his hands. At that moment, a guard entered from outside, leaning closer to whisper urgently in Viserys' ear. What? Upon hearing the guard's words, a look of astonishment spread across Viserys' face. He returned the blood-stained handkerchief to the old maid and turned to the guard beside him, asking earnestly once more, Are you saying there is a merchant ship from Bravos, and on board is someone claiming to be an envoy from Braavos. The guard nodded vigorously in response to Viserys' repeated inquiry. Indeed, the young king's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of peculiarity. Braavos, he was well aware of its significance, as the city was the most unique and powerful among the free cities across the Narrow Sea. Often referred to as the City of Secrets or the Bastard Daughter of Valyria, comprised of a series of islands at the northwestern edge of Essos, situated at the confluence of the Narrow Sea and the Shivering Sea. He found it unsurprising that a Braavosi merchant ship would dock here. After all, Dragonstone held the entrance to Blackwater Bay under tight control, and for the merchant ships of the free cities to engage in trade with King's Landing, they must pass through this route. In truth, the Targaryen fleet did not completely blockade Blackwater Bay, as such an act would yield minimal damage to King's Landing but invite excessive enmity toward the Targaryens. However, he did find it curious why Braavos would suddenly dispatch an envoy to visit. Dragonstone and Braavos were separated by the Narrow Sea, a considerable distance apart, and there had been no prior communication. It was perplexing that an envoy would be sent without warning. Could this be a ruse? This thought flickered through Viserys' mind. It was not that the boy was inherently suspicious, but the recent events had instilled in him a sense of paranoia, making him view everyone as a potential deceiver, traitor, or assassin. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow him entry, to discern the purpose of this envoy from Braavos. Your Majesty. At that moment, Sir Geoffrey, standing beside the high table, interjected. He had overheard Viserys' conversation with the guard and was equally curious about the envoy's intentions. After a brief hesitation, Viserys finally nodded. Very well, let us invite him in. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard acknowledged and promptly exited. Soon after, Viserys led the others down from the stone drum tower to the grand hall on the lower level. This was the venue for receiving important guests, and Viserys placed great significance on the envoy from Braavos. The boy seated himself upon the cold stone throne, with rays of sunlight streaming through on either side, illuminating the dust that danced in the air. The silver-haired boy sat upon the throne, adjusting his garments slightly, and replaced the crown that his mother, Queen Layla, had bestowed upon him. The crown, crafted from pure gold and adorned with a magnificent ruby, reflected the sun's rays with a fierce brilliance, resembling a flame that blazed at the center of the boy's brow. Sir Geoffrey, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, leaned back in his seat beside the throne, his hands resting naturally on his knees, his grizzled hair somewhat tousled as he awaited the arrival of the Braavos envoy. Not long after, the heavy doors of the Dragonstone castle hall were pushed open by the guards. The young king, with his pale lavender eyes, turned to gaze at the entrance, where the guards stepped aside to reveal the individual standing behind them. This was a middle-aged man clad in a brownish-gray cloak, wearing deerskin boots and adorned with a string of wooden beads, his square face framed by dark hair. Behind him stood a young swordsman, dressed in black attire, a slender sword strapped to his waist. His hair appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes glimmered with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing the very soul. As Viserys scrutinized the two figures before him, the elder knight beside him leaned slightly forward to whisper an explanation. In his youth, Sir Geoffrey had wandered far from his family and hometown due to his violent past, having once ventured to the continent of Essos, where he served as a mercenary, sailor, and even a tavern attendant. Braavos had also been one of his stops during his travels, thus he was well versed in its customs. True affluent individuals and formidable swordsmen. The faceless men often donned black or dark attire, while the officials and judges of Braavos typically wore plain brownish-gray garments. Viserys listened attentively to the old knight's whispered words, nodding silently without turning his gaze away from the two individuals standing at the foot of the steps. The Braavos envoy, in turn, lifted his head to scrutinize the boy seated on the throne, then slightly bowed before addressing him. Your Majesty. Chapter 55, The Personal Letter. Yet Viserys, perched upon the cold throne, took his time before responding. The ruby atop his crown shimmered like a flame, while his lavender eyes continued to appraise the two men below. A palpable silence enveloped the hall. The Dragonstone guards gripped their spears tightly, their eyes fixed on the two self-proclaimed envoys from Braavos, poised to act upon Viserys' command at any moment. To them, true envoys would be clad in finery. Unlike the two before them, one in drab brown and the other resembling an assassin in black garb and cloak, with a delicately slender sword at his side, which seemed impractical to the soldiers of Westeros. In the center of the hall, the two men under scrutiny maintained their composure. The envoy in brownish-gray exhibited an air of calm, his gaze unwavering upon Viserys, while the swordsman behind him rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Viserys remained silent, observing the two men and attempting to discern their identities, hoping to uncover any weaknesses. Before long, the Braavos envoy faltered, feeling an unexpected pressure in the presence of the young king, who had lost the Iron Throne and now lived in exile. He was merely an 8-year-old child. Your Majesty, the middle-aged man in the brownish-gray robe could not help but bow again, speaking earnestly. We come from Braavos. bearing the command of the drowned god to pay our respects to your majesty and to deliver a personal letter from him. The envoy's accent and choice of words were slightly peculiar, causing the assembled audience to feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, Viserys remained composed, his piercing gaze fixed upon the envoy. A personal letter? Upon hearing the mention of a letter from the Braavos' drowned god, he felt a flicker of belief in the envoy's identity, though he knew he must see the letter to ascertain its authenticity. However, he had more to say before he would rush to examine the missive. Leaning forward slightly, adjusting his posture upon the throne, Viserys spoke. The envoy may speak in Valyrian. I am fluent in it. He understood that while Braavos was not a member of the free cities of Valyria, it had been established by refugees fleeing Valyrian bondage approximately 5 centuries before Aegon's landing, and thus their native tongue was Valyrian. As a Targaryen heir, Viserys was well acquainted with the language, rendering the use of the common tongue of Westeros unnecessary between them, especially given the envoy's awkward attempt at speaking it, which was somewhat uncomfortable for Viserys to hear. My apologies, your majesty. I have been remiss, the Braavos' envoy replied, visibly relieved to converse in the familiar Valyrian language. He was both astonished and pleased that he need not continue speaking in the cumbersome common tongue of Westeros. However, he was also anxious, wondering if Viserys had overheard his previous whispered remarks to the swordsman beside him, which could have dire consequences. He had assumed that the Targaryens, having ruled Westeros for nearly 3 centuries since Aegon's conquest, would have abandoned Valyrian in favor of the common tongue, especially since Aegon had converted to the faith of the Seven after his conquest. Yet the envoy had not encountered any members of the Targaryen family and was somewhat misinformed. The Targaryens had not forsaken their ancestral language. Viserys, however, had not heard the envoy's earlier mutterings, for the throne was quite distant, and his ears were not attuned to such whispers. The boy regarded the 2 envoys and continued. Might you introduce yourselves? Upon hearing Viserys' request, the envoy in the brownish-gray robe straightened slightly, bowing once more. Your Majesty, I am Cleon Meisner, a municipal officer of Braavos. My role primarily involves relaying the drowned god's edicts and managing the city, serving as an assistant to his grace in matters of governance. The envoy, Cleon, then turned to introduce the young swordsman beside him. This is Sir Illyrio Frel, the personal guard of his grace and the chief swordsman of Braavos. The swordsman, standing behind Cleon, bowed slightly after the introduction and spoke for the first time, Your Majesty. Upon hearing the name Illyrio Frel, Viserys felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had encountered it before, yet he could not quite place it. Sir Geoffrey, seated beside him, presumed that Viserys was unaware of the significance of the title of chief swordsman and leaned closer to whisper another explanation. Your Majesty, I have heard of this individual. As the foremost swordsman of Braavos, Syrios Farrell is currently regarded as the most exceptional swordsman in the city. These individuals possess extraordinary insight, and safeguarding the safety of the Sea Lord is their paramount duty. After listening attentively, Viserys nodded slightly. He seemed to recall who this individual was without needing the old lord's reminder. At that moment, Cleon below rummaged through his cloak, producing a letter which he reverently cradled in his hands before speaking again. This is a personal letter from His Grace the Sea Lord addressed to your Majesty. A soldier stationed in the hall stepped forward, accepting the letter from the messenger's hands, inspecting it for any signs of poison or tampering, before approaching the throne on the steps to deliver it to Viserys. Viserys took the letter from the soldier's grasp, harboring a hint of curiosity about what the Sea Lord, who usually kept to his own affairs, wished to communicate. He then tore open the letter. Chapter 56. The in-law of Viserys extracted the contents from the envelope and unfolded it for inspection. The current Sea Lord of Braavos is Ferrego Antarian, ruler of the free trading city-state, whose personal guard is known as the foremost swordsman of Braavos. The disheveled-haired Syrios Farrell occupies the significant position. Ferrego Antarian resides within the Sea Lord's palace in the city. The title of Sea Lord is not hereditary upon the death of a previous Sea Lord. The next is selected from all citizens by the governor and overseer of Braavos through a mysterious and perplexing process. Once chosen, the Sea Lord serves for life until death. The letter in Viserys' hand is a personal correspondence from Ferrego Antarian. The content of the letter is succinct, conveying a straightforward intent. Furthermore, Viserys could discern that the letter's timeliness appears to have lapsed. It was composed prior to his expedition with the Targaryen fleet to Storm's End. After all, Braavos is a considerable distance from Dragonstone. By the time the Sea Lord received news of the naval battle, it would have been too late to retract the letter. Moreover, this letter was not addressed to him but was penned in his name. After all, since Viserys' coronation, he has become a king in exile with legitimate claims to the Iron Throne, his lineage impeccable. In reality, however, the letter was intended for his mother, Queen Riella. In the letter, the Sea Lord urges Riella to abandon Dragonstone with Viserys and reside in Braavos. Braavos promises to provide robust protection and sanctuary for the offspring of the Dragon King, what might more elegantly be termed political asylum. Simultaneously, the Sea Lord subtly suggests that, At critical junctures, he may consider supporting the Targaryens' rightful claims to the Iron Throne of Westeros. The entire letter is elegantly penned in Valyrian, indicating that the Sea Lord possesses more accurate intelligence than this messenger. Yet, Viserys remained unfazed by the letter's verbose content. While Bravos may indeed require the aid of their pitiable mother and orphan, it is certainly not for the noble reasons articulated within. The first prime minister after the conquest, Orys Baratheon, is rumored to be a bastard brother of Aegon I, sharing the Targaryen bloodline. However, these are mere whispers without concrete evidence. Bastards do not possess legal rights to inheritance. The legal claim that enabled Robert Baratheon to ascend the Iron Throne is derived from his grandmother's lineage. Robert's grandmother, Rhael Targaryen, was the daughter of Aegon V, thus allowing him to be a legitimate contender for the Iron Throne, making his claim more legitimate than those of the Arryns, Tullis, or Starks. Viserys chose to disregard the letter's elaborate rhetoric, but noted a subtle mention of an individual towards its conclusion. Ferrago Anrian explicitly invited Queen Riella and Prince Viserys to Bravos and arranged for a mysterious figure to meet with them. The identity referenced was akin to a term for in-laws in Valyrian, indicating a female relative. Viserys' grasp of Valyrian was sufficient for daily conversation. Yet without the environment of the Red Keep, he found himself becoming somewhat rusty. He pondered the implications of the Sea Lord's words, rereading the passage multiple times until a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. Initially, he had interpreted the letter solely from his perspective, failing to grasp its meaning. Now, however, he realized that from Queen Riella's viewpoint, the message became strikingly clear. A relative of Queen Riella's? She has 3 children, Viserys and Daenerys. One of whom is merely a child, the other an infant. Only the eldest, Rhaegar, is married, though many tumultuous events have transpired since. The reference to in-laws cannot pertain to the Stark family of the North. Dorne. Viserys felt a flicker of realization, his furrowed brow easing slightly. Dorne wishes to reach out to his mother? He was aware that the Iron Throne was currently in negotiations with Dorne. In truth, due to his father Aerys and brother Rhaegar's dubious actions, Dorne had long since distanced itself from the Targaryens. Yet, at this critical juncture, Dorne has chosen to contact Bravos to facilitate a connection. Why would Bravos, acting as intermediary, agree to arrange a clandestine meeting between Dorne and the Targaryens? Moreover, had they not recently lent a considerable sum to the Iron Throne? Were they not apprehensive that those funds might not be repaid? Or were they scheming to manipulate the war, compelling the Iron Throne to owe them even more? Viserys contemplated the entire situation deeply. Alternatively, perhaps Bravos simply wished to prevent the 7 kingdoms across the Narrow Sea from truly uniting, seeking to create a modicum of discord. This situation had grown increasingly delicate. Viserys' brow relaxed, and he fell into contemplation, clutching the letter. He was uncertain of the current status of negotiations between Dorne and the Iron Throne. He remained utterly oblivious to Dorne's true intentions, whether they sought genuine reconciliation with the Iron Throne or if it was merely a fade. Moreover, was the initiative for Dorne to contact the Targaryens stemming from Prince Doran's wishes, or was it merely a faction within House Martell dissatisfied with the recent negotiations? Acting in secrecy? He had no knowledge of these matters. Viserys understood Dorne's caution. After all, they were engaged in delicate negotiations with the Iron Throne. Should they dispatch a ship directly to Dragonstone, the discussions would be rendered moot, and Westeros would once again plunge into war. However, the implications of this letter extend beyond mere simplicity. If Viserys interpreted it correctly, the letter suggested that Queen Riella should accompany him to Bravos to meet with representatives from Dorne. It particularly noted that the Targaryens and the Martells still maintained familial ties. Furthermore, it employed a term denoting a female relative, suggesting a connection to the Martell family. Clutching the letter, Viserys suddenly experienced a disquieting premonition. Did the Martell family have a daughter? They wouldn't have set their sights on themselves again, would they? Chapter 57. The hand of the king. Viserys held in his hand the personal letter from the King of Bravos, lost in contemplation. The great hall was enveloped in silence. With all eyes fixed upon the young king seated upon the throne, they were oblivious to the letter's contents, which were shrouded in secrecy. Yet the expression on Viserys' face betrayed his unease. Without uttering a word, he handed the missive to Sir Geoffrey, who stood beside him. For the fleet commander. There was no room for doubt. Without the king's protection, both he and his mother would have long since perished. Even had they followed the original course, fleeing to Dragonstone, the fleet's presence had deterred the local lord from plotting against the widow and her son. Despite the subsequent storm that had ravaged the Targaryen fleet, the details remained unclear to Viserys. Perhaps the bastards had sought to deliver him and his sister to the Baratheons or had other nefarious intentions. Yet, with Sir William's assistance, they ultimately escaped to Essos, embarking on a protracted life of exile. Thus, Viserys harbored an unwavering trust in the old knight and his mentor. Were he to create a hand of the king insignia, it is conceivable that he would bestow it upon Sir Geoffrey without hesitation. The silver-haired knight accepted the letter without protest, examining it with utmost seriousness. Viserys' gaze shifted back to the two Braavosi envoys. In truth, his mother, Queen Rhaella Targaryen, was deceased. Rising from the cold stone throne, he felt the sunlight streaming through the hall, casting beams of dust-laden light upon the floor. Your Majesty, please accept our condolences. The Braavosi magistrate, Claire, offered with a slight bow, though they had already received the news upon disembarking. Allow us to pay tribute to this kind and noble queen as we depart from Dragonstone. Viserys merely waved his hand dismissively. He understood that these were mere formalities. The envoys were likely unaware that the Targaryens still spoke Valyrian, and they had probably only heard of his mother by name. Please extend your stay on Dragonstone. I require further contemplation regarding the contents of Lord Ferrago Antarion's letter. Viserys hesitated over this matter. Upon receiving the letter, he could confirm that the envoys were indeed from Braavos. However, he found himself torn about whether to truly accept the invitation to Braavos. Despite his recent victories over the Iron Throne schemes and a triumphant engagement at Shipbreaker Bay that had bolstered morale, the power disparity between the Targaryens and the Baratheons remained stark. The Baratheons were like a hand with 10 fingers, of which Viserys had only managed to break one. If they clenched their fists, he could easily be crushed on Dragonstone. After all, the proximity to Westeros was alarmingly close. Viserys felt no sense of security on Dragonstone. Although he knew King Robert's forces were currently without ships, he feared waking one day to find Dragonstone encircled by an overwhelming fleet. Thus, he constantly pondered how to abandon Dragonstone and lead the fleet and the people eastward across the narrow sea to establish a foothold where they could safely thrive, preserving the lives of himself and his sister and avoiding a life of wandering. Previously, Viserys had no clear direction on this matter. As the old knight had noted, the free cities of trade appeared loose, yet were resistant to external incursions. He hesitated to lead the fleet into Essos, as that would sever his only avenue of retreat. However, the letter from the King of Braavos presented him with an alternative possibility. Viserys felt a wavering uncertainty. The idea was both promising and audacious. Yet it bore significant risks. If Braavos harbored ill intentions, they could easily bind him and deliver him to King's Landing for a handsome reward. Nevertheless, Viserys believed that his continued existence, capable of causing trouble for the Iron Throne, was far more valuable than any meager bounty. Thus, amidst his inner turmoil, he had already arrived at this conclusion, albeit lacking someone to support him and bolster his courage to act upon it. It was akin to a gamble, a game of strategy. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Scholar Daniel considered Viserys superior to Prince Rhaegar. He would strive for self-redemption amidst adversity, never yielding, and consistently proposing ideas that defied expectations. Follow the king's directives. The two Braavosi envoys, of course, had no objections to Viserys' arrangements. After all, this was a private discourse between the young Targaryen king and their lord, and they merely served as messengers, prioritizing the greater good. Viserys then gestured for the guards to escort the envoys from the hall, allowing them to rest while they deliberated on the matter. Once the envoys had exited, Sir Geoffrey, seated beside the throne, finished reading the letter. Like Viserys, he fell into contemplation. After a moment of silence, the old knight raised his head, preparing to speak, but hesitated. Casting a glance at Viserys, the young king, having navigated numerous social intricacies, discerned the knight's intent. He once again waved away the guards, and soon the great hall was left with just the two of them. Perhaps I should craft a hand of the king insignia for you, Sir Geoffrey. The silver-haired boy, adorned with a ruby-studded crown, stood in the shafts of sunlight, his small figure elongated to that of an adult, his lilac eyes sparkling with mischief. The old knight was about to respond when Viserys interrupted him, a faint smile of irony gracing his face. I possess neither the talent nor the virtue to serve as a prime minister. Chapter 58. The decision. Sir Geoffrey, with a self-deprecating smile, adjusted his demeanor and spoke earnestly. However, Your Majesty, this is indeed a rare opportunity. The silver-haired elder, seated in his chair, gazed at the young king standing in the expansive hall, holding the letter. As you previously stated, Dragonstone lacks resources and population. Our continued presence here is solely due to the defeat of the usurper's newly established navy. The king seated upon the Iron Throne yearns to see Viserys torn to shreds, yet he can only seethe impotently. Without ships, even an army of thousands is powerless to cross the sea. Though Robert Baratheon may be fearless on land, he would falter upon the waves, akin to an unwieldy bear. Naval warfare and land combat are entirely distinct realms. However, we cannot afford to remain passive. After all, the continent of Westeros is replete with resources and teeming with population. Not to mention the affluent kingdoms. Even King's Landing alone is a sprawling metropolis with over 500,000 inhabitants, producing an unbearable stench daily. The military potential that the Iron Throne can muster is far beyond what the diminutive Dragonstone can contend with. Despite the recent setback, it would not take long for the Iron Throne to amass a significant sum of funds once more and subsequently construct a formidable fleet. Conversely, The fleet of Dragonstone is not only antiquated but also diminishes with every vessel lost. The barren landscape of Dragonstone, devoid of trees, complicates any attempts at repairing ships, necessitating imports from the eastern continent. Fortunately, the Targaryens have accumulated nearly 3 centuries of wealth on Dragonstone, which sustains Viserys' extravagant lifestyle. Yet even so, Viserys has begun to scrutinize his expenditures meticulously, developing a sense of urgency regarding potential crises. At this juncture, however, the old lord hesitated slightly. His concerns mirrored those of Viserys, specifically whether Braavos would honor its commitments. If they truly bound Viserys and delivered him to King's Landing, would it not be akin to walking into the jaws of a wolf? As Viserys stood before the Iron Throne, silence enveloped the hall following the old lord's hesitant words, broken only by the boy king's somewhat labored breaths. The golden crown above him gleamed, and his small hand tightened slightly within his robe, moistening his cracked lips. This was an exceedingly difficult decision for Viserys, fraught with considerable risk. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head and spoke. His fiery red gemstones resembling a blazing inferno, symbolizing the very essence of his heart and blood igniting with fervor. The stillness of the hall resonated with the melodious tone of the boy's voice. But we have no choice at present, do we? We cannot linger on Dragonstone waiting for death. Moreover, such an opportunity may not present itself again. It seemed that Viserys had finally resolved to act. Although the determination was not without its challenges, yet, his composed mind indicated that this course of action would be the most advantageous. Not only did the seer foresee benefits, but no one from the eastern continent harbored malice towards Viserys in the original timeline. The Targaryen siblings had even found refuge among the noble families of Braavos, Pintos, and others. However, Viserys must recognize that circumstances had shifted significantly from that original path. The Targaryen fleet had not perished in a storm, Dragonstone had not fallen to betrayal, and the siblings had not fled to the eastern continent under the protection of Ser Wyrm. Their current situation was considerably more favorable than the original trajectory. Yet Viserys remained acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. Though he struggled with minor doubts, the path to a true resolution remained distant. The old lord, upon hearing Viserys' words, appeared momentarily lost in thought. He recalled the brave young silver-haired boy, whose every gesture radiated a potent charisma, capable of forging connections with those around him. I too fear unforeseen complications, he began, but Viserys interrupted, turning to face the Great Hall's entrance. I fear death more than anyone else. Viserys longed to share that he had experienced death once, an experience he found utterly dreadful and wished to avoid repeating. However, the instinct for survival stifled his words before they could escape his lips. Yet in this matter, no one could take his place. He must personally travel to Braavos to meet their relatives from Dorne. More crucially, he needed to encounter the Sea Lord of Braavos. Achieving his objectives hinged upon this meeting. I believe that a living threat to the Iron Throne, namely myself, holds more significance for Braavos. It is unlikely that Braavos would pursue a short-sighted path. Yet this remains a gamble. Even if the danger is merely 10%, it still implies the existence of risk. I shall proceed, Viserys finally declared, exhaling softly before continuing. Then I shall go with your grace. The old lord, supportive of Viserys, promptly rose to express his agreement. He admired the boy's courage, recognizing that he was merely 8 years old. Most children from ordinary families would be frightened to tears at the prospect of venturing alone into an unfamiliar environment. Yet Viserys had endured countless trials and storms, bravely choosing to leave the safety of his guardians to journey alone to Braavos. There's no need. Viserys gently declined Ser Geoffrey's offer after a moment of contemplation. If Braavos indeed harbors ill intentions, Sir Geoffrey, your presence would likely not alter the situation. With a sigh, Viserys continued, it would be better for me to go alone, as it would conveniently conceal my whereabouts. If any unforeseen event should occur in truth. Viserys' composure belied his inner turmoil. He was compelled to act, fully aware that this was a fortuitous opportunity, and he summoned the courage to make this decision. Yet, in the current scenario, breaking through the impasse required an audacity akin to burning one's ships. Otherwise, even if he could prolong his life on Dragonstone, it would not change the eventual outcome. I hope that Viserys hesitated for a moment, for what he was about to say bore immense significance. It pertained to his choice of who would be his rightful heir, Rhaenys or Daenerys. Yet, as he reached the final words, a shadow of doubt crossed his mind. Should any misfortune befall him, a vision of a brown-haired little girl, Rhaenys Targaryen, flickered in his thoughts. Though still a child, she undeniably possessed the beauty that foretold her future as a stunning woman who would captivate the Seven Kingdoms. Hey, Viserys, the memory of Rhaenys is sweet. Heart-melting smile flashed through Viserys' mind. Due to their close ages, or perhaps for other reasons, Rhaenys shunned the formality of addressing him by title, instead opting for brother or simply calling him by his name. Then, another image emerged in his mind, a swaddled infant, Daenerys Targaryen. During their first meeting, Viserys had gently grasped Daenerys' tiny hand, feeling a profound bond of blood that could never be severed. Viserys found himself wavering once more, unable to make an immediate choice. The old lord recognized the profound implications of such a decision and refrained from interrupting Viserys' thoughts. After a lengthy silence, the boy finally made his choice. Raising his head with a serious tone, "If I should meet with any misfortune, I kindly request that you, Sir Geoffrey, continue to support my sister, Daenerys Targaryen." In ascending to the Iron Throne, no one could discern what Viserys had contemplated during that moment of silence. Why such a decision was made and the rationale behind it holds significant weight, as it effectively designates a future heir. That heir is none other than his sister, Daenerys Targaryen. Although Viserys is merely 8 years of age, his position within this power struggle leaves no room for leniency. For no one will spare him simply because he is a child, just as the king seated upon the Iron Throne has resorted to unscrupulous means to eliminate threats. Viserys must tread carefully even while residing in Dragonstone, striving to survive. Thus, it is imperative for Viserys to make this decision early, however harsh it may seem. Akin to preemptively addressing his own demise. Has he chosen the lesser of two? Sir Geoffrey, upon hearing Viserys' choice, found it somewhat perplexing. The age of Princess Daenerys is indeed exceedingly young. She is but an infant, devoid of her mother and uncertain of her survival. He had not anticipated that Viserys would opt for this younger girl. In the eyes of the old knight, Viserys had a closer bond with Princess Rhaenys. The two children not only shared similar ages but also displayed a remarkable compatibility and temperament, even when burdened by concerns. Viserys would make an effort to smile in Rhaenys' presence, albeit his smile might appear somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Daenerys is his sister, and the Targaryen bloodline remains purer in her veins. Thus, it is understandable that Viserys would arrive at this decision, considering Rhaenys' lineage carries a significant Dornish heritage, rendering her Targaryen bloodline less than pure. I understand, Sir Geoffrey finally nodded, grasping Viserys' intent. He had named Daenerys as his heir. Should any misfortune befall Viserys during his journey to Braavos, the infant Daenerys would ascend as the new ruler of Dragonstone. So it was decided. Having made his choice, Viserys no longer hesitated. He summoned the guards from outside and called back the 2 Braavosi envoys who had just been sent to rest. In truth, the Chancellor and the Chief Swordsman had not ventured far. They were merely stationed in a small chamber outside the Great Hall, awaiting the conclusion of discussions among Viserys and his council. They had presumed that reaching a resolution might take considerable time and held little hope that Viserys would accept the invitation from the Lord of the Waves. After all, the head of the Targaryen family is currently an 8-year-old boy, perhaps still prone to tears from a mere stumble. Had Queen Rhaela been alive and of sound mind, she might have accepted the invitation to Braavos. However, the queen had now ascended to the status of a dowager and had already been laid to rest, which took them somewhat by surprise. Yet, unexpectedly, just as they settled into the nearby chamber, news arrived swiftly. The 2 envoys hurried back. Viserys sat upon the throne in the Great Hall, his small frame perched upon the grand seat, creating a striking contrast. The boy wore a crown forged from pure gold, adorned with a ruby that resembled a flame, his hands resting upon the armrest of the throne. In a clear and composed voice, he informed them that he had accepted the invitation from the Lord of the Waves and would soon embark on a journey to Braavos to meet him. The boy's voice reverberated in the silent hall as the 2 Braavosi envoys exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that this child possessed the audacity to agree to travel alone to a distant, unfamiliar city. However, as soon as Viserys finished speaking, Sir Geoffrey rose simultaneously, demanding that the Braavosi party respect the ancient customs of guest right on the continent of Westeros, ensuring the safety of young King Viserys. Guest right is a revered tradition upheld across the 7 kingdoms, wherein any guest, noble or commoner, upon receiving bread and salt from the host, is granted protection. During the course of their stay, neither party may harm the other, for to do so would violate sacred laws believed to be intolerable to both the old gods and the faith of the 7. Indeed, Your Majesty, the 7 and the old gods have temples upon the Isle of Tears in Braavos. The chief envoy, Cleon, bowed slightly once more and assured them earnestly, Braavos holds its honor in high esteem, as it is as vital as our very lives. Since we have extended an invitation to you, we shall ensure your safety from the moment you depart Dragonstone until your safe return. Chapter 60. Departure. After the meeting with the Braavosi envoys at Dragonstone, several days passed. During this time, Viserys arranged the subsequent affairs of Dragonstone. After undergoing grooming and dressing, his once lustrous silver-gold hair was dyed a shade of blue, and his previously striking appearance was toned down to avoid drawing attention. Only his violet eyes remained unmistakable, still reflecting a calmness and maturity that belied his youth, exuding a breathtaking beauty akin to a pale amethyst. Yet, the intricate runes hidden within the depths of his gaze remained unseen by the common eye, and one could feel an invisible pressure when meeting his gaze. This was a fear emanating from his very soul, regardless of his physical strength. The transformation of his mental prowess into a different realm brought about subtle changes in Viserys. To an observer, he might merely appear as a handsome boy, but once their eyes met, that perception would undergo a profound shift. A typical boy from a merchant family would not possess such an intangible aura, radiating a sense of innate nobility. Accompanying Viserys on this journey were two meticulously chosen guards, tasked with safeguarding the young king's safety. The instructor had originally intended to escort Viserys to Braavos personally. However, his frail health, compounded by recurring old wounds and a recent bout of illness, compelled Viserys to insist that he remain on Dragonstone to recuperate. In this era of limited medical knowledge, the grievous injury that once pierced his side, coupled with the delay in receiving timely treatment, had left Sir William with a chronic ailment. The once robust figure had quickly withered within the span of a year, to the point where even his former armor now seemed oversized. Viserys could not bear to have his instructor accompany him on such a taxing journey. Hence he adamantly requested that he stay behind. Shortly thereafter, under the arrangements of the Braavosi envoys, Viserys discreetly boarded a merchant vessel returning to Braavos from King's Landing, departing Dragonstone for the distant and enigmatic shores of Braavos. The immense two-masted galleon sliced through the waves, navigating the sea with grace. The relentless waves crashed against the stout hull, yet it felt as though a gentle breeze caressed its surface, failing to sway the ship from its steadfast course. Meanwhile, the young king sat quietly by the porthole, gazing at the tumultuous sea, feeling a twinge of envy for the vastness beyond. Braavos, the undisputed center of global trade, is replete with immeasurable wealth. Any merchant vessel that sets sail boasts a tonnage only surpassed by the flagship of the Targaryen fleet, the Black Death. It is evident that, perhaps through some modifications including the addition of ram and weaponry, this merchant ship could easily transform into a warship. Recently, Viserys accompanied Ser Joffrey on an expedition to Storm's End, where they obliterated the Baratheon fleet on the waters of Shipbreaker Bay. During this venture, Viserys remained closely by the old knight's side, observing and inquiring, thus gaining a modicum of understanding regarding naval warfare, at least enough to alleviate some of his unfamiliarity. He could perceive the terrifying potential for warfare that this foremost of the 9 free cities harbors. Should war truly break out, Braavos could swiftly muster an invincible fleet of over 100 galleys. The fleets of other city-states still rely on longships and small sailboats as their vanguards, tasked with safeguarding their main vessels, which in Braavos are merely ordinary ships. The invincible fleet of Braavos could effortlessly blockade the maritime trade routes of their adversaries, significantly diminishing the enemy's military capabilities. However, the deterrent effect of Braavos' invincible fleet on the noble houses of Westeros is somewhat limited. No matter how grand the fleet may be, it cannot encircle the entirety of Westeros. Furthermore, these great lords do not overly depend on trade. The smallholder economy can sustain itself independently. Severing maritime routes would at most inflict minor losses, insufficient to cause any substantial harm. This was evidenced during the War of Usurpation, when the Targaryen royal fleet proved incapable of delivering decisive might. Yet, what truly instills concern in the Seven Kingdoms and the Iron Throne is another weapon wielded by Braavos, gold. The wealth of the Iron Bank, vast enough to astonish the world, could render the throne beneath a king's seat overgrown with thorns. Should a king or noble default on their debts, or foolishly disrespect their agreements with the Iron Bank, new claimants to the throne would arise like mushrooms after rain, aided by the bank's financial support. These new lords would be compelled to acknowledge their predecessors' debts and repay the funds borrowed from the Iron Bank to secure their crowns, lest they succumb to the same fate as their forerunners. This is why, despite the vast sums loaned by the Iron Bank, no one dares to default. As the Braavosi saying goes, the Iron Bank does not tolerate debts. Viserys gazed at the waves upon the sea, lost in contemplation amidst these chaotic thoughts. His understanding of Braavos was based on fragmented memories and impressions, supplemented by recent studies about its customs and traditions. Meanwhile, a soldier seated nearby discreetly observed the expression on the young king's face, revealing a hint of expectation. Following several notable incidents, including the assassination of the mercenaries and the naval battle at Shipbreaker Bay, Viserys' reputation had begun to circulate among the soldiers. They spoke of his talents, claiming he possessed a gift that rivaled that of his elder brother Rhaegar, and the soldier could not help but agree. What had he been doing at the age of 8? Perhaps still playing in the mud. Yet, Viserys, in truth, found his mind blank, unaware of what he was musing upon, simply staring vacantly at the sea. Despite his modest disguise, he remained cautious, opting to conceal himself within the cabin without making an appearance throughout the day. After all, this was his first venture beyond the protective circle that had always surrounded him, stepping into an entirely unfamiliar environment. Even during his hurried escape from King's Landing, he had been escorted by over 50 soldiers, whereas now he was accompanied by only 2. At that moment, a knock sounded at the cabin door. Bang, bang, bang. "Young master, it is I." A man's voice from outside, deliberately lowered, called out. Chapter 61. The Journey. It was the municipal officer from Braavos. Having noticed that Viserys had not emerged from the cabin since boarding, he had come to check on him. He feared that the young king might be struggling with life aboard the ship, considering the long distance from Dragonstone to Bravos. With their journey first leading them to Pintos for a brief respite to unload some cargo before continuing on to Bravos. Each voyage undertaken by merchants carries substantial risk. A single maritime disaster could lead to the ruin of even the most seemingly prosperous merchant. Thus, they must learn to be avaricious. Only with overflowing profits do they cease their endeavors. However, upon seeing Viserys, the officers sighed in relief, for the young king appeared well, seemingly adapting to life aboard the vessel without succumbing to seasickness. Your Majesty, we expect to reach Bravos in approximately a month's time. Bravos lies among the islands at the extreme northwest of Essos, situated at the confluence of the Narrow Sea and the Shivering Sea, far from Dragonstone. Moreover, this route necessitates a stop in Pintos, which naturally prolongs the journey. The Bravosi envoy, clad in a gray-brown robe, then proposed to show Viserys around the ship. Tour? Viserys furrowed his brow slightly at the invitation but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Thus, Viserys followed the envoy for a brief tour of the twin-masted merchant ship. The deck was adorned with enormous sails, while below deck lay the cargo hold, with rowing rooms flanking either side and a long corridor in the center. Although this grand vessel possessed ample power to traverse the narrow sea, it still required oarsmen for supplementary propulsion. Furthermore, the ship was a melting pot, filled with various small traders, mercenaries, and individuals seeking to escape the incessant conflicts of Westeros for opportunities on the eastern continent. Venturing onto the deck, Viserys breathed in the fresh air, having felt somewhat stifled confined to the cabin all day. As they strolled, many of those seated on mats spread across the deck cast curious glances toward Viserys. Despite his attempts at disguise, his silver-gold hair dyed blue, and his attire modest, resembling that of a wealthy merchant's son or a young nobleman, his inherent aura and the depth in his pale violet eyes still betrayed his extraordinary identity. One mother, nursing her infant on the deck, leaned against the ship's railing, her robust frame unabashedly exposed, her disheveled black hair giving her a somewhat weathered appearance. Yet, as Viserys passed by, her gaze fell upon him, a mixture of surprise and disbelief flickering in her eyes. Almost instinctively, she averted her gaze in a flurry, as if fearing that this esteemed young noble might notice her. Meanwhile, a group of mercenaries seated on the deck, clad in tattered leather armor and reeking of sweat, engaged in drinking games, their weapons either resting beside them or strapped to their legs. The raucous clamor of the drunken mercenaries filled the air, completely disregarding the opinions of those around them, who seemed to have grown accustomed to such behavior. Nearby, an elderly man, clad in tattered rags, lay sprawled on a layer of worn bedding, deep in slumber. This rowdy group of mercenaries noticed Viserys, their faces flushed from drink. Yet unlike the woman who had just nursed a child, they were unabashed, openly scrutinizing him. One of them, swaying unsteadily, rose to his feet and blocked Viserys' path. The overwhelming odor of sweat and alcohol emanated from the mercenary, causing Viserys to wrinkle his brow slightly. He was tempted to cover his nose, but he refrained, not wishing to provoke these brutish men and invite unnecessary trouble. The boy halted, gazing up at the mercenary. "Hey, noble lord," the inebriated man slurred, staggering slightly. "The eastern continent is no safe haven. It is a true den of predators. Do you require assistance?" He gestured to his comrades, who were reveling nearby, and pounded his chest boastfully. "As long as the pay is sufficient, my brothers and I fear not death." However, the two soldiers from Dragonstone who accompanied Viserys were incensed by this encounter, promptly stepping in front of the young king. Hey, apologies, brother," one guard said, pushing the obstructive mercenary aside. The drunken man stumbled slightly, but managed to regain his balance. "Your Highness, allow us to protect you," the guard insisted, almost slipping up but quickly correcting himself. He gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing it back slightly, his face betraying a look of disdain. "You do not need nor will you employ the likes of them." As soldiers trained under the royal banner, they held these mercenaries in contempt, viewing them as lacking any sense of honor, fighting solely for riches. Yet, the disbanded regular army posed a greater threat than these mercenaries, many of whom were former soldiers who had taken up this perilous trade for various reasons. The minor fracas on the deck caught the attention of those resting, drawing their gazes toward the sea. The mercenary, nearly toppled, did not seem angered by the guard's words. He reeked of alcohol and body odor, merely chuckling dismissively, appearing indifferent to the affront. He then turned to Viserys, offering, "If you require assistance, feel free to seek us out." He returned to his comrades, indulging in food and drink once more. Viserys observed the entire exchange, the tension in his brow easing slightly. Curiosity prompted him to glance at the mercenary before averting his gaze. Chapter 62. The Water Dancer. This world is populated by a myriad of individuals: farmers, slaves, merchants, mercenaries, and even outlaws and thieves. The diversity of races is equally vast. Westeros boasts Northmen, Ironborn, Dornish folk, orphans from the Green Blood, the clans of the Vale, mountain tribes of the north, the marsh dwellers, and the Skagosi, with rumors of giants and others beyond the wall. Similarly, the continent of Essos, which Viserys was about to reach, is home to the Dothraki, Braavosi, Carthene, and Lyseni, among others. Each group and profession possesses its unique way of life, after all. For those not of noble birth, survival demands relentless effort to secure their existence. Initially, Viserys harbored little fondness for mercenaries, not out of a sense of honor, but because he perceived them as ruthless individuals willing to kill for any price. However, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind regarding how to establish his footing in Essos. Could he perhaps utilize these mercenaries? After all, the opposite shore was rife with mercenaries, and he currently possessed ample wealth. Thus, could he hire a band of soldiers or procure some unsullied to help him gain a foothold? The boy stood in silent contemplation. Though this notion was merely a fleeting idea requiring further deliberation, he cast another glance at the mercenary's retreating figure before redirecting his gaze. This incident was but a minor interruption, causing little disturbance aboard the vessel. Yet, how many had been secretly observing Viserys from the shadows remained unknown. Subsequently, Viserys prepared to leave the deck and return to the ship's cabin, where he encountered the chief swordsman from Braavos, Syrios Farrell, practicing his swordplay. Syrios Farrell? Viserys paused, intrigued by the swordsman's technique. The latter displayed no hesitation, engaging in his exercises openly on the deck. After all, swordsmanship is a skill honed through practice. Neglecting it for too long, even a master can become somewhat rusty. However, Syrios' style was distinctly unique. It flowed with the grace of a dance, the blade flashing like rain, seemingly able to pierce any defense with ease. Viserys narrowed his eyes. Within the depths of his lavender gaze, a complex magical sigil shimmered faintly. With his extraordinary perception, he observed the chief swordsman's swift movements, taking in every detail with clarity. Viserys regarded Syrios with a measure of surprise. How impressive! This was a technique unlike mainstream swordsmanship, employing a lightweight rapier and adopting a lateral stance against his adversary, appearing exceptionally agile. In contrast, Viserys had been practicing the more traditional martial styles of Westeros, characterized by grandiose movements and an emphasis on warfare, clad in armor. The water dancer, it seemed, prioritized finesse and individual combat. "My lord, I am merely a swordsman, not a lord," Syrios remarked, noticing Viserys' gaze. He sheathed his rapier, addressing the young king. Although he held the title of chief swordsman in Braavos, he possessed no noble rank, and unlike the king's guard, his position was not a lifetime appointment. Should his skill wane or a stronger swordsman best him, he would relinquish his title. "There is little to occupy my time aboard the ship. May I seek your guidance in swordsmanship?" Viserys asked directly, seizing the opportunity to learn from this master swordsman. It was a fortuitous chance, not to be missed. The scruffy man in black paused, slightly taken aback by Viserys' request to learn from him. He scratched his head. The water dancer's technique is not an esoteric secret. Many in Braavos practice this unique system of swordsmanship. Syrio is merely the most diligent and dedicated practitioner among us. Well, if the young master has the time, he may certainly seek my guidance at any moment. The chief swordsman hesitated slightly, then nodded in agreement to Viserys' invitation. Teaching a disciple posed no psychological barrier for him, as he had previously instructed others in Braavos. However, at that moment, not far away, a pair of eyes peered through the crack in the cabin door, observing everything. In haste, they concealed themselves before Sirio's gaze swept in their direction. Syrio turned his head left and right, sensing that someone was watching him. What was amiss? Yet, he discerned nothing and, perplexed, ran a hand through his hair, ultimately dismissing the matter from his mind. Time swiftly passed. After approximately a week, the merchant vessel finally arrived at Pintos, a city within the free trade city-states. This prosperous harbor city lies adjacent to a vast plain known as the Flatlands to its east, continuing eastward along the grand road constructed by the Valyrians. One would cross tributaries of the Rhoyne River, traverse the Velvet Hills, and enter the Andes Mountains, eventually reaching Gathal. The road further extends, linking Gathal with two other free trade city-states, Novos and Coor. Hence, Pintos holds great geographical significance. The merchant ship docked at the harbor of Pintos to unload and rest for a few days. A group of passengers disembarked, while another batch, intending to travel to Braavos, paid their fare to board the vessel. The ebb and flow of people was incessant, yet Viserys remained concealed within the cabin, rarely making an appearance. During this time, apart from perusing books gifted by the officials of Cleon, he diligently practiced swordsmanship under the chief swordsman's tutelage. His progress in both reading and swordplay was nothing short of astonishing, his gem-like eyes perceiving everything around him, leaving Cleon and Syrio momentarily astounded. However, just as the merchant ship was about to depart Pintos for Braavos, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 63. Kidnapping. Are you suggesting she intends to abduct me? Viserys sat on the bed, his expression peculiar. He observed a woman being roughly pushed to the ground by soldiers below, her attire disheveled, her hair unkempt, and cradling a crying infant in her arms. The sharp cries of the human child pierced his ears, causing him a slight headache. He gestured to a nearby soldier to take the child from her and put it in another room for the time being. However, the woman resisted, emitting unintelligible shouts as she attempted to reclaim her child. Once again, she was kicked to the ground, writhing in pain while clutching her abdomen. Throughout this scene, Viserys furrowed his brow but remained silent. If she truly were a kidnapper, then her fate was justly deserved. Yes, my lord. The soldier nodded in response to Viserys' remark, explaining. We checked her ticket. She was supposed to disembark at Pintos but lingered. This morning, as the ship prepared to leave, she stealthily approached your cabin with ulterior motives. Perhaps she intended to abduct you and escape the ship as it departed Pintos. Perhaps? Possibly? Viserys listened to the soldier's words, his brow still furrowed. Such matters should not be concluded with baseless accusations. Then, he observed the soldier seemingly perform a magic trick, producing a bundle of rope and a dagger from his sleeve. My lord, these were found on her person. The evidence was now clear. Her intentions were indeed nefarious. Viserys fell silent, his gaze returning to the woman. Unlike many others, her physique was not frail but rather robust, with a certain curvaceousness. Her black hair framed a flat nose, and a few scattered freckles adorned her face. Though her hair was unkempt and her clothing disordered, Viserys preferred to believe it was merely to facilitate nursing her child. At that moment, he recalled who this woman was. Though their encounter had been brief, Viserys possessed an exceptional memory. She was the woman he had seen on his first day aboard the ship, openly nursing her child on the deck without a hint of modesty. After that initial meeting, he had not encountered her again. Why had she set her sights on him? The woman, with her robust figure and pained expression as she clutched her abdomen while seated on the ground, gazed back at Viserys. Their eyes met. And for a fleeting second, time seemed to pause. This unnamed lady spoke abruptly. This is the first time I have spoken since being captured. Despite having just fought soldiers for her child, she had only uttered incoherent murmurs until now. Her voice was hoarse and gravelly, reminiscent of metal scraping against one another. Yet her words startled Viserys. What? The young king, who had remained composed moments prior, nearly sprang from his bed. However, upon realizing she spoke Valyrian, he breathed a sigh of relief. The Targaryen family spoke Valyrian as their native tongue, yet their soldiers continued to use the common tongue of Westeros. Thus, the soldier could not comprehend what the woman was saying, merely perceiving her mutterings as some sort of incantation, which instinctively annoyed him, prompting him to raise his hand to strike this would-be assailant. However, the soldier's actions were halted by Viserys. Wait. The boy with blue-dyed hair, unsteady on the bed, leaped down and approached the woman, his gaze piercing. He then earnestly inquired in Valyrian, what did you just say? In contrast to Viserys, the disheveled woman, taking a few deep breaths, appeared considerably calmer. She regarded the boy now standing before her, and in her raspy voice, she replied, this is a very rare gift. My lord, you need not be alarmed. Countless individuals have sought such a talent and found it elusive. Moreover, it seems you have already discerned the power within your own eyes. Though her appearance was unappealing, she undoubtedly possessed remarkable shrewdness and an aptitude for verbal dexterity. Through her keen observation, she had perceived the expression on Viserys' face, surmising that he was already aware of the magical power in his gaze. Merely astonished that she had uncovered it. Gazing intently at Viserys, she did not wait for him to respond and added, I trust you now understand I do not harbor ill intentions toward you. The woman harbored a certain curiosity regarding Viserys' identity. She had sensed an extraordinary power in the boy's eyes during their first encounter and had since hidden herself away, observing him in secret. Throughout this time, she noted the presence of individuals evidently associated with bravos accompanying Viserys, along with a formidable water dancer who was instructing the boy in swordsmanship. What sort of noble could command such attention from these figures? On the final day, as she attempted to approach Viserys in hopes of uncovering the secrets he bore, she was discovered by his guards. Despite a struggle, she was apprehended and brought before the boy. This confrontation afforded her the chance for direct dialogue with him. Upon hearing the woman claim to have uncovered the secret within him, Viserys experienced a fleeting moment of panic. However, he quickly regained his composure. The woman began to feign innocence, insisting she had no intention of abducting him, which caused the boy to furrow his brow slightly. His gaze shifted to the ropes and dagger that had been discarded on the ground. If her intentions were pure, then what was the purpose of her stealthy approach? Chapter 64. Miramaz Doer, observing the evident skepticism etched on Viserys' face and following his gaze to the fallen dagger and ropes, the woman's complexion turned slightly awkward. With such damning evidence against her, she realized that clarifying her intentions would prove troublesome. In truth, she had indeed contemplated kidnapping Viserys, driven by a desire to uncover the secrets hidden within him. For a sorceress, the radiance emanating from Viserys was akin to a dazzling jewel in the night, as enticing as a starving prisoner gazing upon a succulent roast. Thus, from the moment she recognized the boy's latent power, she had meticulously devised a plan. The woman had clandestinely monitored his every move, eluding detection by the perceptive water dancer and the guards. Her rather simplistic scheme aligned with what the soldier had just stated. The merchant vessel had been docked in Pintos for several days, preparing to set sail for Bravos that very morning, seizing the final opportunity before the ship departed. She intended to bind the boy and stow him away in a bag while he was still asleep, escaping the ship before it departed. Once the merchant vessel had left the harbor, even if the guards discovered the boy's absence, reversing course to return to Pintos would not be a simple task. Moreover, even if the boy's family wielded considerable influence to command the ship's return, she would have already integrated him into the bustling populace of the city. Though Pintos had officially banned the slave trade following its defeat in the war with Bravos, the practice continued unabated in secrecy. Her intention was to uncover the boy's secrets and subsequently sell him to greedy slave traders. Given his striking appearance, he would surely attract the attention of wealthy merchants and noblewomen, potentially fetching a handsome price. By then, she would have already returned home, laden with the secrets of magic and riches. However, while her plan was well conceived, her clumsy physique hindered her stealthy approach. She even attempted to hide behind a pillar no thicker than an infant's arm, an action that insulted the intelligence of the Dragonstone guards. Eventually discovered, she found herself caught in a struggle with the guards due to her robust stature, yet she was ultimately subdued. I might, for the time being, entertain the possibility that your recent claims are true, Viserys stated, his voice breaking the awkward silence within the cabin. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, now, tell me, what prompted your approach? In truth, Viserys did not believe a word of the woman's defense. However, he was more interested in how she had discerned the power hidden within his eyes and her true intentions for approaching him. Certainly. I wish to learn how you awakened your magical abilities, the woman replied, gazing intently into his pale violet eyes. Realizing that the boy was not easily deceived, her mind raced to formulate a strategy, yet she also chose to be forthcoming. The power of magic has experienced numerous voids throughout history, yet it often resurfaces like the ebb and flow of the tides. Currently, the magical force is exceedingly weak, nearly impossible to wield. Yet, in this moment, you have awakened the power of magic, she explained, her posture shifting as she sat cross-legged on the floor, tousling her unkempt hair as she looked up at Viserys. As she spoke of this arcane knowledge, Viserys felt a sense of confusion wash over him, for he understood not a word of her discourse on magic or tides. He was aware of the existence of magic in his world, and he knew of the foreboding shadows cast by future events, of sorcerers, the children of the forest beyond the wall, the green seers, and even the woman in red who bore a shadow. Yet, he had never anticipated that such chillingly mysterious forces would manifest so abruptly before him. Viserys had always believed himself distanced from such enigmas, a creature ensnared within a cage, with a sword hanging over his head, awaiting his demise. Yet now, these mysteries had encroached upon him, knocking at his door. Who are you, truly? He inquired, his voice tinged with a low intensity as he observed her. His blue hair cascaded over his shoulders, and the sunlight glinted off the black velvet of his gold-trimmed attire. Viserys gazed intently at the woman, striving to discern her true nature. She spoke of esoteric knowledge that eluded others, weaving an air of mystery around herself. There were two possibilities. She was either an outright charlatan or possessed genuine abilities. I am Miramaz Doer, hailing from Leza, a member of the Lazalan people, esteemed noble. She replied, candidly divulging her identity. My mother serves as a priestess in our homeland's temple, and she has long sought to train me as her successor, imparting to me the melodies and incantations to please the highest shepherd. Hence, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding magic. Miramaz laid bare her identity. Yet whether this was all there was to her remained a mystery. Where is your homeland? Leza? Viserys asked, taken aback by her introduction. He had previously gleaned some knowledge of Essos and, while Leza was not particularly significant, he recalled glancing at it on a map, forming a vague impression. As Viserys recalled the location of Lazer on the map, he was taken aback, for the distance from this place to the homeland was astonishing. Lazer lay to the south of the Dothraki Sea, bordering the Bay of Slavers, and was in close proximity to both the Red Waste and the Jade Sea. Even the fabled Shadowlands of Asfi seemed no longer distant. Your homeland is in Lazer. How did you come to be here? Chapter 65. Punishment. I once consulted a scholar from the Citadel, a doctor named Marwyn, regarding the secrets of the human body and the common tongue of Westeros. Miriel began to explain her presence aboard the ship, but as she spoke, her tone subtly shifted, and her final sentence was articulated in the common tongue. The guards nearby, after listening to their rapid exchange, finally grasped a single phrase, yet remained utterly perplexed. Following this statement, Miriel uttered another, this time in a language that even Viserys could not comprehend, for she spoke not in Valyrian. The Lazarene people possess their own tongue. Miriel's voice was unusually calm as she continued. We cherish song, revere nature, and our kin thrive through herding. Thus, we worship the supreme shepherd. However, in Dothraki, we are referred to as Hezaliki, meaning sheep people. Miriel Mazdul is a Lazarene, and the fate of her people is grim. They are far removed from happiness and perilously close to the Dothraki in the Bay of Slavers. The Dothraki frequently descend upon Lazarene settlements, ravaging them and seizing their cattle, sheep, and wives. Captured Lazarene men in their prime are often sold into slavery in places like Meereen, while the elderly who are deemed useless are executed without mercy. Yet Viserys could not dwell on the tragic plight of the Lazarene. He was no deity to remedy such worldly suffering, and he would not allow himself to be diverted by the woman's discourse. I understand, he nodded, redirecting the conversation. Now, let us discuss the matter of the magical tides. He was far more intrigued by the magical tides she had mentioned. Miriel, realizing her attempt to shift the boy's focus had failed, sighed gently. If she were speaking to another child, perhaps her tales would have captivated their attention. Yet this boy was evidently no ordinary child. Regaining her composure, she continued. Sir, magic has actually undergone several interruptions throughout history, resulting in significant and prolonged voids. Since the last dragon vanished, much time has elapsed. No one knows when magic may once again awaken. Even sorcerers, moonsingers, and priests have lost their powers, reduced to the status of ordinary folk. They endure humiliation, yearning for a day of transformation. Is that so? Listening to her lament, Viserys fell into silence. Miriel observed his expression and, unable to contain herself, ventured forth again. Of course, I approached you without malice. I am merely curious as to how you might revive magic. Viserys' thoughts were interrupted by her cunning remarks. He furrowed his brow slightly and looked up. He was not particularly concerned about her initial intentions. He had contemplated merely severing one of her hands as punishment, considering her care for an infant. However, she had now encroached upon his space. I know not the laws of the Lazarene, do you? In Westeros, it appears your fate would be death. Viserys' brow furrowed deeply, yet he paused mid-sentence, for women were not entitled to don the black garb. In Westeros, her path would lead to certain doom. According to the law, my lord, I have committed no offense. As she spoke of the law, Miriel suddenly appeared unperturbed. I trust you will dispense justice. A bundle of rope and a dagger do not signify much. Viserys raised an eyebrow slightly, for she indeed had a point. After all, she had been apprehended before she could act upon any intentions, even in a previous life. It would merely have been an unexecuted crime. These seemingly incriminating evidences were insufficient to condemn her. After all, if mere thoughts constituted crimes, the world would be devoid of souls. You speak rightly, he conceded. However, my desire to toss you into the sea as fish fodder requires no justification. With his arms crossed calmly, he continued. Give me a reason to spare your life. Miriel, perceiving the cold indifference of the boy's countenance, felt a slight tremor in her throat. It appeared that unless she articulated something compelling, she might indeed find herself cast into the depths. My lord, I have observed that your understanding of magic is rather limited. Might you require a magical advisor? I could assist you in mastering this power, and in return, I would merely seek what I am owed. In a moment of desperation for survival, she proposed a bold suggestion. Viserys regarded her thoughtfully. Indeed, he required her knowledge of magic, and she had adeptly perceived his need. Nevertheless, while he recognized the value of her expertise, he found it difficult to trust this cunning stranger in close proximity. Very well, Lady Miriel Mazdul. Yet any recompense will depend on your performance. Viserys spoke with a calm demeanor. I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. I will assume that was merely a thought, and you have not yet committed a crime. Nonetheless, even a nefarious thought must bear consequences. Thus, you shall be bound in chains for a year. As his words concluded, a soldier stepped forward to shackle her hands and feet. For the next year, she would bear the weight of heavy chains. This was Viserys' punishment for her. Only in this manner could he feel secure in having this enigmatic woman, versed in magic, by his side. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Miriel knelt in gratitude, thankful that he had spared her from the sea's depths. The boy, with his blue-tinted hair, extended a hand, assisting the shackled woman to her feet. He then summoned the guard who had taken her child, instructing them to return the infant to her. The child continued to wail, and the woman, frazzled and bound, hurriedly embraced her flesh and blood. Gently rocking the infant, she murmured an incomprehensible melody. Remarkably, the child soon quieted in her embrace, ceasing to cry, gazing up at Viserys with wide eyes and a smile, even attempting to reach out for him to hold him. Chapter 66. The essence of the world, is this your son? Viserys inquired, standing still as he reached out to cradle the infant boy before raising his gaze to her. Indeed, noble sir, Miriel replied. Now that she had faced punishment and was to serve as Viserys' advisor on the arcane, her demeanor had shifted to one of sincerity. Without waiting for him to ask, she elaborated, what I was just singing was the song of the moon singers. They possess the ability to soothe children, calming them and ceasing their cries. I once journeyed to the Shadowlands and Ashai to study the art of healing, where I acquired knowledge from the moon singer of the Carthene. Mairai's identity is shrouded in mystery, suggesting she has traversed many realms. Meanwhile, Viserys, cradling a male infant, appeared momentarily taken aback. During his return to his homeland from Westeros, he experienced a significant revelation. However, driven by a fleeting temptation, he ultimately faced the consequences of his actions. Mairai's original intentions were interrupted, and she found herself unable to return home for the time being. Her mother had hoped she would conclude her travels and return to inherit the priestly position within the temple, continuing the family's legacy. Yet, it was evident that Mairai longed for the freedom of exploration, cherishing the nomadic life. She embarked on her journey to the Shadowlands and Ashai to learn healing arts. Acquiring the birthing song from the moon singer of Carthene, herbal wisdom from the women of Dothraki, and encountered the scholarly Maester Marwyn during her long travels, who unveiled the secrets hidden beneath the skin. Now, she has come across Viserys, the boy who has reignited the magic. Thus, she is eager to remain by his side, bearing her shackles without a hint of complaint, for she yearns to unravel the secrets of the magic's resurgence within him. Yet, due to the twist of fate, Mairai is now bound by her shackles, accepting her punishment, and has become Viserys' advisor, destined never to return home to succeed her mother as a priestess. The merchant ship has already departed from Pentos, leaving her unable to send word to her mother about her altered course. She must wait until they reach Braavos to do so. After leaving Pentos, the ship's final destination is solely Braavos. The grand vessel sets sail, braving the waves along the western coast of Essos, an area ultimately named after Braavos following several city-state wars. Viserys, rarely stepping out of the cabin, stood on the deck, feeling a slight expansion of his spirits as the long journey approached its conclusion. Time at sea is monotonous, fleeting, and has passed swiftly. Half a month has slipped by in the blink of an eye. Each day, Viserys practiced swordsmanship alongside the chief swordsman, not merely as a water dancer. For Syrios Farrell's mastery extended beyond that singular style. He was guiding Viserys to forge a path uniquely his own. The chief swordsman was genuinely invested, diligently instructing Viserys in the art of the sword. In addition to honing his swordsmanship, Viserys had not forgotten the old maester's final counsel to dedicate time to reading, continuously augmenting his knowledge. Simultaneously, he sought Mairai's insights into the arcane arts. As glass candles reignite, ghost grass flourishes anew, dragon fire scorches the earth, phantasmagoric turtles traverse the witching way, the blind regain their sight, and those who have humiliated sorcerers find themselves cursed. All these signs herald the reawakening of magic, indicating that its power may be revived once more. Mairai, adorned with heavy shackles, calmly elucidated to Viserys what the world would become upon the return of magic. Life in shackles is arduous, yet she has seemingly grown accustomed to this plight, her wrists and ankles no longer raw and bleeding. Viserys listened intently. Despite his ignorance of glass candles, ghost grass, and phantasmagoric turtles, however, he understood that all these phenomena would resurface in a decade or so. Dragons would hatch at that time, and the specters of the others would begin to appear in the haunted forest beyond the wall. Could this not signify the moment of the magic's resurgence? A shadow of unease crept over Viserys' heart, though the present was merely a prelude. The seeds of change were already sprouting. Yet when that time arrives, the world would unveil its most enigmatic aspects. Viserys might indeed confront more inscrutable foes, and his prophetic advantages would gradually dissipate. If magic exists, what of the divine? Mairai, the Seven, the old gods, the drowned god, Lawler, the great shepherd, and others. Though not widely recognized, Viserys respectfully included the great shepherd of the Lazarene faith and could not suppress his curiosity, inquiring whether these deities truly existed. The clanking of chains echoed in response. Mairai, confronted with the boy's question, fell into a long silence, perhaps finding the inquiry challenging. Yet, she ultimately spoke, "Perhaps, your grace." Over the course of these weeks, Mairai, having followed Viserys, had become aware of his true Targaryen identity. In her astonishment, she felt it was only natural. Such a noble lineage must harbor unfathomable secrets. However, with the knowledge of this secret came the realization that extricating herself would not be so simple. While she currently had no desire to leave, should the day arrive when she wished to depart, the risk of this seemingly harmless boy issuing a command for her silence loomed ominously, although no one had ever glimpsed the true visage of the divine. The radiance of the gods continually influences this world. Rather than delineating the world by nations, city-states, or races, it is more fitting to categorize it through the lens of divine faith. I believe this is the essence of our reality. The ship's passengers could now faintly perceive the Titan, standing majestically on the land. This colossal statue, forged from stone and bronze, stands with its feet upon two distinct islands. One hand raised high, clutching a broken sword, its hollow eyes ablaze with fiery light. From a distance, they could only discern a blurred silhouette. Even from the ship, they felt they could vaguely hear the Titan's roar, prompting jubilant cheers. They celebrated the impending conclusion of their long voyage, rejoicing in their survival through this journey. Within the ship's cabin, Viserys, hearing the cheers from outside, felt a slight tingle at the back of his neck. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. So, do you imply that the essence of this world is the struggle of the divine? Chapter 67. Arrival. The conversation between Viserys and the priestess Myrai was profoundly significant, deepening the boy's understanding of the world. Until now, it had been as if he were enveloped in a fog, but gradually, some contours began to emerge. Yet, the true essence hidden within the mist may still be far off. Outside, the merchant ship finally sailed beneath the renowned landmark of Braavos, the Titan's legs, and the sky seemed to echo with a rumble akin to the Titan's roar. The merchant vessel had officially entered the realm of this colossal city-state. The ship cleaved through the waves, sails billowing as the oarsmen propelled the vessel forward. Those on the deck were treated to a breathtaking spectacle. Countless ships navigated through this city composed of hundreds of islands, stone-arched bridges interlinking these isles. An endless array of sails filled the expansive bay, which appeared somewhat congested. Thrumming with the sounds of bustling crowds, diverse ship flags, and people from various races, all hailing from merchant vessels around the world. The farthest vessels could reach the summer isles of the Shivering Sea, the Isle of Ibn, and even ships from Ashai had arrived here. Braavos has emerged as a true epicenter of global trade, with an astonishing number of vessels arriving and departing daily. Upon the arrival of the grand ship that carried Viserys, it suddenly appeared somewhat inconspicuous amidst the bustling harbor, as several larger ships sailed by, unceremoniously pushing them aside. Braavos, at last, the merchant vessel docked at the customs office, where officials boarded for inspection. After passing the scrutiny, it continued inward, ultimately anchoring in a spacious port, producing a resonant sound. Soon after, the passengers disembarked, marking their arrival in this foremost city of the 9 free cities, with Viserys blending into the throng of people. An unexpected incident occurred amidst the bustling port. A thief seemed to have set his sights on a gem adorning Viserys, attempting to discreetly snatch it away. However, he was caught red-handed before even reaching out, causing several wallets to tumble from his person. Fortunately, once they set foot in Braavos, Viserys did not need to deal with the thief personally, as the local soldiers swiftly apprehended the miscreant. This was merely an unfortunate incident. Indeed, such scoundrels exist in every locale. The municipal officer, clad in a gray-brown robe, appeared slightly embarrassed, while Viserys, following them, was treated to a vivid array of sights, encountering a diverse array of individuals. Initially, the officer had boasted about Braavos' civility, prosperity, and commendable law enforcement, yet it was ironic that Viserys was targeted by a thief just after disembarking. It seemed that the thief had not only set his sights on Viserys, he had several wallets concealed within his garments. It was uncertain whether the rightful owners had realized their belongings were missing. Indeed, I understand. Such individuals abound in King's Landing as well. Viserys nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar. Although this was a trivial occurrence, it left a lasting impression of Braavos on him. The faint admiration and trepidation he once harbored dissipated, for Braavos, with its wealth, trade, and civilization, was a marvel constructed through the toil of slaves, inspiring countless individuals with awe and longing. The images that had previously occupied his mind, coupled with the descriptions gleaned from books, intensified this reverence. Yet, upon his actual arrival in this legendary city, he was greeted not by a waft of sweet air, but rather by a thief extending a hand towards him. Subsequently, Viserys and his entourage did not linger at the harbor. 2 carriages draped in thick curtains awaited them. Ascending into the carriage, Viserys was whisked away towards the Sea King's palace, the Hall of the Sea King. The sound of wheels rolling echoed outside. Sitting in the carriage, Viserys' feet rested upon a silver carpet meticulously crafted by skilled artisans, and he felt a rare sense of stability as he finally set foot on solid ground, his heart no longer adrift upon the sea. The boy lifted the curtain, gazing at the unfamiliar city outside. To Viserys, Braavos appeared as a stone city crisscrossed with waterways and docks. From his vantage point in the carriage, he beheld numerous gray, golden, and red stone arch bridges, with streets flanked by tightly clustered gray stone houses, some even built directly over the waterways, narrow and rising 4 or 5 stories high, topped with tiled roofs. Nearby, soaring domes and tall towers punctuated the skyline, creating an impression of opulence and bustling activity that far surpassed King's Landing. Welcome to Braavos, Your Majesty. Once seated in the carriage, the municipal officer no longer felt the need to address Viserys as young master. Sharing the same carriage, he began to introduce the proud young king to the city, mentioning places like the Isle of Gods, the Purple Harbor, and the Moon Pool, each steeped in legendary tales. The middle-aged man gestured towards the distance, where a colossal dome tower loomed over the Purple Harbor below. That is our destination. The Sea King awaits you there. The carriage entered the Hall of the Sea King, passing through a garden before coming to a halt. A short distance away, a few young girls were playing, their attention captured by the carriage as they peered from afar. Viserys then leaped down from the carriage. Here stood the Hall of the Sea King. After over a month of travel, he had finally reached his destination. Despite Viserys' composed demeanor, he exhaled softly, straightening his garments and brushing off the dust from his clothes. The journey had not been without its challenges. It was only upon leaving the protection of the army that he truly encountered the unvarnished realities of the world. There were no nobles, no political machinations, no wars, only vibrant lives engaged in a myriad of endeavors, both virtuous and nefarious, striving for survival. Mercenaries, thieves, merchants, farmers, individuals who would not grace the annals of history, yet formed the essential fabric of this world. Chapter 68. Prince of Dorne. Subsequently, Viserys and his retinue were shown to their quarters within the Hall of the Sea King for rest. Viserys was granted a luxurious private chamber, with his 2 guards stationed outside, while the chained priestess and her child were afforded a separate room. Out of respect, Viserys refrained from inquiring about the child's father. Pondering the myriad unfortunate circumstances that might have led to the man's demise or to his abandonment after causing the woman's plight, such occurrences were all too common in this era. Otherwise, the streets of King's Landing would not be filled with so many orphans who, under the influence of unscrupulous individuals, were often exploited and trained to serve as informants. Their lives steeped in tragedy. Upon returning to his chamber, Viserys eagerly indulged in a hot bath, as he had not bathed in quite some time due to the constraints of disguise and the scarcity of fresh water aboard the ship. The Hall of the Sea King boasted a grand hot spring pool, where the Sea King and his esteemed guests could relax. In the wooden tub of his chamber, Viserys washed away the grime, his previously blue-dyed hair returning to its natural hue, while his once grimy visage transformed into a rosy complexion. Guided by a maid, he donned a golden velvet nightgown and slippers and proceeded to the expansive hot spring within the hall. As he entered, the enveloping steam greeted him, causing his fair complexion to flush slightly. Though large, the hot spring was remarkably tranquil, the water clear and pristine, devoid of any other presence. Only Viserys arrived. With a splash, the boy changed into his swimwear and slowly submerged himself in the water, his head the only part above the surface, his silver-gold hair cascading around him, clinging to his fair skin, flowing like molten silver amidst the ethereal steam. What bliss! Immersed in the warm waters of the hot spring, Viserys leaned gently against the rocky edge, eyes closed, savoring the moment of tranquility. It seemed that the weariness accumulated from over a month of drifting at sea was entirely released in that instant, along with the foreseen pressures that lay ahead, concerning the emissaries from Dorne and the task of persuading bravos to support the Targaryens' precarious existence in this land. In the steamy embrace of the hot spring, a delicate mist enveloped the air, and before long, the weary boy succumbed to slumber. Resting his head upon the edge of the pool, perhaps overwhelmed by fatigue, time slipped away unnoticed. Outside the hot spring, the corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by a soft, fragmented female voice engaged in hushed whispers. Soon after, a tall man with broad shoulders and a slender waist gently cradled a maid in his arms as he entered the grand hall of the hot spring. Before even stepping fully inside, his hand had already slipped beneath the maid's garment from below. It was then that he noticed the silver-haired boy, who was now deeply asleep. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, the man's face bore subtle wrinkles and thin eyebrows, his eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent, dark as the eternal night. His hair, glossy and interspersed with strands of silver, formed a charming widow's peak above his forehead, slightly tousled. Below his nose, 2 small tufts of facial hair adorned his chin, while a soft beard framed his jawline. He paused, gazing at the boy named Viserys, particularly captivated by his long, molten silver hair, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The maid, nestled in his strong embrace, clutched the fabric of his shirt tightly, her breathing shallow and rapid. Noticing that the man's movements had stilled, she glanced up curiously. "My prince, what is it?" Yet, the man, known as the prince, offered no reply, a faint smile gracing his weathered cheeks. He turned his attention away from Viserys, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon the maid's cheek. Meanwhile, his other hand, skillfully and without her awareness, began to unfasten her garment from behind. Startled by the unexpected assault, she gasped softly, covering her mouth with one hand, while the man shed his own clothing, unconcerned about whether the sleeping Viserys might awaken. He then submerged himself and the maid into the water. Unfazed by their surroundings, the couple intertwined in the water. Viserys, usually a light sleeper, had been rendered utterly exhausted by over a month aboard a ship, which had led him to succumb to slumber within the warm waters. After an indeterminate amount of time, he began to rouse to the sound of splashing and soft murmurs. Coughing, he inadvertently inhaled a mouthful of water, grasping the edge of the hot spring for support. Through the mist, he caught sight of a rather shocking scene, the remnants of sleep evaporating in an instant. With a sudden burst, he expelled the water he had swallowed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had inadvertently fallen asleep in the hot spring, only to awaken to such a sight. The couple, lost in their own world, soon realized they had disturbed the slumbering boy, who now stared at them, astonished. "Why the surprise, little one?" the maid teased, her face flushing as she turned away. while the man, sporting a curly beard, shrugged nonchalantly. This is merely a form of exercise. One day, you too shall come to love this sport. With a playful slap to the maid's shapely rear, he urged her to step aside before continuing. Viserys, initially startled by the scene before him, composed himself upon recognizing the privacy of the Sea King's palace, a place where ordinary folk could not intrude. He took a deep breath and, with a steady gaze, inquired, "Who are you?" At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the hot spring. "Your Majesty, Prince Oberyn, are you inside?" came the call from the Sea King's invitation. Chapter 69. Audience with the Sea King. The Sea King's palace, one of the most significant administrative edifices in Braavos, stood grandly, its soaring arches and towers constructed from precisely cut stone blocks. The interior passages were intricate and labyrinthine, leading to 4 great doors. It was now late August of the 284th year of the conquest, and the remnants of summer still lingered, yet the Sea King's palace, entirely built of stone, remained refreshingly cool. Braavos, devoid of trees, blossomed with greenery within the palace, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, as servants moved gracefully through the courtyards. Viserys walked alongside Oberyn in the semi-open corridor of the Sea King's palace, guided by a maid ahead. The Dornish prince surveyed his surroundings, occasionally touching the reliefs adorning the corridor walls, nodding thoughtfully as if he possessed profound insights into the realm of art. In contrast, Viserys remained focused on the ground ahead, lost in contemplation. Their roles seemed reversed. Oberyn appeared as an inquisitive child, while Viserys assumed the demeanor of a taciturn adult. "Oberyn," Viserys finally broke the silence, tilting his head slightly to glance at the man beside him. Oberyn did not turn his gaze from the wall as intricate reliefs, depicting Braavos' illustrious history from its inception to the present. Braavos had never been part of the Valyrian freehold. It was founded approximately 500 years before Aegon's landing by refugees escaping Valyrian servitude. At that time, a group of slaves, tasked with rowing a Valyrian fleet, revolted and seized the ships. Unable to withstand the might of Valyrian dragons, they fled across the narrow sea to escape. Ultimately, under the guidance of the Moonsingers, these rebellious slaves arrived at the fog-shrouded islands within the saltwater lagoon. The escaped slaves hailed from various regions and held diverse beliefs, prompting the founders of Braavos to honor all deities and declare neutrality towards any particular god. Among them were Undals, Summer Islanders, Giscari, Lyseni, Ibonese, and even debtors and criminals of pure Valyrian blood. Some were trained soldier-slaves, while others were domestic servants, cooks, stable hands, stewards, skilled craftsmen, carpenters, blacksmiths, masons, laborers, and fishermen, among others. The newly liberated populace spoke many dialects, and thus the accent of their final masters, the Valyrian tongue, became their common language. Oberyn remained captivated by the historical reliefs of Braavos, while Viserys furrowed his brow slightly before continuing. "As far as I am aware, Prince Oberyn, Dorne seems to be negotiating with the usurper who currently occupies the Iron Throne." Viserys spoke plainly, seeking to gauge Oberyn's true sentiments regarding Dorne's position and establish a foundation for the impending negotiations. Oberyn, still stroking his chin as he regarded the reliefs, raised an eyebrow and finally turned to face Viserys. "You are not mistaken, my little friend." Oberyn nodded, his dark, profound eyes reflecting an unusual calmness in his voice. "I shall not negotiate with these individuals, for my sole desire is to see them perish." Though his tone was serene, it sent shivers down one's spine, leaving an unsettling chill at the nape of the neck. "Is that so?" Upon hearing Oberyn's words, Viserys' gaze sharpened, yet he remained silent for a moment before inquiring further. "Might I ask whether Prince Oberyn's stance in this matter through Braavos is solely representative of your own views, or does Prince Daemon share the same sentiments?" "Oh, that is indeed a pertinent question." Oberyn scrutinized Viserys with a hint of surprise at his directness. As their conversation unfolded, guided by a handmaiden, they arrived at the reception hall of the Sea King's palace. Inside, a middle-aged man with dark hair and brown eyes sat reading. The room was exceptionally spacious, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the windows. A lavish gray carpet adorned the floor, and a grand golden bed draped in canopies dominated the space, while shelves lined with rare tomes from around the world filled the walls. Lord Ferrago Andrian, the Sea King, appeared to possess a profound affection for literature. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor accompanied by hushed voices, prompting the man to lift his gaze. He then heard a knock at the door. "Enter." He nonchalantly marked his place in the book and gently closed it as he addressed the newcomer. The handmaiden entered, bowing slightly. "Your Grace, the guests have arrived." The man nodded in acknowledgement, and the handmaiden gracefully retreated. Viserys and Oberyn stepped inside, and as Viserys crossed the threshold, he was met with a subtle floral fragrance, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be that of perfume. Viserys wondered at the abundance of scent in the room, but refrained from voicing his curiosity, surveying the surroundings. He noted the spaciousness, the well-lit balcony, the golden bed, and the bookshelves, It resembled a bedroom more than a reception hall. "Welcome, esteemed guests." The middle-aged man seated at the round table said without rising, his fingers interlaced as he courteously greeted them. This man was none other than Ferrago Antarian, the current Sea King of Bravos. "Please do not be surprised, my honored guests." Noticing the peculiar expression on Viserys' face, the Sea King calmly elaborated. "I suffer from a grave affliction, requiring me to consume a considerable amount of medicinal brews daily. Thus, the herbal scent permeating the room necessitates the use of perfume to mask it." Chapter 70. The signing of the pact. The Sea King of Bravos candidly disclosed the poor state of his health, explaining the need for perfume to obscure the herbal aroma within his quarters. Perhaps this was why the reception hall doubled as his personal chamber. Yet, his demeanor remained composed, exhibiting no signs of illness, save for a slightly pallid complexion, which he masked with a smile and a touch of jest. "I hope you will forgive my failure to greet you in person due to my condition. As a figure perched atop the theoretical power hierarchy of this world." He displayed a humility that belied the political entanglements lurking beneath the surface of Bravos' waters. This humility reflected his refined upbringing and an understanding that the interests of Viserys and Oberyn could be mutually beneficial. "Your Grace," Oberyn, having tempered his earlier levity, adopted a serious demeanor, sitting with poise in the adjacent chair. His past as a mercenary in Essos had equipped him with an understanding of Valyrian, making him well-versed in the language. "Your Grace." Viserys, glancing at Oberyn, mirrored his respect towards the Sea King before taking a seat opposite him. The table bore only 2 chairs, evidently prepared for the 2 of them. Outside the door, the chief swordsman, Lirio Frel, had exchanged greetings with Viserys. Now, observing the hosts settle into their seats, he closed the door, standing guard outside. With the door's closure, a weighty atmosphere enveloped the room. "Your Majesty," the Sea King began, his dark hair cascading down his back as he regarded Viserys. "The usurper war in Westeros is a despicable act of betrayal. I express my condolences for the plight of your father and brother." Viserys acknowledged the sentiment with a slight nod, aware that it was merely a formality. Yet he couldn't help but ponder, if the betrayal of the usurper was so condemnable, why then did the Iron Bank extend substantial loans to him? However, a war-torn Westeros does not align with our interests, the Sea King continued, observing the young boy seated before him. Though Viserys was still youthful, he had grown considerably in stature over the past year, no longer needing to leap down from the chair but instead able to descend with ease. He listened intently, awaiting the Sea King's next words. In that moment, Oberyn interjected, raising a hand. Among the 3 entities at the table, the Targaryen influence was undeniably the weakest, and Dorne was not particularly intimidated by Bravos. "We need not engage in pleasantries, Your Grace, nor you, Viserys." The Prince of Dorne glanced between the young king and the Sea King of Bravos, nodding slightly, his demeanor earnest as he spoke plainly. "Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand." Within the Sea King's chamber, a covert dialogue unfolded concerning the fate of all Westeros. The 3 representatives embodied 3 significant interest groups, with Viserys holding the least power, not due to his youth but rather because the remnants of House Targaryen offered scant influence, making it challenging to command respect from Prince Oberyn and the Sea King. Yet Viserys remained undeterred, striving to secure some advantage. The young king proposed a request at the negotiating table, seeking the support of Bravos while expressing a willingness to relinquish part of his own interests in exchange. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day waned, casting long shadows across the corridor's balcony. Outside, children played in the gardens while the chief swordsman stood vigil, having overheard the discussions within yet remaining silent. As the Sea King's personal guard, Lirio Frel understood many secrets and extraordinary conspiracies. He knew how to navigate the treacherous waters of survival. The conspiracy at hand encompasses a vast expanse, involving not only the Golden Company, but also a former prime minister, exiled across the narrow sea, an informant buried in King's Landing, and a governor from Pentos, among others. Together, they conspired to undermine Robert Baratheon's rule over the Iron Throne. The crimson hues of the setting sun illuminated the chief swordsman, clad in leather armor, with disheveled hair, standing upright. He blinked, then narrowed his eyes, seemingly overtaken by drowsiness. At that moment, the voice of the King of Bravos resounded from the bedroom. Cilio, the chief swordsman, on the verge of yawning, was startled by the sudden call. Shaking off his fatigue, he hastily adjusted the hilt of the sword at his waist and patted his cheeks to awaken himself, fearful of revealing any signs of weariness to the esteemed monarch, before finally stepping through the door. "My lord," Cilio announced as he entered the chamber. "Cilio, instruct the servants to prepare a family feast in the ballroom." The king remained seated at the table, appearing somewhat fatigued, possibly due to the prolonged conversation. Ferrago Antarian rubbed his nose wearily and spoke. "The good news is that the results of this clandestine meeting have been finalized. The young king, Viserys Targaryen, has signed his name, representing his family and Dragonstone. The King of Bravos has affixed his seal, and Prince Oberyn has also signed, albeit only in his own name, omitting House Martell. Should complications arise, Oberyn fears no retribution from the Iron Throne, as he is not the Lord of Sunspear and can claim to act independently, seeking vengeance for his sister. Such occurrences in Westerosi history are not uncommon, with the separation of family and individual interests being far from extraordinary. The Iron Throne's blame, in the absence of sufficient evidence, would hinge solely on the strength of the implicated family. Coincidentally, the Martell family's influence is substantial enough to temper the Iron Throne's ire regarding Oberyn's rebellious nature. Once the three parties had formalized their pact, the document was entrusted to the King of Braavos, secured within the most confidential archives, where the defenses rivaled even the Iron Vault. Chapter 71. Each with their own agenda. The binding power of this agreement is akin to mere parchment, serving only as a future endorsement. However, should complications arise, apart from Viserys, the other two could easily deflect responsibility. As long as the Iron Throne does not capture them, House Martell can shield Oberyn's defiance. The King of Braavos, having used a seal, could simply claim that it was lost, framing it as a setup. Only Viserys had signed his name, a fact that could not be altered or contested. Yet he alone had no retreat. His only option was to ultimately overthrow the Baratheons and reclaim the Iron Throne. Even if he awaited Robert's demise at the hands of a boar, he still needed to find a secure place to establish himself, away from prying eyes, avoiding unnecessary exposure. Thus, his gaze was destined to seek out realms beyond Westeros. This notion had already been discussed with his hand, Sir Geoffrey, before departing Dragonstone. Thankfully, House Targaryen still commanded a fleet capable of crossing the sea. Viserys resolved to tactically abandon Dragonstone, seeking a foothold on the continent of Essos across the narrow sea, while strategically maintaining Dragonstone as a springboard, ultimately aiming towards Westeros, a vision for the future. For the young king, this relocation was undeniably audacious, shattering the Targaryen legacy and leading his family back to a homeland now completely foreign. His mother, Queen Riella, had hesitated to make such a choice in her lifetime, unwilling to forsake Dragonstone, a place of profound significance for the Targaryens. However, Viserys exhibited a cooler demeanor, free from the deep-rooted attachments that had bound his mother. Differing perspectives yield vastly different vistas. Thus, during this clandestine meeting, he boldly expressed his stance, aspiring for Braavo's public endorsement, even if it meant sacrificing some interests. Unsurprisingly, his request was met with refusal. Braavos could not publicly support the restoration of House Targaryen, as it would jeopardize the considerable loans they had extended, rendering them irrecoverable. However, undeterred by the rejection from the King of Braavos, Viserys sought a more modest request. He did not seek public support, but merely the tacit approval of Braavos for House Targaryen's return, ensuring no interference. This demand was reasonable, requiring no sacrifices on Braavos' part, only a passive acquiescence, which could also provide a plausible explanation to the Iron Throne. Ultimately, after careful consideration, the King of Braavos nodded in agreement to Viserys' proposal, incorporating it into the terms. For Braavos, their bottom line was absolute. They could never openly endorse the Targaryens. Yet they could covertly support them with low-interest or interest-free loans, facilitating Targaryen disruptions in Westeros. In truth, Braavos' professed love for peace and respect for lineage served only as hypocritical pretexts. Civil war within the Seven Kingdoms aligned more closely with their interests, fragmenting Westeros and reverting it to the state prior to Aegon's conquest. The ideal outcome would see others emulating their systems and values, evolving into free trade city-states, allowing the Iron Vault to amass wealth while extracting the last copper coin from the continent under the guise of assistance. Thus, Ferrego ultimately acquiesced to Viserys' request. Braavos would permit House Targaryen's return to their homeland and, with a flourish, marked a designated area on the map. As twilight descended, preparations for the king's family feast would require some time, and the sky had yet to darken. Following the conclusion of their secret meeting, Viserys and Prince Oberyn from Dorne exited the king's chamber, walking side by side in the corridor, their footsteps echoing clearly. Servants passing by paused to bow in respect. At that moment, Oberyn, walking alongside the young king, turned his head and abruptly spoke. "Your Highness, please continue." In contrast to Oberyn's flippancy, Viserys maintained a demeanor of utmost politeness, addressing him as Your Highness or by name, while Oberyn consistently referred to Viserys as the little fellow. This was the first instance Oberyn addressed Viserys as Your Majesty, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. "No, I merely spoke in jest. I believe addressing you by your name suffices," Oberyn replied with a slight shrug. "I am merely curious about what it feels like to be called king at such a tender age." "A king who cannot even slay a chicken?" Oberyn mused, stroking his chin. Viserys, hearing his words, inclined his head, the pale violet of his eyes reflecting Oberyn's tall, lean figure. However, he bore no anger. He merely nodded and calmly responded, "In truth, I can kill a chicken, Prince Oberyn. Indeed, at the tender age of 8. Viserys had already taken the lives of 4 individuals, including Kevin Lannister, and had even witnessed the horrors of war. Reflecting on what it meant to be called a king, Viserys mused that it was likely akin to the feeling of being hailed as valiant in a brothel. Oberyn, upon hearing Viserys' words, wore a clear expression of surprise. He had not anticipated that the seemingly mild-mannered young king would retaliate with such sharpness. However, rather than feeling angered by Viserys' retort, Oberyn found himself chuckling softly and patted the young king's shoulder, deeming him an amusing lad. As they walked and conversed, the contrast between the two became evident. They resembled a pair of brothers, with the elder guiding the younger. Oberyn, hailing from the Dornish people, bore a slightly darker complexion, while Viserys was fair-skinned, adorned with lustrous silver-gold locks, emphasizing their physical disparities. You performed admirably at the negotiation table, Viserys. If my daughter's status were more appropriate, I would genuinely consider a union between you, Oberyn remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the young king, attempting to spark further conversation. Chapter 72. The postponement of the betrothal. Oberyn held a newfound respect for Viserys' negotiation skills, impressed by his performance. Yet, his just about marrying off his daughter was merely that, a jest, as he had no intention of doing so, and Viserys had grown accustomed to Oberyn's candid manner. However, Viserys felt a twinge of unease at the remark, his expression clouded with confusion as he queried, "What issue could there possibly be with your daughter's status? As the Prince of Dorne, Oberyn's daughter should be above reproach." They are all my bastards," he replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders without a hint of shame. In Westeros, outside of Dorne, bastards often brought shame to a family's honor. Even though it had become a common occurrence, the nobility tended to cloak such matters in secrecy. Yet Dorne was different, with a relatively egalitarian inheritance system where mistresses held societal standing, and a more liberated attitude towards sexuality compared to other regions. Viserys fell silent, and Oberyn, unusually contemplative, paused at the fork in the corridor. Here, their paths diverged. Viserys was to head towards his designated chambers. "Think it over. Aelian Martell is a fine girl," Oberyn advised, taking a deep breath and patting Viserys' shoulder once more. Just as he prepared to turn towards his own quarters, he seemed to remember something and halted briefly. "Oh, Viserys, when you return to Dragonstone, I shall accompany you. I wish to see the child born of my sister and that scoundrel," he added. The scoundrel in question referred to Viserys' brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, whose offspring with Oberyn's sister was none other than Rhaenys. Oberyn had yet to lay eyes on his niece due to his travels across Essos, and he seized the opportunity to return with Viserys to visit Rhaenys. "Very well, I understand," Viserys replied, watching Oberyn's retreating figure, his tall silhouette resembling a twisting serpent in the crimson hues of the setting sun. Exhaling softly, the young king reflected on their conversation, which had touched upon Dorne's conditions for a secret alliance with the Targaryens. Dorne would not unconditionally support Viserys' claim to the Iron Throne. Their demand was straightforward. He must wed Princess Aelian Martell, the eldest daughter of Prince Doran, as recompense. However, Viserys opposed this proposal, unwilling to hastily decide on a matter of such significance. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Aelian Martell, he preferred that his future wife not be such a woman. Yet, he found himself unable to offer better terms to appease Dorne, unless he were to substitute his infant sister, Daenerys, in the betrothal, thus pledging her to the 3-year-old heir of Doran, Quentyn Martell. This option was equally unacceptable to Viserys. Ultimately, he found a reason to temporarily set aside the betrothal to Princess Aelian Martell. That night, a modest family banquet was held within the hall of the Sea King. The wife and children of the Sea King of Braavos, Ferrego Andreon, were present to welcome their noble guests from Dragonstone and Dorne. After attending the feast, Viserys returned to his chambers, weary from the day's events. He collapsed onto his bed, sprawled in a starfish position, desiring nothing more than to meld into the soft embrace of the mattress and never part from it. Exhausted, the young king felt not only physical fatigue but also the weight of mental strain. Although he was nominally a king, he approached every situation with trepidation, as though walking on thin ice. The challenges before him resembled a treacherous mountain path. One misstep could lead to a perilous fall. Unlike King Robert, who could afford to fail, Viserys had no such luxury. He could not allow himself to falter. He must remain perpetually vigilant, constantly reminding himself to tread carefully. A minor victory or a small gain was insufficient to elate him, for he feared that such elation might lead to a loss of his essential composure, resulting in a grievous error that could undo all his efforts and even jeopardize his life. Yet, as he lay on the soft, dark-hued bed, a flicker of joy stirred within him, difficult to suppress. This was a small victory, following the Battle of the Whispering Fortress, achieved without sword or spear, but rather at the negotiation table. "Your Majesty," a knock interrupted his reverie, and a guard entered, bearing a tray with a steaming cup of mint tea, neatly arranged biscuits, and a small dish of cream. Placing it on the table before preparing to leave, "Mond, please fetch me the map of the Free Cities," Viserys requested. Still sprawled on the bed, covering his head with a pillow, his voice muffled. The guard, named Mond, paused momentarily, uncertain of the young king's sudden need for a map following the negotiations. Understood, he replied, and after a brief moment, he exited to search through their belongings for a map of the western coast of Essos, where the 9 free cities were concentrated, while the central expanse of Essos was dominated by the vast Dothraki Sea. Subsequently, Viserys took his seat at the writing desk in his chamber, igniting the white candle that illuminated the modest expanse of the tabletop. With a rustling sound, he unfurled a large map, his pale violet eyes keenly fixated on a particular location upon it. Chapter 73. Farewell. The night had deepened. The royal banquet held by the King of Braavos had concluded, and it was already quite late. Upon returning to his chamber, Viserys did not hasten to rest. Rather, he instructed his guards to bring forth the map of the western coast of Essos. With a flourish, it was fully spread out upon the desk. Only half of the white candle remained, burning quietly, while the young king's hands rested on the table, his gaze resolutely locked onto a spot on the map. Here, Viserys pointed to the location directly south of Braavos, east of the narrow sea, adjacent to the Braavos coastline, with the Nathos Mountains to the east and the Velvet Mountains to the west. The place known as Andus, where his finger lingered, was nestled amid these hills and mountains, a vast plain stretching endlessly towards the sea. What Viserys had negotiated at the table was precisely this unclaimed territory, generously bestowed to House Targaryen by the King of Braavos. However, due to the peculiarities of the city-state system, Braavos merchant vessels roamed all the oceans yet held little interest in the nearby Andus plain, resulting in a lack of significant influence over this land. Although Andus was the ancestral home of the Undals, the remnants of their culture had been largely erased due to migrations and invasions. Today, only a few impoverished villages remained, with no mineral wealth beneath the earth, a sparse population, and thus no one to pay it heed. After much deliberation, the King of Braavos ultimately decided to transfer this seemingly stagnant land to Viserys. Cloaked in the guise of assistance, the reality was that this territory, wedged between Braavos and Pentos, posed the challenge of dealing with the governor of Pentos. Nevertheless, Viserys felt a surge of joy. The tacit approval and endorsement from Braavos implied that House Targaryen had secured a ticket to the 9 major free trade cities, which was of paramount importance. Exhaling softly, he clenched his fist, although he had previously seen Andus' location on the map within the King of Braavos' chamber. He yearned to behold it once more. For this forsaken land nestled between Pentos and Braavos represented his foothold on the continent of Essos. Even a fledgling dragon requires a sky in which to soar before it can grow into the dominator that overlooks the earth. Otherwise, trapped within a narrow dragon's lair, it risks suffering the same fate as the last dragon of House Targaryen, deformed, unable to reproduce, perishing in its youth, with even its diminutive bones no larger than those of a human child. The journey was not without its challenges. In the following days, Viserys, having disguised himself, casually wandered through Braavos. He first visited the temple of the many-faced god, known as the House of Black and White, a modest yet profound structure built of deep gray stone atop a small rocky hill. This temple, devoid of windows and shrouded in darkness, featured a peaked roof covered with black tiles, while the entrance boasted a pair of 12-foot-tall, intricately carved wooden doors. The left door, made of fishbeam wood, gleamed white as bone, while the right door radiated a subtle glow of ebony wood. Between the 2 doors was a carved moon, with fishbeam wood inlaid into the ebony, and vice versa, suggesting a rhythm of sorts. The rocky steps leading from the entrance of the House of Black and White descended directly to the dock below. The river below bustled with boats, yet few ventured through the grand entrance into the House of Black and White to offer silent prayers by the pool. After departing the House of Black and White, Viserys proceeded to visit the Temple of the Moon Singer. Due to historical significance, the Temple of the Moon Singer had become the most magnificent and popular temple in Braavos. Its grand palace of white marble featured a silver dome, while the opalescent glass windows displayed various phases of the moon. Each doorway was flanked by statues of marble maidens, towering as high as the statue of the King of Braavos, supporting the crescent-shaped door frames. However, Viserys refrained from entering this temple, deterred by the throngs of people. He feared encountering complications once more. Thus, he lingered momentarily on the ship before departing. Braavos' Purple Harbor and Moon Pool boasted the finest brothels and taverns. As night descended, the Moon Pool attracted the finest swordsmen of Braavos to showcase their skills, while the waters of the Purple Harbor glimmered with lights, depicting a scene of opulence. Enormous pleasure barges glided across the waters, milk and fine wines poured overboard, creating a spectacle of hedonistic revelry. This was the famed socialite culture of Braavos, where their status far surpassed that in other cities. Each stunning courtesan possessed her own barge and attendants, their beauty celebrated in song, while goldsmiths and jewelers vied to craft exquisite items for them. Artisans beseeched their patronage, and wealthy merchants paid sums equivalent to royal ransoms to escort them at balls, feasts, and theatrical performances, even leading to assassins battling in their names. Time passed swiftly, and during his brief sojourn in Braavos, Viserys had indeed experienced an eye-opening spectacle, reminiscent of the lavish indulgences he had known in a past life. However, that was where it ended, as merely a few days elapsed. At last, a merchant vessel, backed by the authority of Braavos, had completed its loading and was set to embark for King's Landing, following the same route as before, first reaching Pentos, then Dragonstone, and finally King's Landing. Let us depart. Viserys and his companions, including Oberyn, were discreetly arranged to board this merchant vessel, commencing their return to Dragonstone. The two-masted ship unfurled its sails, the rowers below straining against the oars as the great vessel cleaved through the waves, ultimately passing beneath the towering Titan holding the broken sword. The winds howled, and Viserys, in that fleeting moment, felt as if the Titan let out a roar of farewell. Soon, the merchant ship officially departed Braavos, venturing into the vast sea. Chapter 74. Return to Dragonstone. As the sun rose and set, another month drifted by upon the waves. This time, Viserys' return voyage was considerably smoother than his initial journey. Aside from encountering a minor squall that slightly delayed their progress, no other interruptions occurred. They arrived safely at Dragonstone, where Ser Geoffrey, Rhaenys, and the castle's inhabitants awaited at the dock. Your Majesty, the young king, clad in a fitted leather jerkin and adorned with a finely crafted fur cloak, his dark cape draping elegantly, stepped down from the ship, his silver-gold curls cascading over the plush mantle. He wore brown deerskin gloves, grasping the railing as he descended. In the mere absence of 3 months, the old knight noted a remarkable transformation in the boy upon their reunion. The pair of exquisite lavender eyes grew increasingly composed, undisturbed by the world around. Once characterized by their fair and delicate complexion, the skin, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the sun aboard the ship, now bore a slight tan. Moreover, whether it was merely an illusion on the part of the old lord, he sensed that the young king's physique appeared more robust than before. Although it was already mid-October of the year 284 in the age of Aegon, the 8th name day of Viserys had recently been celebrated aboard the vessel. At merely 8 years of age, Viserys now seemed akin to an 11 or 12-year-old, exhibiting a strength surpassing that of his peers. Fate is indeed capricious. Yet the young prince is truly a good child. The old maid, Sophia, who had once fled to Dragonstone with Queen Rhaela, watched as Viserys disembarked from the ship, her heart a mixture of emotions. Having served House Targaryen in the Red Keep for many years, she had witnessed Viserys grow from birth into the boy he had become. She vividly recalled the young prince's hurried escape from the Red Keep, a stark contrast to the sturdy figure he now presented. Your Grace, Lord Geoffrey, Viserys greeted, shaking hands with the old lord. He then turned to observe a tall, slender man following closely behind him. Yet, his gaze was unwavering, locked onto a little girl with brown hair in the distance, who was being led by a maid, the latter cradling an infant swaddled in cloth. This was Prince Oberyn Martell from Dorne. As Viserys began to introduce Oberyn to Lord Geoffrey, he noticed the latter was not looking at him but rather fixated on Rhaenys. The old lord, taken aback by the young king's words, pondered the identity of the man accompanying Viserys and why the entourage appeared to have expanded upon the prince's return, now including a woman with shackles holding a child. To his astonishment, the tall, dark-skinned man before him was none other than the Red Viper of Dorne, Prince Oberyn Martell. Greetings, Prince Oberyn, the old lord said, his silver hair tousled by the sea breeze as he extended a hand, pausing mid-air. Oberyn, momentarily lost in thought while observing Rhaenys, quickly regained composure and offered a polite smile, extending his own hand in return. I have heard your name long before, he remarked, shaking the old lord's hand firmly. Oh, the prince is familiar with my name? The old lord expressed surprise, as he had served in the Dragonstone fleet without land or family, never expecting Oberyn would know of him. Indeed, in Tyrosh, your name is well known. Even after all these years, Oberyn replied, his tone nonchalant, his dark eyes scrutinizing the aged figure before him, mindful not to underestimate him despite his advanced years. A silence enveloped the old lord as he contemplated Oberyn's words. Viserys, listening intently to their exchange, discerned that the old lord seemed to have had a notable past, though he was uncertain why he preferred to remain reticent about it. Tyrosh, situated on a large island north of the Stepstones, not far from the disputed lands, Viserys mused, a bold thought striking him. Could it be possible that the old lord had participated in the War of the Ninepenny Kings during his youth? Yet, this remained mere conjecture, devoid of evidence. And the old lord's reluctance to speak of it suggested a deeper reason. Observing the old lord, Viserys turned to Oberyn and suggested, in that case, the hour grows late. Let us return to the castle to converse further. He raised his gaze to the sky. The Braavos trading ships had docked at dusk, and night had fully descended, with soldiers already brandishing torches. At that moment, Rhaenys clung to Viserys' leg, perhaps feeling the weight of his prolonged absence. For a 4-year-old girl, 3 months felt like an eternity. Her initial glance at Viserys bore a hint of unfamiliarity and trepidation, but as she observed him conversing with the old lord and others, a flicker of recognition returned, prompting her to approach and embrace him. The young king's heart softened at her gesture. He reached down to tousle Rhaenys' hair before turning to instruct the servants, "Sophia, we have important guests arriving. Prepare a banquet at once." "Yes, your grace," Sophia replied promptly. Viserys nodded slightly, scanning the crowd behind him. He then noticed a young, unfamiliar face among the welcoming party, clad in a gray scholar's robe, adorned with 3 heavy chains of metal, black iron, bronze, and silver. "And who might you be?" Viserys inquired, coming to a halt. "My name is Gunther, your grace." The young scholar responded without hesitation, bowing slightly. "I study under Master Vagger, focusing on astronomy, and have earned the bachelor's chains in both Ravenry and medicine. The Citadel has sent me to serve at Dragonstone following the tragic news regarding Master Daniel." Chapter 75. The Citadel's Dispute. What? Viserys' expression shifted to one of incredulity upon hearing the young scholar's words. It had already been over 6 months since Master Daniel's passing. Yet it took this successor a full half-year to arrive at Dragonstone. Was that not rather tardy? He stifled the urge to voice his thoughts. Gunther, sensing the young king's astonishment, hurried to explain. In truth, after receiving the news of the old master's demise, a fierce debate erupted within the Citadel. The factions disagreed on whether to continue sending new scholars to Dragonstone. One side argued for a change in policy, as a political extension, adhering to the Iron Throne's will, and refusing to send new scholars to serve the remnants of House Targaryen on Dragonstone. Following the previous warning that indirectly led to the royal fleet's destruction, the Iron Throne remains displeased with the Citadel for this reason. Conversely, the other faction contended that the Citadel should remain apolitical, as their primary duty is to serve all of Westeros. Bearing the scholar's chains signifies that they are servants to all of Westeros, and thus, one ought to be dispatched to serve at Dragonstone. The debate has escalated into heated arguments, even prompting letters from Master Pycelle and King S. Landing to inquire into the matter. Furthermore, Master Aemon of the Night's Watch, upon learning of this through correspondence with the Citadel, also sent a letter expressing his opinion. Only the 2 individuals, Bachelor Aemon and Chancellor Pycelle, evidently stood on opposing sides. For various reasons, the Citadel did not promptly appoint a new scholar to succeed the late Bachelor. As the dispute escalated to its final stage, it was ultimately the conservatives who gained the upper hand, stubbornly believing that scholars should remain politically neutral and uphold the esteemed traditions of the Citadel. Consequently, they dispatched Bachelor Gunther, a pupil of the esteemed Doctor of Astronomy, to take over the responsibilities of the deceased Bachelor Daniel, becoming the new servant of Dragonstone. Thus it was. As Viserys listened to Bachelor Gunther's explanation, he nodded thoughtfully. He had not anticipated that the death of the old scholar would spark a fierce debate among scholars far away in Oldtown. In truth, his understanding of the Citadel was limited. He merely knew that in each discipline, there existed a figure of great renown, referred to as a doctor. From Gunther's brief remarks, he gleaned that his own mentor, Dr. Velen, who donned a bronze mask, a ring, and a scepter, was aligned with the conservatives. Furthermore, it appeared that his great-uncle, Bachelor Aemon, was already aware of this matter. Viserys pressed his lips together slightly, gazing out at the distant sea. If given the chance, he would genuinely wish to seek counsel from that wise and respected elder. However, he believed that the old man was currently being tested for his loyalty to his oaths at the Black Castle, a period that must be the most arduous of his life. At this moment, the long castle walls and stone steps led towards the distant Dragonstone Keep, where a group surrounded Viserys, holding aloft lit torches that illuminated the path ahead like a serpentine dragon. As they walked, Viserys conversed with the new scholar, absorbing information from his words. Yet it seemed that Bachelor Gunther's dream of serving Dragonstone might soon be shattered. Night fell, the crisp autumn air carrying a chill. The wolf fur draped over the young king's shoulders fluttered gently, brushing against his cheeks as the wind tousled his hair. Viserys cast a glance at Bachelor Gunther, silently reflecting. Who would have thought that upon his arrival at Dragonstone, he would be swept away by circumstances beyond his control? The significance of a scholar to a noble was indisputable, and Viserys had spent far too long without one to consult. Thus, he would not let this opportunity slip away. The evening banquet at Dragonstone primarily welcomed Prince Oberyn, while simultaneously facilitating the familial reunion between Oberyn and his niece, Rhaenys. However, the pressing matters were deliberately omitted from the feast, for the gathering was too large for candid discussions. Although Dragonstone had undergone a purge, with all traitors unearthed and eradicated during the rebellion, Viserys remained unconvinced. The following morning, in the map room of Dragonstone Keep, Viserys was neatly attired, his waist cinched with a belt. His chest bore the emblem of the 3-headed dragon, woven from red silk and black thread, outlined in gold. He sat at the head of the map table, leaning against the spacious stone balcony. As brilliant sunlight streamed into the castle, elongating the boy's shadow and illuminating half of his handsome profile, one elbow rested on the cold armrest, while his fingers lightly tapped the table. From the map room, the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against rocks below could be distinctly heard, accompanied by the salty breeze. To Viserys' left sat Sir Geoffrey, commander of the Dragonstone fleet, while to his right was Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper. Bachelor Gunther, who had joined Dragonstone just 2 months prior after Viserys' departure, was notably absent from this royal meeting. He remained at the Sea Dragon Tower, organizing the legacy of the late scholar. Viserys' caution did not stem from distrust of the new scholar, but rather from a fundamental obligation to protect both Gunther and the allies involved in this treaty. "This is the location we shall land," he declared, spreading the map of the free trade city-states across the table, his finger pointing to the Andalos Plains. He traced his finger further west, stopping at the source of the Upper Lorne River. This area boasted plentiful water sources and a direct road to the Bay of Lorith, linking Braavos and Lorith. Following the Upper Lorne River downstream would provide water access to Norvos, Coer, and Volantis, making it a vital transportation hub. With a decisive stroke, Viserys marked a red cross on the map, establishing his intent to construct a castle at that location. Chapter 76. The king favored by the gods. Viserys had contemplated the strategic relocation plan extensively during his return journey, ultimately settling on the source of the Upper Lorne River. However, this site was distant from the Braavos coast, rendering the fleet he relied upon ineffective on land. They would be forced to disembark and fight, thereby relinquishing their advantage. Fortunately, based on Viserys' understanding, the Andalos Plains lacked formidable powers, primarily inhabited by mere brigands and the native Undul villages, leading thousands of well-armed Targaryen sailors. Even disembarking would pose little challenge in conquering these disorganized bandits and settlements. Yet we shall not abandon Dragonstone just yet, Viserys continued. We can gradually ferry our people across the narrow sea to establish our homeland on the eastern continent. After all, a city cannot be built in a day. Even if Viserys were to lavishly employ numerous laborers, it would not be an easy task. Thus, this will be a long-term endeavor spanning many years. And with the Baratheons currently lacking a navy to assault Dragonstone, it presents an opportune moment for us to endure this challenging period. One day, when the Baratheons have amassed sufficient strength to launch another attack, they will discover that Dragonstone has long since been vacated by Viserys. However, Viserys merely proposed a plan. It did not signify unilateral control. The matter required discussion at the royal meeting to determine the most optimal outcome. "Do either of you gentlemen have any suggestions regarding our forthcoming plans?" Viserys inquired, surveying Prince Oberyn, who lounged carelessly in his chair, and the serious, contemplative old lord to his left. "Please, feel free to voice your thoughts." Viserys was open to others' opinions and could not afford to be a dictator. Although the young king occupied the throne, the true command of the Dragonstone fleet resided with Sir Geoffrey, a fact Viserys had never forgotten, constantly reminding himself to maintain clarity of mind. This does not imply that Viserys feared rebellion from the Old Lord. In fact, among those he trusted most, besides the Red Keep's master, Sir Geoffrey was paramount. Without these two, he might have perished long ago. Nonetheless, while the commander of the Dragonstone fleet wholeheartedly supported the young king, it did not mean that the Old Lord would acquiesce to Viserys' every whim. This distinction was crucial. The old man has always positioned himself as a loyal servant, believing he must devote himself entirely and shoulder more responsibilities. Thus, in critical matters, should a significant divergence arise between the young king and the prime minister, the ultimate authority would still rest with the latter. The command of the fleet lies in the prime minister's hands, making it exceedingly difficult for Viserys to reclaim that portion of power. With merely a phrase, "Your Majesty is still young. I do this for your own good. You will understand when you grow up," he can easily dismiss whatever Viserys wishes to articulate. This encapsulates the true environment in which Viserys currently finds himself. When in Braavos, Oberyn inexplicably inquired about Viserys' feelings of being referred to as a king at such a tender age, essentially probing this very issue. Viserys cleverly navigated Oberyn's question with a nuanced response. However, faced with such a predicament, Viserys refrained from directly contesting the old knight for control of the fleet, as the knight harbored unwavering loyalty to House Targaryen and acted with commendable intentions. Yet, Viserys did not entirely surrender or cease his struggles. He endeavored to enhance his own influence and seize a measure of his power. This determination was one of the reasons he persuaded himself to take the risk of journeying to Braavos. Fortuitously, the young king's gamble proved victorious. His mission to Braavos yielded the desired results, securing the support of both Braavos and Dorne. Now, Viserys' strength is no longer solely reliant on the fleet of Dragonstone, but is bolstered by the backing of Dorne and Braavos. Although this support remains beyond his complete control, it alleviates his dependence on a singular source of power, thereby indirectly enhancing his own voice. In the current scenario, Oberyn Martell of Dorne sits at Viserys' right hand. Though he remains silent, Sir Geoffrey must now consider Oberyn's perspective. Thus, amidst the formidable power dynamics at play, Viserys finds a moment to breathe and gradually regains his voice. Your Majesty. The elderly gentleman remained silent for a long while, first lifting his gaze to observe the Prince of Dorne across from him, who was idly picking his teeth. He then turned to Viserys, breaking the silence in the chamber. Andalos is the homeland of the Undulls, and you are their rightful king. The king of the Rhoynar and the first men. As king, you possess ownership of all lands, and your ultimate authority is beyond reproach. The Undulls and their territories should naturally submit to you, thus your reclamation of this land is legally impeccable. Sir Geoffrey delved into the depths of legitimacy concerning the conquest and occupation of this land. It is also rumored to be the origin of the seven gods, who once descended upon this mountainous land, blessing the Undulls. According to legend, the father plucked 7 stars from the heavens to create a crown for the first king of Andalos, King Hugo of the Hills. Your pilgrimage to seek the holy sites and return to Andalos is a quest for answers from the 7 gods on how to alleviate the suffering of the beggars, common folk, and nobility alike, who are oppressed by usurpers. Your Majesty, you are the king favored by the gods. The 7 will once again crown you. You shall lead their faithful followers to restore the homeland of the Undulls until we return to Westeros, eradicating the suffering of all and restoring the glory of the 7. Untainted by the vile usurpers. You are the messenger of divine will. A month later, the resounding voice of the old knight still echoed in the air. On the tumultuous sea, the clarion call of war resonated, stirring the blood. The Targaryen banner, emblazoned with 3 dragons, fluttered in the wind as countless ships formed a formidable formation, cleaving through the waves. In the distance, a land seemed to emerge, shrouded in mystery. Chapter 77. The Shadow Links. In an endless expanse of verdant fields, a youth clad in a fur vest, bow slung across his back, lay cautiously in the grass, carefully parting the leaves to probe forward. The boy, with slightly tanned skin and appearing no older than 13 or 14, possessed remarkable agility. His muscular arms adorned with the mark of a 7-pointed star. He monitored a mature stag, separated from its herd, grazing nearby, his breath quickening with anticipation. Should he successfully hunt it and skin the animal, he could barter the pelt with passing merchants for a month's worth of provisions for his family. However, as the boy's thoughts raced with excitement, he noticed the stag lift its head, sensing something amiss. Alarmed, the boy held his breath, acutely aware of the creature's heightened vigilance. Even the slightest disturbance could send it fleeing. Hey, Bessie, what are you doing? At that moment, a large face unexpectedly loomed before him, startling the boy so thoroughly that his heart nearly stopped. The rustling grass betrayed their presence, and the grazing stag, sensing danger, bolted without hesitation, startled by the sudden noise. The boy named Bessie, filled with frustration, seized his companion by the collar, shouting in his ear, "Meal, you fool." The boy who had just played the prank, Meal, covered his ears, hastily pleading for mercy, believing he might be deafened by his friend's outburst. "Bessie, I'm sorry. I truly didn't TC." As the 2 boys tussled, a thunderous roar erupted from the forest. A beast adorned with dark stripes burst forth, sprinting toward the fleeing stag with astonishing speed. The 2 boys, frozen in shock, halted their playful scuffle, rendered motionless by the sight. It became evident that while Bessie had set his sights on the stag, a terrifying predator had also marked its target. The moment they startled the stag, the beast misinterpreted their sudden movement as a signal of exposure and gave chase. It was a shadow lynx. Although the creature moved with remarkable swiftness, Bessie instantly recognized its identity. This rare and elusive beast, typically found in mountainous terrains, boasted a pelt of great value. Meal, who had instigated the commotion, clutched his friend's arm in horror. "Hey, Bessie, I just saved you." Shadow lynxes are not to be trifled with. They rarely attack humans unless famished. Nonetheless, they are one of the forest's apex predators, strong, ferocious, and incredibly swift, with exceptionally sharp claws and the ability to climb trees. If they fixate on a target within their domain, escape becomes nearly impossible. Now, with the shadow lynx focused on the stag, had Bessie attempted to hunt it unaware, while the beast lurked in the shadows watching closely, a grim fate awaited him. The youthful courage of Mill was not as formidable as he had hoped. Upon witnessing the shadowy bobcat spring forth from the darkness, he felt his legs weaken. In stark contrast, his companion Bessie remained silent, gazing at the fleeting figures of predator and prey, lost in thought, before clenching his teeth in determination. He was acutely aware of the immense value of the bobcat's fur, and the prospect of successfully hunting it could alleviate the dire circumstances of his family. Bessie resided in a nearby village predominantly inhabited by the Undul people, where his father had recently fallen victim to a band of brigands while returning from a trading expedition. His lifeless body had only been discovered days later, brought back for a proper burial. With the loss of his father, the family's financial situation had become increasingly desperate. "I must pursue." Bessie gritted his teeth and resolved to chase after the bobcat and the stag, running fervently in their direction. "Hey, Bessie, what are you doing?" Mill, witnessing his friend's impulsive decision, could only stomp his foot in frustration before following suit. He could not allow Bessie to confront the ferocious bobcat alone. The stag darted into the thicket, closely pursued by the bobcat, a realm where the beast thrived, with the two teenagers trailing closely behind. Time passed, and the bobcat's form vanished from sight. The boys continued to track the signs left upon the ground, determined not to relent. I cannot give up. I need that money. Bessie clenched his jaw tightly, fervently pursuing the trail left by the bobcat. As they neared the edge of the forest once more, Bessie suddenly thought he heard voices emanating from beyond the trees. Prince Oberyn's marksmanship is truly remarkable. He single-handedly felled a bobcat without a scratch. A group of armored knights had tethered their steeds to a tree, discussing amongst themselves as they regarded the freshly slain bobcat, its blood still flowing from its wounds, the body yet to stiffen. Nearby, 100 or more Targaryen soldiers were scattered about, some seated on the grass, others standing vigil. Moments ago, a bobcat had inexplicably charged forth, seemingly aimed at Oberyn, who deftly seized a nearby spear and dispatched the creature with lethal precision. The spear pierced through the beast's throat, pinning it to the ground. Oberyn himself appeared remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the accolades of those around him. He wiped the blood from the spear's tip with his boot before unsheathing a dagger wrapped in animal hide. With practiced ease, he plunged the blade into the bobcat's abdomen and made a swift incision, exposing its innards. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. Oberyn, having spent years among mercenaries, was all too familiar with the art of skinning. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, two pairs of terrified eyes were watching from the nearby thicket, quickly disappearing from sight. Chapter 78. Establishing a foothold. Something is amiss. Bessie and Mill, having traversed the hills and forests for years, were intimately acquainted with the terrain. With their robust physiques, they swiftly navigated through the underbrush, returning to the village with urgency. Their shouts soon attracted the attention of the village's adults, who emerged wielding shovels and pickaxes. Recognizing the two boys, "What is it? What has happened?" A group of adults surrounded Bessie and Mill, still gripping their makeshift weapons. The Undul village frequently faced raids from brigands and marauders, prompting the establishment of local militia to safeguard their homes. Upon hearing the boys' cries, the villagers assumed an attack was imminent, only to find nothing had transpired. We saw a group of youths bearing the seven-pointed star insignia on their shoulders. Bessie gasped, slightly breathless, eager to explain. However, he faltered, unsure of how to continue. The well-equipped group before him was unmistakably not members of a band of brigands. Their armor and shields bore the emblem of three-headed dragons, a symbol that stirred a vague familiarity in Bessie's mind, though he couldn't recall its noble lineage at that moment. "Hey, lad, what exactly are they?" A tall man with the same seven-pointed star marking on his arm pushed through the crowd. This was a custom among the Undul people, dating back to their migration from Essos to Westeros, when they first landed on the Fingers Peninsula and engaged in battle. The warriors would mark their skin with the seven-pointed star as a sign of their faith. Just as the village buzzed with confusion, a contingent of mounted knights approached the village gates, their horses thundering against the earth. One knight raised a banner emblazoned with the Targaryen three-headed dragon, while others held their weapons tightly. Leading this group was the rarely seen Prince Oberyn, clad in armor, despite the naval nature of Dragonstone, where steeds were scarce. Yet they had managed to assemble a modest number of mounts for the experienced knights. Following behind were hundreds of Targaryen soldiers, donned in organized light armor, equipped with short swords, shields, and other weapons. The soldiers swiftly encircled the village, raising their shields and drawing their swords. The sight sent the villagers into chaos. Adults crying and children wailing, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Can anyone explain what is happening? Who are they? If it had merely been a handful of brigands, the villagers might have mustered the courage to resist. However, facing 100 fully armed Targaryen soldiers, along with heavily armored knights, extinguished any remaining hope of resistance. Oberyn sat astride his steed, one hand gripping the reins and the other clutching his spear, his dark eyes gazing impassively at the Undul village nearby. At that moment, a venerable elder emerged from the village to engage in dialogue. Though relatively insular, the Undul village occasionally received traders bearing news from beyond their borders. One recognized the Targaryen banner as that of the royal family from across the narrow sea. For a moment, they feared that the king from across the water had come to conquer their lands. "I must remind you, a castle cannot be built overnight. Even if it is but a wooden structure, your majesty." Viserys, clad in a finely tailored garment and adorned with a crown embellished with rubies, stood atop a nearby hill, surveying the hastily constructed castle below. Great trees had been felled and transported, bound with ropes, and hoisted amidst the laborers' chants. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. The young king slightly turned his head. The wind atop the hill tousled his silvery golden hair. The speaker was none other than the newly inducted scholar, Gunther, of House Targaryen. Dressed in a thin gray scholar's robe, the young man shivered atop the hill, his nose tinged with red, unable to suppress a sneeze. Despite his discomfort, Gunther felt compelled to convey certain truths to the young monarch, lest the lord he served stray down a perilous path, especially considering that Viserys was merely a child. He could not bear to witness the birth of a future Mad King. I certainly understand, scholar. A castle is not erected overnight. Which is precisely why I am investing such substantial resources, Viserys replied, glancing momentarily at the shivering Gunther before returning his gaze and tugging at his deerskin gloves. His voice calm. Substantial resources? Gunther exclaimed, his irritation nearly distorting his features. Your Majesty, do you truly believe that pillaging the surrounding villages constitutes a significant expenditure? Is it the soldiers' stamina you are spending? This exchange between the youthful scholar, who appeared to be in his 20s, and the 8-year-old king carried an air of absurdity. However, Viserys, taken aback by Gunther's words, turned to scrutinize him seriously before inquiring, Gunther, do you imply that I have ravaged the nearby villages? What else could it be? Gunther maintained his ground, his gray-brown eyes earnest. He believed that while mistakes were not to be feared, they were to be rectified, and he was now attempting to guide his lord onto the right path. Who are they? Gunther gestured towards a nearby group of ragged laborers, shackled and under the watchful eyes of soldiers. A moment's laxity in their work was met with a swift lash, causing one to stumble and groan on the ground, seemingly cursing the soldier, only to receive a second strike before rising once more. No, Viserys shook his head. Gunther, I fear you are mistaken. They are members of the bandits and Brotherhood recently eradicated. These individuals once terrorized this region. Allowing them to assist in the castle's construction is a mercy. Days later, a long procession extended far beyond the horizon as the entire Undul village prepared for a migration. Baysai, are we really relocating? Queried a boy named Mir, who had sprinted from a distance to join his friend Baysai, whose shoulder bore the mark of the 7-pointed star. They were unaware of the events that had transpired, only having witnessed a day when a troop of fully armed soldiers surrounded their village. Their chieftain stepped forward to negotiate, pleading for the return of some valuables in exchange for their safety. The details of the discussions remained obscure, but soon they saw a knight on a noble steed command a servant to hand the chieftain a hefty parcel. The chieftain returned, beaming, and the soldiers soon retreated. In a matter of days, the chieftain summoned representatives from each household, and news spread that the king of the Unduls had returned to Andalos. His Majesty has received the blessings of the Seven, as he is the earthly representative of the divine. The Father above has removed the 7 stars from the heavens to crown our king. Ultimately, the entire clan migrated to a new city established in his honor, Andalos, where the Unduls would no longer suffer oppression from the loiner villages along the banks of the Lorne River. These two once mighty factions, now fragmented by the passage of time, remained numerous on the continent of Westeros, yet were indistinguishable amidst the mingling of races. Only on the continent of Essos did the pure-blooded Unduls and Loinars uphold their traditions. The exhilarating news swiftly spread throughout the village, and under the chieftain's leadership, they embarked on a journey towards their long-desired homeland. By the 7, it seems the merciful Father still watches over us, the Unduls, with a pilgrim spirit, migrated miles to the source of the Lorne River. Their newly crowned king established a city there, and their fervent devotion was nearly palpable. During their migration, they encountered another group, seemingly also en route to Andalos, but both parties remained vigilant, refraining from interaction as they silently progressed towards their destination. Young Baysai gripped his dagger at his waist, a rudimentary bow slung across his back, watching the approaching Undul procession with caution, as did the men from his village. Eventually, upon observing that the other group bore no ill intent, his guard lessened, and he turned to his companions. It seems we are indeed relocating, he stated quietly. Why? Isn't this just a ruse? Mir exclaimed, agitated by his companion's unwavering belief. The 7 have long abandoned us, otherwise we wouldn't be oppressed by the vile Loinars. Mir's anxious voice echoed, believing himself the only wise one amidst a dazed populace. And where did this crowned king emerge from? Mir's words startled Baysai, who had not anticipated such skepticism towards the 7. Silence, Mir. Do not speak further. Baysai retorted, his eyes wide. As the chosen warrior's son of the village, Baysai, though not a knight, embodied strength and skill in battle, thus was designated to uphold the will of the 7. The 7-pointed star etched on his arm symbolized his pride and faith, compelling him to defend the existence of the divine. His admonition drew the attention of nearby villagers. Taking a deep breath, Baysai waved to indicate that nothing was amiss, merely a conversation with Mir. Timid Mir shrank back at his friend's reprimand, the fire in him extinguished by the surrounding gazes. Remember, Mir, do not utter such foolishness again. The light of the 7 is indisputable. After clarifying to the villagers, Baysai turned to grasp Mir's shoulder, speaking as calmly as he could, his earlier ire dissipating. He understood Mir's nature, often unfiltered and impulsive, unaware of the weight of his words. Mir nodded vigorously, resigned. Very well. Subsequently, Bessie's eyes flickered momentarily, followed by a shake of her head as she took a deep breath and spoke. I too find this matter somewhat peculiar. However, My mother is keen on relocating, and we are nearly there. This left Bessie with a sense of helplessness. A mass relocation is not an enforced decree. A considerable number chose to remain behind, while others opted to depart. Leaving one's homeland is no easy feat. Bessie herself had no desire to abandon her home, yet for reasons unknown, her mother insisted on moving. The young girl could not argue with her mother, especially in light of her father's recent passing. Thus, she chose to accompany her. Similarly, Mill found himself in a parallel situation as his parents. After receiving a sum of money, decided to follow the clan leader to Andalos City. Unable to contest his parents' decision, Mill harbored a wealth of frustration. The dual pressures of faith and finances were indeed a masterstroke on the part of the king. In the so-called Andalos City, Viserys had been practicing horseback riding these past few days. Now seated atop a small white horse, he gripped the reins, managing to move about somewhat. But he struggled to control the direction effectively. Below him stood a young man with black hair, still clad in a thin, academic robe with an additional cloak that flapped in the wind, causing him to shiver slightly as he walked alongside Viserys, conversing. Is that so? Scholar Gaunter, you flatter me. Viserys grasped the saddle with one hand, his cheeks tightening slightly. He wished to conceal his nervousness from others, maintaining a facade of calmness before speaking. Chapter 8. Andalos City is nearing winter. Although the winters in Andalos are not excessively harsh, I cannot allow my warriors to endure the cold in flimsy tents. Viserys lowered his gaze at Scholar Gaunter, who was rubbing his nose, feeling as though he might catch a cold. Convey my orders. Just as Viserys was about to articulate further instructions from atop his small white horse, he suddenly noticed a distant group migrating towards them. These individuals had come voluntarily under the influence of his faith and financial allure to this still under construction Andalos City. The sound of hooves echoed in the densely stationed Targaryen camp, where two knights rode out on horseback to inquire about the newcomers' intentions and verify their identities. Viserys observed the approaching group from afar before retracting his gaze. Such arrivals had become commonplace in recent days and were no longer surprising. Let them establish their settlement, he thought. Then, Viserys recalled his unfinished sentence and added, Scholar, convey my orders. Divide these captives into 3 groups for rotation and have them work tirelessly through the night to construct the castle. I do not wish for progress to pause for even a second. Do you understand? His expression remained tense, his voice calm, yet authoritative. With that, the young king tugged at the reins, urging the small white horse to heed his intentions as he turned to ride away. The sound of hooves stirred the leaves beneath, and his voice carried forth, informed them that once the castle is completed, they shall be released. Of course, if these brigands are still alive by that time. Viserys departed the hillside, while in the distance, the newly arrived Undols were conversing with the 2 knights who had emerged from the military camp. Among them, 2 boys caught sight of the much-discussed Andalos City and the boy riding away not far from them. That must be the king's son, Mill remarked with a hint of envy, although he knew little about horses. The gleaming coat of the steed under the sunlight and the splendid garments of the boy were sufficient to signify his noble status. Furthermore, he noticed the scholar accompanying him, Gaunter, who was now left in the dust, brushing himself off and preparing to relay Viserys' orders. He understood that Viserys was a man of his word. If he stated that the brigands would be released upon completion of the castle, he would undoubtedly see it through. However, what would transpire after their release remained a mystery to Gaunter. He suspected that those who had wrought havoc in this land might not meet a favorable fate. On another front, Bessie, the son of a village warrior, furrowed his brow upon hearing his companion's words. He felt compelled to intervene. Yet Mill's lack of knowledge was somewhat embarrassing. Stop, Mill. Don't speak any further. Do you truly think the king's son is merely called son? Mill looked puzzled at his friend's words. Isn't he the king's son? Was the king betrayed? Bessie, hearing Mill's naive assumptions, rubbed his temples in exasperation. Of course not. Mill, I have always urged you to broaden your horizons. The sons of noble lords are referred to as young masters, and the king is the highest noble. What else would you call him? As he gazed at Viserys' departing figure, Bessie felt a flicker of envy within him. His dream was to become a knight, to one day ride a magnificent steed. He had never shared with his friends that, aside from obeying his mother's wishes, he harbored a slight desire to relocate. He knew that this was perhaps his closest opportunity to the nobility. He had never even encountered a noble lord before. And according to the clan leader, there was a king here. What was a king? This notion was beyond his wildest imagination. A figure of authority so elevated that even kneeling before him, one would struggle to gaze upon his greatness. This ignited a fervent ambition within young Bessie. He yearned for the chance to prove himself before the king, to be bestowed the title of knight. Meanwhile, his companions remained oblivious to his aspirations, with Mill asking vacantly, "Then what should the king's son be called?" Bessie replied, "You really are foolish. Naturally, he is also called young master." "No, it is young lord." As the 2 boys continued their banter, the discussions ahead seemed to bear fruit. The migrating group began to move once more. heading toward the burgeoning city nestled beneath the castle on the hill. Clang, clang, clang. Within Andalos City, craftsmen were fervently hammering, driving wooden stakes into the ground. "Lift that timber over here, quickly," shouted an Undul's working atop the roof of his new home. Currently, Andalos City had attracted over 10,000 individuals, all of whom had migrated from nearby villages. The castle, already under construction atop the hill surrounding Andalos City, was beginning to take shape. Wooden houses sprang up densely around the large wooden fortress. The new city was being constructed primarily of wood to expedite the process, once everything was firmly established. Stone would replace the temporary structures. The geographical location of Andalos City was also strategically advantageous, 6,000 years prior. This had been the battleground between the Unduls and the Loinans, an area of significant strategic importance and the site of an ancient Loinan city's ruins. Over 6 millennia ago, the Undul people launched repeated assaults from the banks of the River Lorne, targeting the lands of the First Men, only to be met with relentless failures. Eventually, the Unduls opted for a different route, crossing the narrow sea to invade Westeros. When Aegon Targaryen chose the site for his stronghold, he marked a general area on the map, selecting a location nestled between mountains and water, characterized by fertile plains suitable for agriculture and possessing significant strategic value. Upon the arrival of the small king and his army, adjustments were made, and the final position was established upon a hill. This hill became the site for the castle, backed by the upper Lorne River, with a commanding view over the plains for miles around. Should the castle be constructed here, it would prove difficult to conquer, even in the event of a siege. Chapter 81. 5 years, year 289 of the conquest. Time swiftly passed. Since Aegon ventured alone to Braavos and forged an alliance with both Braavos and Dorne, securing their tacit approval, he led his fleet across the narrow sea to the homeland of the Unduls. The fleeing remnants of House Targaryen finally escaped the sword of the usurper that loomed over them, finding a place to stand. They then summoned the nearby Undul villages and established the city of Andalos upon this land. And now, in the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Beneath a clear, bright sky, flocks of crows settled upon the spires of the castle's towers, with a flutter of their ebony wings. The crows pecked at their feathers before raising their heads, their crimson eyes reflecting the scene below. This was a well-prepared training ground, featuring a broad racing track where 2 armored knights sat astride their steeds, adjusting their gear. On one side stood a magnificent white stallion, while on the opposite end was a powerful black horse, which emitted a low whinny. The knight upon the white horse appeared somewhat slender, clad in polished silver armor, bending over to adjust his greaves, producing a sound of metal scraping. Conversely, the knight on the black horse appeared taller, enveloped in heavy armor. The black horse showed signs of agitation, whinnying repeatedly, while the white horse fidgeted excitedly, stamping its hoofs. Both knights gripped wooden lances for the duel, though the tips had been dulled and rounded for safety. Once both were prepared, they exchanged silent gestures. Outside the arena, an elderly man with gray hair, seated in a chair, noticed their readiness and coughed violently before gesturing to commence. With the elder's command, the knight on the white horse, unencumbered by a shield, tightened his grip on the reins and urged his steed forward. The eager white stallion surged ahead, its snowy mane billowing like a furious lion's mane. Simultaneously, the silent knight on the black horse spurred his mount forward, gripping his lance tightly and raising his shield strapped to his left arm. Though the training ground was not vast, it was ample enough for both steeds to charge at full speed. The thunder of hoofs stirred up dust, creating a resounding cacophony as the knights raced towards one another. Harnessing the strength of their horses, the armored knights surged forth like barbaric tanks, embodying an overwhelming force. In an instant, they were within mere feet of one another, their gazes locking through their visors. The black knight's heart skipped a beat upon meeting the white knight's eyes. In that fleeting moment, as their horses crossed paths, both knights raised their lances, aiming at each other. The black knight's shield, lifted high, protected him as the next second unfolded. With a resounding crack, splinters flew. The collision of the 2 steeds produced a thunderous noise. The lance in the white knight's hand shattered, scattering with splinters. Meanwhile, atop the castle, a graceful young woman stood at an open window, her beautiful brown hair cascading down her cheeks and her clear, water-like eyes fixated on the duel below. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, she gasped, "Aegon," instinctively covering her mouth. On the ground, as the 2 horses collided, the white knight's lance shattered, sending the larger black knight tumbling to the ground with a heavy thud, rendering him motionless. The black horse galloped forward for several meters before realizing its rider had fallen. The victorious white knight did not rein in his steed, but instead, still gripping the broken lance, carelessly tossed the remnants aside as the horse continued forward until inertia ceased, allowing him to redirect it back towards the arena. With a flourish, the triumphant knight dismounted, the sound of his armor clanging as he removed his visor and helmet, revealing the handsome face of Aegon Targaryen, the young king. Bending down, he extended a hand. "Baesai, how fare you?" The fallen knight lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as he struggled to recover. A deep dip marred his breastplate, and though his ribs ached, he was relieved that nothing was broken. However, he felt disinclined to move, contemplating surrendering to his discomfort. The swift exchange during the joust had determined the outcome in an instant, with few, aside from the combatants, able to discern the events that transpired. Baysai had raised his lance and shield, yet Aegon, with unexpected agility, sidestepped just in time, causing the lance to deflect off his shield and strike Baysai's heavily armored chest, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, Baysai heard the sound of hooves approaching. His mighty black steed returned, nudging him with its head, seemingly worried for its fallen master. Aegon leapt down from his horse, extending his hand once more. "I am unharmed, your majesty." With a firm grip, Baysai grasped Aegon's hand, pulling himself up from the ground. "Though I lost rather spectacularly, and the fall was rather painful," he remarked, removing his helmet to reveal a slightly bronzed face framed by dark hair, offering a wry smile. At that moment, he seemed to have spotted Princess Rhaenys also watching the event, lifting her head in curiosity. However, the window of the castle remained unoccupied. Chapter 82. Valor. Since he began his tutelage under Prince Oberyn, your skills have indeed become astonishing. As two knights conversed from their horses, an elderly man with gray hair, who had just been seated on a chair outside the racing grounds, approached with the aid of a cane, his voice hoarse. "I truly have little left to teach you, Sir William." Upon hearing the old man's voice, Bessie turned his head and hurriedly bowed in respect. This gray-haired gentleman had been imparting the chivalric code to him, encompassing not only horsemanship, weaponry, and swordplay, but also the honor and responsibilities that a knight must uphold. Hearing the voice, Viserys also turned to look at the gray-haired elder, his previously cheerful demeanor now tempered with a touch of gravity, before he spoke solemnly. "Master." This once vigorous knight, Sir William Derry, now appeared significantly diminished in stature due to the toll of old injuries that had gone untreated, leaving him with lingering afflictions. In a mere 6 years, the once gallant and valiant knight had become a frail shadow of his former self. His once black hair had turned a shade of gray, and what had grown clouded, rendering him nearly blind. At just over 40, he required a cane to walk. Nevertheless, the master had trained countless disciples over the years and was reluctant to retire, eager to expend his remaining vigor. The newly recruited youths in the castle still needed his guidance to hone their skills and become capable warriors. Among them was young Bessie, a soldier trained by Sir William, whose natural talent and extraordinary valor had led to his recommendation as Viserys' personal attendant. Bessie had accompanied Viserys on missions to clear trade routes and eliminate bandits from the Iron Mountains, repeatedly charging into battle and earning commendations. Eventually, Viserys bestowed upon him a sword, officially dubbing him a knight. Throughout these years, Viserys had personally led soldiers against brigands, executing numerous criminals and significantly enhancing his own prowess. However, the knight renowned for his bravery, Bessie, was unseated by the young king in a single exchange, a display that left even Master William astonished. At the age of 16, Prince Oberyn had dueled and slain Lord Robert Baratheon over an illicit affair. Viserys' older brother, Prince Rhaegar, had only recently begun training with a long sword and armor at the age of 15, yet he too had managed to defeat a knight in single combat. Viserys, younger than both at the time, had achieved a similar feat by besting the 19-year-old Bessie without any leniency from his opponent. Although one of Master William's eyes was nearly blind, the other remained sharp. This was the most remarkable aspect. The master could clearly discern that Viserys was indeed more formidable than his own meticulously trained disciple, in terms of strength, speed, reflexes, and exquisite weaponry skills. Even if they were to spar multiple times, Viserys would still emerge victorious with ease. If a tournament were to be held in King's Landing, with His Majesty's current prowess, he would likely secure a commendable position. Master William, leaning on his cane, offered a high appraisal of Viserys. The realm was not lacking in warriors, and Viserys' abilities were already remarkable enough to warrant consideration for a tournament. At that moment, the gray-haired elder paused briefly before continuing, his voice hoarse, "Your Majesty, you may one day avenge your father and brother by slaying Robert Baratheon, the usurper, in the mountain." Viserys, holding his helmet, stood silently for a moment as he absorbed the master's words. Bessie, with a dented breastplate, cast a discreet glance at the young king upon hearing the master's statement. Since entering the castle through a rigorous selection process and becoming Viserys' personal guard, Bessie had gradually learned of certain truths. The Targaryens had suffered defeat on the continent of Westeros, losing their throne and fleeing to Essos, where they sought to regain their strength on the plains of Andalos. The individuals mentioned by the master, Robert Baratheon, the usurper, and the mountain, were indeed Viserys' enemies, their hands stained with the blood of the Targaryens. "I will," Viserys finally replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding slightly, his voice calm. He understood that the master was urging him not to grow complacent in his current stability and to never forget the blood feud of the past. In the future, I will personally slay them to avenge my father and brother. Though the city of Andalos had been established, the Iron Throne across the narrow sea would not let him be. Over the past few years, Viserys had faced countless assassination attempts, involving poison and ambushes, all of which he had managed to evade successfully. Despite suffering a significant blow 5 years prior, the Baratheons quickly regrouped, and a new royal fleet was nearing completion. Outwardly, it seemed that Robert Baratheon was furious, bestowing Storm's End upon his younger brother Renly as punishment for Stannis, while still allowing Stannis a chance for redemption. The new royal fleet was entrusted to Stannis for its construction and training, with the objective of reclaiming Dragonstone. However, the previous financial losses had led to significant opposition from Prime Minister Jon Arryn, causing delays that extended over 2 years. In the end, after scouring the 7 kingdoms for funding and securing a new loan from the Iron Bank, the finances for the new fleet were finally assembled. Stannis was thoroughly prepared this time. He would not repeat past mistakes and would ensure that the Targaryen fleet had no opportunity for a surprise attack. From the moment he received the first gold dragon, the construction of the fleet had taken over 3 years, and the plan to assault Dragonstone was finally on the horizon. Meanwhile, in Andalos, as Viserys, Knight Bessie, and Sir William conversed, a castle guard approached. "Your Majesty," a man claiming to be the governor of Pentos requests an audience. Chapter 83, The City of Wood. The governor of Pentos? The silver-haired youth, holding his helmet, found the guard's announcement somewhat perplexing. Over the years, they had peacefully developed their presence on the plains of Andalos, with Pentos remaining neutral, their 2 city-states separated by the Velvet Mountains. Aside from normal trade and civilian exchanges, there had been little high-level dialogue between them. Viserys had not anticipated that today, under unforeseen circumstances, Pentos would send a governor to Andalos. He was well aware that Pentos was theoretically ruled by Prince Pentos, yet in reality, the prince's authority had long been usurped by governors, who now held the reins of power, leaving him with only ceremonial duties to preside over meetings and festivities. "Since your Majesty has pressing matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." Sir William, leaning on his cane, spoke in a hoarse voice, to which Viserys nodded slightly. Subsequently, Sir William departed from the racetrack, as it was time for his medication, and he needed to consult the maester for some herbal remedies. As the instructor's figure faded from view, Bessie remained by Viserys' side, dutifully ensuring the safety of the young king. Although he had not been formally appointed as a member of the Kingsguard, due to being the brother of Jon Darry, the former Kingsguard of the Mad King, the instructor believed that they had yet to prove themselves worthy to stand alongside their elder brother and were therefore unfit to bear the title of Kingsguard. Nevertheless, apart from the title, Bessie had already assumed responsibilities equivalent to those of the Kingsguard. After pondering for a moment, Viserys inquired once more, "Do you know the name of the governor of Pentos?" The soldier who had come to report paused for a moment upon hearing Viserys' question, then respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I overheard their conversation, and it seems the governor of Pentos is named Illyrio Mopatis." Illyrio Mopatis. The name struck a familiar chord with Viserys, and he seemed to recall something as he narrowed his lavender eyes and nodded slightly. "I see. Please summon this esteemed governor to the hall to await my arrival." Understood. The soldier received Viserys' command and withdrew. Subsequently, Viserys, accompanied by his guards, left the training grounds. Meanwhile, atop the castle, a brown-haired maiden stood by the window, gazing at the receding figure of Viserys. Her lips pursed as she let out a soft hum. She appeared to be sulking over a few days prior when she had wished to leave the city for a little adventure but was prevented from doing so by Viserys. She had just witnessed the jousting match between Viserys and the Knight Bessie, and when Viserys' lance unexpectedly shattered, she gasped in alarm, fearing for his safety. However, it was merely a fleeting moment of panic, as the Knight Bessie ultimately lost the match and was unseated by his brother, allowing the girl to exhale in relief. Due to their similar ages and the bond forged through shared experiences, Rhaenys had always regarded Viserys as an older brother in her heart. She then noticed Viserys, mounted on his horse and holding the broken lance, curiously looking towards the castle, as if he had just heard a girl's startled cry. Upon realizing this, Rhaenys remembered her current sulk with Viserys and quickly concealed herself behind the curtains. It was only after Viserys and his retinue had departed that Rhaenys emerged from her hiding place, holding the hand of a shy little girl with silvery golden hair. The little girl, hearing the commotion outside, climbed onto a small stool to peer out the window, but her height rendered her unable to see the scenery beyond. "Enough, Daenerys. Do not be mischievous, lest you fall," Rhaenys admonished, quickly lifting the girl down from the stool upon noticing her precarious position. Illyrio Mopatis arrived in the fabled city of wooden structures, Andalos, aboard a swaying carriage. The carriage rumbled along the smooth path, and a stout finger adorned with jewels lifted the curtain of the carriage. A corpulent man sat within, curiously gazing outside, his yellow forked beard stained with grease and his uneven yellow teeth visible as he spoke. He was none other than the wealthy governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis. Although Pintos was not far from Andalos, the journey by land still required traversing mountains and rivers. In his youth, Illyrio had been a poor assassin, robust in build. But now, having neglected exercise and succumbing to his expanding girth, he had lost the ability to ride a horse. The long journey in the carriage left him feeling as if his posterior might suffer irreparable damage. I swear, this shall be my last carriage ride. Abby, come and massage my aching back. Illyrio commanded his servant, who hurried to his side to relieve his sore back. As Illyrio adjusted his posture and continued to gaze out at the scenery of the wooden city, a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Andalos, known as the City of Wood, had risen at an astonishing rate. As Viserys Targaryen summoned all the Undul people in the name of the Seven Gods and the King of the Unduls to establish this city, to secure a swift foothold. Its population had quickly surpassed tens of thousands, leading to a rapid depletion of resources, even for the wealth amassed by the Targaryens on Dragonstone. Viserys first learned the cost of mobilizing an army for war, with daily expenses reaching astronomical figures. Thus, upon arriving in this new city, it became imperative to establish a stable base and initiate production, striving for self-sufficiency. Consequently, the miraculous rise of Andalos was initially marked by wooden constructions, earning it the moniker of the Wooden City. However, everything changed 2 years ago when a great fire, the cause of which remains a mystery, engulfed 1/5 of the city, claiming the lives of thousands, though the economic impact was minimal. Despite its rapid growth, the economic level of Andalos was not high, and even a significant fire left little to consume. Nonetheless, Viserys took this as a moment of reflection, slowing the city's expansion and commencing renovations to replace wooden houses with stone structures, starting with his own castle. Chapter 84, Prince of Pintos. Soon after, the carriage rolled through the city and finally entered the cobblestone path winding upwards. At this point, Illyrio no longer felt discomfort in his posterior, as he had arrived at the foot of the castle, where the road was remarkably smooth, and even the carriage felt no jolt. Illyrio sat in the carriage, curiously observing the rudimentary castle perched atop the hill, the black three-headed dragon banner of House Targaryen fluttering above. Having once been an assassin and mercenary, he could discern that the castle's design prioritized defense, fortified with shooting holes and battlements. Though Andalos' castle was simple, constructed from mud, wood, and stone, its elevated position provided a commanding view, making it easy to defend and difficult to assault. If one were to attempt to capture this castle, while Illyrio had never commanded an army, he estimated that at least 2,000 to 3,000 men would be required, with half of them likely to perish in the endeavor. Illyrio found himself profoundly intrigued by the character of Viserys Targaryen. As far as he knew, Viserys had begun to assume power only after the death of his mother, Queen Riella, and at such a young age, he had managed to establish a grand city in a land devoid of riches, a feat that left one in awe. Though Illyrio did not grasp the dual-edged nature of religious faith and nationalism, he recognized that Viserys had dispensed considerable wealth. Could it truly be that money could buy a city? Illyrio felt a subtle stir within himself. Though he currently held the position of governor of Pintos, the role of a city lord was undeniably more exhilarating. Yet, this notion was merely a fleeting thought. Having ascended from the ranks of mercenaries and assassins to the governorship of Pintos, Illyrio was no fool. He possessed a keen self-awareness and understood the limitations of his own abilities. His administration was already in disarray, let alone the prospect of building a city from the ground up. After verifying the identity of the caravan, the gates of the castle of Andalos creaked open, allowing the procession to enter. Illyrio's carriage was situated in the center of the column, escorted by 50 soldiers, accompanied by a bounty of gifts for Viserys, including various treasures, fine wines, and the renowned white amber liquor of Pintos, filling 10 grand wagons. Upon entering the castle, the caravan came to a halt, and the soldiers began unloading the goods, revealing several shackled men and women, slaves intended as presents for Viserys. Although Pintos had officially prohibited the slave trade, it was well known that such regulations were often disregarded. With the assistance of his servants, Illyrio descended laboriously from his carriage. Governor. A guard from within the castle approached to guide him. His Majesty is awaiting you in the hall. Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of Pintos, followed the guard into the grand hall of the castle, taking a seat on a chair, soon served tea by a maid. The hall, while simple, exuded a sense of elegance. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the space, supported by 2 rows of intricately carved stone columns, the floor laid with patterned marble. At the far end of the hall, a heavy, ebony throne stood atop a set of steps, flanked by exquisite black and gold tapestries embroidered with the sigil of the Targaryen 3-headed dragon. As Illyrio admired the hall, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the rear. Your Majesty, came the respectful voice of the guard. Indeed, responded a calm and steady voice. The back door of the hall swung open, revealing a figure emerging from 2 paths leading from behind the throne, surrounded by attendants like stars encircling the moon. Illyrio set down his teacup and quickly rose from his seat, bowing slightly. Your Majesty. Viserys had just removed his armor and donned more formal attire, while his squire, Ser Bessie, had similarly changed into lighter, more ornamental armor. Together, they approached Illyrio. Governor, please take a seat, Viserys gestured as he settled onto his throne. Illyrio returned to his chair, which creaked under his weight. Ser Bessie stood behind the throne, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the other clasped behind his back. I have long heard of your Majesty's renown. It is an honor to finally meet you, Illyrio began, gazing at the silver-haired youth seated upon the throne. This was the small king of House Targaryen, Viserys III. When Viserys entered the hall with his guards, Illyrio was struck by his appearance. Although he was straight and fond of beauty, Viserys' striking looks would elicit admiration even from men. His elder brother, Rhaegar, had captivated countless women across the realm, and Viserys bore a striking resemblance to him. As Viserys listened to Illyrio's flattery, his expression remained serene, accustomed to such praises, his heart unperturbed. He nodded slightly. You flatter me, Governor. Might I inquire what brings you to Andalos? Naturally. I come bearing a great gift for your Majesty and to establish a friendship, Illyrio replied confidently from his seat. A friendship? How does one forge such a bond? Viserys inquired, raising an eyebrow. Why, accepting the gift is the gesture of friendship. Illyrio laughed heartily, the flesh on his body quivering, the chair groaning beneath him. A great gift? Viserys remained unimpressed, prompting Illyrio to continue. Indeed, a grand gift. He clapped his hands, and his entourage of servants entered, bearing an array of gleaming gold and silver treasures. Chapter 85. The Invitation as one of the 9 free trade cities. It was not surprising that the governor of Pentos would offer gifts to Viserys. Andalos was a newly established city, only 5 years old. Yet it had attracted a significant number of undull immigrants, now boasting a population of 80,000. Although poverty persisted, with a large number of impoverished citizens, Andalos primarily relied on traditional pastoralism and agriculture. Its vast plains and temperate climate were well suited for cultivation and livestock rearing. However, Andalos possessed a considerable population of a singular ethnicity, its military potential growing to a level that could no longer be ignored, causing neighboring Pentos to feel a sense of unease, hence Illyrio's diplomatic mission. The balance of power had shifted. Pentos now occupied the lowest tier among the free trade cities. This was largely due to its historical conflict with Bravos over the issue of slavery. Under the guise of freedom, Bravos demanded the abolition of slavery in Pentos, which was met with staunch refusal. Over 2 centuries, 6 wars erupted, with Bravos winning 4 of them. The last conflict occurred 91 years ago when Pentos sacrificed 4 princes to the gods in a desperate attempt to turn the tide, yet to no avail. Bravos' invincible fleet blockaded Pentos' ports, forcing the governors to sign a humiliating treaty and submit to peace, publicly abolishing slavery, prohibiting the slave trade, and drastically reducing their naval forces to just 20 ships, sinking the remainder into the sea. Pentos was also barred from hiring mercenaries or maintaining any military beyond the city guard. Since that war, despite its formidable walls, Pentos was regarded as the weakest of the free trade cities. Consequently, the governors of Pentos have always maintained cordial relations with other free cities, the Dothraki calls, and any surrounding forces that might pose a threat. For years, Pentos has cultivated ties with a succession of powerful Khalasars, offering them gifts of gold and silver to ensure their protection against incursions and to secure their support during crucial moments. Illyrio's journey bore the mission of fostering a friendly alliance with the burgeoning city of Andalos, a gesture colloquially known as making friends. Pentos had its unique way of cultivating such friendships. Illyrio clapped his hands, and within the grand hall were displayed 10 carts brimming with gold, silver, jewels, an array of extravagant gifts, and fine wines, including 4 slaves personally gifted by Illyrio himself. Among them were 2 formidable gladiators who had achieved 5 consecutive victories in the arena, alongside 2 female slaves of commendable stature and beauty. Meanwhile, Viserys, seated upon the throne, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the opulent treasures and the 4 slaves. Although he was already aware of the unique manner in which Pentos cultivated friendships, he couldn't help but wonder if such a lavish display of wealth was somewhat demeaning. After a prolonged silence, he eventually gestured with his hand, indicating acceptance. The expenses incurred during the early stages of constructing Andalos had depleted the treasury significantly, and although they had reached a balance of income and expenditure, Viserys was acutely aware of the burden of financial management. Thus, adhering to the principle that every little saving counts, he reluctantly accepted the wealth presented to him. As for the 4 slaves, he instructed the guards to tier up their contracts, allowing them the choice to remain in Andalos or leave freely. Given the proximity to Bravos, Viserys was keen to avoid complications. He had previously considered dispatching Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, to Astapor to procure Unsullied for bolstering his military strength, only to cancel the order due to the pressure from Bravos. As a city built on the backs of slaves, Bravos opposed the institution of slavery in all its forms. Nevertheless, Viserys did not wish to openly affront Illyrio, as the governor of Pentos wielded considerable power despite his courteous demeanor. Therefore, he accepted the slaves and would handle the matter appropriately. Upon witnessing Viserys accept the gifts, a smile spread across Illyrio's face. This gesture signified the acceptance of Pentos' goodwill, and his mission was already half accomplished. Then, the rotund governor presented a new invitation. Your Majesty, there is another matter. Illyrio, standing before the throne with his ample belly, made a slight bow and continued, I have long admired your esteemed name and wish to invite you to visit Pentos. The governors have prepared even more generous gifts for you. Visit Pentos? More generous gifts? Viserys furrowed his brow slightly as he pondered the invitation. Glancing at the attendant beside him, Bessie also looked at the young king, perplexed by the governor's intentions. If gifts were to be presented, why not do so directly? Why the necessity for a personal visit? Was it perhaps concerning dragon eggs? Illyrio, standing in the hall, spoke plainly, indeed. Viserys narrowed his attractive eyes, realizing that Illyrio possessed dragon eggs, and only such a remarkable gift could entice him to leave Andalos for Pentos. Over the years, Viserys had also sought to acquire dragon eggs, yet these hard, stone-like treasures were difficult for the average person to authenticate before hatching. I once procured 3 dragon eggs in the Shadowlands east of Ashai, though they have since fossilized due to the passage of time, Illyrio respectfully stated. I cannot ascertain whether they can still hatch, but I believe your Majesty may find them intriguing. Indeed, you speak true, Governor, Viserys replied. Rising from his throne and descending the steps to stand before Illyrio, his voice calm as he gazed into the eyes of the wealthy governor. Having honed his physique, the young king was now only slightly shorter than Illyrio, and the governor felt a twinge of nervousness under the scrutiny of those pale violet eyes. I accept. Viserys' voice remained steady. Your Majesty? Bessie, standing behind the throne, was startled by Viserys' response. Chapter 86. The King's Guard. Although Bessie understood the significance of dragon eggs to Viserys, they were still unclear about Pentos' true motives. How could the young king possess such audacity to agree to a meeting? Your Majesty, should you not reconsider? However, Viserys waved his hand, interrupting Bessie's protest. It is of no consequence. What need is there to deliberate over attending a banquet? I trust in the governor's integrity. His tone was calm. I merely require a contingent of guards for protection. The young king then turned to Illyrio, inquiring, What say you, governor? Illyrio blinked, seemingly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Viserys would accept the invitation to Pentos without hesitation. He had expected to need to persuade him further. Was this courageous young king truly so resolute? Illyrio began to suspect that Viserys' ability to navigate his family's past troubles and achieve the current situation was perhaps not merely a stroke of luck. While Illyrio harbored no ill intentions toward Viserys, the invitation to visit Pentos was a collective desire among the other governors, all of whom wished to meet the Targaryen heir. Since the rise of Andalos, the governors of Pentos had turned their attention toward this newly established city, observing its gradual growth into a formidable force that could not be overlooked. In fact, some covert assistance from Pentos had contributed to Andalos' rapid development. Of course, Illyrio promptly nodded, relieved that Viserys had acquiesced. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Pentos holds great respect for the rights of its guests. Any harm to a guest at a banquet is considered a grave sin in Pentos, one that even the gods would not forgive. He patted his chest to emphasize his assurance. Yet, recalling something, he then asked, Oh, Your Majesty, how many guards do you intend to bring? Viserys had just stated that he would bring a few guards for protection, but in Illyrio's estimation, that would amount to 6 or 7, perhaps a dozen at most. After all, he had only brought 50 soldiers on his journey. Yes, Viserys nodded calmly at Illyrio's query. I shall bring approximately 4,000 of my personal guards. How many? Illyrio nearly leaped from his spot, astonished. Is the young king coming to negotiate or to lay siege? Although 4,000 men would not suffice to conquer Pentos, an approach of such magnitude would undoubtedly instill fear among the citizens. Seeing the expression on Illyrio's face, Viserys shrugged lightly. Do you doubt me, governor? He then turned to Bessie and asked, Bessie, are my personal guards indeed 4,000? Standing beside the throne, the young knight gripped the hilt of his sword. Exhaling lightly upon hearing the words of Viserys, relieved to discover that the young king had not lost his composure. Bessie had come to understand that Viserys was quite brave, having ventured alone to bravos in his youth. However, unbeknownst to him, Viserys had once resembled a startled rabbit, turning pale at the slightest stir. Bessie nodded, still holding the sword hilt, and spoke. Indeed, Your Majesty, you have a retinue of 4,000 loyal guards. This pertains to the composition of the military force in Andalos. Presently, the city's standing army consists of over 4,000 valiant Undul warriors, all nominally serving as Viserys' personal guard. Meanwhile, the naval forces stationed at Dragonstone, those traditional Targaryen fleets, are not included in this count. If we subtract the 3,000 to 4,000 sailors and naval personnel, Along with the valiant Undul soldiers guarding Andalos's basic defenses, we are left with fewer than 2,000. For a city with a population of only 80,000. Assembling an army nearing 10,000 is indeed a remarkable feat, yielding a soldier-to-civilian ratio of 8 to 1. This is an astonishing figure, nearly tantamount to a citizen militia, if not compared to nomadic tribes like the Dothraki. Viserys now intended to take away the most elite 4,000 Undul warriors from Andalos to accompany him to Pentos. Your Majesty, could it be that 4,000 guards are somewhat excessive? Illyrio remarked, noting the seriousness etched on Viserys' face. The wealthy merchant's visage contorted into a grimace, as he realized that Viserys harbored doubts about their trustworthiness. Indeed, 4,000 seemed rather excessive. Standing before Illyrio, Viserys smacked his lips thoughtfully, then casually suggested, "What if I leave the majority outside the city and bring only 100 knights with me?" Illyrio, relieved by the concession, readily agreed. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he paused, questioning his own wisdom. Perhaps Viserys' true intention was to enter the city with 100 elite knights, providing him with a modicum of resistance should danger arise. This would afford him a chance to escape in conjunction with the 4,000 outside, rather than surrendering entirely. A wry smile crept across Illyrio's plump face. He had not anticipated that Viserys was not only courageous but also cunning. "Very well, Pentos shall await your Majesty's arrival." Days swiftly passed. The resounding, melancholic call of the horn pierced the air as the 4,000 elite Undul warriors of Andalos broke camp. The thunder of galloping horses and the fluttering of banners filled the atmosphere, while the sunlight glinted off the raised spears like a forest of glimmering blades. The soldiers flanked their king as they advanced towards Velvet Mountain, heading straight for the opulent gem of the bay, Pentos. The sea breeze caressed their faces, lifting the strands of hair on the young king's brow. The Andalos army wound its way around Velvet Mountain, following the merchant's path between Andalos and Pentos. As they ascended the high ground, they glimpsed the vast expanse of the ocean on their right, its soft sands kissed by a gentle breeze, while the waves ebbed and flowed in an unending rhythm. Surrounded by countless soldiers, Viserys held the reins of his gentle white mare. He owned 2 horses, a robust warhorse, and this more docile steed, which he currently rode. Clad in immaculate leather armor with a long sword at his waist, a snowy fur mantle draped over his shoulders, and a black cloak embroidered with the Targaryen 3-headed dragon emblem, his silver-gold hair cascaded over the cloak. The army continued its march, the sound of hooves creating a cacophony upon the ground. Ahead, the imposing city gradually came into view, drawing nearer. "Pentos is almost upon us, your Majesty," announced the merchant governor of Pentos, Illyrio, who had opened the carriage curtains to speak to the young king. It was not that Illyrio was discourteous, rather, riding a horse was a torment for one of his stature. Viserys nodded, gazing at the colossal city in the distance. He urged his mare forward, and the Andalos army swiftly approached Pentos, the mingling of footsteps and hoofbeats creating a symphony of chaos, with spears raised high, casting shadows in the sunlight. The banner of the 3-headed dragon fluttered in the wind. The Andalos army halted not far from the city gates of Pentos, setting up camp on the spot. What transpired? Had war broken out? The citizens of Pentos, witnessing the approaching army, were indeed stricken with fear, and confusion spread like wildfire. They believed Pentos was on the brink of war once more. "Quick, close the gates." The guards of Pentos, though somewhat composed, gripped their weapons tightly and shouted orders to shut the gates. They had received word of the approaching forces earlier, yet chaos still reigned at the gates. A flurry of movement as they finally managed to secure them shut. With a resounding thud, the gates of Pentos closed firmly. Viserys, seated upon his steed, observed the scene with an unfazed demeanor, his hair billowing in the breeze. He scrutinized the grand cityscape, towering walls, sturdy gates, square brick towers visible from outside, and the magnificent red temples and palaces with their 9 towers. Pentos was indeed a realm of immense wealth. Yet, Viserys found it surprising that such a prosperous city would be so fearful of war, resembling a bird startled by a bowstring. He had brought only 4,000 men. An assault on Pentos would scarcely amount to a sufficient threat. Yet, even this minimal force had instilled such trepidation in Pentos. Had they truly been cowed by bravos? After a prolonged observation of the great city, Viserys finally withdrew his gaze. The 100 knights, chosen to accompany him into the city, had already mounted their horses. Gathering around him, Illyrio commanded the carriage forward, intending to negotiate the opening of the gates personally. It did not take long for the governor to engage in negotiations. With a creak, the gates of Pentos opened once more, albeit only slightly, allowing just 2 or 3 horses to pass side by side. The guards, concealed behind the gates, clutched their weapons tightly, peering out with lingering tension, ready to shut the gates at the slightest provocation from the 4,000 outside. "Enter the city," Viserys commanded, undeterred by the scene before him as the wind whipped his cloak. With a decisive gesture, he urged his steed forward. 100 knights, following closely behind him, entered through the narrow city gates and into the heart of Pentos. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed lightly against the cobblestone streets of this prosperous city-state. Viserys, seated atop his steed, finally made his entrance into Pentos, one hand grasping the reins while his curiosity led him to gaze at the surrounding scenery. The citizens lining the streets of Pentos, equally intrigued, cast curious glances at these unexpected visitors from afar. Clad in armor and helmets, the 100 knights formed a protective entourage around the young king, their war horses galloping swiftly through the bustling thoroughfares, making their way directly to the prince's palace. Viserys had come to Pentos with the purpose of attending a grand feast. Soon, he and his retinue arrived at the palace, where Illyrio awaited, accompanied by attendants who came forth to greet them. Dismounting from his horse, Viserys handed it over to his servant for care, while the remaining knights stood guard outside. Beside him, Bessie followed Viserys into the opulent palace. "Your Grace, please follow me," the attendant beckoned, with Illyrio trailing closely behind. Breathing heavily from their brisk pace, Illyrio turned to the young king and spoke, "Welcome to Pentos, Your Grace. What are your impressions of our city?" The prince's palace was vast and magnificent, adorned with intricately carved stone columns, where plainly dressed maidens glided gracefully. A gentle breeze revealed their captivating eyes, and the marble floor beneath their feet gleamed, while the walls were embellished with exquisite tapestries. As Viserys walked through the lengthy corridor, taking in the splendor surrounding him, he was drawn back to Illyrio's words. "Indeed, Pentos possesses a certain allure," Viserys acknowledged with a nod, succinctly expressing his thoughts. "Haha, that is certainly true. Pentos is honored to gain your friendship." Illyrio replied with a hearty laugh, though his words seemed to carry an undertone of implication. Viserys, having already discerned the subtle intentions of Pentos, understood that this was a calculated scheme by the governors of Pentos, who sought to exploit the opportunity to drive a wedge between Braavos and Andalar. As a buffer state between Pentos and Braavos, Andalar's growing strength naturally led it to seek ways to escape Braavos' influence. Pentos aimed to incite rebellion in Andalar, seizing the chance to break free from Braavos and nullify the humiliating treaty, thereby normalizing its status as a city-state. While Pentos believed this would foster a seamless alliance, Viserys had no intention of becoming the scapegoat, nor would he fall into their trap. He yearned for quiet development, tending to his lands, and would only seek change when the time was ripe. After all, Andalar had risen with the covert support of Braavos and depended on the Iron Bank for financial assistance, still owing several low-interest loans. Despite being aware of Pentos' ulterior motives, Viserys knew he must undertake this journey for the sake of the dragon eggs, which held immense significance for him. However, he was also mindful that a close alliance with Pentos could jeopardize his collaborative relationship with Braavos. Thus, he had proclaimed his arrival with a military escort, signaling to Braavos and all others that he harbored distrust towards Pentos. The relationship was merely a fade, a means to procure the dragon eggs. Before long, Viserys, accompanied by Illyrio, ventured deeper into the palace, where the current prince of Pentos and various governors awaited. "This is the esteemed prince of Pentos, hailing from the noble Roden family," Illyrio introduced, standing beside Viserys. The prince was selected from among 40 prominent families and could not refuse his appointment. The last prince who evaded his duty formed a mercenary band and had yet to return home. Viserys raised his gaze to the highest point of the grand hall, where an ivory and gold throne loomed, occupied by a man clad in lavish attire, his expression impassive. He was the current prince of Pentos, bearing the distinguished Roden surname. Flanking him were 3 heralds, each representing trade with a golden scale, war with a steel sword, and law with a silver whip. "Esteemed guest, welcome," the prince uttered in a monotone voice after Illyrio's introduction. Viserys narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at the prince before remaining silent. At this moment, Bessie, standing behind the young king, stepped forward and raised his voice, introducing, "This is the king of the Andalusians, the lord of the Loiners, and the legitimate ruler of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, protector of the realm, apostle of the 7, the true dragon, Viserys Targaryen III." The knight's resonant voice echoed through the expansive hall. Viserys regarded the impassive prince of Pentos and inclined his head slightly, uttering, "Your Grace." Upon hearing Viserys' words, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, the prince appearing as a mere statue, his gaze fixed on the void, seemingly oblivious to Viserys' presence. However, the stillness was soon disrupted by a voice emanating from Viserys' upper right. "Welcome to Pentos, King Targaryen," an elderly man with graying hair, adorned with a golden medal, spoke from the upper steps of the hall. "This is the governor from the Green family," Illyrio discreetly introduced once more. Viserys nodded slightly, allowing his gaze to traverse the surroundings, noting the circle of chairs placed around the steps, each occupied by a governor of Pentos. Some were venerable elders. Others were portly middle-aged men like Illyrio, while some appeared quite youthful. Their attire varied, with one middle-aged man obscured by a golden curtain, revealing only his legs, leaving his face hidden from view. "Please, take your seat, Your Grace," another young governor, appearing to be in his 30s, urged from Viserys' left side. With a slight nod, Viserys followed Illyrio's guidance, ascending the steps to sit next to Illyrio at the elevated position of the hall. After ensuring Viserys was seated, Illyrio whispered a few instructions to a nearby servant before settling into his own chair. Not long after, two servants cautiously bore a heavy chest, placing it before Viserys. With a click, they unlocked the chest, revealing 3 dragon eggs, meticulously arranged within, cushioned by a layer of soft lantern grass. This is the dragon egg. Viserys' gaze fell upon the 3 dragon eggs nestled within the chest, his fingers instinctively tightening momentarily. Although he had mastered his emotions well, he could not help but feel his heart race at this moment. Subsequently, the young king reached out to gently cradle one of the dragon eggs, examining it intently. The initial touch was slightly cool, and the surface of the eggshell was adorned with tiny scales, the light within the grand hall reflecting off the egg like a shimmering glow. They possessed a rich tapestry of textures and hues. Upon close inspection, they resembled exquisite porcelain or enamel or perhaps blown glass, yet the dragon eggs were significantly heavier, akin to solid stone. Viserys perceived this magnificent dragon egg as the most beautiful object he had ever encountered in his life. Your Majesty, he recalled, since these dragon eggs were acquired by Lord Illyrio, they have remained untouched in his possession for many years. At that moment, the elder governor, who had initiated the conversation, spoke again. It seemed that, aside from the true heirs of dragons, no one else could hatch them. Chapter 89, Khal Drogo. Perhaps so. Viserys, still holding the dragon egg, slightly tilted his head to glance at the Pantos governor who had spoken, then calmly replied. He resumed his gaze upon the 3 dragon eggs cradled in his hands. The colors of these dragon eggs were strikingly beautiful. The one he held was a deep green, revealing various bronze spots as he adjusted its angle. The other 2 eggs in the chest included one that was a pale milky white with golden stripes, while the last was black, appearing slightly larger than the others. Its depths reminiscent of a midnight ocean, yet alive with dark red waves and swirls. Viserys set down the green dragon egg and picked up the largest black dragon egg, its weight pressing heavily upon his wrist. So beautiful, he murmured, as the reflections of the 3 dragon eggs danced in his lavender eyes, his racing heart beginning to steady. He then returned the black dragon egg to the chest and turned to Illyrio, inquiring, Governor, are there other important guests attending this banquet? Viserys noticed that since his arrival, the banquet had yet to commence, with the governors of Pantos either remaining silent or whispering amongst themselves, none displaying any signs of impatience. Yes, Your Majesty. Illyrio replied from his chair, turning to address Viserys. Are you familiar with the Dothraki? Viserys nodded slightly, well aware of the fierce nomadic people. Another Dothraki Khal had also accepted this invitation. The Khal of the Dothraki? Who? Viserys furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Illyrio's words, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. Surely, it could not be that fortuitous. Khal Drogo, who leads a formidable Khalasar, Illyrio elucidated. Oh, Khal Drogo. Viserys seemed to recall hearing that name from the Undals, nodding in recognition, the tension in his brow easing a fraction. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the prince's palace, followed by the entrance of several Dothraki clad in chest-hugging, fur-lined vests, their waists adorned with bronze belts. At the forefront was a tall and robust man, his muscles bulging. Long black hair braided and cascading down his back, with flecks of silver in his beard and slightly sagging skin. Behind him followed several other Dothraki, each bearing curved arak blades at their sides. This was Khal Drogo. Seeing this unfold, Illyrio quietly explained to Viserys, he is Khal Drogo. Viserys nodded slightly. Yet his gaze remained fixed on a young Dothraki behind the elder Khal. This youth was taller and more robust than Drogo, his bronze skin taut with rippling muscles, exuding explosive strength. His facial features bore some resemblance to the elder Khal, with deep black eyes and hair, a long beard, and braids that cascaded down to his thighs. Even longer than Drogo's, Viserys' gaze sharpened. Meanwhile, the raucous Dothraki were chattering in a language he could not comprehend, seated upon the ivory and gold throne. The Prince of Pantos heard the translator relay the words in his ear, and for the first time, a flicker of panic crossed his otherwise impassive face. The governors of Pantos were also in an uproar, seemingly unable to fathom the translation they were hearing. Viserys, unable to decipher the Dothraki tongue, sensed something amiss. But before he could voice his concerns, the elder Khal and his blood riders strode forward with a fierce demeanor. The noble Prince Roden of Pantos appeared stunned, rendered nearly motionless. Beside him, 3 heralds, symbols of trade, war, and law, were equally alarmed, casting desperate glances toward their fellow governors, yet none responded to their silent pleas for assistance. The Khal and his blood riders ascended the steps, approaching the Pantos prince. The elder Khal reached out and yanked the nearly petrified prince from his ivory and gold throne. In a moment of desperation, the herald representing war, brandishing a steel sword, attempted to intervene. Yet, he was swiftly seized by the wrist by the young Dothraki behind Khal Drogo, whose grip felt like iron, threatening to crush the herald's bones. The youth's piercing black eyes flashed, and with a swift motion, the sword found its mark in the herald's chest. Blood erupted forth, and the herald's cries echoed as he collapsed down the steps, his lifeblood staining the opulent golden staircase, rendering the area eerily silent. The Pantos prince was forcibly removed from his throne, his lavish garments torn, and the once stoic expression on his face finally betrayed the stark terror of his impending fate. He shrank into the corner of the grand hall, an unidentifiable yellow liquid dripping from his trousers. The two other heralds, witnessing the gruesome demise of their companion, paled in fear, attempting to pull their master away from the corner. Yet Prince Roden remained rooted in place, refusing to budge even as they strained to move him. Meanwhile, Khal Drogo unceremoniously took his seat upon the throne, turning to the now silenced translator and uttering a few words. Understanding the Dothraki tongue, he hastily instructed a servant to bring another chair and placed it beside the ivory and gold throne, inviting the young Dothraki man who had been trailing behind Khal Kaer to sit beside him. "This is my son, Drogo," Khal Kaer proclaimed loudly in Dothraki, as he settled himself with a casual air upon the throne adorned with ivory and gold. His hair, braided with strands of gray, cascaded down his back. While his pale amber eyes surveyed everyone present, he proudly patted his son Drogo on the shoulder, declaring him to be the greatest horse warrior in the realm, destined to lead Khalasar. Behind Khal Kaer stood his blood riders, their curved arcs sheathed at their waists, glaring fiercely at the gathered governors of Pentos, including the young King Viserys, who was positioned at a distance. Meanwhile, Drogo sat beside his father, meticulously wiping the blood from his hands on the lavish silk that had just been placed on Prince of Pentos's table. Though he appeared somewhat taciturn, there had been no hesitation when he had slain the herald who symbolized war, as effortlessly as one might crush a chick. Upon hearing his father's voice, Drogo lifted his gaze slightly, emitting a low grunt without further elaboration. His dark, penetrating eyes scanned the assembly, lingering momentarily on Viserys before drifting elsewhere. The reticent son of the Khal had not fixated on Viserys. Rather, he found it peculiar that a youth should be present at such a grand banquet. The hall was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by hushed whispers. Translators proficient in Dothraki relayed Khal Kaer's words to their respective lords, while the governors exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Viserys, lacking a translator, could not comprehend Khal Kaer's speech and remained seated, observing the gathering with a scrutinizing gaze. He found the banquet increasingly intriguing, with each passing moment revealing new discoveries. Initially, Viserys had been taken aback by the Dothraki's boisterousness within the opulent hall. However, as he witnessed the old Khal and his blood riders ascend the steps, his astonishment shifted to a realization of Pentos's weakness. The unfolding drama continued to astonish. The Prince of Pentos, terrified, fled his throne and huddled in a corner, while a herald, brandishing a steel sword emblematic of war, was dispatched by the formidable young Dothraki man with his bare hands, the corpse discarded down the steps. The assembled governors of Pentos were paralyzed with fear, each wishing to withdraw their heads into their necks, leaving Viserys as the only one standing tall among the dignitaries. The intensity of the scenes unfolding before him left Viserys utterly shocked. Could Pentos truly be this feeble? He had never anticipated that a handful of Dothraki could so easily dominate the governors of Pentos, though the Prince of Pentos was merely a symbolic puppet. The humiliation faced by these governors was palpable, as none dared to utter a word, even within their own territory. Viserys had led 4,000 elite Undul warriors to Pentos, yet the city was in such disarray that they could not even secure the gates. Nevertheless, he retained a faint sense of reverence for this ancient city, as its towering walls and grand architecture spoke to its rich historical legacy. Despite Andalar's miraculous rise, it remained a far cry from the stature of a colossal city like Pentos, lacking in history, population, economy, and military prowess. Although Pentos appeared incapable of assembling even a 10,000-strong army due to the constraints of humiliating treaties, it still harbored substantial latent military potential. In that moment, Viserys' last vestige of awe dissipated, leaving him merely a detached observer of the farce before him, a flicker of ambition igniting within. He then heard Khal Kaer muttering something in Dothraki before slapping the young Dothraki man beside him on the shoulder. This youth, who had captured Viserys' attention for quite some time, surveyed the room, causing everyone to swallow nervously and avert their eyes. His gaze briefly lingered on Viserys, who happened to be looking back at him. Their eyes met, black and deep, scrutinizing as if appraising prey. Viserys felt a visceral sense of danger wash over him, an instinctual warning akin to a primal survival mechanism, alerting him to the threat posed by this young beast. The boy furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers reflexively tightening on the table. However, Drogo's gaze lingered on Viserys for but a second before they both averted their eyes. Khal Kaer had just introduced his son, Drogo, as the finest horse warrior in the world. Meanwhile, Illyrio, seated beside Viserys, observed the unfolding drama with a detached demeanor, his expression unchanging. He leaned closer to whisper in Viserys' ear, suggesting that he understood the Dothraki tongue without the need for a translator. Viserys nodded slightly, momentarily lost in thought before turning to the merchant governor beside him. "My lord, what did Khal Balb-Kaer name his son?" Illyrio hesitated before clarifying. "Drogo." "Drogo?" Viserys mused, pausing in contemplation, blinking slowly as he took a deep breath. Confronted suddenly by the specter of his own potential assassin, he expected fear or panic to seize him. After all, few could face their mortality so calmly, particularly when confronted with the one destined to extinguish their life. Yet, upon reflection, he found himself devoid of such emotions. A profound sense of fate enveloping him. In the meantime, Illyrio remained unaware of the thoughts swirling within Viserys' mind, merely noting the subtle shift in the young king's expression upon hearing the name Drogo, as if it had sparked a distant memory. Khal Balb-Kaer, meanwhile, raised his goblet high, continuing to speak in words Viserys could not decipher. The other governors, including Illyrio and Viserys, also raised their cups in unison, drinking deeply. However, Viserys refrained from partaking, his cup filled with milk. Aware that his age was not suitable for wine and recognizing the benefits of milk for his growth and development, opportunities such as these would not come again. Illyrio sat quietly beside Viserys, offering hushed explanations. While the other governors were awed into silence by the King of Horses, Illyrio placed greater significance on his dialogue with Viserys. To build momentum, Viserys held his goblet and turned to gaze at Illyrio, who patiently elucidated. Each khalasar comprises several khas, each led by a khal, with the khal being the most valiant warrior of the tribe. However, Balbero Khal had grown old. In fact, few khas reached a dignified end. Their quiet conversation carried a weighty implication in Illyrio's final words. Meanwhile, the banquet had commenced under the command of the aged khal, and even the absence of the Prince of Pentos did not hinder its continuation. Not far away, Balbero Khal persistently raised his goblet, while the governors of Pentos showered him with flattery. Illyrio observed with a cool demeanor before speaking again. If someone were to challenge the old khal now, claiming that he was no longer the most formidable warrior in the tribe and unfit to lead the khalasar, Balbero Khal would find it impossible to refuse. Indeed, he had grown old and lost his confidence. He feared not only for his life in the challenge, but also the prospect of his son, Drogo, failing to inherit the khal's position. "I see." Viserys nodded slightly at Illyrio's words, realizing that Balbero Khal had not many years left. Yet, his concerns were largely unfounded. His son Drogo had never suffered a defeat since birth, thus holding the advantage in the struggle for the khalship. He would lead his khalasar to become the most powerful tribe across the vast Dothraki Sea. Although a life had been lost and the Prince of Pentos was humiliated and ousted from his throne, the banquet proceeded splendidly. The guests indulged in drunken revelry, including the old khal himself, while his blood riders and son Drogo remained keenly observant. As the festivity drew to a close, Illyrio informed Viserys that the governors had presented him with a gift. Once the guests dispersed, Viserys exited the prince's palace, where 100 Andalusian warriors awaited in an orderly fashion. Nearby, a group of Dothraki lounged casually on the steps of the prince's palace, exposing their chests and chatting boisterously. Fortunately, the two groups did not clash. Though the Dothraki viewed the armored warriors with disdain, considering it cowardly, they were not foolish. They understood that these disciplined ironclads were not to be trifled with, even if they outnumbered them. In a ground battle, the outcome would undoubtedly be one-sided. "Let us depart." After stepping out of the palace, Viserys took the reins of his steed from a servant and mounted. With a wave, the 100 knights who had accompanied him also mounted their horses. The raucous Dothraki, still seated on the steps, made no further remarks as the ironclads prepared to leave. Soon, their khal and blood riders emerged, though Khal Balbero appeared somewhat inebriated. The sound of hooves echoed as Viserys led his knights away. Not far off, Drogo, supporting his father, cast another glance at Viserys' retreating figure, his deep, dark eyes revealing no emotion. "What troubles you, Drogo?" One of Balbero Khal's blood riders, a man who had cradled Drogo as a child, keenly noted his attention towards the youth. He was the exiled Targaryen king, now the Lord of Andalos. This blood rider possessed knowledge of Viserys' information, having only just heard it at the banquet, and he did not fully grasp the significance of the Targaryen king, only recognizing Andalos. "Nothing," Drogo replied, shaking his head, his voice low and succinct. Initially, he had merely regarded Viserys due to his youth, and their eyes had met momentarily. The silver-haired youth's gaze evoked a complex feeling in Drogo, as though he recognized him. As he remained by his father's side, Drogo noticed Viserys glancing at him several more times, albeit subtly. The long-braided man supported his father and raised his hand to lightly touch his cheek, a sensation of coolness creeping along his spine. This feeling felt oddly unsettling. He moved his neck slightly and clenched his fist, the joints cracking audibly. He sensed that he would encounter this individual again, particularly when he ascended his call to raid Andalos. Meanwhile, Viserys remained oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of this vengeful and imaginative individual who harbored thoughts of one day inheriting the Khalasar and leading an army to pillage Andalos. To the Dothraki, raiding was as intrinsic to life as eating and drinking, and their targets were of little surprise. Presently, Viserys led his knights to the east of Pentos, approaching the colossal red temple that was visible from any corner of the city. Illyrio had informed him that the governors of Pentos had bestowed upon him another gift. The restless steed beneath Viserys let out a snort, its hooves lightly tapping the ground. Before him stood a vast courtyard, its towering brick walls, magnificent doors, and artificial hills. A three-story residence adorned with climbing ivy on one side. This was the opulent mansion gifted to Viserys by the governors, situated within the city of Pentos. Open the door, Viserys commanded as he dismounted and addressed the servant at the entrance. Master, master, the servants greeted respectfully along the way. Undoubtedly, this mansion was once again filled with treasures and a multitude of servants, featuring hot springs, a three-story building, and pavilions, with the sunlit terrace offering a view of the artificial hills and flowing gardens below. Standing on the highest terrace, Viserys gazed at the scenery, the courtyard devoid of illumination. Only the tranquil sound of flowing water and the movement of boxes by the servants broke the silence. The youth, with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, donned well-fitted leather armor, a snow-white fur cloak draped over a dark mantle, fluttering gently in the breeze. Behind him stood his attendant. Your Majesty, I sense that Pentos harbors ill intentions. Bessie, who had quietly accompanied Viserys until now, finally voiced her concerns. Indeed, even the young king himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. Initially, Viserys believed that Pentos had invited him with the intention of presenting precious dragon eggs and would subsequently propose certain demands. However, the governors of Pentos had not done so. They made no mention of any requests and even invited a Dothraki call to partake in a lavish banquet, replete with fine food and drink and abundant gifts. What was Pentos truly scheming? Viserys pondered this as he stood on the third-floor terrace of the mansion, contemplating the entirety of the matter. The current conduct of Pentos inevitably reminded him of an ancient parable. Did Vys Dothrak wish to indulge in opulence, revelry, and debauchery, losing himself in pleasure and neglecting the arduous life awaiting him in Andalos? After Bessie had spoken, Viserys remained silent for a moment, his thoughts tangled, causing a flicker of anxiety in the servant's heart, who feared he might have misspoken. Yet soon, he observed Viserys, silhouetted before him. Lifting his head as if clarity had dawned upon him, he slightly turned to glance at the knight behind him and spoke with serene composure. You are correct, Bessie. Vys Dothrak harbors no benevolent intentions. Under the luminous moonlight, the youth's figure stretched across the terrace, his silver-gold hair dancing with the breeze. We must not linger here. Urge them to hasten. Once everything is gathered, we shall depart swiftly for Andalos. Viserys continued, his tone unruffled. Understood. The servant, whose cheeks bore a hint of darkness, felt a surge of encouragement at Viserys' affirmation, yet remained puzzled by the king's implication that they should not tarry in Vys Dothrak. Viserys offered no further explanation, heightening the servant's anxiety as he hurried down to instruct the attendants and knights to prepare for a swift exit with the treasures. Soon, night deepened. Viserys and his knights had gathered all their belongings, including the 3 precious dragon eggs. They then made their way to the northern gate of Vys Dothrak. The sound of horses' hooves echoed on the wide cobblestone streets as they reached the gate, where Viserys commanded, "Open the gate." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the distant palace of the 9 Towers, accompanied by flickering flames. Viserys turned slightly in the saddle to glance back at the palace, recalling the whispers amidst the chaos that Khal Barbaka had been challenged and slain. Now, the Dothraki entering Vys Dothrak seemed to vie for the Khal's position, while the bloodbound warriors of the former Khal sought vengeance, leading to their own demise. The Khalasar leaders also contended for the Khal's mantle, some of whom had allies. Viserys had heard of thousands of Dothraki who had followed the former Khal to Vys Dothrak and now awaited outside, positioned differently from the Andalusian warriors, thus avoiding confrontation. The former Khal's son, Drogo, was likewise a formidable contender for the Khal's title. Viserys, however, harbored no interest in the power struggle. He pondered instead the implications of the former Khal's sudden death. He had learned amidst the turmoil that a Dothraki had boldly stepped forth to challenge the former Khal, ultimately slaying him. Yet, a palpable sense of conspiracy lingered in the air, perhaps connected to Vys Dothrak, or perhaps not. Accepting the invitation to the feast had provided Khal Barbaka with a singular opportunity to leave the protection of his army. Under ordinary circumstances, the Khal, surrounded by numerous mounted warriors, would not be so easily approached for a challenge, though Dothraki tradition dictated that a Khal could not refuse a challenge from his kin. Incessant challenges would surely wear Khal thin. Yet, Viserys had little time for such musings. Outside loomed thousands of Dothraki, a ticking time bomb poised to erupt and endanger those nearby, should they learn of their Khal's demise. and if the various Khalasars received a signal from their leaders, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Clutching the sigil from the governor of Ves Duthrak, Illyrio, Viserys was empowered to demand the gate be opened. The soldiers, wary of the over 100 ironclad knights, complied and opened the gates. "Hurry," Viserys urged, spurring his steed through the gates of Ves Duthrak, followed closely by 100 knights. He soon arrived at the encampment of the Andalusian forces, commanding the soldiers, who had rested throughout the day, to dismantle their camp and depart swiftly from this land that was about to become a cauldron of strife. In the quiet of the night, as Viserys felt the sea breeze ruffle through his garments, he tightened his collar against the chill. The white horse ascended a high mound, and as he turned to survey the soldiers preparing for departure, he raised his gaze toward the horizon. Chaos erupted in the eastern direction of Ves Duthrak. The thousands of Dothraki outside the city seemed to have learned of their call's death. Within the city, a fierce blaze illuminated the young king's lavender eyes. He turned his horse once more, urging onward. Chapter 93. Homecoming. Viserys led the army away from Ves Duthrak. As night passed, dawn finally broke on the horizon. The fire within the city had been extinguished, and the struggle for the Khal title appeared to have reached its conclusion. Morning arrived, and the gates of Ves Duthrak swung open. The trembling citizens, filled with trepidation, gathered the courage to step outside their homes. The air thick with the stench of decay and charred remnants. Along the ancient Valyrian road leading eastward from Ves Duthrak to Norvos, the ground lay strewn with corpses, a feast for scavengers. A flock of vultures swooped down to partake, only to be driven away by the surviving Dothraki, their cries echoing in the air. The once mighty Khalasar had fragmented following Khal Barbaka's death, as various warlords and Drogo, loyal to his father, engaged in fierce combat to claim the title of Khal, adhering to Dothraki tradition. Concurrently, 2 Khalasars withdrew from the fray, unwilling to entangle their kin in the brutal melee. These 2 factions, led by their respective warlords, departed the Khalasar under the cover of night, seeking to form new tribes or align with other Khalas. The outcome of the struggle for the Khal's title concluded with Drogo emerging as the sole living contender, having slain his rivals. In the ruthless traditions of the Dothraki, failure equated to death. There were no alternatives. Drogo, having eliminated all challengers, reassembled his father's fragmented Khalasar, ascending as Drogo Khal. After a night of chaos, the once mighty Khalasar lay in ruins, yet Drogo did not hasten to flee Ves Duthrak to nurse his wounds in solitude. Instead, he led the newly unified Khalasar towards the northern gates of Ves Duthrak, seemingly intent on plundering the Andalusian forces to compensate for the losses incurred the previous night. However, when Drogo Ko arrived with his Khalasar, he learned that last night Viserys and the armies of Andalos had already broken camp and departed. Although the Dothraki are a people of horsemen, swift as the wind, and could potentially catch up to the formidable Andalos forces, Drogo, having just ascended to the position of Khal, ultimately decided against pursuing them after much contemplation. The Khalasar, once boasting over 10,000 warriors, had been severely diminished after a night of brutal combat, leaving only around 3,000 men. With casualties and desertions, Drogo's forces were now outnumbered by even a single prince's retinue. Furthermore, after enduring a night of fierce fighting, the prospect of a long-distance chase against the well-fortified Andalos army weighed heavily on his mind. While Drogo had confidence in his troops' morale and combat prowess, he could not overlook the potential for defeat and loss. Even if he were to triumph in battle, he would be left with a hollow victory. Thus, he relinquished his ambitions of raiding Andalos, which he had initially hoped would restore his losses. Seated upon a robust, thick-maned black stallion, Drogo's gaze was deep and contemplative. His shoulder was wrapped in bandages, with blood seeping through, a memento from the previous night's chaos. With a swift crack of his whip, he commanded attention. "Home," he bellowed in the coarse, guttural Dothraki tongue. Instantly, the newly formed Khalasar erupted in a cacophony of cheers. The warriors, perched upon their steeds, raised their curved arak blades in celebration. For the Dothraki, the concept of home was fluid. Returning meant journeying back to their vast homeland, the expansive Dothraki sea of grasslands. After some time, the small prince's army hastily made their way back to Andalos, eventually catching sight of the rudimentary city walls. With a thunderous sound, the castle gates swung open. Viserys had just returned to the castle, removing his gear and without even the luxury of a warm bath, when Rhaenys and Daenerys rushed in. "Brother, you are finally back," exclaimed the brown-haired girl as she pulled a little girl into Viserys' chamber. At that moment, Viserys had just shed his outer garments, his soft hair cascading down his back, and upon hearing the commotion, he turned slightly, revealing the chiseled contours of his face beneath his silver strands. While Viserys did not possess a particularly robust physique, his form was well-proportioned, lacking bulk yet exuding latent strength capable of unseating a rider from their mount, all while maintaining his grip firmly on the horse's belly. Such core power was indeed enviable. As the girl barged in, she noticed Viserys changing clothes, her cheeks flushing momentarily, yet she quickly adopted a look of disdain. Rhaenys, how many times must I tell you? Not before entering. Viserys, still facing away. Donned a clean shirt before turning to address the girl in a calm tone. Honestly, it's not as if you've never seen it before. What else with the modesty? Rhaenys pouted slightly at his reprimand. The Targaryens were often beset by misfortune after the passing of Queen Rhaella. Viserys and Rhaenys were left to rely on each other, even as they cared for a younger sister, akin to raising their own daughter. Rhaenys matured rapidly in this role, tending to her little aunt with care. Concerned for the servant's capabilities, Rhaenys took it upon herself to change diapers, teach her to walk, speak, and dress. During their conversation, Daenerys, holding Rhaenys' hand, hesitated to speak several times before finally mustering the courage to protest shyly. Hey, Rhaenys, he is my brother, not yours. Upon hearing Daenerys' timid assertion, Viserys and Rhaenys exchanged glances, both unable to suppress smiles. Ah, yes, he is your brother, Rhaenys said, squatting to gently rub Daenerys' cheek until it turned a rosy hue. The little girl squirmed free, darting to hide behind Viserys. Brother, Rhaenys is picking on me, she exclaimed, clutching the hem of his garment. Her cheeks flushed and pouting in indignation. Viserys, witnessing this tender scene, couldn't help but smile, bending down to ruffle Daenerys' soft hair and pulling her close. He then raised his head and declared, I have a gift for you both. What? The moment the word gift reached their ears, the girls' attention shifted, their faces alight with anticipation. Dragon eggs. What? Rhaenys was momentarily incredulous, believing she must have misheard. Dragon eggs? Unlike the naive little girl Daenerys, she was well aware of their significance and the weight of their family's destiny entwined with dragons. Is it true? You went to Pentos for dragon eggs? Rhaenys' expression was one of disbelief. In truth, Viserys had not disclosed his true purpose for the journey, fearing it might cause her concern. Yet, now that he had returned successfully with the dragon eggs, Daenerys, still nestled behind him, her curiosity piqued by the mention of the dragon eggs, tugged at his attire and peeked out. Brother, can dragon eggs hatch into dragons? Viserys felt the tug and leaned down to hear her question, pausing before he could respond. Rhaenys, recovering from her shock, lifted her chin, eager to know the answer as well. Can dragon eggs hatch into dragons? Facing their expectant gazes, Viserys found himself momentarily lost in thought, staring at an ancient black wooden chest, before finally nodding. Perhaps there is a chance. Rhaenys, Daenerys, although these 3 eggs have lain dormant for many years, now resembling fossils, I believe that with your dedication, there is a possibility of hatching dragonlings. Regaining his composure, he looked at Daenerys, who was filled with hope and wonder at the prospect of the dragon eggs, for these 3 eggs were destined to be nurtured by a sister, becoming the mother of dragons. However, with the twists of fate in this life, Viserys was uncertain if Daenerys would still possess that extraordinary ability. The true blood of dragons? Presently, Viserys, Rhaenys, and Daenerys all bore the Targaryen lineage, with Viserys and Daenerys displaying the most pure heritage, their Valyrian traits unmistakable in their appearances. Rhaenys possesses a lineage that is more than half Targaryen, with chestnut hair and obsidian eyes, though the Targaryen traits are not overtly pronounced. The conditions necessary for hatching a dragon are indeed stringent. Viserys is aware that it requires fire, a life exchange, and the blood of a true dragon. He is uncertain whether the Targaryen blood coursing through his and Rhaenys' veins can be deemed true dragon blood. But there is no doubt that Daenerys' lineage appears to be more potent. Oh, how I long to hatch a dragonling. Indeed. The 2 girls were instantly filled with excitement upon hearing that dragon eggs might be hatched. Subsequently, Viserys used a key to unlock the box on the table containing 3 dragon eggs. With a click, he lifted the lid, revealing 3 enormous dragon eggs protected by lantern grass, each heavy and substantial. These are dragon eggs. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the eggs. Viserys' gaze fell upon them, and for reasons unknown, he felt a swell of emotions each time he beheld them. So beautiful. The chestnut-haired girl was also captivated, gazing at the magnificent eggs as if she were witnessing the most exquisite sight in the world. Brother, I want to see too. Daenerys, hidden behind Viserys due to her smaller stature, couldn't see the eggs on the table. She tugged at his sleeve, and he lifted her onto a chair, allowing her to finally glimpse the dragon eggs. Daenerys and Rhaenys were drawn to the eggs as if they were magnets, perhaps sharing the same innate connection to the dragon eggs that Viserys felt, a bond unique to those of Targaryen blood. A few years prior, Viserys had spent a fortune attempting to acquire dragon eggs, yet he had easily discerned many fraudsters attempting to pass off dyed stones as genuine. Rhaenys, Daenerys, choose one each. After a brief silence, Viserys shifted his gaze from the eggs to the 2 girls standing in awe. His intention was for the 3 Targaryens, including himself, to attempt to hatch the eggs together. He recalled his advisor in magic and mysticism, Lady Miri, once stating that when the glass candles reignite, ghost grass regrows. Dragon fire scorches the earth, the phantom turtle roams the witching way, the blind regain their sight, and those who have humiliated sorcerers are cursed. All these signs herald the return of magic, suggesting that its power might once again be resurrected. It is evident that dragons and magic are inextricably linked. Yet, the tide of magic has not yet reached them, and the sorceresses possess no power. Can dragons truly hatch in this era devoid of magic? This thought led Viserys to contemplate the history of House Targaryen that he had studied extensively. The last dragon of House Targaryen was a diminutive creature, resembling a human infant. Was its fate a result of the scheming from the Citadel, or did it simply come into existence at the tail end of the magical tide? Thus facing such an unjust destiny? Then, if it had been born decades earlier, could it have become a ruler of the skies? Chapter 95. The name Viserys currently has no answer to this question. He is uncertain about the connection between dragons and the ebb of magic. He loosened his restrictions, allowing Rhaenys and Daenerys to select their preferred dragon eggs. But to his surprise, they quickly made their choices. I want this one. I want this one. The chestnut-haired girl and the silver-blonde little girl exclaimed almost in unison, pointing to a pale cream-colored dragon egg adorned with golden stripes, which lay quietly beside the largest black dragon egg. Hey, Daenerys, I said it first. Rhaenys did not expect Daenerys to choose the same egg as her. Their simultaneous exclamations made it difficult to discern who had spoken first. However, unexpectedly, the usually demure Daenerys rushed forward and clutched the pale cream-colored egg, resolutely refusing to relinquish it to Rhaenys. No, I said it first. The silver-haired girl clung tightly to the egg, stubbornly asserting her claim despite the lack of a solid argument. You're being unfair. Rhaenys was infuriated to see her cousin acting so uncharacteristically. She never imagined that the usually well-behaved girl would resort to such antics. Humph, you're the one being unfair. Daenerys, undeterred by Rhaenys' protests, clung to the pale cream-colored egg, mimicking her words in a playful retort. You. Rhaenys found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her lovely eyes wide with frustration. Oh, the chestnut-haired girl finally succumbed to her exasperation. She saw Daenerys' defiant stance, an embodiment of I will not let go, and you cannot do anything about it, and was filled with rage, even feeling like clawing at the walls. Yet, Rhaenys knew she could not act against Daenerys, as she was her younger cousin. Viserys. She being unfair. Feeling deeply aggrieved, Rhaenys turned her pleading gaze to Viserys, hoping he would intervene on her behalf. Viserys, astonished, couldn't help but smile. Why do both of you want this white dragon egg? He inquired, intrigued by their shared preference. Because it's beautiful. The two girls chimed in unison once more, causing Viserys to blink in surprise. He had not anticipated that their reason for choosing the dragon egg would be so simple. He had thought Rhaenys and Daenerys had discerned something about the pale cream-colored egg that had escaped his notice. Since Daenerys likes it, why not let her have it? Viserys suggested, seeking a resolution between the two girls. It was a challenging task, so he aimed to find a compromise through the slightly older Rhaenys. Rhaenys, however, was not adamant about having the pale cream-colored egg. She did not wish to quarrel with a little girl. She was merely feeling a bit put out. After all, we are all just children, she thought, pouting slightly but ultimately relenting, conceding the pale cream-colored egg to Daenerys. All right, then I'll take this one. Rhaenys pointed to a deep green dragon egg, its surface adorned with various bronze spots, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Daenerys claimed the pale cream-colored egg. Rhaenys chose the deep green one, and the largest black egg, resembling a midnight ocean, remained for Viserys. Why did neither of you choose it? Viserys wondered, puzzled by Rhaenys and Daenerys' omission of the clearly largest black egg. This egg was entirely black, deep and mysterious, with faint hints of vibrant crimson waves and whirlpools. In terms of appearance, it rivaled the pale cream-colored egg. Rhaenys strained to lift the deep green egg in her arms but failed. It was as heavy as a solid stone, while Daenerys steadfastly clung to her egg, refusing to let go. Although Daenerys is young, she possesses remarkable intelligence, understanding Rhaenys exceedingly well. Daenerys is acutely aware that the moment she loosens her grip, Rhaenys would swiftly seize the opportunity to take over. Observing that Daenerys steadfastly clutches the dragon egg, Rhaenys casts several glances, yet finds no opening, ultimately pouting in resignation. Then Rhaenys hears a question from Viserys and glances at him, letting out a soft hum, seemingly still dissatisfied with the earlier situation, but she proceeds to explain. Because you need it more than we do, Viserys. This is the only unspoken agreement between her and Daenerys. Both girls recognize the greater potential and beauty of the black dragon egg, yet they unanimously decide to reserve this particular egg for Viserys, fully aware that he requires it more than they do. Is that so? Viserys, taken aback by Rhaenys' response, turns his gaze to Daenerys' expression and finds a similar sentiment reflected there. After a moment of silence, he nods slightly, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. Instead, he inquires, if they were to hatch, what names would you give them? Viserys deftly shifts the conversation, perhaps due to his discomfort with sentimental discussions, as the power dynamics surrounding him do not allow for much emotional indulgence. Rhaego, Rhaenys eagerly responds, as if she had long contemplated the name. Rhaego? Viserys tilts his head slightly, immediately perceiving the sorrow in the brown-haired girl's eyes. Rhaenys names her dragon egg Rhaego in tribute to her father, as well as to Viserys' elder brother, Rhaegar Targaryen. Meanwhile, Daenerys finds herself in a quandary, reflecting on her unseen mother and the notorious father she has heard about. After much deliberation, she finally arrives at a name. Vhagar. Chapter 96. The fleet. Both Daenerys and Rhaenys bestow upon their dragon eggs names that resonate deeply with them. Rhaenys, wishing to honor her father Rhaegar, names her egg Rhaego, while Daenerys, having never known her parents or elder brother, sees Viserys as her entire world, thus naming her egg Vhagar. And what name do you intend to give your dragon egg? The slightly older girl inquires, glancing curiously at the dark, enigmatic egg. Upon hearing this question, Viserys ponders for a moment. It seems coincidental that the white dragon Vhagar and the green dragon Rhaego share their names. Yet Viserys' black dragon shall not be named Drogon. If it hatches, I intend to name it Balerion. At that moment, a small black cat belonging to Rhaenys happens to pass by the window, momentarily puzzled by Viserys' words, as it believes he is calling for it. The atmosphere in the room freezes for a second, then bursts into laughter. I say, brother, why would you name your dragon egg after a cat? The brown-haired girl cannot contain her amusement, laughing so hard that tears stream down her cheeks, while Viserys' expression darkens slightly. Rhaenys, return and copy the family history. Of course. Rhaenys understands that Balerion is not merely the name of a cat. It is also the name she had given to her little black cat. Moreover, Balerion was the name of the colossal black dragon ridden by Aegon during the conquest of Westeros, stretching over 150 meters and known as the Black Death, the true sovereign of the skies. The girl is merely teasing Viserys for her own amusement. However, Rhaenys is not yet aware of all that the name Balerion encompasses. Listen closely, both of you. Allow me to enlighten you, Viserys says, resting a hand on the table and sighing. Balerion is not just a cat's name or the name of Aegon's dragon, the Black Death. It is also the name of a deity from the ancient Valyrian civilization. As Viserys speaks, the little black cat jumps through the window, rubbing its furry head against Viserys' pant leg, genuinely believing he had called it. The silver-haired youth crouches down, cradling the affectionate little creature, and continues his explanation earnestly. Although Rhaenys has received a royal elite education with the finest tutors, her knowledge does not match Viserys' depth. He has diligently researched the connection between the Black Mist and the Valyrian civilization, delving into numerous texts left by this long-lost culture, uncovering many ancient Valyrian tales. The three dragons of Conqueror Aegon I, among which Balerion survived the doom of Valyria, is one of the 5 dragons that endured, later hatching on Dragonstone alongside Vhagar and Meraxes. All 3 dragon names are derived from the deities of Valyrian civilization. At this juncture, a knock resounds at the door of his chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Your Majesty, comes the voice of a guard from outside. Ser Geoffrey requests an audience. The old knight, having heard that the young king has returned from Pentos to Andalos, hastily rode in from the port on a swift steed. Viserys, momentarily startled by the news of the old knight's arrival, sets down the black dragon egg, locks the chest, and returns it to its original place. Seeing Viserys close the chest again, the 2 girls wonder if he intends to retract his decision, but he merely shakes his head. I must attend to some matters. I will hand over these 2 dragon eggs to you upon my return. With that, Viserys swiftly exits the room, heading towards the Great Hall. Currently, the political landscape of Andalos is dominated by Viserys, who wields considerable power, overseeing all affairs of the city, with soldiers under his command. The old knight still commands the Targaryen fleet, stationed along the coastline in Dragonstone. Many affairs on Dragonstone are also managed by Ser Geoffrey, making him the de facto second-in-command of the Targaryen family's realm. With power and status deeply entrenched, even the illustrious Prince Oberyn, who has made his mark in Andalos, would find it impossible to challenge the position of the old knight. However, given the considerable distance from Andalos to the coastline, Viserys did not anticipate the old knight's sudden arrival from the port or Dragonstone, suggesting that something significant must have occurred, prompting Viserys' hasty journey. Your Majesty. Upon reaching the great hall of the castle, Viserys finds the silver-haired Ser Geoffrey awaiting him, adorned with a golden insignia, looking particularly spry. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The 2,000 guards led by Prince Oberyn, responsible for the city's defense, along with Maester Gunther from Dragonstone, are already seated, marking the highest level of assembly in Andalos today. Lord Geoffrey, it has been a while. You seem as vibrant as ever. After settling into his seat, Viserys first greeted the old knight, this commander of the Dragonstone fleet, who now served as the hand of the king and minister of naval affairs, stood as a beacon on his path of life, embodying a paternal figure. Due to the distance, Ser Geoffrey often returned to Dragonstone to attend to matters, and it had been over 6 months since they last met. Nevertheless, the old knight remained unwaveringly loyal, harboring no doubts. Your Majesty, it has indeed been a long time, he remarked, his graying head resting on the nearest chair to Viserys' left, his slightly yellowed eyes observing the increasingly assertive youth before him. Dispelling the last remnants of concern within him, Viserys was capable of managing the city alone and had not succumbed to arrogance or excess due to a lack of control. The old knight leaned forward, his demeanor becoming serious as he adjusted his expression and set aside his smile to address pressing matters. Your Majesty, the usurper's new fleet has been completed. Completed, has it? Viserys' expression grew slightly grave upon hearing the old knight's words, though he did not appear overly shocked. The Iron Throne had been diligently gathering intelligence on Andalos, while numerous insiders within Westeros remained loyal to Andalos. Viserys had established a firm foothold on the continent of Essos, with over a dozen nobles reaching out to convey their wishes for the king's health and hopes for his return. These nobles belonged to families that had suffered losses or unfair distributions of power following the Baratheon takeover of the Iron Throne. With Robert on the throne, he had to allocate the majority of rewards to those who supported his rebellion, leaving the families that surrendered with diminished interests. This created a rift among the populace, as beneficiaries cheered while others harbored resentment, a growing pain typical of shifts in power that required time to adjust to the new era of Targaryen interests. Regrettably, the remnants of the Targaryens had not been fully extinguished. They had first mounted a counteroffensive at Dragonstone, inflicting a heavy blow on the Baratheons, and subsequently regained their footing on the continent of Essos, showing signs of resurgence. Viserys' presence significantly prolonged the time required for Robert, or rather his stepfather, Prime Minister Jon Arryn, to resolve the discrepancies in domestic interests. They now needed more time for the various factions within the realm to forget the Targaryens and adapt to the new distribution of power. This may have been one of the reasons the Prime Minister ultimately approved the new fleet's plan, as Robert was determined to eradicate the remnants of the Targaryens. Just months prior to Viserys' planned journey to Pentos, he received word that the Baratheon royal fleet had been completed. However, delays persisted for several months, indicating Stannis had prepared thoroughly and was exceedingly cautious. He even disseminated numerous false reports to mislead their enemies across the Narrow Sea. Yet the Targaryens did not fall for the deception. The earlier raid had benefited from numerous advantageous factors, resulting in a brilliant victory that was nearly impossible to replicate. Should they attempt another raid on Stannis' royal fleet, they risked falling into a trap and suffering significant losses. The old knight, having commanded the Dragonstone fleet for many years, was well versed in naval warfare and approached this matter with the utmost prudence. He had hurried from Dragonstone to discuss strategies with Viserys, to strike or retreat. The silver-haired youth, dressed in simple homespun attire, sat at the center of the Andalos castle hall, resting his chin in one hand, his gaze fixated on a quill on the table, seemingly lost in thought. In fact, Viserys had long envisioned a plan for Dragonstone, to retreat to the Andalos plains, establish a stronghold there, and if the Baratheons attacked Dragonstone again, to willingly cede it to them. This would maximize their ability to regroup and consolidate their forces into a formidable strike when the enemy pursued them once more onto the continent of Essos. However, when the moment came to abandon Dragonstone, Viserys felt a twinge of reluctance. Despite the passage of years and having meticulously cleared the island of all movable assets, including dragon bones, dragon glass, and what were believed to be dragon eggs, only to discover they were mere stones, he hesitated. Was he truly ready to relinquish Dragonstone? His heart weighed heavy with indecision. Seated to Viserys' right, Prince Oberyn lounged, tapping his fingers while regarding the young king with his dark eyes. If we hesitate to relinquish minor interests, we may disrupt the entire grand design. Oberyn's words carried wisdom. Despite his dark complexion, tousled hair, and unkempt beard, he was not to be underestimated. He was arguably the most learned among those present, a rare genius. Oberyn had crafted 6 chains of office during his youth at the Citadel, symbolizing mastery in 6 disciplines, while the scholar Gunther, donning a gray robe, could only claim 3. The usurper's naval soldiers may lack our elite forces, yet their ships are far sturdier and larger, Gunther chimed in. Having managed affairs on Dragonstone alongside the old knight and frequently traveling to assist Viserys, he had been busier than most, often shuttling between both locations, but had trained an apprentice to help manage the flow of messages via ravens. I understand, Viserys acknowledged, noting that all 3 in the council agreed that they should not disrupt their original plans and should continue to conserve their strength. Awaiting a more opportune moment to return to Westeros in alliance with Dorne, he nodded slightly. Then we shall wait for Stannis' fleet to arrive and willingly cede Dragonstone and retreat. Viserys resolved to consolidate all forces and maintain a low profile to rejuvenate their strength. Indeed, the old knight nodded slightly, marking the conclusion of this matter. However, the scholar in the gray robe adjusted the reports in his hands and raised his head once more. Your Majesty, there is one more minor issue. Viserys' attention immediately shifted to the scholar. What is it? Gunther produced a report detailing recent events in the Iron Islands. A temple devoted to the Seven had unexpectedly caught fire, and many believed it was no mere accident.